Chapter 1, Genesis Prologue. I have unwittingly brought forth such a dreadful calamity and death. I must devote the remainder of my life to the nurturing of new life. That is what I ought to do. Zor contemplate. Zor was one of the lords of prehistoric culture, renowned as the wisest elite among his kin. He nodded in approval, yet a cascade of memories surfaced in his mind. These recollections, intertwined with the actions of his brethren, often left him perturbed, even bordering on madness. However, the sheer beauty before him, a testament to his hard-won achievements, allowed him to cast aside those disquieting thoughts. Above Zor, the vast expanse of the sky was obscured by colossal spaceships and fortresses diligently retreating from the area under his command. He felt a sense of satisfaction, and the vibrant blossoms surrounding him provided solace. It was precisely their presence that rendered the impending death more palatable to him. Zor stood tall, his slender visage unmarred by the passage of time, with thick hair erect like starlight, clad in regal attire, impeccably tailored to fit, a short cloak draped elegantly over his shoulders. At that moment, an alarm blared behind him, the pre-battle warnings from the Celestials growing increasingly insistent. Alert! Alert! The transport vessels of the Veterans are about to land. All personnel board immediately. Rather than suggesting a subjective willingness to engage in battle with the Vidarians, it is more fitting to perceive this scenario as an intrinsic martial awareness inherent to its Zenithians. Zorl finds himself subjected to sharp ridicule due to his own superficial judgment and the ruthless dominion of their leader, Lord Lopat. These robotic overlords have transformed a once gentle, peaceful, and introspective race into one of the most ferocious and brutal forces in the cosmos. The supreme commander of the Zenithian army, Dalza, donned heavy armor and weaponry under the attentive service of his subordinates. His head was large, and his meticulously groomed brows lent him the appearance of a chiseled stone sculpture. He fixated on Zorl, declaring, "I warn you, before these flowers bloom, we shall all perish here." Dalza brandished his massive, armored fist as a menacing gesture toward Zorl, a hand capable of crushing him effortlessly. Zorl's aide, Ward, anxiously gripped his sidearm, yet Zorl held his head high, confronting Dalza without a trace of fear. The air was thick with the cacophony of impending violence, as fully armed Zenithian infantry and colossal battle pods hastened to the battlefield. "Where's the space fortress?" Dalza demanded. "What have you done with it?" Dalza recognized the veracity of his words. The space fortress represented Zorl's greatest technological achievement and stood as the most formidable warship in the universe. Nearly a mile in length, it was in truth the culmination of all of Zorl's imagination and the life-blooming energy technology. "Had it not been for the oath I swore before our warriors to protect you," Dalza brandished his enormous fist beneath Zor's gaze, "I would undoubtedly have slain you." "I never expected you to comprehend," Zor replied, his tone indicating that he had pondered this matter with considerable deliberation. That moment, a shockwave from an explosion rattled the entire base, and the communications system of the Zenithstar army crackled with chaotic reports regarding the landing off. Invaders, the voices resounding clearly. The walls collapsed entirely, and Ward hurried forward to shield Zor with his own body while searching for a place to hide. At that juncture, Dalza had already departed from the command center. The invaders' seismic assault mechs, the most formidable and advanced killing machines, advanced through the SW. Earling debris, crafted from exceptionally resilient alloy, their colossal forms resembled walking warships, a nightmare in the eyes of the diminutive bipedal warriors. Even with the addition of heavier armor, the assault posed little threat to the Zenith Star troops equipped with combat pods. Several combat pods unleashed blinding blue beams that converged upon a single point, penetrating the exterior of the first seismic assault mech within range. The invaders retaliated with powerful artillery shells, yet the armor seems ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming firepower, rupturing explosively, sending searing fragments flying in all directions, bouncing off the combat pod's exteriors and scattering across the ground. At a group of fully armed Zenith soldiers, unable to board their battle pods in time, were forced to engage in individual combat. They unleashed a barrage of fire from light infantry weapons upon the invading forces. Undeterred by the staggering casualties, the warriors evaded the enemy's artillery and bravely launched their assault. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the invaders' mechanical behemoth intercepted a battle pod rendered incapable of offensive action. With its formidable metallic claws, it ruthlessly tore apart the pod's exterior, mercilessly dismembering the wounded Zenith soldiers within. Simultaneously, the invaders' small reconnaissance drones surged alongside the shock mech into the heart of the Zenith base to conduct surveillance. The reconnaissance drones swiftly located Zor, who had been under their watchful gaze for some time, as thoughts of vengeance consumed them. They closed in on Zor and his contingent, prompting Ward to raise his personal weapon and fire upon them, attempting to draw the enemy's fire away from his commander. Though the drones appeared somewhat cumbersome compared to a human soldier, small arms proved ineffective against the metallic monstrosities. Ward's strategy yielded some success, albeit at the cost of his own life. A single shell swiftly delivered him to the afterlife, simultaneously injuring Zor with its fiery explosion. After a volley of gunfire, the reconnaissance drone detonated. However, it had already transmitted a communication signal to the rear, prompting the remaining drones and shock mechs to encircle their adversaries. Dorza and the surviving warriors, along with the battle pods, quickly formed a circular defensive formation. The Zenith Creed dictates a steadfast refusal to retreat and a noble willingness to sacrifice. They were prepared to fight to the last breath. Suddenly, a massive shell soared in from the right, followed swiftly by another from the left. Dorza was taken aback to discover that the invaders had breached their defenses. However, the enemy was in retreat, with Brita leading a counteroffensive. Despite this, a small cohort of shock mechs launched a suicidal assault, acting as wedges that threaten it. The safety of Dorza and Zor. A shell detonated near Brita, sending shockwaves and shrapnel crashing in him as he raised his weapon to fire, striking him squarely on the right side. Of his face, Brita fell, flames licking at his head, yet the counterattack from the Zenith army did not waver, even as the invaders were expelled from the breach in the walls. The majority of the invaders' attempts to negotiate a ceasefire or board their spacecraft for evacuation ultimately failed, resulting in their near annihilation. At this moment, the ruler of Lopat must have received word of the Zenith army's impending assault. There was no doubt that a retaliatory strike was imminent. Brita was receiving treatment, though his life was not in immediate danger. The scar on his face would remain with him for eternity. For Dorza, these events were of little consequence. He gazed at Zor, whose severely injured body was still emitting smoke. Medics surrounded the nearly lifeless genius, employing every instrument and medication at their disposal to save him. Dorza's years of combat experience told him that Zor was beyond salvation. He gazed at the magnificent blue and white planet floating in the boundless expanse of space, silently wish for its vibrant vitality. He realized that it would inevitably become the crux of events, perhaps even the focal point of intense conflicts among galaxies. A surge of conscious energy erupted from the planet's surface, manifesting as a terrifying beam of light, 100 miles wide. It swayed and roared like a whirlwind, radiating clusters of brilliance. Gradually, it ascended, swiftly transcending into the cosmos. Once again, Zor felt insignificantly small in the face of the power of this conscious energy. Even more astonishing was the transformation of the beam's apex into a colossal bird, a phoenix imbued with conscious force. The phoenix's wings continuously morphed and expanded, reaching widths greater than the planet itself. Its cries resonated with solemnity and sorrow, a sound so profound that it momentarily made Zor forget his impending demise. The phoenix soared towards another celestial body. In that moment of both fear and solemnity, tears streamed down his scorched face. Yet he was also uplifted by an unwavering belief that the space fortress would indeed reach that blue and white planet. Dorza stood nearby, watching Zor's charred form. Despite the medical team's relentless efforts, life slowly ebbed away from Zor. Dorza even began to question whether Zor's grievous injuries were a result of his own deliberate actions. Before the hyperspace jump, the final communications transmitted from the space fortress revealed that the traders aboard had been intercepted by the invaders, a revelation that, too, took him completely by surprise. During their escape, they sustained severe injuries. However, this news did little to alleviate Dorza's distress. That I have thwarted the plans of the Lopat ruler to conquer the universe. Zor struggled to catch his breath, his words fragmented in his final moments. Yet, a grander and more noble mission is only just beginning. Dorza. Suddenly, Zor's coughing intensified, and his movements came to an abrupt halt. His eyes closed forever. Dalza stood before a screen that, even for the Zentao, whose size dwarfed that of Earthlings, appeared overwhelmingly large. Displayed before him was the image of the Lopot ruler. Dalza obsequiously reported the entire sequence of events. Thus, we are unaware of the location of the space fortress, at least not at this moment. The Lopot ruler's face was a mask of fury. His features were chiseled and severe, with an aquiline nose, exaggerated brows, and hair weathered by time. Dalza was not surprised by the ruler's anger. Zor, the one who had bestowed upon them boundless power, was dead, and the fortress had vanished in an instant. Dalza even questioned whether the invaders truly comprehended the extent of the damage their assault had inflicted upon the Lopot ruler. Otherwise, he would not have launched such a trivial offensive. The image of Dorza bowed respectfully. "And what is Zor, my lord? Shall I lay his remains to rest amidst the blossoms he cherished in life?" "No. Immediately freeze it. You are personally responsible for delivering it to me, ensuring it is well guarded. There remains a possibility for us to extract useful information from his cytoplasm." As his words echoed, the image of the ruler Lopot vanished from the screen. "Lord Dorza, Breedeye has come to report as ordered." Dorza scrutinized Breedeye from head to toe. In merely a day or two, the seasoned commander from Tianxiang had nearly fully recuperated, fit to undertake immediate duties. Breedeye had regained his gladiatorial physique, a visage he naturally possessed, yet he was no mere brawn without intellect. Breedeye often found himself engulfed in emotional lows, yet this time it was he who severed the enemy's lethal grasp. Now, he appeared even more callous, ruthless, and ferocious. Dorza held him in high esteem. Sunlight gleamed upon Britay's resplendent metallic mask, but it has already jumped away. Britay's expression conveyed unwavering determination. "The space fortress shall belong to us. I swear it." Like everyone else, I felt a profound sense of foreboding. Yet I believe that the emergence of the SDF-1 should be a boon for all humanity. After all, I had witnessed how it deterred that gang of politicians, thwarting their insidious machinations. In the year 1999, the space fortress descended upon Earth. By that time, humanity had long abused the term miracle, only to later realize that true wonders were just beginning to unfold. As the 20th century drew to a close, the word miracle was predominantly employed to describe household appliances and food additives. Subsequently, a global civil war erupted, a convoluted conflict that swiftly escalated into a worldwide war by 1994, with miracle becoming a frequent term in the propaganda of both warring factions. As the war reached a stalemate, battlefields became interwoven, and flames of conflict engulfed every corner of the planet, leading people to forget the essence of miracles. The war intensified. Yet everyone understood what escalation ultimately signified until they entirely lost faith in the future. Nevertheless, neither side could halt the relentless conflict, as humanity, equipped with the most advanced weaponry, marched along a misguided path toward annihilation. Every form of life on the planet was exceedingly precious. Yet no one could devise a means to escape the inferno of nuclear devastation. It was not until nearly a decade after the outbreak of civil war that modern sages fundamentally transformed their perspectives. The arrival of the space fortress was a serendipitous event. However, from the outset, it manifested as a profoundly thought-provoking catastrophe. Analyzing its trajectory upon entering the atmosphere revealed it to be an object of formidable propulsion. No one knew whence it came. Perhaps it emerged from an unfathomable fracture in the continuum of time and space. The protracted descent of the space fortress continued to propagate destruction and death. Shockwaves and relentless, intense explosions have leveled numerous cities, leaving many citizens deaf and blind. The rise in atmospheric temperature has, to a certain extent, amplified the devastation. Cities are engulfed in flames, buildings are collapsing, and countless lives have been lost to this calamity. Its arrival has stirred deep anxiety among the populace. The mosques overflow with people, their numbers exceeding the architectural capacity of the structures. Temples and churches are equally crowded. Many have chosen the path of suicide. Curiously, the professions with the highest mortality rates are ranked as follows: Christian clergy, certain election-participating politicians, and prominent figures from the entertainment industry. A closer examination of their mindset reveals that these individuals feel their significance will be severely diminished with the arrival of extraterrestrial vessels. Meanwhile, those who have not succumbed to despair possess a singular motive: speculation. Ultimately, the object slowed its pace. Clearly, it had sustained damage, yet it remained maneuverable. It decelerated with astonishing efficiency, with its final descent almost resembling a glide. Based on general estimations, its mass is unimaginably heavy, utterly incapable of being supported by mere aerodynamic lift. It eventually came to rest on a gently sloping plateau of a small island. The French once conducted atomic bomb tests on this island, known as Mururoa. The clearing is both wide and lengthy, and the overall shape of the island enhances the spaciousness of that area. However, for such a grand vessel, it is not an ideal docking point. Several hundred yards behind the propellers lies the tumultuous coastline. At the other end, steep cliffs loom ominously near the remnants of the ship's bow. In the wake of shock, humanity hastily began to assess the devastation wrought by this calamity. Yet both warring factions swiftly confirmed that the collision was not instigated by either party. Hours following the impact, the enigmatic craft was dubbed an extraterrestrial intruder. The emergence of this alien spacecraft evidently eclipsed all other events in significance, prompting the leaders of the Civil War factions to hastily convene peace talks. After weighing the pros and cons, commanders, wielding formidable forces, were compelled to act swiftly, albeit at the cost of their prestige. Nonetheless, they made considerable sacrifices to reach a compromise. All eyes turned towards the sky and the diminutive island known as Macross, for the cosmos had unleashed such terrifying power upon the Earth. In comparison, the global civil war seemed a trivial and laughable squabble. It took merely a few hours to assemble an expeditionary team to survey the damaged hull. Although the alliance had long ceased to function, the cautious maxim of prudence was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the team members, who now found themselves compelled to work alongside their erstwhile foes. This time, adversaries who once fought for their own interests were united in a common mission. Helicopters ascended, hovering above the retreating aircraft carrier, the HMS Nosa, an exhilarating artificial island. On the frictional landing deck, Lieutenant Roy Fu reluctantly set aside his work and fixated his gaze upon the aircraft. He regarded Colonel T.R. Edward, a masterful pilot adept at maneuvering various types of aircraft. In the past, Roy Fock would have thrived in such circumstances. He and Edward had once engaged in aerial duels, each striving to outmaneuver the other. According to his credentials, Roy Fock could be considered an internationalist. His uniform proudly displayed the insignia of his carrier air wing, featuring a grinning skull crossed with femurs. This emblem originally belonged to the formidable VF-84 squadron of the illustrious USS Nimitz, which had once been equipped with F-14 Tomcats and later transitioned to the Z-6 Executioner. By Roy's generation, he piloted the latest C-9A Falcon. This flight mission held significant importance. Hence, the directional radar on the observation deck and the bald eagle array atop the observation tower were diligently monitoring the helicopter aboard the USS Kranza. Admiral Hines and other high-ranking officials were present, yet conspicuously absent was Captain Henry Grover. This was the most peculiar task Roy had ever undertaken, and he felt an indescribable tension, particularly because their adversary had chosen Edward as the representative for the expedition team. The last time they had pursued each other in the skies, Edward was employed by an organization known as the Northeast Asia Community. Even now, the question of whom Edward truly fought for remained uncertain, unless it aligned with T.R. Colonel Edward's personal interests were entirely irrelevant. Roy admonished himself not to dwell on it. He merely needed to manage his own words. In his seat, a wave of agitation washed over Roy. The weight of hundreds of weapons, ammunition, and survival gear in the load-bearing apparatus pressed uncomfortably upon him. He swept back his tousled golden hair to keep it from obstructing his view. At some point, long hair had become the standard hairstyle for pilots, a fact that perplexed him. Now, it had solidified into an unwritten convention, perhaps a vestige of traditions passed down from ancient warriors. He scrutinized Edward, assessing him from head to toe. This mercenary, in his 30s, was likely a decade older than Roy, yet they were of similar stature, possessing a robust, sun-kissed complexion, sun-bleached long hair, and a smile that could kill. It seemed he had always known how to savor life. Despite being younger than Edward, Roy's combat record indicated that he was no less experienced or skilled. In the olden days, Switzerland, Israel, and other regions espoused a philosophical approach to experience, fundamentally asserting that truly adept pilots, provided they were competent, should be entrusted with leadership roles, irrespective of age or social class. Edward met his gaze. Care to try your hand at flying, Fock? However, in my view, it would be wiser for you to remain seated. No, thank you. I'll keep a close watch to ensure you don't turn this into a debacle and jeopardize us all. Edward chuckled. Fuck, do you know what your flaw is? You are too deeply entrenched, too obsessed with this war. Pray tell, would you fight for fascism? Edward scoffed, a derisive sound escaping his lips. This war has raged for a decade. Do you still believe there exists a dichotomy of good and evil between the warring factions? Moreover, the Northeast Asia community compensates me with a weekly salary that surpasses your annual earnings. Roy sought to counter, yet he was under strict orders to avoid friction with Edward. As if to remind him, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, the distinctive scent of pipe tobacco burning, which to Roy bore a striking resemblance to the odor of a soap factory ablaze. Grover was smoking again. But how could one tactfully remind a superior that he had contravened the prohibition against smoking aboard the aircraft? A wise lieutenant would refrain from such folly. Oh, omnipotent God! Roy exhaled slowly. In the face of this predicament, even Edward found himself at a loss for words. The vessel was indeed a magnificent spacecraft. Preliminary assessments indicated no abnormal radiation levels, nor any signs of firing or other mechanical activity. The helicopter descended onto a clearing mere yards from the spacecraft, which bore the scars of fire and collision. Moments later, the expedition team disembarked from the cabin and began unloading their gear. Grover was a tall, slender man, sporting a Stalin-esque mustache. His frequent pipe smoking had left his facial hair dusted with ash, and his broad-brimmed hat was pulled low, obscuring his brow. He exuded vitality, and his broad shoulders lent him an appearance of youthfulness, but the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes betrayed that he was indeed in his 50s. Despite the preparations being far from complete, Private Murphy could hardly contain his eagerness and took action. He could not resist looking around, exclaiming, "Hey, look, I found a hatch." Grover shouted back, "You fool, get away from there." His Russian accent remained thick. Murphy stood near a high, flattened circular object, waving to his comrades. Unbeknownst to him, the hatch slowly opened from the center, sliding apart, as slender metallic tendrils emerged. At that moment, Murphy was oblivious to his teammates' urgent warnings. Suddenly, the unfortunate soldier was ensnared by the tendrils and lifted into the air. He was dragged into the ship's body, shouting loudly, his automatic weapon slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Paralyzed by fear of the unknown enemy, none dared to fire a shot. The hatch slammed shut. Grover extended his arm to block Roy and other teammates who attempted to rush in for a rescue. "Stay put. No one is to fire. Not a single step forward until we have further understanding of this entity." Hours passed, and a turn of events unfolded, though the explorer's knowledge of the spacecraft remained limited. At the insistence of General Hines, Dr. Emil Long was dispatched by helicopter to oversee the exploration efforts. Dr. Long was one of the most distinguished scientists on Earth, a foremost authority in interstellar protocol and communication. This time, he was sent by General Hines, Senator Russell, and other leaders of the Alliance to assist in fulfilling this mission. Dr. Lang, of moderate stature and not particularly imposing, nonetheless possesses a lion-like spirit of determination whenever faced with the unknown. He disregarded the orders issued by his superiors, insisting that Colonel Grover assemble a small team to venture into the spacecraft for exploration. Grover selected Roy, Ed, and 8 soldiers, himself included, illuminating the scene. Lang commanded them to load their weapons, yet to secure the safeties. "Should anyone fire without my permission, I shall bring them before a military tribunal to face capital charges." However, Edward discreetly made a face beneath his mask, switching his submachine gun to fully automatic mode. No one noticed his subtle maneuver. The team split into 2 groups. Grover issued orders, retaining responsibility for tactical matters, while instructing, "Roy, take 4 men, Dr. Lang, Ed, and the rest shall join our group." Once more, they set forth. Oblivious to the previously dormant reconnaissance robot that had suddenly activated and was now following the Team's route into the open hatch, its movements noticeably more agile than before. 15 minutes later, Roy's team arrived at a wide and lofty corridor, expansive enough to house an open-air stadium. He halted, shining his shoulder-mounted spotlight around. "This cursed place must be under an illusion. We have been deceived. Look, is that wall moving?" He inquired of the sergeant behind him, a machine gunner. Just as Roy was about to command them to advance, he heard a soft voice calling, "Carlisle. Hey, where are you?" Calouste serves as the rear guard of their group, and they swiftly turned to discern the cause of the commotion. For reasons unknown, Calouste had been drawn far away and was now hastily making his way back to the team. As he approached, his gait appeared distinctly unnatural. He ambled forward with his head tilted back, resembling a marionette gliding along a tightrope. They directed their lights towards Kalus, revealing his body suspended like a puppet, being propelled forward by a towering, 70-foot metallic monstrosity. Each member of the team stood transfixed, paralyzed by the bizarre spectacle before them. The heavily armored beast brandished its other claw menacingly at the squad. There was no time for the soldiers to seek permission to fire, even if Dr. Long had denied their request. They would have disregarded the command. Roy, the machine gunner, along with several other Marines, immediately opened fire, the gunfire echoing deafeningly. Suddenly, the creature's right hand unleashed a searing beam of orange-red light, incinerating a Marine in an instant, reducing him to ashes like a mere insect. Deep within my mind, I had come to realize that fate had paved a path for me, one that would place me alongside the likes of Einstein, Newton, and other luminaries immortalized in history. Yet, to be honest, such thoughts rarely occupied my mind. Under the allure of new knowledge, any scientist could transform from a lamentable Faust into a revered sage. Excerpt from Dr. Ariel Long's technical notes. Roy and his compatriots had expended an entire magazine of ammunition to no avail. As they scattered and concealed themselves, crouching in corners to reload their magazines, that colossal hand, armed with formidable weaponry, once again selected a victim. A second searing beam of light streaked past, evaporating yet another Marine. Roy suddenly realized that radio communication had become a mere illusion. It had been nestled within Hex canvas pack, now rendered useless by its owner's fiery demise. Turning around, Roy discovered the RPC rocket launcher abandoned by the first victim, and he hurriedly lunged for it. The machine gunner cast a doubtful glance in his direction but ultimately provided him with covering fire. The ensuing explosion shattered the metallic beast into two halves, causing it to collapse, its frenzied energy extinguished. The subsequent detonation sent Roy tumbling to the ground. He lost consciousness, yet awoke mere seconds later. The cacophony of explosions temporarily muted his hearing, prompting the machine gunner to shake him vigorously. From the shape of his lips, Roy discerned the words, "It's still alive." Roy staggered behind the machine gunner, while the monstrous entity halted before the debris of the first creature, the remnants still ablaze. "Remember, we must charge out." Roy vaguely heard the machine gunner's admonition. They felt as though they had been wandering the deck of the warship for a year, finally able to pause for a breath. The machine gunner had evidently covered his ears when Roy launched the rocket, and now he remained vigilant, alert to any sudden enemy appearance. "I can't go on either." Roy's voice sounded weary. All paths were blocked. Roy shook his head, filled with the same bewilderment as the machine gunner. Perhaps these individuals intended to drive us to some location. Yet, I cannot be certain. They resumed their journey. Roy's hearing was gradually returning, though the incessant buzzing in his ears caused him considerable discomfort. It seemed they did not wish to eliminate us entirely, for the machine gunner suddenly let out a cry, cursing vehemently. Roy glanced down, only to discover that the ground beneath their feet was rippling like a river, ultimately consuming them. Grover clutched his automatic rifle tightly. "Did you capture all this on video, Dr. Lang?" Lang rubbed his forehead. "Yes, but the images keep distorting. It's making me somewhat dizzy. It feels akin to seasickness," Edward interjected. Grover himself felt a wave of unease wash over him. He instructed everyone to pause and catch their breath, sending Edward to scout the next chamber. Grover cast a worried glance at Lang. Since the alien spacecraft had descended upon Earth, Grover had become an indispensable figure across the globe. He knew he must protect Dr. Lang at all costs. However, as captain, he had issued a hasty command in a moment of impulsiveness, and now he found himself unable to communicate with Roy's team or the members waiting outside via radio. "Prepare yourselves mentally," Edward managed to say, swallowing hard. "I have located Murphy, but I find it difficult to articulate his current condition." He swallowed again, fighting the urge to retch. One by one, they followed Edward through the entrance into the next chamber. Inside, a ferocious physical struggle was underway. Long grasped the doorframe, steadying himself to gain a clear view of the chaos within. Grover turned to the soldiers behind him, urging vigilance. The enemy responsible for Murphy's demise must be lurking nearby. The dazed soldiers snapped back to attention, diligently executing their assigned tasks. Suddenly, a sergeant rushed forward to retrieve the severed foot floating in the nutrient solution. "We cannot simply abandon Murphy here." However, Long seized the reckless soldier with astonishing strength. "Don't touch it. Do you know what that solution is? Do you wish to be pickled like him? No? Then good. Use this instrument to extract a sample, but exercise caution." Grover swiftly gathered his team. issuing orders for a retreat. Edward no longer wore his previous air of arrogance, which pleased Grover immensely. Moments later, as the squad navigated through a dark expanse, he felt a soldier tap his shoulder. "Sir, over there." Like demons escaping the chains of hell, a horde of armored metal beasts surged towards them, intent on transforming them into mere pulp. A Marine let out a scream, only to be instantly obliterated. His bodily fluids and remaining limbs vaporized by the beams emitted from the monsters, turning into steam. The team immediately unleashed a torrent of ammunition with all available weaponry, including a recoilless rifle and a light machine gun equipped with Teflon-coated semi-armored rounds. Nevertheless, the second soldier was incinerated in an instant. Yet, they appeared to be more fortunate than Roy's squad. The machine gunner and rocket launcher operator had accurately targeted the weapon on the leading monster's arm, even identifying its vulnerable joints, launching the beast into the sky. The second explosion sent the ship's guardians swaying violently, at which point Edward shouted, "Grover, over here." He stood at the entrance of the adjacent compartment, and survivors rushed in, 2 soldiers supporting Dr. Lang, who was still recording the battle. Flames and thick smoke billowed from the destroyed metallic creature, and debris flew about the cabin. "We can temporarily block them," Edward stated as he removed the empty magazine from his trusted Mac 35 rifle and replaced it with a fresh one. The ground began to shift once more, and Grover sought to position Lang in a location shielded from enemy fire. "Hey, did anyone press a switch?" Edward exclaimed, his face paling again. In a circular defensive formation, Grover commanded, "Lang, move to the center." The soldiers aimed their weapons outward, encircling the doctor. Suddenly, they felt a force pushing up from the ground beneath them, as if they were standing in the center of an ascending elevator. The ground continued to rise, and it seemed they would be crushed against the ceiling, when unexpectedly, the ceiling rippled, and they found themselves passing right through it. The team arrived in a brightly lit area, where they even heard familiar voices. "Ah, at long last. You've made it." It was Roy, leaning against a pillar in the grand hall. This was perhaps the most spacious hall they had ever encountered in their lives, illuminated as if it were midday. After exchanging information, Grover remarked, "Well then, now that we find ourselves here, what is the purpose of it all?" "Doctor." Lang pointed towards a structure resembling a bridge, encased in a transparent, bowl-like formation, towering significantly above the ship's stern. Despite its considerable size, it appeared to be designed for beings of human-like stature. "I wager that must be the nerve center of the battleship, Captain. That is where the commander issues orders. It is our prime target. We must take a chance," Grover resolved. He continued, "However, you should remain here with the others, my dear doctor, while Roy ventures forth to scout the path." How ironic, Edward made a face at Roy, having traversed through the vast and ancient expanse of time. Zor's command center remained unchanged since the moment he departed from the battleship. The dormant modules, workstations, and various instruments were evidently crafted for creatures resembling humans. Lang surveyed his surroundings, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Although many of the facilities and devices were unrecognizable, he possessed a clear understanding of the functions and arrangements of various instruments, such as desktop modules and certain display screens. Roy, Grover, and the others were captivated by the spectacle before them, oblivious to Dr. Long's actions. Suddenly, a crackling sound of static electricity filled the air. "Long, you fool. Step away." Just as Grover was about to pull him from the console, Long had already discerned the intricacies of operating the machine. The waveforms on the screen began to distort, and then, a face emerged from the chaotic interference. The grip on Dr. Long's coat slowly relaxed as Grover gasped, "My heavens. It's human." "Perhaps not, but I believe it bears a striking resemblance to an earthling," Dr. Long conceded, his tone remarkably composed. Zor's eyes were fixed on the screen, his almond-shaped eyes wide open as if observing every individual in the hall. He spoke in a harmonious and beautiful language previously unheard by anyone. It resembled the metallic tablets or other recording methods used by ancient mariners. Roy muttered to himself. The alien-esque voice exhibited a timbre entirely distinct from that of humans. Then, another image appeared on the screen. They beheld the devastating war machine of the Viderians, firing and tearing apart foes, evidently launching an offensive. A machine designed for warfare. "Disgusting," Long added. As everyone remained transfixed by the screen, Roy placed a hand on Pelroff's shoulder. "Captain, I think it would be prudent for us to vacate this area." "Look," Edward exclaimed, pointing outside. The ground began to undulate like waves, as if something were about to break through the surface. All individuals directed their weapons toward that location. Yet only Dr. Lang remained focused, attentively monitoring the information displayed on the screen. A familiar object emerged before them. Wasn't it the malfunctioning probe robot encountered earlier at the hatch? One of the gunmen remarked. Edward squinted, indeed, but how did it follow us here? It appears to have restored its functionality, Grover noted. Perhaps we can utilize it to explore this area. As everyone observed, wires and microchips were in motion, akin to a city reconstruction project captured from high above using delayed technology. For reasons unknown, the sight of components sliding, converging, deforming, and reorganizing evoked in Roy thoughts of blooming flowers and children's crossword puzzles, though the two were evidently unrelated. Perhaps its presence here is intended to guide us out, Grover postulated. Yet how do we account for the attack we just experienced? Edward countered. Lang shrugged. Who knows the extent of the damage sustained by the spacecraft's command system? That assault might have been triggered by the malfunction, and the message we just received undoubtedly carries a warning, which could be a gesture of goodwill. Lang exchanged a glance with Roy, suggesting that Earth may encounter more extraterrestrial visitors in the future, or so I interpret, along with other implications. Very well then. All personnel, prepare for departure, Grover declared. As long as the robot can lead us out, we must seize this opportunity. We have no alternative. The crew busied themselves with the final preparations before departure. They exchanged the remaining ammunition, loading the last 2 rocket launchers, while attentively listening to Captain Grover's instructions. At that moment, Lang took his place at the console equipped with monitors. His intuition proved correct. This was indeed the nerve center of the warship, and the console, along with its surrounding apparatus, constituted the very heart of that center. Lang diligently analyzed their functions, anxious that he might never again encounter such an opportunity. A sudden exclamation escaped Lang's lips, causing everyone to raise their weapons in alertness, their shadows elongated by the spotlight cast upon the wall. The lights in the command center began to flicker, energy coursing through the interconnected electronic network in a manner reminiscent of blood flowing through veins, saturating the entire vessel. The console was enveloped by a blinding pulse of light, and Dr. Lang clutched it tightly, his body writhing in agony. The light illuminated him, a mysterious force surging within him. Before he could fire, the strange illumination extinguished. Lang gradually slumped onto the deck. "Captain, the robot is about to vanish," shouted the gunner, pointing at the rippling deck surrounding the robot. There was no time for hesitation. Roy hoisted Lang onto his shoulder, praying fervently to avoid any misfortune such as radiation or infectious disease. They quickly gathered around the robot, sinking towards the ground. The air, the surroundings, and the very fabric of space seemed to shift. Lang twitched on Roy's shoulder, prompting him to grip tighter. In the midst of this turmoil, a soldier shouted, "Can anyone tell me that what I see is not real? The battleship must have transformed once more. Otherwise, they would have been transported to another realm." They stared in astonishment at the remains of a giant. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired. One soldier calmly remarked that he had witnessed such a scenario before. Lang struggled momentarily, and Roy had no choice but to set him down from his shoulder. "Are you feeling better, Doctor?" Yes, Lang replied, nodding with profound understanding. "I comprehend." He lacked the time to examine the spectacle before him, for the robot was advancing once again. Roy grasped Lang, and they continued their journey forward. The robot guided them to a nearby corner, where they encountered 2 fully armed battleship guardians. One soldier hastily aimed a rocket launcher at the monstrous creature lurking behind the reconnaissance robot, sending it soaring into the sky. Just as the Tracker's red line aligned with the beast and received feedback from its glimmering armor, the machine gunner and another rocket launcher operator opened fire. Interlude. Pay heed to me, whether it be the Bill of Rights, the Scout's Oath, or the 3 laws of robotics. Adhering to these principles holds no significance. We must cease this practice. Anything that propels us to the pinnacle of power is deemed beneficial. Conversely, that which offers no tangible assistance is deemed detrimental. Do you understand? Excerpt from Senator Russell's directives to the financial officer of the Re-election Committee. In summary, Admiral Hines is delivering a closing statement. Despite encountering extraordinarily fierce resistance, Captain Grover's team has successfully evacuated from the battleship without sustaining further casualties. Senator Russell exhaled a cloud of smoke, pondering over the report. What is the current status of Dr. Lang? Indeed, the most remarkable genius on this planet holds his own principles concerning the gravest matters. Russell released a smoke ring. And what of it? Hines, lost in thought, absent-mindedly scratched his cheek. Yet the soldiers stationed outside the battleship indicated that Grover's team had been inside for merely 15 minutes. He resumed his seat at the conference table. Senator Russell, presiding over the meeting, contemplated carefully. He understood that officers like Hines, who value order, would not accept such a report without conclusive evidence. Suddenly, he forced a smile. If it were not for the unforeseen event, we would have had to orchestrate one ourselves. How splendid! The other political operatives in the room nodded in agreement, their expressions laced with cunning, their eyes seemingly ignited by ambition. The timing of the spacecraft's descent was truly astonishing. Less than a month ago, these very individuals were scheming within their factions, devising one of history's most dreadful conspiracies, all while facing a perilous crisis that could potentially obliterate humanity itself. Their compromise was not born out of benevolence, but rather a calculated endeavor to maximize their own interests. They once contemplated orchestrating a fabricated catastrophe, a crisis that could halt the war and bring all of humanity under their dominion. They undertook considerable preparations to achieve this goal, including the prospect of widespread plague and global famine. However, their influence paled in comparison to the arrival of extraterrestrial visitors descending upon Macross Island. Russell's smile grew increasingly sinister. Gentlemen, I do not perceive the undertaking of this inevitable venture as an expression of tyranny. It serves to illuminate the necessity for humanity to unite. It is imperative that they commence under their own supervision, a prerequisite that requires no elaboration. Russell was acutely aware that these political merchants understood this truth, yet Hines and other idealistic fools remained overwhelmed with a misguided sense of selflessness and valor, moved to tears. For those who manipulate power, allegiance to any side is of little consequence. Naturally, the ideological and historical roots of global civil war hold no sway over them either. In this regard, Russell and his fellow politicians merely engaged in empty rhetoric. The crux of the matter lies in seizing opportunities to gain prestige and authority. Russell's involvement in the internationalist world peace and disarmament movement stemmed solely from the prospects it afforded for personal advancement, devoid of such conditions. He would not have joined without hesitation when this organization extended a political commitment to him, nor would he have cultivated his own faction. Truly splendid, Russell mused. The monumental defense initiative, supported by national taxation, eclipses any program in the annals of human history in both scale and expense. The advantages derived from this opportunity are incalculable, compelling the military to adhere strictly to their leadership and consequently fortifying the regime. Furthermore, the astounding benefits conferred by this extraordinary low-part technology will position the world government in a realm of absolute authority and unassailable stability. Senator Russo furrowed his brow, re-evaluating the persona of Hines, a natural soldier, embodying obedience and diligence, yet somewhat monotonous. Indeed, Hines demonstrated such traits in certain matters. Once the unification and reconstruction of Earth are accomplished, the question of who remains in the highest echelons of leadership will arise. Solutions will invariably present themselves. For instance, does Hines not have a daughter in her teenage years? Yes, Russo recalled, a rather unassuming and reclusive little girl, her name coming to mind, Lisa. Regardless, once the objectives are achieved, they will possess ample time to subdue Hines and others of his ilk, while also keeping an eye on Long. As for Colonel Edward, he appears to be a shrewd young man, aware of who can provide him with advantages. He was the one who divulged confidential information to Russo, and he keenly observes Grover and the movements of others. Edward will undoubtedly prove useful. Should we invite Dr. Long in? Senator Russo suggested. Lang arrived swiftly, his complexion pale and his physique slender, yet he radiated a palpable strength and determination. However, the depth of his dark eyes evoked an unsettling discomfort. He fixated intently on Russell, his expression suggesting a complete disregard for their prior acquaintance. Perhaps Russell had inadvertently interrupted a crucial train of thought. It was indeed likely. Rebuilding? Certainly, there are no objections. Do you presume we are preoccupied with trivial matters at this juncture? Such words cast doubt on Russell's fundamental rationality, akin to questioning his sanity in comparison to others. Before Russell could respond, Lang continued, the term miracle you employed is, in my view, quite apartment. However, I must convey to each of you present that it was Captain Grover who articulated a significant truth to me when we ultimately emerged from that vessel. He deliberately paused, the entire assembly seemingly ensnared within the depths of his shadowy gaze. Captain Grover remarked, this ship has salvaged humanity from self-destruction. Doctor, indeed. It is a miracle, yet history imparts a sobering lesson. Miracles invariably demand a monumental sacrifice. Excerpt from Major Roy Fox correspondence to Claudia Grant. Fireworks have supplanted bombs, and celebrations have replaced warfare. Roy nodded, fervently wishing that every day could be one of parades and picnics. War. I have had my fill. A decade has elapsed, and Macross Island has undergone a profound transformation. In Roy's eyes, everything is progressing in a positive direction. Since the global government designated the reconstruction of the extraterrestrial spacecraft as a paramount objective, supplies and equipment, construction materials, technicians and laborers, along with their families, and of course soldiers, have been airlifted to this island. Thus, a brand new, modern city has emerged around the hull. They have also excavated a bustling deep-water port, where 2 aircraft carriers are presently docked. Despite their immense size, they are still overshadowed by the colossal battleship, much like Roy himself. Helicopters and fighter jets soar low over the island, paying homage to Earth's new defender, the SDF-1. Roy cast another glance at the SDF-1, the super-dimensional Fortress 1. Even after a decade, every sighting fills him with awe. Currently, the hull is painted in a striking blue and white, with its surface and upper structure gleaming subtly, presenting a smooth and eye-catching appearance. The expansive, bubble-shaped observation windows of the bridge resemble the visors of a spacesuit, imparting a curious sensation as if the battleship is vigilantly observing the city's every move. Roy found himself pondering what the vessel looked like before its descent to Earth, and how much the results of Dr. Lang's team's endeavors differed from its original form. Today, the civilians finally have the opportunity to behold this entity, which has consistently been listed among the highest classified secrets. A fleet of transforming fighters glided freely through the skies, their wings swept back to achieve greater velocity. They are members of the Skeleton Squad, under the command of Major Roy. Just wait, we shall showcase our remarkable skills. He chuckled. A convoy, resplendent with bright headlights and blaring horns, majestically traversed the city towards Dock SDF-1. According to the prearranged schedule, the SDF-1 had already postponed her maiden voyage. Leading the procession was a police car, followed closely by an elongated luxury vehicle. The streets were adorned with vibrant flags. However, not everyone was jubilant about today's festivities. The mayor of Macross City, a short and sturdy man with a sense of humor, wore a serious expression as the convoy whizzed past. One of the island's suppliers, when Harvest, stood beside him, observing the parade. Is something amiss, Mr. Mayor? Why the long face? Tommy, the mayor, shrugged and replied, after so many years, I can scarcely believe that today marks our final farewell to this grand lady. He gestured toward the ship, and Macross Island will certainly never be the same again. We shall miss her. When nodded in agreement, yet he inquired, don't you feel a sense of pride at the thought of her finally setting sail? Of course, the mayor responded. But if the trial voyage goes smoothly, we shall all face unemployment. Tommy's unexpected remark hung in the air. One, too, was reluctant to see his long-standing business come to an end, yet the memories of the war lingered vividly in his mind. He confessed his fondness for the idea of launching a space fortress into the cosmos to safeguard Earth. In his eyes, it far surpassed the mayor's expectations. When sighed, many had forgotten the original purpose behind the establishment of Macross City, yet one remained steadfast in his perspective on the matter. The procession clambered away, a grand spectacle indeed. The mayor scoffed dismissively. It was common knowledge that the mayor had never been invited to any significant celebratory events. The leaders of the world government always reserved various honors for themselves. Captain Grover appeared less than pleased when relayed to the mayor what he had just witnessed. Hoping to alleviate Tommy Wan's spirits, Grover was indeed rather discontented, seated beside Senator Russell in the opulent rear of the limousine, as the senator tirelessly waved to the crowd, flashing a smile that was merely the cold, detached grin of a career politician. As ever, Russell managed to find something to say, perhaps believing today was his day of triumph, though in reality, it was merely a testament to the labor of the crowd outside, who had toiled for a decade in pursuit of ideals. They had devoted their lives for the sake of peace, ensuring that future generations could thrive in harmony. Very well. I shall comply, Grover remarked. He hoped that the speaker's antics and the politician's mutual flattery would not linger too long, for at that moment, Grover's thoughts were solely fixated on executing his mission in outer space. She had already charted a luminous path for herself. At just under 24 years of age, Lisa had ascended to the position of first officer aboard the SDF-1. Undoubtedly, the reasons for this can largely be attributed to her profound familiarity with the various systems of the warship. Apart from Dr. Lang, No one possesses a more comprehensive and complete understanding of every screw and button aboard than she does. Lisa is a tall and slender young woman. Her fair complexion complemented by strands of brownish-yellow hair that cascade elegantly over her shoulders. She paused from her tasks to survey the entire bridge, where her subordinates had taken their positions. Venetia, Shani, and Kim, all enlisted technical officers, had also successfully prepared the bridge for operations. Grover's directive was to minimize chaos and ensure that as few personnel as possible accomplished the same tasks. Venetia was inputting fuel consumption data for the engine room as the warship prepared for departure. Kim had completed the checks on the aerospace systems, and Shani was overseeing the manual control systems. They were all quite youthful, akin to Lisa, as most of the crew aboard the SDF-1 were similarly young. This can be attributed to the advanced technologies, new weaponry, and mechanical systems on this vessel. Indeed, it has been demonstrated that, in many instances, the youth are more adept at grasping these novel principles than veterans are at unlearning the deeply ingrained knowledge of the past. Lisa sighed, sweeping her hair behind her shoulder as she made her way to her own seat. The ceremony was set to commence in 15 minutes, and she hoped the captain would arrive punctually, having heard that he had not slept well the previous night. Lisa quickly concealed her mischievous smile. Pondering where you were last night, Claudia. Humph. Claudia deftly diverted the conversation. What do you mean? She tilted her head, adopting an enchanting pose. Taller than Lisa and a few years her senior, Claudia sported a head of short, chestnut hair, her appearance imbued with an exotic allure. Are you envious? I dined with Major Falk late last night. Lisa had intended her remark as a jest, believing Claudia had spent her final hours on Earth cherishing moments with family, only to discover otherwise. Suddenly, the first officer erupted in anger. Claudia, how could you stay out all night? Are you not aware that both you and Roy have flight duties today? For Lisa, the mission constituted everything. She could not fathom why anyone would treat such a significant obligation with indifference. The outburst stemmed from deeper sentiments, intertwined with Claudia's romance with the dashing and valiant Roy Falk. This was not jealousy, rather, it was the stark contrast of Lisa's solitary existence that bewildered her. An inexplicable sense of emptiness washed over her, sowing seeds of doubt regarding the principles she had adhered to throughout her life. As fear of these thoughts gripped her, she hastily suppressed them with the stringent regulations of the first officer, striving to regain control over herself. Yet, Lisa was not the sole one incensed. Claudia placed her hands on her hips, assuming a defensive stance. So what? Why the fuss, Lisa? This will not affect today's mission. We are not children anymore. And you are not our guardian. Lisa felt a flush rising to her cheeks. Yet your responsibilities should take precedence, Claudia. No one is willing to concede in this standoff. And Claudia appears to be losing her patience. If she were a bit larger and her temper even fiercer, it is likely that no one could contend with her. In fact, she has long since completed her unarmed combat training. My extracurricular activities are a private matter, and no one has the right to intrude. Claudia halted the confrontation. Yet her underlying message was unmistakable. Why not attempt to change yourself a little, Lisa? For instance, try to relax. Soon, Claudia regained her composure. Now, shall we get to work? She gestured towards Lisa's workstation, suggesting they both attend to their tasks. Lisa hesitated, unaccustomed to retreating in the face of conflict. She was still fuming, yet she realized she had overstepped her bounds. At that moment, Vanessa shyly interjected, Lisa doesn't understand men at all, Claudia. She has fallen in love with this spaceship. Claudia couldn't help but smile at this retort, and Kim chimed in, Indeed, you are quite right. These words struck Lisa deeply. She would rather die than acknowledge such absurdity. She was aware that she had earned the nickname Frozen Fish just as the warship was nearing completion. However, beyond all the rules and regulations, she had developed a harmonious rapport with her female colleagues on the bridge. Moreover, Captain Grover was rather informal with the bridge crew, adopting a somewhat indulgent management style, treating them as a father would. Here, it was easy for everyone to become friends. Yet now, Lisa felt her face flush crimson with indignation. There was nothing amusing about the situation. Venetia, we have far more pressing matters at hand. Sammy, the youngest member of the bridge at merely 20 years old, could no longer contain herself as she observed her friends bickering incessantly. Oh, please stop arguing, she exclaimed, her sorrowful expression slightly alleviating the discord. It is not I who clings to others' private affairs. Claudia remained obstinate, refusing to relent. Lisa, unwilling to let the matter rest, suddenly exclaimed, I warn you. Perhaps having spent too much time with Grover, she had unknowingly adopted this assertive demeanor. Just as she began to speak, Another voice resonated from the bridge, momentarily interrupting her ire. Claudia wore a mischievous expression, her nose held high. I do not wish to interrupt, but I think you should take a look at your monitor, Colonel. It was then that Lisa noticed a persistent signal emanating from her station. She hurried towards it, striving to dismiss the ongoing dispute from her mind. When Kim called out, "An unconfirmed aircraft is approaching us, Lisa." Lisa glanced at her monitor, observing that the aircraft was following a predetermined flight path and emitting a landing request signal. Given that numerous military aircraft patrolling around Macross Island had not intercepted it, it must be a visitor with peaceful intentions. Lisa activated the communication system, endeavoring to speak to her friends in a calm tone. She ardently wished for this day to unfold peacefully, longing for the trial voyage to be executed flawlessly. Yet, why did others not share her fervent desire for perfection? Perhaps she was destined to be regarded as an outcast, a peculiar anomaly among the masses. Please take heed of the aircraft approaching along Route 107, she coldly instructed. Kindly verify your identity. A youthful male voice emerged from the receiver. Rick Hunter calling. I am invited to today's celebratory event, invitation number 203. Lisa found herself somewhat fatigued by such trifles, yet she diligently verified the information on another computer. The SDF. One was on the verge of departure, and here she was, being treated like an air traffic controller. Everything seems to fall upon my shoulders, Lisa murmured to herself. They have reduced me to a mere babysitter. And now Rick Hunter has appeared. Above Macross Island, an aircraft, rarely seen in these skies, was descending along the designated flight path for the day of departure, gliding slowly along the landing route 5 to 7, as specified by Lisa Hines. Now Rick Hunter could behold the SDF, one in all its grandeur. He let out a whistle. News reports and various accounts had failed to accurately convey the true enormity of this colossal vessel. 2 Thor-class super aircraft carriers were docked at the heart of the fleet, each exceeding the length of a 150-story office building, yet they paled in comparison to the magnificent space fortress. Rick beheld several of the most advanced fighter jets he had ever encountered soaring through the glassy expanse of the sky, as proclaimed by the newspaper regarding the Lowpote technology. Regardless of its true nature, Rick would no longer mock Roy Fokker. After all, he had devoted a significant portion of his youth to this so-called Lowpote technology. With a steady hand, Rick maneuvered his aircraft through the crowded heavens, relying solely on his inherent talent and adept skills to execute a seamless landing without the aid of computers. This, indeed, was a testament to a pilot's pride. Hailing from a lineage steeped in courage and pride, aerial acrobatics was their profession, and they were intrepid warriors piloting high-speed performance aircraft. At the tender age of 18, Rick had never suffered defeat in competition since entering puberty. He tousled his dark hair, adjusted his tinted goggles, and with a buoyant spirit, plunged towards the SDF-1, an unforgettable creation of Lowpote technology. Yet, it seemed the time had come for the pilots to step into the limelight. The true protagonists were the aviators, not this contraption assembled from metal. Above the lunar orbit, an ominous tremor reverberated like a spider's web through the fabric of space and time. However, this was merely the beginning. In truth, the scope of this terrifying disturbance was vast, as an incalculably large fleet cautiously advanced toward Earth. Undoubtedly, this day would mark a pivotal moment in the annals of Earth's history. At this very moment, Roy stood in the shadow of the SDF-1 on Macross Island. He was utterly indifferent to the small competition aircraft soaring thousands of feet above the ship's bow. Military personnel were utilizing the public announcement system, often referred to as the PA system in the following text, to deliver announcements to the multitude of civilians gathered here. Now, we shall present an extraordinary aerial performance that will showcase the advanced and wondrous fighter jets crafted through Lowpote technology. Major Roy Fock, the captain of the transforming fighter skeleton squadron, will provide live commentary. Roy is quite the celebrity on Macross Island, beloved by the majority of its residents. Clad in his uniform, his thick golden hair accentuates his imposing and handsome figure. As Roy strides to the podium amidst enthusiastic applause, he stands resolutely before the microphone, performing a crisp military salute to commence his explanation. Today, ladies and gentlemen, you will witness how we harness our intellect to absorb and transform profound extraterrestrial technology into our own formidable spear and shield. Above him, 6 or 7 formidable transforming fighter jets departed from the formation to execute their aerial maneuvers. Observe the 24 fighter formation, Roy continued. As the group initiated their first series of maneuvers, the roar of their engines deafening. They were flying at a staggering speed of 500 miles per hour, at an altitude of merely 50 feet. They would weave through the air within mere yards of one another, a feat made possible by low-bit technology. Roy gazed proudly at the crowd, all eyes turned skyward, fixed on the swiftly moving fighter jets. The true spectacle was brought to life by their performance. The performance limits of aircraft manufactured using Robotech technology render precise flight rather trivial. Prior to this, civilians may have witnessed transforming fighters shifting into Guardian or Battloid modes. However, the application of Robotech technology has now extended to military training in constrained environments, as well as maritime exercises for the onboard fighter jets of the aircraft carriers Daedalus and Prometheus. The ordinary residents of Macross Island rightfully became the first to witness the ultimate achievement of the SDF-1 construction project, a privilege they undoubtedly deserve far more than the politicians who vote on when and how much to spend on various endeavors. For those politicians, the expenditure is not their own, nor is the labor theirs to undertake. Today, all rumors and speculations surrounding Robotech technology have been dispelled, and people are bound to discover that it has indeed surpassed everyone's imagination. He spoke with uncontainable excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment when the fighter jets would streak across the arena at high speed, certain that his audience would be too astonished to even breathe. However, mere seconds later, he realized that the crowd beneath him did not react as he had anticipated. Instead, they erupted in laughter. Roy turned around to discern the cause of the commotion, only to witness a flashy little racing aircraft, seemingly emerging from nowhere, disrupt the formation of the sleek modern fighter jets. This was utterly absurd. It was an acrobatic display aircraft. Oh no. Roy, without needing to guess, was acutely aware of who occupied the seats within the celebration he had meticulously arranged, yet he was now engulfed in regret. Seizing the microphone from its stand, he flicked the switch, connecting it to the wireless communication network. "Rick, is that you, Hunter?" However, Roy's response was far from cordial. He erupted into a furious tirade through the microphone, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Get your wretched plane out of here." In his ire, he seemed to overlook a pivotal detail. His microphone was still linked to the PA system, allowing the audience to overhear their exchange. His escalating anger only amplified as he shouted, drawing the attention of those below, who found amusement in his plight. Laughter erupted. The atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly boisterous. At that moment, Roy directed a raised fist toward the diminutive performance aircraft, clutching the microphone with his other hand, resembling the thunderous grip of Jupiter, the Roman god. "Hunter, just wait until I get my hands on you." Suddenly, it dawned on him that the laughter was directed at him, the cacophony intensifying, with some in the crowd laughing to the point of tears. His gaze was drawn to a young girl seated in the front row. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, slender with long legs, possessing an endearing visage framed by hair as dark as the tranquil night. She stood behind a child, who was laughing so hard he could scarcely breathe, likely her younger brother. Under normal circumstances, Roy might have sought to capture her attention and offer her a smile. But in his current state, he found himself devoid of such inclination. Roy's face flushed crimson from the ridicule emanating from the audience. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly reminded of a melancholic remark Lisa once made. "Why is it that today, of all days, is the one that is so unfortunate?" A moment later, Ed swiftly resolved the situation. "What are you trying to do, Rick? Turn me into an exquisite fool?" Roy could hear the laughter in his old friend's voice. "Oh, there are no exquisite people in this world, Major." Despite becoming the target of mockery, Roy couldn't help but smile. Those who were oblivious to the latter part of their conversation had evidently become Rick Hunter supporters. Roy resolved to retaliate in his own manner. "You're still as bad-tempered as ever, aren't you, little brother? But this is not an amateur aerial acrobatics troupe. My warriors are all genuine pilots." "Amateur?" Rick lazily retorted. He glanced into the distance and saw the transforming fighter jet soaring upward in a diamond formation, preparing for their next explosive maneuver. "Just wait and see my prowess, Major. We'll see who prevails. Don't show off, Rick. Be careful." The mockingbird shot straight upward, narrowly brushing past the podium in a thrilling display. It flew so low that Roy had to crouch to avoid being struck. Many spectators dropped to the ground, most of them gasping in fright. Roy cast another glance at the young girl in the front row. She seemed to be trembling, yet her expression radiated joy, showing no signs of fear whatsoever. Trailing the fiery exhaust of the rocket, the mockingbird surged forth like a projectile, overtaking the relatively sluggish formation of the VT fighter jets. "Get away from there!" Roy shouted in a fit of urgency, liberated from the fear of embarrassing himself before the microphone. The diehard enthusiasts had often employed that very term to describe Rick's notorious temperament. As the crowd erupted in fervent applause and cheers, Roy clenched his fist once more. Though anger coursed through him, he felt an undeniable pride for his friend. In the vastness of outer space, a colossal fleet was consolidating its formation. Humanity's probes remained oblivious to their presence. Even as they were on the brink of revelation, it would be far too late for Earth. As the Mockingbird touched down, Roy leapt from the podium, eager to see Rick, forgetting to relinquish the microphone in his grasp. He yanked at the microphone stand, nearly tripping over the signal cable. Sprinting forward, the cable writhed behind him like a water snake. Rick lifted the transparent canopy, the glass top halting gracefully under his command. His dark hair tousled by the breeze as he pushed his tinted goggles atop his forehead. "Hey, Roy." Yet Roy was too preoccupied to reciprocate the greeting. "Who do you think you are? Do you realize what you've done? Are you seeking death?" Rick leapt from the cockpit, casually removing his goggles and tossing them into the cabin. "Hey, don't be so worked up." It was only then that Roy noticed he still clutched the microphone, the lengthy cable trailing behind him, an oversight that felt far from accidental. In a fit of anger, he hurled the microphone toward the unforgiving runway. "Where did you learn that move?" "Back then, we were still in the acrobatics troupe, weren't we?" Rick grasped Roy's hands, which were significantly larger than his own, and smiled at him. "It's merely the most fundamental technique of pressure climbing. You taught me that when I was still quite young." "Ah," Roy recalled, seizing Rick's upper arm. Eager to drag him in circles down the runway, Roy feigned a look of nausea. "Don't spin tales, Rick. I know you triumphed again in last year's amateur flying competition." "It's not amateur. It's a civilian competition." Rick promptly corrected him, his face alight with joy as he continued. "In fact, I've secured victory for 8 consecutive years." "But what have you been up to all these years? Are you still proud of being an assassin?" They delved into this bittersweet topic once more. Rick's late father had been an exceptional pilot, yet he had refused to serve in the global civil war. Jack Pope Hunter had indeed undertaken combat missions, but he had later renounced warfare, instilling in his son a fervent anti-war sentiment. Roy halted, clenching his fists, while Rick pressed onward without a pause. "What did you say?" If anyone else dared to speak to him like that, Roy would surely have engaged in a brawl. But this was Rick, someone akin to family. Perhaps even closer than blood. Roy suppressed his anger and quickened his pace to catch up with Rick. "As a soldier, I must fulfill my duty in war." Their synchronized strides on the runway formed a striking juxtaposition. Roy donned a flight suit featuring a blend of black and deep crimson reminiscent of a transforming fighter jet, while Rick, a head shorter, was clad in a dazzling ensemble of white and orange red akin to that of a circus performer. They paused before a vending machine, which was unlike any Rick had previously encountered. It dispensed a beverage known as patty cola. Rick inserted a few coins, and the machine emitted an odd sound. He retrieved a chilled can of the drink for himself and handed another to Roy. As he pulled the tab on the soda can, Roy began to share insights about his inaugural mission on Macross Island and the enigmatic Lowpote technology. These matters remained classified, perhaps for decades to come. Yet he felt an overwhelming debt to the late Pop Hunter. Roy shrugged, contemplating whether something within his very blood had altered him, though he could not be certain. Rick furrowed his brow, leaning against the patty cola vending machine. Lowpote technology. What was it, if not merely a more advanced war machine? At that moment, he heard the sound of a child wailing. An alien, perhaps? He could not fathom why he suddenly lost his balance and slid from the vending machine. It was only moments later that he realized the machine had shifted away from him. The patty cola vending machine was now eagerly sliding towards a mischievous boy of about 7 years old. "Cola. I want cola. You promised to buy me cola, Mimi. I want it now." He was adorned in a child's outfit resembling a transformation fighter jet pilot suit, which elicited a sense of distaste in Rick. How could they instill a consciousness of war in such young children? Roy glanced around, seeking to unravel the origins of the dispute. His attention was suddenly piqued as he recognized that the young lady earnestly attempting to reason with the child was none other than the charming girl seated in the front row moments ago. Clad in a striking red skirt, Mingmei was grasping the little boy's arm, preventing him from reaching the ever-approaching soda vending machine. "Cousin Jansen, stop this nonsense. I've already bought you a can of soda. You cannot have another." Yet, Jansen remained obstinate, firmly rooted in place, exclaiming, "Why? I want soda." To Rick's astonishment, the quarrel had transformed into a tug-of-war. Mingmei pulled Jansen away from the vending machine while shouting, "Cancel the purchase command. Please cancel it. Vending machine." Meanwhile, Jansen twisted his body, attempting to evade her grasp, and astonishingly, the vending machine began to circle around them. Despite its efforts to approach Jansen, it could not keep pace with Mingmei's swift movements. Its relentless endeavor and nimble maneuvers left a profound impression, almost as if it possessed a life of its own. I do not wish to witness such a spectacle again. Rick blinked in disbelief. Roy smiled enigmatically. The robotic technology had the capacity to influence nearby objects of a similar nature, sometimes even affecting machines not constructed with such technology. Rick muttered, once again, "It's that robotic technology. Jansen, if you continue like this, you will be misbehaving." "I don't care." Jansen was on the verge of tears. "Oh, you are the officer who just spoke at the podium. You are truly, exceedingly amusing." Mingmei chuckled and promptly put on a serious expression, positioning herself in front of the young boy. "Ah, Roy," Rick remarked in a teasing tone, "it seems our great romantic has not changed one bit. The primary reason lies in the unusual circumstances surrounding our target planet, which have temporarily hindered our operations. Some believe my negligence is a contributing factor, asserting that my warnings lacked sufficient urgency. In truth, no one can merely rely on words to contend with the esteemed Britons. You know, it is utterly impossible. At least until the profound crisis becomes apparent." Excerpted from Lapston's interview with Exodo. The faint glimmer of countless stars twinkled gently, as if trembling in fear. If stars possessed awareness, they would undoubtedly feel terror. The fleet, having transitioned from the depths of space, was in disarray. A consequence of the significant fluctuations in the energy field, with the disruptions of space-time and the chaos of coordinates set to persist for a little while longer. Now, they had materialized at the meticulously selected predetermined lunar orbit, akin to the first fireball that emerged at the birth of the cosmos. Brilliant cosmic dust, searing novas, and innumerable cosmic streams erupted from the rifts in space-time, like the sparks ignited by an unparalleled cannon, the incandescent fluid racing to its destination at the speed of light, only to vanish in an instant upon encountering three-dimensional space. This formidable battleship is equipped with multiple space fortresses, each immense in size, alongside fighter bay compartments, armor as heavy as mountains, and incalculable firepower, rendering it a potent weapon platform with limitless expansion capabilities. The arrogant Zenith Star fleet has commenced its search within the solar system, swiftly identifying their destination, where their quarry awaits. This warship was constructed purely for military purposes. Its mission is conquest, combat, and annihilation, and the species that maneuvers this vessel regards this as their sole purpose for existence. The flagship resembles Leviathan from the depths of the sea, a nightmarish vision for humanity. Its superstructure is akin to gills and enormous eyes of a fish, while its detection systems serve as its spine, and the formidable secondary cannons resemble menacing fangs. Observation pods, illuminated hundreds of yards away, act as its prominent compound eyes. There are more of them than the stars visible to the naked eye in the heavens. Although this fleet advances cautiously, it is undeniably the most powerful contingent within the Zenith Star fleet in terms of scale and strength. Guided by the flagship, the fleet progresses. Despite not encountering any adversaries capable of matching them thus far, the leading vessel exhibits utmost caution. To articulate their meticulousness in human terms, even the fiercest hungry wolf may fall prey to a tiger. In pursuit of an injured tiger, a colossal armada comprising hundreds of thousands of battleships transcends time and space to arrive here, assembling behind the flagship. On the flagship of the Supreme Commander, the tall yet agile Breathtaking stood behind the transparent, bowl-shaped observation window, gazing intently at his command center. Even among the towering Zenithians, Breathtaking was a figure of remarkable stature, akin to a steel tower. Like his seasoned warriors, Breathtaking possessed not only a robust physique, but also the prowess of an exceptional fighter. The Zenithians had undergone a unique evolutionary process, endowing him with skin of a purplish hue reminiscent of clay. A beam of light projected a three-dimensional image of the target planet into the air, revealing a trivial, inconsequential blue-white sphere. The sight was utterly unremarkable, leaving him profoundly disappointed. As a warrior, he adhered to the philosophy of fatalism. The yearning for triumph instilled in him the belief that ultimate victory was destined to be within his grasp. Beside Breathtaking stood his aide, Exodo. Though he remained out of sight, he respectfully inclined his head towards Breathtaking, an action inconsistent with his usual demeanor. "Indeed, my lord, I can assure you," he remarked. Breathtaking pursed his lips, lost in contemplation. They might very well escape through another leap. The prey they had nearly captured could easily slip away once more. a thought he found excruciatingly unbearable, yet he exhibited no sign of it. Exito nodded humbly in agreement. It is likely so, my lord. Brit had often relied on his instincts and deductive reasoning to make decisions in the past. However, this time, he reached a consensus with the wisest of the Exodons, the most astute among the Zenith beings. It appeared that he had indeed guessed correctly once more. Brit pondered over Exodon for a moment. He was diminutive in stature, a veritable dwarf compared to the standard physique of the Zeniths, seemingly a frail and worthless trifle. He appeared gaunt, with a pair of prominent eyes that seemed devoid of eyelids, and his disheveled hair bore an odd rust-colored hue. Yet, this very individual embodied the laws and traditions of the Zeniths, proving to be more valuable on the battlefield than those lofty commanders. Beyond these virtues, he had devoted his loyalty and nearly selfless dedication entirely to Brit. Brit nodded simply, well enough. He ordered a team of reconnaissance drones to survey the planet's primitive natural conditions. At the celebration site, Rick stood in the shadow of the SDF-1. Since the unveiling of the transformable fighter, it was Rick's first opportunity to observe it up close. Accompanied by Roy, Rick was able to pass through the outer fence of the aircraft and was granted permission to engage in hands-on operation to understand its capabilities. Wow, what a magnificent aircraft. Simply splendid. He gazed at the plane with envy, though he held no interest in combat missions. That did not diminish his yearning to sit in the cockpit and pilot it into the azure skies. He caressed the fuselage, admiring its beauty. How does it fly? Roy contemplated for a moment. Well, why not climb up and see for yourself? Are you jesting? Ah, of course, I shall take a seat in the rear. Later today, there is indeed a special flight experience featuring transforming fighter jets arranged exclusively for esteemed guests. However, it seems they may have inadvertently breached certain regulations. Nevertheless, demonstrating the capabilities of the transforming fighter jet to Rick might very well alter his perception of the military. Certainly, the armed forces require pilots like Rick Hunter. As Rick ascends the ladder, he gazes curiously at the fighter jet's control panel. The operating system appears quite intricate. Roy immediately interjects. I shall take it upon myself to teach you. Rick lowers his head and grins at him. I am not the least bit concerned. As long as you can get it off the ground, I certainly will manage. Roy scoffs. Do not be so arrogant. Rick and Roy take their respective seats in the cockpit, with Roy handing him a red-brimmed flight helmet, which, of course, is crafted with Lobit technology. This is for piloting the transforming fighter jet, my young friend. Naturally, you can still operate the aircraft manually, but these tasks can now be accomplished through an advanced control system. Rick stands on tiptoe, leaning slightly in his seat to catch a glimpse of Roy in the back. I just observed the performance of your pilots. Do you remember? But why must you wear this thought cap to pilot the aircraft? What makes it so special? For you are not merely piloting an aircraft constructed with low-pot technology. You must infuse your very essence into this vessel. Today marks a long-awaited occasion for each one of us gathered here over the past decade. At this moment, the low-pot technology initiative has blossomed into a significant economic boon for Macross City, developed, of course, for the welfare of all its citizens. Captain Grover stands beside Russell, flanked by several other distinguished figures. Grover strives to contain his impulses, resisting the urge to yawn or dismissively wave his hand. He is acutely aware that Russell and his confidants are solely engaged in actions designed to enhance their own reputations while subtly paving their path to victory in the upcoming election. Russell continues his oration as a liaison officer emerges from backstage, advancing towards Grover at the podium. More importantly, low-pot technology holds the promise of benefiting all humanity now and in the future, not to mention its profound significance for the preservation of our home planet, Earth. The liaison officer leans in to whisper urgently in Grover's ear. Apologies, sir, but the Space Observation Station has sent an urgent message. They have detected a peculiar flash and explosion, and data from the radiation sensors indicates that this immense energy is related to anomalous activities within the solar gravitational field. Despite the sweltering heat, Grover feels as though he is plunged into an ice cellar. A similar incident occurred a decade ago. Do you recall the circumstances surrounding that event? The liaison officer nodded, striving to conceal his trepidation. It was indeed the day when the alien spacecraft descended upon Earth. As a seasoned commander, Grover quickly adopted a composed demeanor. You'd best verify immediately. Follow me. Just as Russell was introducing Captain Henry Grover, the esteemed commander of the SDF-1, he strode purposefully down from the podium. On the bridge of the SDF-1, several women were diligently engaged at the core positions of the space fortress. striving to make sense of the sudden chaos that had erupted. What on earth is happening? Claudia inquired, having exhausted every conceivable method to calibrate the instruments. She still found herself unable to regain even a modicum of control over the battleship systems. Claudia, report the readings to me, Lisa commanded calmly. Around them, alarms blared. Indicator lights flickered, malfunctions proliferated, and the computer was overwhelmed. Claudia watched helplessly as her efforts seemed to vanish into thin air. All systems aboard the battleship had inexplicably activated without any human intervention. The once sealed super engines of the energy spacecraft had suddenly ignited, engines that even Dr. Lang would not dare to open lightly. Simultaneously, a myriad of alien instruments had joined the fray alongside the main control system, issuing bewildering commands to the SDF-1. The crew found themselves powerless to intervene, relegated to mere spectators in their plight. The defense system is initiating the main cannon, Claudia reported in a state of terror. Lisa's mind raced with thoughts. The main cannon had never been fired before, and no one truly understood its potential might. Consequently, this test was originally scheduled to take place in the vastness of outer space. If it were to fire now, the resultant casualties and destruction could surpass the catastrophic impact of the battleship crashing onto Earth. Meanwhile, every individual aboard the vessel could sense the massive stones beneath the keel trembling slightly. The blaring alarms from the whistle and high-pitched horns were deafening. The SDF-1 was aligning the main cannon. Lisa realized this, but where was its target? Shut down all systems, she commanded Claudia. Claudia pulled the master switch repeatedly, but there was no response. She looked at Lisa helplessly. It was futile. Suddenly, a dazzling flame erupted from the bow of the ship, casting an orange-red glow that illuminated the deck and projected their swaying shadows onto the bulkhead, between the two protruding arms and all around. Orange tongues of fire surged back and forth, swirling and twisting, as an unfathomable energy cascaded forth like a waterfall, converging at the tips of the arms. Sparks crackled, seemingly eager to rush towards the shores of freedom. At that moment, Lisa realized there was nothing she could do. Captain, the main cannon is about to fire. Grover took a few seconds to assess the entire situation. Yet, from his expression, Lisa knew he was as perplexed as she was. I cannot control the equipment. Claudia advised Grover on the course of action. At that very moment, Lisa was undergoing a harrowing lesson, regardless of what one might have learned at a technical institute, military academy, or executive leadership school. There invariably come times when one feels utterly powerless. The energy storm accumulating on the gantry erupted violently, causing the ground to tremble, while the resounding blast from the main cannon echoed like the collective cries of millions of demons. The indomitable surge of energy shook the gantry, and a radiant sphere of light surged forth, shooting into the distance and creating a torrent of devastation. A river of flames, as wide as the SDF-1, surged outwards from Macross City. Lisa Hines was diligently documenting the city's damage. Macross City remained unscathed, with not a hint of destruction. Her father was alive and well somewhere within the city. Further intelligence continued to flow into the bridge through telescopes and monitors. The Zentradi heavy cruisers approached the seemingly innocuous Earth, oblivious to the impending doom that loomed over them. Dazzling energy appeared to be under the influence of some unimaginable force, splitting into two streams. We can now be certain that ship is on this planet. This time, he need not seek counsel from Exodor. All warships are to depart. Exercising utmost caution, the Zentradi fleet assumed an appropriate formation, a dark mass of vessels advancing toward their target planet. Following the inaugural launch of the SDF-1, the searing air diffused across the ocean's surface, accompanied by the incessant cries of seagulls. Grover stood beneath the bridge's dome, humorously dubbed the windshield, pressing his face against it. His gaze swept through the mist ahead, exhaling a prayerful breath of relief, thankful that the city had remained unscathed. The magnetic effects were intensifying, with Sammy reporting her unwavering focus on her tasks. Suddenly, a fleet materialized directly in space, while only a handful of spacecraft lingered near the vortex. We have regained control over all systems, Commander, Claudia calmly announced to the crew. Do you comprehend what has transpired, Commander? Grover felt an overwhelming sense of age wash over him, more so than the battleship, the island, or even the vast ocean surrounding them. He suspected he had gleaned the underlying reasons. Yet, even in the presence of the trusted bridge crew, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. If his suspicions were correct, the fate of the entire planet rested solely on his shoulders. On the day of the disaster, Captain Grover's adept handling of the crisis earned him accolades. honors universally acknowledged as his due. However, many male historians often obscure a truth Grover had openly admitted. Without the courage, bravery, and professionalism exhibited by the female crew members on the bridge, the Lowboat War might have concluded almost as soon as it commenced. Betty Greer. The feminist movement and the Lowboat War. The ground has ceased to tremble, and the sky is clear and cloudless. The vibrations of the transforming fighter jets have subsided, and Rick has regained his once interrupted breath. His lungs inform him that the air is considerably warmer than usual. In fact, the situation is not as dire as he had envisioned. He set aside his flight helmet, an object he affectionately referred to as his thinking cap, and climbed out of the cockpit. At this moment, Roy's foremost concern is Rick's safety. He wishes for Rick to be as secure as he was outside Macross Island. He fully comprehends the lengths to which humanity is willing to go in preparation for war. The report from the space monitor came through, and Sammy exclaimed that our main cannon had struck its target. "I have received it, Sammy," Lisa interjected, observing her display screen, which indicated two large objects, possibly spacecraft, of unknown origin. They were approaching Earth, a mere 200 miles away. Grover nodded subconsciously. The battleship's altitude may have altered, but what was the target of that beam? The beam had deviated by several degrees. The SDF-1 had just made a maneuver. It merely elevated slightly atop the keel block that existed when it crashed to the surface. The trajectory of the cannon's fire also displayed an astonishing range, far exceeding the main cannon's typical distance. However, this recent cannon fire and the ensuing series of events may merely serve as a harbinger, an instinctual premonition, or perhaps a detail that has been overlooked by all. In a certain sense, the architects of the space fortress seem to possess a remarkable grasp of time, capable of foreseeing the future. Yet, can they truly anticipate this very moment of crisis? Grover suddenly erupted into laughter, an exaggerated display that caused his shoulders to tremble uncontrollably. Shamey, Venetia, and Kim exchanged glances, while Claudia and Lisa shared a knowing look, realizing they were all contemplating the same thought. If Captain Grover, the wellspring of their strength and composure, could not maintain control over himself, then all would be lost. "Captain, are you all right?" Lisa ventured to inquire. "What are you laughing at?" Claudia and Lisa chorused. "A trap, Commander?" Indeed, this is one of the oldest tactics in the annals of warfare. To illustrate, one side might leave concealed explosives or other devices during a retreat, enticing the enemy to reveal their position. His teeth clenched around the extinguished pipe. The automatic cannon fire signified that the enemy was perilously close enough to pose a direct threat. He extracted a small pipe from the breast pocket of his uniform. "Captain Grover." Shamey suddenly rose from her seat, drawing everyone's attention, as they anticipated yet another alarming warning. "Smoking is prohibited on the bridge, Commander," Shamey asserted. "Please adhere strictly to the regulations." Claudia let out a soft moan, pressing her hand against her forehead. And it was at that moment Lisa realized that Shamey was not inclined to compromise on this matter. "I merely held it without any intention of igniting it." Grover defended himself. The unusual atmosphere in the command center was thus dispelled by Shamey. It seemed that the familial ambience on the bridge had both its advantages and disadvantages. Now, all confusion had been swept away. Grover bellowed, "All fighters, scramble immediately and notify all barracks. I order the issuance of a red alert." Beyond the expansive armed spacecraft itself, various types of aircraft had been designed based on certain principles of Lowboat technology. Now, interceptors and bombers were also taking off from the hangar, heading to their combat positions. Just moments ago, the Earth's defense system had only just detected the initial movements of the enemy, and now the beyond visual range systems had confirmed the presence of these extraterrestrial visitors. Meanwhile, the Zenithians remained utterly oblivious to it all. A pilot of a Scorpion-class interceptor was reporting to Ironclad 1 via the Tactical Air Control Network. "Enemy ships are approaching from the 90-degree vector. Engaging. Open fire." A squadron of Scorpion and Tiger Shark fighters, along with over a dozen other models of space combat aircraft, were scouring the vicinity for the looming giant alien warships, charging into the enemy's first wave of attack formation. The lead warships of the Zenithian fleet pressed forward against a barrage of concentrated fire, suffering minimal casualties. And the breach in their formation was rapidly mended within seconds. The formation began to unfold, and thus a fierce battle commenced. The ironclad warships have exhausted all their missiles, lasers, and kinetic weaponry, including chain guns, automatic cannons, and other principal armaments of humanity. In stark contrast, the Zenith Army is equipped with far superior technology. and their ships are significantly larger than those of the defenders. Although these Earth-manufactured vessels incorporate a modicum of low-pot technology, it proves utterly ineffective. On the command ship, Brita studies with grave intensity the image of the beam striking the cruiser, along with other pertinent data displayed on the screens. He can hear his staff presenting an overview of the situation, yet he does not focus his attention on it. Quite a tenacious resistance, Commander. Exido reports his observations. After a moment of contemplation, he adds, "Indeed, it is perplexing." Brita turns to him. "It could also be deemed irrational, wouldn't you agree? Even you must perceive it that way. There must be a reason behind this, though I cannot fathom it. Of course, the low-pot rulers." He is interrupted by an operator responsible for the crisis estimation computer, delivering an urgent report. "Commander Brita, 2 enemy cruiser-class vessels are rapidly approaching. They are likely the ones poised to launch a missile barrage against us." Brita smirks, a single eye glinting with cold determination. "Annihilate them." The specially designed main and auxiliary cannons, directing particle beams and molecular disintegrators, unleash a terrifying volley of long-range weaponry. The ironclad No. 2 was struck by the first luminous sphere, surrounded by hundreds of blue beams resembling spears. It desperately maneuvered to evade the barrage, yet its armor and upper structure, the size of a modest house, began to crumble, while the small escort fighters were utterly disintegrated by the gunfire. Brita anxiously awaited a robust counterattack from the enemy. Having lost all patience, perhaps the adversaries hesitated to deploy their reflective weaponry, mulling over a clandestine strategy. However, it was absurd to let their own soldiers perish needlessly in this slaughter while possessing advanced armaments. Surprisingly, the victory in this battle was far easier than he had anticipated. As the first shell had now struck the Earth's surface, Brita felt astonished. These fools seemed utterly incapable of wielding their weapons. "Open fire. All hands to battle stations." Grover settled into the command chair, his palm forming a tower-like structure as he rested his chin on his thumb. "I sincerely wish this day would never come. The SDF-1 had rescued Earth from self-destruction, bringing about global peace. Yet now, it presented us with a new menace. We were confronted with the lethal onslaught of extraterrestrials. Their combat prowess unfathomably formidable." Claudia, Lisa, and the other members exchanged anxious glances. They all longed for this war to be merely a distant memory. Grover lifted his gaze, redirecting his attention. His expression resembled that of a knight on vigil, halting his prayers in the final moment, poised to lift his blinding sword and glistening shield. "Yet, we must confront it once more, whether one relishes the thought or not." He rose, shoulders drawn back. A pulsating arc of electricity surged forth, a phenomenon that did not exist merely moments before. Grover's stature suddenly loomed large, akin to a sturdy old oak. "Very well, issue the command. Let us commence." Lisa's voice reverberated across every corner of the small island, as more transforming fighter jets ascended from the ground, painting a scene reminiscent of the divine hymn of the last battle. "We were under assault from extraterrestrial invaders in Sector 412. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill." Roy Fox scrambled into his fighter, fastening his helmet. He was nearly breathless, emitting raspy sounds. Preparing the young pilots of the skeletal squadron for takeoff had kept him occupied for quite some time, and now, hearing of this grave predicament added to his distress. Suddenly, Roy realized he had completely forgotten about Rick in the demonstration aircraft. He quickly regained his composure. The plane Rick occupied was assigned for public relations, and it was unlikely that any irate pilot would drag Rick from the cockpit for a beating, so he should be as safe there as anywhere else. Lisa's voice echoed throughout the airport, a matter Roy paid little mind to, yet deep within, he couldn't suppress his hope that the one issuing commands would be Claudia. Roy proceeded to immerse himself in the tasks at hand, connecting all essential interfaces of his helmet to his mind. He activated the tactical network system, striving to adopt a tone of indifference, even tinged with irritation, as he communicated. In certain scenarios, demise is inevitable. However, for fighter pilots, the loss of chivalry is an unforgivable transgression, a tradition upheld in their profession. The sky was filled with aircraft darting at high speeds, each heading towards their designated zones of responsibility. Hundreds of planes continued to launch from aircraft carriers and islands, with the carrier preparing to secure the sea, preventing the enemy from concentrating their fire for an assault. Yet, this would take some time. Moreover, with these fighters circling high above, the Earth would not appear so vulnerable under the alien onslaught. Lisa's voice echoed in Roy's flight helmet. "Wolf Squadron has taken off. and Skull Squadron is ready for departure. Roy was acutely aware that his pilots could not only hear his words through the tactical network, but were also observing his every move. He swiftly raised his thumb, signaling. "All right, gentlemen, it is time. We move out." "Roy?" Falk drawled. The engines, forged by Lobit's technology, began to wail. "What is this?" "It's a space fortress. But how did it become like this?" Exedo took over the discussion at Brita's inquiry. "It appears to have been completely reconstructed, perhaps by the inhabitants of this planet." Brita pressed his fist against his lips, pondering how it could be possible to capture a vessel constructed with Lobit technology using such primitive means. Exedo fixed his large, protruding eyes on Brita, his peculiar, diminutive pupils seemingly entranced by some enigmatic force. Perhaps it crashed on this planet, and subsequently, they restored it. But how do you account for the current crew? The traders under Zor would never permit them to commandeer that ship. The plausibility of this explanation was indeed significant. Brita instantly recognized this and refrained from further rebuttal. He felt fortunate to have Exedo as a friend and advisor. Nonetheless, the commander paced, feeling an inkling of fear regarding these primitives, a notion that disrupted his thoughts. The ship must have sustained severe damage, and it was inconceivable that it could be repaired solely by the primitive technological capabilities of these beings. Our arrogance as Zenithians has become ever more deeply entrenched with each generation, Exedo mused, sensing he had arrived at an answer. Perhaps one day, we shall pay the price for this. I understand, Commander. However, it seems we cannot deduce any other plausible explanation. This is a vessel crafted with Lobit technology, and we are already aware that they possess reflective weaponry. Undeniably so. This aspect renders them formidable adversaries, necessitating that our actions be executed with utmost caution and precision. Brita turned away from the radiant beams displayed on the screen, emitting a primal roar that reverberated through his mask and apparatus. Both Brita and Exedor gazed contemplatively at the imagery of the space fortress on the monitor. Perhaps there existed a record within the flight logs of someone's inaugural piloting of a VT fighter that could surpass Rick Hunter's achievements. However, I have yet to encounter it. Zachary Fox's elementary VT fighter manual, Man and Machine, elucidated that various models of the Zentradi warships tightly enveloped the skies above Earth, maintaining an impeccable formation as they advanced towards Macross Island and its adjacent waters. The crew of the alien vessels brimmed with confidence, their ambition swelling as they swiftly achieved overwhelming victories at the planet's outer defense line. The luminous trails carved by the warships during their descent made them resemble countless raindrops falling from the heavens, eager for an effortless triumph in the impending battle. They aimed to swiftly seize the space fortress, adhering to Commander Brita's directive that it must be captured intact by the Zentradi. For many years, these invaders had consistently followed their own tactical methodologies, executing their missions with remarkable efficacy. Yet, in an instant, the tide of battle shifted. The anticipated rout unexpectedly transformed into a close-quarters skirmish. The missile systems of SDF-1 formed a protective umbrella above it, intercepting nearly all of the alien artillery, illuminating the sky with bursts of explosive light. Prior to this, the various fighter jets of the Zenith Star Army had not been ensnared by these battles. Now, the elite of this combat-savvy race discovered an unsettling truth. These primitives had indeed grasped a significant portion of the Lobit technology. The skies above Earth had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse, yet the extensive casualties had only just commenced. Rick Hunter, comfortably dozing, finally roused from his slumber. Was the tide turning? He distinctly heard the rumble of thunder. Perhaps he should have secured the cockpit cover. The only thing he seemed to have forgotten was his whereabouts, as his ears were filled with a cacophony of irritating sounds, imbued with a certain authority, relentlessly persisting in their pursuit of him. SDF-1 control tower calling VT-120. Why are you still on the ground platform? The battle alarm has been sounded. Why have you not taken off? Lisa Hines, burdened with a multitude of tasks, found it exceedingly trivial to rouse a lethargic fighter pilot for takeoff, clearly a matter of secondary importance. Yet, the reality was that she was compelled to carve out time to address such minutiae, pushing her to the brink of exasperation. Rick sighed, stretched languidly, and pushed his helmet back slightly, groggily glancing at a small display on the dashboard. There, he beheld the face of a young woman, glaring at him with palpable anger. Her complexion was pale, emotions running high, and she appeared decidedly impatient. Many, particularly those of the opposite sex, often perceived Rick Hunter possessed a remarkably unique aura, prompting Rick to draw the immediate conclusion that, regardless of her identity, This individual bore not only a visage of profound distress, but also an expression of peculiar defiance. "Surely, you cannot be referring to me, madam?" He pondered aloud. It was then that he suddenly discerned the distant sounds were not thunder, but rather the echoes of explosions, signals of conflict. The city was ablaze, thick plumes of smoke billowing into the air, with numerous locales ravaged, as crowds dispersed in frantic haste. Refueling aircraft, armed vehicles, and navigational planes busily traversed the skies. At that moment, amidst the aerial chaos, what did those entwined trails of smoke signify? The fiery glow and explosions emanating from the aircraft's afterburners, as well as the pursuing entities in the heavens, what did they represent? "What on earth is happening, Rick?" Hunter murmured softly to herself. A throng encircled the plane he occupied, seemingly engaged in preparations for its imminent descent. Rick ground his teeth in frustration. "How can I take off? The runway has been obliterated." Indeed, the runway lay in ruins. It was not only a primary target for the extraterrestrial assailants, but also one of the few sites that had sustained direct hits. The expression of the young woman on the screen clearly betrayed her effort to suppress her fury. Runway 2 remains operational. The armaments on the fighter jets are fully loaded, and the aircraft engines will soon overheat if left in standby mode. "You must prepare for takeoff at once." Prompted by her words, Rick became aware of the deep rumble produced by the engines operating at high speed beneath his seat. It was a sensation unlike any he had previously encountered. Despite having heard tales of it, Rick leaned against the dashboard, gazing outward, now certain that the transforming fighter jet was armed to the teeth, with various weapons suspended from its hardpoints and racks. The aircraft itself bore some peculiar, unidentifiable bladders. Shortly thereafter, a ground crew member approached, standing on the boarding platform. "All set, Commander. Wishing you a successful hunt." After performing a few more tasks, the cockpit canopy slowly descended. Once one perceives oneself as the most revered pilot in the world, it becomes exceedingly challenging to acknowledge such matters, especially with an irate woman displayed on the small screen. "Oh, very well, if you insist." Mere moments ago, a Zenith missile had obliterated a hole the size of an intersection at his previous parking spot. Rick couldn't help but pray that the ground crew had retreated to safety after preparing the transforming fighter for takeoff. Wow, a veritable bat. He adjusted the variable sweep wings to an attack angle, the wingtips leaving behind two slender, spider-web-like white trails as described by the principles of ballistics. Although reluctant to admit it, Rick was not entirely coerced. He felt as though he had mounted a rocket. Emerging from the clouds, Rick found himself ensnared in a vast whirlpool of war, perhaps the most extensive aerial dogfight since World War II. Wow, everywhere he looked, there were military aircraft crafted with low-boat technology. Certain designs of these aircraft were unfamiliar to Rick, not due to their aerodynamic profiles, but because of their lightning-fast speed and unprecedented firepower. Sparks erupted around him, shockwaves rattling the planes. At that moment, a familiar languid voice resonated through the TAC network. Skull Leader calling the transforming fighter squadron. Immediately intercept the new wave of invaders appearing in Sector 428. The density of enemy aircraft is overwhelming. Disperse the formation. Be cautious not to lose your wingmen. "Roy," he exclaimed, breathless. Rick looked up in astonishment as a transforming fighter adorned with a skull insignia obliterated an alien reconnaissance craft, reducing it to a floating wreckage. Debris exploded in all directions. At the boundary between space and the atmosphere, pilots from both sides emitted anguished cries. The blood pressure of the pilots was staggering. During high-G maneuvers, they had to rely on short breaths to acquire sufficient oxygen. Analyzing the communications transmitted through the TAC network, one would feel as if 8 to 10 squads were vying for the championship title in a wrestling tournament, with the prize being Earth itself. "Hey, Falk. I trust you won't mind enlightening me on what is transpiring?" At that moment, Roy had just eliminated the adversary hot on the tail of Skull 8. He switched the communication display to one-on-one mode, only to be met with the face of Rick Hunter. He had to admit, it was quite a shock. "What is it like being a fighter pilot?" "What are you saying, brother? I am not a fighter pilot. The situation is such that I..." Just as he elongated his cry, a brilliant light pierced through Rick's cockpit canopy, and the signal on Roy's display instantly became a tangled mess. Before the screen went dark, there were several explosions. To put it in the parlance of fighter pilots, Rick had been shut down, and this so-called shutdown was akin to a grim fate. Yet Roy swiftly cranked up the power to maximum, simultaneously scrutinizing his coordinate display to ascertain his friend's location. "Hold on, Rick. I am on my way." The inertia of the transforming fighter pressed him deeply into his seat, and seeing the VT-120 in pristine flying condition, Roy suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He accelerated to maintain proximity to Rick's wingtip. You should be unscathed. The fighter systems were just disrupted and shut down automatically. Are you all right? The alien fighter that had been clinging to Rick now circled back, intent on employing the same tactic to bring Rick down. Well, oh, yes, I'm perfectly fine, Rick affirmed. As he spoke, Roy pressed the button on the joystick with his thumb, launching 2 air-to-air sword missiles that struck the intruder directly, reducing it to a fiery cascade of fragments. Indeed. However, I have never been pursued in such a manner during my time with the acrobatic troupe, Roy. Curiously, it now seems that the flying circus feels like an entirely different existence to me, as if a million years have passed. You will soon acclimatize. Follow me. We shall commence our training mission shortly, but do not stray too far. A foolish grin reappeared on Rick's face. Lose you? I shall endeavor to prevent you from vanishing into the exhaust of my jet engine. Let us proceed, little brother. Roy accelerated, climbing as the wings swept back for combat readiness. An enemy aircraft suddenly emerged from an unknown position, launching energy blasts at Rick's 6 o'clock. Just as he lost control of his fighter, Rick screamed, the aircraft trembling violently as it narrowly evaded a potential collision. He attempted every maneuver he had learned, yet he still could not regain control of the transforming fighter. I believe I have done all I can, Roy. The aircraft's control systems are completely unresponsive. In his line of sight, Macross Island spun rapidly toward him. Suddenly, a familiar voice crackled through the communication network. SDF-1, control tower calling VT-120. Pull up immediately. You are diving directly toward us. We are on a collision course. Do you think I enjoy this, ma'am? The problem is that all systems have lost power. Have you tried switching to B mode? Lisa Hines inquired. Huh? B mode? What does that mean? You truly do not know? This fellow must be utterly flustered. What a mess. All right, listen closely. To the left of your dashboard, there is a control stick marked with the letter B. Pull it down. The ground loomed ominously close. Due to the force of gravitational acceleration, Rick felt a sense of disorientation, on the verge of losing consciousness. He exerted effort to regain control, moving his hand towards the unfamiliar levers, and noticed a gear marked with the letter G nearby. Summoning all his strength, he pulled it downward, ultimately managing to bring it to its full extent. The transforming fighter jet abruptly halted its spin and stabilized. At that moment, Rick sensed the aircraft beginning to tremble, misalign, and undergo an aerodynamic transformation in a manner he could not comprehend. He experienced a jolt, as if the jet were metamorphosing. What was it doing? The fighter continued its descent, and as he gazed out from the cockpit, the streets of Macross City loomed ever closer. As a seasoned aviator, Rick had long recognized that the flight characteristics of the fighter had undergone a qualitative shift. There was no alternative. The only explanation was that the aircraft had indeed begun its transformation. What he could not observe within the cockpit, he was experiencing as the process that Dr. Lang referred to as mechanical transformation. It was entirely distinct from the reconfiguration of conventional aircraft. On the contrary, it was transitioning into the Guardian Camp G mode, which was a prerequisite for further transformation into B mode. This transitional form resembled a metallic raptor, akin to an eagle. Its legs were splayed in preparation for landing. Its wings fully extended, and mechanical arms, crafted to mimic human hands, were spread outward. Just as Rick grasped the unfolding events and pondered whether the fighter had completed its transition into B mode, the transforming aircraft collided forcefully with the rooftop of an office building adjacent to an intersection in Macross City. Bricks, concrete, and steel beams were hurled in all directions, while clouds of dust and lime swirled like a tempest. Signboards were toppled, water pipes ruptured, and gushing water flowed forth, while straight electric poles were uprooted and snapped. The aircraft autonomously assessed the surrounding circumstances and initiated emergency protocols, severing the engine's power. Rick Hunter sensed a transformation in his fighter jet, in some inexplicable manner. He could not articulate this sensation, yet he was undeniably aware of it. Seated in his cockpit, Rick suddenly realized that he was at a loss regarding how to eject from his seat, despite it being a standard 0-0 ejection seat, capable of safely launching even from a stationary position on solid ground, though his current predicament was far from that. Convinced that this frenzied aircraft, crafted with low-bit technology, had stabilized, he prepared himself to extricate himself swiftly. He had no desire to remain within this behemoth, especially with the highly volatile aviation fuel within its fuselage, which could ignite at any moment. However, the low-bit fighter jet startled him once more. It had been gliding at a relatively steady pace when suddenly, it tilted, having stumbled over an obstacle. The aircraft lurched violently, causing Rick's helmet to collide forcefully with the dashboard. Had he not been wearing the helmet, he would undoubtedly have met a grim fate. Even so, he was momentarily dazed, nearly losing consciousness. Remarkably, the fighter jet sustained no damage whatsoever. Amidst the cacophony of strange sounds, the fighter jet pushed aside several tons of steel beams and rubble, struggling to ascend automatically. The transformation into the armored giant mode had been completed. The armored giant's targeting system evidently detected the enemy. It prepared for combat according to its pre-designed protocol, awaiting further commands. Rick, however, wearily shook his head. What do you know? I am still alive. Yet, he soon realized there was an issue with his vision. As he found himself hovering above the street, the marvels of Robotech technology were indeed astonishing beyond belief. He gazed upward at the distant battle unfolding in the sky. Despite Jensen's constant disruptions, the test flight ceremony was brimming with enjoyment. Today, I encountered two charming gentlemen, both pilots. I recall one was tall with golden hair, while the other was a delightful young man with black hair. Tonight, I shall perform at the Municipal Picnic Center. Perhaps they will be there too. I must. It seems something is happening outside. I shall write more later. Excerpt from Lin Mingmei's diary. Why is it only now that we discover this? Vanessa adjusted her oversized aviator glasses and looked up at the captain. The recent firing of the main cannon had unleashed a considerable amount of energy, causing the radar to malfunction. Grover nodded expressionlessly, acknowledging her words. Understood. Thank you. Vanessa added. The unidentified flying objects have landed on the sea surface 25 kilometers to our west. It appears they have all sunk to the ocean floor, Commander. Grover could no longer contain his impatience. He promptly issued an unpleasant command to Lisa. Connect me to the Prometheus aircraft carrier and instruct them to dispatch helicopters to survey the surrounding waters. I've already placed them on standby, and the helicopters can reach the designated area within 5 minutes, sir. You are indeed a mind reader, Grover muttered under his breath. Yet, despite his words, a hint of satisfaction lingered in his tone. Yes, sir, Lisa replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. However, Grover's momentary relief was short-lived, as he soon erupted in frustration, for reality and expectation often diverged greatly. The reconnaissance helicopters raced towards the area where the extraterrestrial presence had been detected, their journey proceeding smoothly. Nevertheless, these helicopters were not products of Lobot technology, which posed a significant disadvantage for their occupants. The crowd cautiously approached, their eyes wide in astonishment as they beheld the towering metallic knight, which had recently been the VD-120 fighter jet. The armored behemoth stood with its legs apart, blocking the roadway. Fragments of construction debris cascaded from its shoulders, and rubble littered the ground around it. It remained motionless, as if awaiting a horn to prompt it to move. Eventually, it staggered a few steps before collapsing, nearly crumpling to the ground. What on earth is that? One man gasped. A colossal robot. Another speculated. Perhaps it is an alien invader. A third voice conjectured. Whispers of the peculiar occurrences on Macross Island and their implications for the future of humanity spread swiftly. Suddenly, a small figure clad in a yellow sweatshirt and apron darted out from behind a crumpled trailer, weaving between the legs of the metallic giant. He was so close that he could almost reach out and touch it. Wow. Hey, Mingmei. Look. A genuine, benevolent giant robot. She rushed forward and embraced Jansen. Sharing the concern that Uncle Max and Aunt Lena had for him, relief washed over her at last. Oh, Jansen, what if it steps on you? Jansen nonchalantly nudged her away, playfully asserting, I can take care of myself. He then wriggled free from Mingmei and dashed up the stairs of the diner, eager to get a better view of the creature. Come on, let us go to the window upstairs. Mingmei hurried to follow, exclaiming, Jansen, wait for me. Aunt Lena also called out, cautioning him to be careful not to fall out of the window. Now, she had to devise a way to manage this chaotic situation. Just moments ago, business here had been thriving. 2 Stingray-class naval anti-submarine helicopters, launched from the Prometheus aircraft carrier, hovered warily over the incident site. Yet all they beheld was a tranquil sea. PHP 202 calling. The squadron leader piloting the Stingray helicopter shouted into the radio, "We are approaching the target area, and so far, no signs of extraterrestrial presence have been detected," as the squad leader barely had time to shout that we were under attack. The second helicopter was torn to shreds mid-air by crossfire. Get out of here, the captain commanded. In the critical moment when the enemy's beams began to converge on the helicopter, he still found a moment to launch a missile in preparation for retreat. resulting in the aircraft erupting into a fireball. His scream was abruptly cut off mid-transmission. On the bridge, Lisa numbly reported to the captain, "They have perished, sir." Grover stared out the observation window, realizing that he was left with nothing but an untested warship and soldiers lacking combat experience. He scarcely had time to make a decision. Suddenly, the hatch slid open. Senator Rosso strode onto the bridge, puffing on a cigar, his hand gripping the collar of his coat, exuding an air of confidence. Yet, his face was ashen, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Lisa observed all of this, even catching a whiff of his body odor beneath his amiable facade. The senator was clearly terrified, on the verge of fainting. "Oh, Captain. Fortunately, we have managed to repair the warship in time. When do you plan to set sail?" Even for Grover, the timing was indeed peculiar. The aliens had chosen such a critical moment to appear. His own conclusion was that it must be related to the massive, sealed mysterious power station aboard the SDF-1. It must have attracted these invaders when it was last activated. However, this is hardly the moment to contemplate such matters. In response to Russell, he merely emitted a dismissive grunt. Russell's brow furrowed in confusion. "Aren't you all prepared? Why have you yet to set sail? What are you waiting for?" He glared at the captain. Grover pursed his lips. "You must think me mad. I cannot embark upon a battle with a ship full of fresh recruits. These crew members have never even ventured into space. Furthermore, the warship has not undergone trial runs. I lack the certainty to even get it airborne." The oath taken during service compelled Grover to add, "If you insist on my commanding the SDF-1 to ascend, I shall obey your orders, but this contradicts all rational judgment." Claudia and Lisa stood with grave expressions at their posts, feigning ignorance of the conversation, while Sammy discreetly turned to Kim and whispered, "Do you think he is serious?" "I believe so," Kim pondered before nodding. Sammy flicked her light blonde hair back, exclaiming softly as a shiver ran down her spine, "Then I command you to take off, Captain. Do you understand?" Russell inquired. Kim furrowed her brow. "What's the matter, Sammy? I thought you were longing to soar into the cosmos." Sammy's eyes widened in terror. I truly wish to go." Yet, in that very instant, it suddenly became a stark reality. Russell's lips trembled momentarily before he feigned nonchalance, suggesting that he harbored doubts about the competence of his subordinates. "Is that so, Grover?" Grover swiftly glanced at Lisa and Claudia, who had turned their backs, preoccupied with their own affairs and unwilling to engage in the dispute. "I never said that." "Then what do you mean?" "The Earth government has expended countless resources on this battleship, and I refuse to watch it be destroyed on the ground." "Senator." "No. Captain. Spare me your excuses. Take off." "Very well. The seats we arranged for the senior officials are right there. Please, take a seat. We shall depart shortly." Rossa's expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed an entire cigar, while Claudia struggled to stifle a laugh. "What?" The senator erupted in fury. "No. I still have many matters to attend to on the island. You cannot take off before I leave the ship. Do you understand?" His words were laced with palpable fear. "As you wish, Senator," Grover replied with a sardonic smile. Rosso hurriedly stood up and made his exit, turning to the bridge crew as he departed. "Well, ladies, it's all up to you now. Do not let us down." The hatch closed behind him. Grover glared at the closed hatch. "We have not yet entered combat readiness. We are not prepared. Wow, look how big it is." A young boy exclaimed with excitement. "Be careful, Jansen," May cautioned, pulling him back to prevent him from climbing out the window. "I wonder where it came from," Jansen exclaimed joyfully, his voice echoing through the streets as the crowd buzzed with excitement. "Look, its head is moving. It just fell from the sky and demolished so many buildings. It's the same size as the towering skyscrapers surrounding us." He pointed eagerly, his eyes wide with wonder. "See, its rear hatch is opened." May, breathless with anticipation, felt a surge of anxiety. Jansen furrowed his brow, perplexed by the absence of occupants inside. Mingmay's breathing quickened once more. The seats continued to ascend. The first seat reached a certain height before the second emerged, revealing Rick Hunter seated within. He climbed out of his seat, gazing down without noticing the furious crowd below. "What on earth is happening? What have I done?" The pilot appeared disoriented. Jansen remarked that he had expected the individuals emerging to appear more impressive. Perhaps he was injured during the crash, Mingmay speculated. The young man seemed vaguely familiar. He recognized Mingmay and Jansen, but could not recall where he had seen them before. "Excuse me, but, what is that thing?" he asked, gesturing toward the transforming aircraft. "I mean, what does it resemble in your eyes?" Mingmay pondered for a moment before concluding, "I would say it resembles some kind of robot." "Ah, splendid." Rick sighed in relief. "When I first sat down, It was still an airplane. I thought I had truly lost my mind. A transforming aircraft? Ming-Mei and Jansen echoed in unison. You must be joking. Ming-Mei added, regardless. He is not unattractive. She pondered, I wonder how old he is. I estimate he is not much older than I am. You're lying, he exclaimed. You're the driver. How could you not know what you're operating? I truly do not know. I'm not a military pilot. I'm merely just an amateur. Are you satisfied now, Roy? Rick muttered to himself. Indeed, it's merely a misunderstanding. I never intended to fly it. Then you must be a spy sent by the enemy, Johnson shouted. Johnson. Mei gently nudged him to silence. A spy? Rick bellowed, get this straight. This is a foolish military idea, not my doing. He shook his head, gazing at the wrecked houses below. Look at those destroyed buildings. Several helicopters approached from a distance, and the crowd surged forward once more. Are you liable for compensation? Ming-Mei inquired. A truck drove to the feet of the robot, which were as large as automobiles. The truck driver incessantly honked the horn. What do you intend to do? He shouted angrily. The driver yelled back, move that thing off the road. We are loaded with military supplies and must unload immediately. The mission is urgent. Mike, come on, let us move it. Rick stood up, conceding to the inevitable situation. But I don't know how to operate it. I can only give it a try. Good luck. Ming-Mei called out, finding him rather endearing. Please be careful. I hope to see you again next time, exclaimed Ming-Mei. Returning to the control panel, Rick mused to himself, well, I suppose all I can do is fiddle with the switches and then pray for the best. He grasped the joystick and activated the monitor before him. It would be splendid if he could discover the means to navigate it. However, he first needed to ascertain the direction in which he should proceed. The mighty mech stirred, preparing to take a step, but Rick suddenly felt an unusual sense of helplessness, a sensation that was rarely encountered. The machine seemed more inclined to heed his personal commands rather than merely responding to the inputs from a few buttons. The robot lifted one foot to step forward, but it raised its foot too high, causing it to lose balance and sway precariously. It appeared on the verge of toppling backward. The crowd that had amassed around it gaped at the colossal mech, panic-stricken as they fled in all directions, their cries echoing in the air, while Rick shouted in frustration. Just as the giant was about to crash into the building behind it, the thrusters at its back ignited successfully, propelling the immense machine upward with a violent burst of fuel. It achieved a precarious balance, albeit not for long, as it began to tilt in the opposite direction, careening toward the balcony of the Little White Dragon restaurant. Ming-Mei and Jansen watched in stunned disbelief as it came crashing down toward them, their expressions frozen in shock. The robot continued its forward surge, showing no signs of halting. They widened their eyes in terror, tears streaming down their faces. As they turned away, having just escaped the windowsill, the robot collided with the wall they had been leaning against. The wall immediately began to fracture. At last, the armored giant halted, akin to a drunken man crashing onto a bar. Mei coughed violently as dust choked her. When she waved her hand to disperse the smoke, she spotted Jansen. During her earlier crouch, she had shielded him with her own body. Please tell me you are unscathed. Rick's voice resonated through the PA system within the armored giant. Are you both injured? We are fine, Mei exclaimed loudly. Inside the cockpit, Rick pushed up his helmet and wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank heavens. The mere thought of potentially harming innocents weighed heavily on him, especially considering how endearing that girl was. Clearly, as Grover had indicated, the SDF-1 had fallen into the enemy's trap. He was far too preoccupied to contemplate this matter carefully, and as I am not a soldier, it was not until much later that I grasped the situation. Yet, it was all too late. A double-edged sword had already inflicted wounds upon both sides. Dr. Emil Lang, in the launch day log, noted how this moment arrived so abruptly that even an hour prior, it could not have been foreseen. Now, the SDF-1 was aglow with lights, poised for its maiden voyage. The gravity control systems of the 4 to 8 compartment had been readied. Sammy connected it to the system. Please confirm, completed. Communications were buzzing throughout, information circulating to every corner of the battleship. Thorough checks were no longer a cumbersome issue. The Space Fortress had commenced its activation, regardless of the circumstances. Grover's primary concern was whether his battleship could function, engage in combat, and endure for an extended duration. Perhaps it could withstand a few days. Or maybe just a single day, merely one day. Very well. Anti-gravity system, operating at full throttle. The colossal SDF-1 began to tremble as if the dormant life within it had been resurrected. Subsequently, Claudia's voice soared through the entire vessel like that of an angel, resonating across the expanse of Macross Island. 10, 9, 8. Over 100,000 souls felt the immense and palpable power, enveloped in a whirlwind of thoughts, fears, and prayers that shrouded the entire island. 2. 1. Full speed ahead, Grover commanded. Activating the anti-gravity control system, the battleship ascended smoothly, casting a vast shadow upon the small island. The horizontal gyroscope indicated a stable balance. Commander, Lisa reported succinctly. What on earth has gone awry? Grover bellowed, gripping the armrests of his seat to prevent himself from being thrown out. Immediately correct the pitch angle. It must be an issue with the gyroscope, Claudia exclaimed, straining to keep herself grounded in her seat. Bumps appeared on the deck, with contents erupting forth like a volcanic explosion against the sturdiest armor ever conceived. The sound of tearing metal reverberated throughout the ship, akin to the mournful cries of a dying dinosaur. The protruding armor plates resembled decayed fruit, pierced by advanced, intricate cylindrical devices, each as large as a railway tanker. They majestically ascended into the sky, trailing wires and broken support frames behind them. To his astonishment, the gravity pod had indeed ruptured the deck and soared away. Grover rushed behind Lisa, eager to witness this spectacle. What was that? Oh no, they hadn't sent the battleship skyward. It had taken flight on its own. Impossible. Grover inhaled deeply, yet his anger was not as monumental as one might expect, despite the catastrophe potentially heralding dire consequences. This outcome spelled absolute doom not only for himself and his subordinates, but for the entire planet. The battleship is descending, Captain, Lisa cried out. Grover groaned. Please, do not say that. Tell me this is merely a nightmare. What did you say, Commander? Lisa inquired. He scarcely realized he had raised his voice. A nightmare. The SDF-1 plummeted more swiftly now, with the few operational thrusters proving utterly inadequate for the vast vessel. The entire crew understood the gravity of the situation, each awaiting their impending fate with a myriad of emotions. Is anyone injured? Grover's voice cut through the chaos, prompting the crew to begin regaining their composure. In unison, they reported that no one was hurt, before falling silent once more. In such circumstances, they must remain ever vigilant to the words of the captain. The bridge crew had never trained in the vastness of space, yet they were acutely aware of their duties and commands. Aye, Captain. The voices of 5 individuals resonated as if uttered by a single entity, harmonious like a choir. Grover appeared exceedingly fatigued. These reports will remain etched in my memory forever. You should not blame yourself for this, Commander, Lisa murmured softly. On the street in front of the Little White Dragon Hotel, a remarkable rescue operation was underway. 2 trucks, specifically designed for transporting seafood, were towing colossal robots with steel cables. Civilians consistently extended their unwavering support to military endeavors, especially since the broadcasting station had publicly announced the outbreak of war. Willingly or not, everyone was now entangled in this conflict. Consequently, the truck drivers and onlooking civilians exerted themselves to assist the armed forces. The engines of these behemoths roared to life, their tires spinning incessantly, leaving thick rubber skid marks upon the ground, while exhaust fumes billowed into the air. Suddenly, the trucks backfired, their engines sputtering into exhaustion. The armored giant rose once more. But this resurgence was short-lived. Barely upright, it began to lean slowly in another direction. The spontaneously organized civilians and bystanders shouted in alarm, scattering in search of safety, while the drivers hastily leaped from their vehicles to escape. Meanwhile, Mingmei and Jansen clung tightly to one another, their voices rising in a panicked cry. Oh no. Rick gripped the control stick in desperate anguish. At the very least, he must strive to prevent this erratic metallic warrior from inflicting further damage on the restaurant. The armored giant swayed back and forth, attempting to regain its balance. Rick exerted all his might, yet it appeared futile. The machine exhibited a clear intention. It sought more than mere manipulation of the joystick. The triumphant squadron of transforming fighters flew in tight formation, returning to the Prometheus aircraft carrier and the space fortress. Roy naturally led the charge. Captain Skull called out, and the transforming squadron hailed the SDF-1. The squadron was on its way back after a commendable skirmish, and the adversaries had retreated from Earth's atmosphere. Lisa appeared on his display, commending, "Well done, Major Fokker." "I will." Her image was suddenly replaced by Claudia, who exclaimed, "Let me speak with him." "Roy, how many did you shoot down this time?" "You've regressed." "Roy," Claudia informed him, though her tone lacked any hint of reproach. Roy laughed heartily. "Thank you, Lisa. Who is that person? He is not an officially registered pilot." "Don't worry, I know him well." "Well, it seems someone will need to lend him a hand. Lisa remarked sternly. Roy disengaged from formation, increasing the angle of his variable sweep wings to attain greater speed, heading straight for Macross City. Had I known this would transpire, I would have left him behind, he muttered. For Roy, accustomed to the scent of energy explosions and the acrid smoke of alien rocket fire, locating the site of destruction caused by a rogue mech in the urban sprawl was hardly a challenge. It's you, Rick, my little brother? That killing machine was leaning against a building. Hey, Roy, it's me. Rick sighed. You seem quite busy here, huh? Well, you could say that, big brother. The crowd on the street recognized the skull insignia emblazoned on the vertical tail of the approaching fighter jet, a symbol well known to all. Yet, on this day filled with unforeseen peril, no one was willing to take any risks. Rick rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be dreaming. It was simply unbelievable. Jansen hid behind a collapsed eave, while May stood frozen beside him. He exclaimed, "That plane has transformed into a robot. How marvelous." May whispered in awe. Everything appeared so extraordinary, almost magical. She began to wonder what the name of that young pilot was. With a bit of repair, the transforming fighter could once again take to the skies, Roy cheerfully informed Rick. What did you say? Rick shouted into the intercom. I don't even know what this thing is. If you have any doubts about my piloting skills, just take a look around, and it will be abundantly clear. However, he was immediately captivated by the scene displayed on the screen. Roy, manipulating the armored giant, detached the weapon from its right arm and extracted a thick, sturdy strap, reminiscent of a heavy-duty truck's winch, and then slung the weapon over his left shoulder. His movements were executed with such effortless ease, akin to an infantryman shouldering his rifle. Rick stifled a yawn. No global control system could replicate such fluidity. Perhaps it was achieved through precise calculations, executed with extreme accuracy, yet Roy's motions appeared to be spontaneous, rather than premeditated. Which foot pedal, Roy? I have over 50 controllers in front of me. 57. If we are to discuss technical matters, Roy interjected. But that's irrelevant. Just keep quiet and listen while I make repairs and explain. The secret lies within the helmet, Roy continued. You can perform certain actions with the joystick, but the Lobot technology can extract commands directly from your thoughts. You merely have to envision the aircraft executing the desired maneuvers, despite witnessing everything firsthand. Rick could not suppress a profound skepticism. Are you suggesting this contraption is a sentient being? To my understanding, it is quite close to that, Roy replied nonchalantly, though it may require considerable effort for you to grasp the concept. To this day, we remain unable to comprehend the source of its power, which is strikingly similar to that of the SDF-1. However, we understand that it is not merely a physical process. It is intricately connected to living entities, possessing consciousness and intellect. This should not seem too esoteric to you. I presume you are currently preoccupied with conducting medical examinations, albeit on a machine. Roy was compelled to chuckle, realizing he ought to pay more attention to his own well-being. I am about to instruct you on what to do, so please listen attentively. Whenever it involves test flights or determining the aircraft's maximum capabilities, pilots fondly refer to it as pushing the limits. In the ensuing minutes, Roy simultaneously repaired Rick's crash while succinctly imparting the secrets of operating the Lobot technology to his friend. Now, it is time to give it a try, Roy stated. Turn on the energy switch and gently press the foot pedal, just as I instructed. Rick followed Roy's guidance, interpreting the actions in his own manner. He focused his visual awareness on the motion of retracting his legs, perceiving and understanding it at a certain point near the helmet interface. Cautiously, Rick Hunter's armored suit, adorned with red stripes, lifted him, standing shoulder to shoulder with Roy. There you go, Roy remarked. Now you realize just how effortless it can be. Towering several stories high, solid and nearly indestructible, equipped with the most advanced weaponry devised by humankind, and possessing a degree of flight capability. All of this indeed rendered the diminutive Chow Niao to appear quite primitive, not to mention its pair of colossal metallic fists capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Rick inhaled deeply, feeling disoriented by this sensation. Roy was encouraging him, showcasing just how effortlessly this could be done. Rick cast his gaze downward at Ming Mei and Jansen. He instinctively maneuvered the Lobot fighter jet to slightly tilt toward the girl, expressing gratitude. However, the next wave brought forth an entirely different form of assault, utilizing their thrusters. The Celestial Army's combat pods surged forth from the ocean's surface, reconnaissance types, command types, and standard models equipped with an array of heavy weaponry. They swiftly reached the high ground of the small island, casting their eyes over Macross City. Exido rotated his bulging eyes, eagerly anticipating the remarks of his superior. Brito was currently leaning against a communication receiver. All gunners, attention. Prepare to unleash artillery fire on the detected enemy formations. The command to prepare for firing and other accompanying orders swiftly spread throughout the fleet. The reins of the colossal beast had been released, and Macross City lay before them. We should make haste, Rick, Roy advised his friend. There is another battle to be fought. I am not yet fully adept with this robotic control system. I cannot engage in combat. It is not a robot, but rather a lobot, akin to the English term for robot, imbot. Roy unconsciously corrected him, saying, look, by pulling down the G control stick, we can switch to Guardian mode. Rick followed suit, mumbling, what on earth is a Guardian? All right, I have transformed. The transforming fighter jet began to morph into a fusion of a raptor and an armored behemoth. Roy elucidated. The control mode of the Guardian is quite similar to that of the fighter jet. You should encounter no difficulties. Where have I heard that before? Rick reminded him. Atop a hill that overlooked the entire city, a crowd awaited the official announcement permitting them entry into the underground shelter. Due to the potential natural hazards posed by various research and experiments, coupled with the likelihood that Macross Island would be targeted for military strikes by the enemy, the underground shelter remained a top priority in the island's architectural planning. Ming Mei and her relatives stood anxiously among thousands of others, while officials from the Emergency Management Agency hurriedly processed the necessary paperwork for everyone. However, accommodating such a multitude in the underground proved to be an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. The reservists faced an arduous task as well, with the most significant challenge being that many lingered at the foot of the hill, primarily seeking to locate their scattered relatives and friends before entering the shelter. Yet, this was not the reason for Ming Mei's hesitation. Jansen gazed at her with wide eyes. Though he was still quite young and unaware of what Ming Mei was like before arriving at Macross Island, Jansen had long since begun to admire her. Ming Mei evaded her aunt's grasp and circumvented Uncle Max's obstruction. The older generation always struggles to comprehend such matters. In less than a minute, I shall acquire it. Worry not. With that, Ming Mei dashed away, her legs propelling her forward with astonishing speed. Breathtaking meticulously analyzed the fire coverage model for the computer design, finally managing a nod of reluctant approval. All weapons were ready for bombardment, Commander Breathtaking. The technicians reported to him. Excellent. Clear all obstacles along the assault route. But do exercise caution. Do not harm that space fortress. I wish to obtain it intact. Once the combat pod secures the beachhead, his plan can proceed smoothly. And Zor's masterpiece will belong to the Zentradi. Thus, we can constrain the rule of Lopot. Breathtaking mused. A torrent of artillery fire descended like a tempest from the depths of hell, encircling the bombardment zone around the space fortress. The surrounding structures melted like candles beside a furnace, pierced by intensely concentrated beams, while debris of crumbling lime and concrete filled the air. Casualties were rampant. Reservists, civil servants from the Emergency Affairs Department, looters' defense teams, and others who had audaciously remained in the city perished in significant numbers. The screams of the dying and the agonizing cries of the wounded echoed amidst the searing impact points. The Zentradi army's combat pods gazed down coldly upon the chaos unfolding below. These headless, wingless monstrosities, equipped with straight sensors and heavy weaponry, found the underground bunkers and the throngs of civilians poised to enter to be glaring targets. Yet, such matters were of little consequence to them. The singular focus of the Brights lay upon the SDF-1. They had infiltrated the urban area. Rick exclaimed from within his Guardian cockpit. By sheer happenstance, he realized that he had just fallen outside the bombardment zone. Indeed, it appeared that their retreat had been remarkably timely, Roy remarked. He had long since transformed into his armored form, which afforded him a significant vantage point to observe the devastation below. He also gathered intelligence on nearby bunkers and several assembly points, adding, if you're worried about your girlfriend, we should go take a look together. Roy switched to Guardian mode, demonstrating the specific maneuvers to Rick, and soon both Guardians began to glide over the ground. They moved like skaters equipped with jet propulsion, their underfoot thrusters propelling them forward like enchanted carpets. The fighter jets hovered merely a few feet above the ground, allowing them to evade the majority of enemy fire. Have we pinpointed the source of the bombardment? Grover asked through clenched teeth. Scratching his chin, Grover replied, it's beyond the range of our missiles. Considering her duties and authority, she added, we require air support, Commander. On the outskirts of the urban area, they opened the weapon bay doors and missile launchers, unleashing a furious barrage. The guiding vessel soared with a searing spiral of trailing smoke, converging upon the SDF-1. At the opportune moment, pulsing beams of laser light darted towards their target. The SDF-1 sent out a call for assistance, and Lisa calmly transmitted to all military strike forces, "We are under attack. Please come to our aid immediately." Nearby, the transforming fighter jets swiftly shifted into their armored forms. The pack network fell silent, and the situation appeared dire. Lisa contemplated the harsh reality. Casting aside the beliefs and doctrines of her past, pondering whether humanity was truly destined to rule the earth. Meanwhile, Grover held nothing but a wretched hand of cards. The sky was filled with the explosions of missiles. A squadron of transforming jets evaded the ferocious blasts, diving into the fray with unwavering resolve. Below them, the Zentradi forces, with their round heads and bouncy movements, indiscriminately unleashed their fire upon the ruins of Macross City, reveling in the destruction they wrought. Klema shared a strong disdain for network communication protocols, a sentiment echoed by Roy. He began issuing commands. Skeleton Squad, proceed to Sector 4-1. Vermilion Squad, to Sector 4-2. Klema further delegated additional ground assault directives. Had Roy been in his place, he would have undoubtedly issued the same orders. They had been partners for a considerable time, and Klema had long since memorized Roy's method of problem-solving. Klema devoted considerable time to understanding how to deploy fighter jets to the appropriate zones. "All right, gentlemen. We have arrived at our destination. Let us engage this enemy with fervor." The aircraft dove in a tight formation, the communication among pilots lacking in decorum. The combat pod operators of the Zenith Army were already accustomed to their own operational methodologies and seemed oblivious to the arrival of these transforming fighters. However, the tide began to turn. Moments later, the transforming jets commenced their search for adversaries, corrected their targets, and opened fire. The aliens too started receiving unwelcome tidings. The fearsome, headless combat pods of the Zenith Army were systematically decimated by the Lobot fighter jets, now in Guardian mode, destroying several with calculated precision. These colossal mechanical infantry possessed all the skills of human soldiers, while their melee weaponry might have been somewhat inferior to that of the Zenith forces. This disparity became trivial in the brutal street-by-street, house-to-house confrontations, even in face-to-face skirmishes. The alien mechanical behemoths trampled across the land of Macross City, their artillery indiscriminately firing in all directions, rockets spiraling and trailing smoke as they struck indiscriminately, leaving behind a hellish wasteland. An elite assault squad of the Zenith Army advanced without encountering any resistance. Unbeknownst to their drivers, a computer-assisted targeting scope had locked onto their squad leader. By the time they realized it, it was far too late. The thunderous roar of a high-caliber Gatling gun echoed, a sound 1,000 times louder than a chainsaw. The shells cascaded to the ground like a steady flow of water. The Lobot shells, crafted by Earthlings, employed a high-density depleted uranium warhead, an exceedingly heavy projectile whose kinetic energy unleashed a formidable destructive force. Even during the previous generation, the 30mm autocannon possessed the capability to obliterate tanks. Since then, this technology has undergone continuous refinement. This group of combat capsules suddenly found themselves ensnared in a hornet's nest, and worse still, the enraged hornets bore lethal stingers. At this juncture, their squad leader had already perished amidst the hail of bullets. The combat capsule stumbled, its feet entangled, and it crashed headlong into a metal post in the street, bending it under the impact. The ironclad Titan lowered its gun barrel and opened fire. The cacophony of gunfire was as jarring as tearing fabric, yet far louder, enough to render one deaf. The Titan transformed into an expanding fireball, flames, gas, and debris scattering in all directions. The ironclad Titan pivoted, raising its weapon to seek out other foes. The entire city echoed with such chaos. Wave after wave of spherical combat capsules descended from the sea, landing as the ironclad Titan employed SWAT tactics and infantry equipment to confront them. The Titan's crew murmured as they fought, playing the role of firefighters in this magnified, fairy tale-like war. The Zenithians, too, recognized the prowess of Earth's warriors, realizing that every square foot of territory occupied came at a steep price. Rick followed Roy as they navigated the war-torn remnants of Macross City, evading artillery fire. The SDF-1's elevated bow loomed above them like a perilous hammer. Tracers etched luminous lines through the air, while alien bolts of lightning connected in a furious display around the battleground of the space fortress. One side of the apartment complex lay in ruin, shattered into fragments. Rick maneuvered in a zigzag pattern around it, his transforming fighters still in guardian mode. At that moment, he was deeply engrossed in pondering a singular question. Why had the girl named Min-Mei suddenly become so significant to him, compelling him to traverse treacherous dangers to find her? The perils faced by pilots of transforming fighters were numerous, as they could sustain various forms of harm. These swift warriors were perpetually cautioned to exercise utmost caution. Of course, casualties arising from trench foot were not included, but I could not guarantee they would not occur. Zachary Fox, in Beginner VT Fighter Pilot Manual, Human-Machine Interface, noted the increasing influx of battle pods, swarming into the Macross zone like locusts, with the primary cannons on their armor unleashing fire. One battle pod was struck by a missile from the SDF, one plummeting from the sky like an enraged comet crashing through a building. It traced a long arc across at least 3 rooftops, leaving a devastating path in its wake, transforming the area into a hellscape. Not far off, a cluster of Guardians continuously shifted their aim, targeting one enemy after another, with downed battle pods scattered in every direction. According to the information relayed through the communication network, members of the Zoosh squad have exhausted their ammunition, yet they continue to valiantly engage in battle, fortified by their robust armor and powerful legs. At this very moment, however, Ming-Mei is sprinting for survival. Initially, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. She had secured the diary and the path to the shelter was clear. But then, the combat capsule descended from the sky, obstructing all access points near her home. Unaware of where she had lost the diary, Ming-Mei initially focused on retrieving that crucial letter. Now, her thoughts are solely consumed with the imperative of survival. The combat capsule advances ominously, and Ming-Mei dashes through the street, her long legs propelling her forward, her midnight black hair dancing in the wind. Shockwaves and projectiles obliterate the buildings around her, and she narrowly escapes being struck by falling debris on numerous occasions. Fortunately, a cadre of robotic defenders is present, resembling the very entity that had demolished a gaping hole in her aunt's restaurant. These remarkable guardians are omnipresent, leaping, charging, and firing with a prowess that surpasses their original design. They stand as towering iron giants, yet now, when Ming-Mei needs them most, none are nearby. A colossal mechanical foot descends from behind her. She curls into herself, hands clutching her face, bracing for the inevitable embrace of death. A massive iron hoof hovers ominously above her. At that moment, a voice emanates from a loudspeaker. "Oh no, you cannot do this." Regaining her composure, Ming-Mei opens her eyes. The combat pods soared into the heavens, engulfed in flames, with one leg limply swaying. At that moment, Ming-Mei found herself sheltered beneath the protective embrace of colossal metallic wings. This was yet another manifestation of what was known as Lobot technology. However, on this occasion, the performance of the metal warhawk seemed somewhat haphazard, and its sounds were oddly familiar. Roy instructed Rick, "Keep an eye on this girl. I will fend off the enemies behind us." Roy lifted the Gatling gun, scanning the area. "Don't contest my position. I'll divert the enemy fire. You must swiftly escort her away from here." Rick steadied the Guardian mech with the joystick in his mind, cautiously extending his left hand, forming a circular grasp the diameter of a telephone pole to prepare to catch her. He raised the glass cockpit and shouted to her, "Don't move. I will take you with me." Like many unfortunate girls before her, Ming-Mei harbored doubts regarding his capabilities. "Can you manage? I suspect you are merely an amateur pilot." The enormous mechanical hand gently enveloped her, while Rick concentrated intently on his controls, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He understood that such maneuvers could not be executed solely through physical control systems. Only Lobot technology possessed the precision required for such judgment. A fleeting thought crossed Ming-Mei's mind. Perhaps she ought to don a flowing white robe. She was uncertain whether she would be whisked to the pinnacle of a skyscraper or dragged into the fray of a dinosaur battle. Nevertheless, the action was ultimately accomplished by him in some manner. Oh no. As her fingers were completely enveloped, Ming-Mei let out a cry. "Trust me, I can do it." Rick shouted down. "Must I believe in you?" This hand was both strong and secure. It neither crushed her nor squished her into jelly. And it certainly didn't harm her, at least not severely. Missiles launched from the combat pod soared through the air, and from this vantage point, things looked rather promising. "Hurry, Rick. Activate the thrusters," Roy shouted, raising his Gatling gun to fire at the incoming missiles, creating an opportunity for their escape. The thruster beneath the Guardian belched forth flames, and Ming-Mei began to wail. They sped through the low sky, breaking free from the attack zone. A few missiles targeted Roy, but he swiftly detonated them, and the exploding missiles triggered others, a phenomenon known in military parlance as a chain reaction, where they either redirected to another target or were ignited by the energy released from the initial explosion. However, a few missiles evaded this fate and hurtled towards Rick. At that moment, Rick, holding Ming-Mei, dared not fly too swiftly. The explosions and the overload from high-speed maneuvers could potentially injure her. All he could do was evade and deploy the countermeasures and anti-missile devices that Roy had just used to save him, striving for optimal effectiveness. The missiles buzzed ominously as they traversed the street. "What did you say? I can't hear you." Roy's radar detected a combat pod, and other instruments quickly locked onto it. It was positioned on the ridge of the hillside, within the residential area's planned layout. The battle pod leaped forward from the spine, hurtling directly towards him. Roy steadied his gun and fired several rounds into the air, reducing it to a conflagration of flaming debris that scattered delicately around him. The enemies within range that had interfered with his movements had been vanquished, and Roy activated his communicator to call Rick. "What's the situation? Everything still normal?" "I'm doing quite well, Roy. I didn't inquire about your well-being. What about the girl?" Well, she's fine, at least for now." Rick steadied the fighter, climbing slowly to distance himself from the cluster of battle pods within Macross City. "She's a taxpayer. If anything happens to her, you will be held accountable." Rick flashed a grin at Roy on the screen. "Don't forget, I spotted her first." Roy turned his attention back to other foes, leaving the matter of Ming-Mei to Rick. Meanwhile, Ming-Mei's hair was whipped into chaos by the fierce winds of high-speed flight. They had ascended to a significant altitude, and it was bitterly cold outside. At this temperature, Ming-Mei could not endure for long, especially as the thin air made breathing exceedingly difficult. "Brother, I have a way to get her into the cockpit," Roy murmured. Just then, his emergency alarm blared. Oh. In Macross City, an alien battle pod equipped with heavy weaponry lurked in the concealed remnants of a devastated commercial street, armed with two large missile racks, resembling a fiery, coiled serpent. The missiles, like spears, traced a searing trajectory through the air, piercing towards him. He activated all electronic countermeasures, propelling upward along a ballistic trajectory. With a vigorous pull on the control stick, a number of missiles lost their targets. At that moment, Rick was oblivious to whether the immense overload had caused Ming-Mei to lose consciousness or even claimed her life. As he executed evasive maneuvers, he prayed fervently, wishing he possessed Roy's exceptional flying skills. His complexion was pale, fearful that a moment's inattention might lead to Ming-Mei being cast from the aircraft, or worse, jeopardizing both their lives. Remarkably, he narrowly evaded all the missiles. A severed arm surprisingly responded to the commands from the thought-controlled helmet. The fingers, arranged like a telephone pole, gradually relaxed, thanks to advanced low-pat technology. Ming-Mei found herself suspended in midair. The earth, the azure sky, and the wind seemed to freeze in time, leaving only herself and the colossal severed hand. Realizing she was still screaming, she hastily shut her mouth, having escaped the grip of the giant hand. She felt a sense of relief. There appeared to be something else nearby, maintaining the same speed and distance, a VT fighter jet. She felt like a legendary mermaid floating in the atmosphere, swimming freely. Ming-Mei kicked her legs, drifting toward it, her eyes wide with terror and pleading intensity. Faced with the surreal scenario, Rick felt almost numb. Had this been in the past, he would have adamantly declared that no aircraft in existence could perform such maneuvers. It slowly approached Ming-Mei. The cockpit cover effortlessly opened in response to his commands and brainwave signals. He would undoubtedly utter trivialities about the mechanism of the cockpit's opening, likening it to tearing a sheet of foil, all underpinned by aerodynamic principles. Her flowing black hair was blown backward by the wind, standing upright, while her fair legs kicked as if swimming, her arms fully extended towards Rick. In that fleeting moment, Rick realized a profound truth. If he failed to rescue her, his life would be rendered utterly meaningless, steeped in mediocrity. Rick pulled the aircraft up, the vibrations of the air and the turbulence caused by the fighter jet tugging at him. He braced against the vortex, unfastened his seatbelt, and stood up, reaching out to draw Ming-Mei closer to the fighter. No aircraft, not even one crafted with Lobot technology, had ever endured such rigorous trials. He grasped the edge of the cockpit cover, attempting to seize her hand. Once, he missed. Again, he fell short. He had to continually adjust his body to accommodate the deformations of the flying machine, leaving him utterly fatigued, on the brink of fainting. The aerodynamic structure of the fighter had been irrevocably altered due to the loss of one of its wings, yet it endeavored to adjust its posture to fulfill Rick's commands. They moved like dancers in a state of weightlessness, silently and slowly. However, in reality, they were hurtling through the skies at high speed, the air shrieking past their ears, with death looming ominously close. Perhaps it was because the pilot breathed life into the fighter, granting it a soul, that it, in turn, sought to save him? He pondered. "Do not weep, we have escaped." Rick turned to her, as the Guardian gracefully descended, hovering just inches above the streets of Macross City. May rubbed her nose with the back of her hand, declaring, "I'm fine now." Oh no. Her eyes widened to the size of teacups, reflecting a peculiar shade of blue, as her gaze fixated on the area behind his ear. The Guardian was also knocked over, the rough concrete surface scraping against the cockpit lid, eliciting terrified shouts from both Rick and May as the aircraft skidded more than 100 yards before gradually coming to a halt. The Guardian regained its upright position, while the combat capsule struggled to rise, unsteadily standing as if it had sustained severe damage. "Are you all right?" "Oh no. May," Rick exclaimed, noticing May's ashen face as she lay motionless in the back seat. "Why? Is it all because of these creatures? Whatever they are. Did they traverse millions of light years merely to invade Earth? To impose yet more warfare upon us? Another endless cycle of conflict?" Enraged, Rick seized the control stick and squeezed the trigger. The chain gun erupted in a hail of high-density, large-caliber rounds cascading upon the combat capsule like a torrential downpour. Realizing his fingers still clutched the trigger, he understood this action was in vain. The Gatling gun's magazine had been emptied. He released his grip, exhaling a sigh of relief, perhaps tinged with disappointment, though he was uncertain. Yet, he soon heard the metallic sound of movement and misalignment, a creaking that accompanied the emergence of a figure clad in full armor, helmet and all. He stood tall, his stature perfectly proportioned to the size of the battle pod, towering even above most surrounding edifices. The visor of his helmet shimmered with a cold, indescribable green light reminiscent of a fish's eye. He was a humanoid entity, advancing menacingly towards Rick. For the first time in his life, Rick found himself utterly paralyzed by fear. His ammunition had been depleted, and he could not abandon May. Moreover, in the presence of this colossal figure, Rick was completely at a loss. He was practically as enormous as a titan. The ground beneath him began to tremble once more, confirming Rick's worst fears. Things could not possibly deteriorate further. He reached for his helmet, which was roughly the size of a cockpit dashboard, and irritably removed it. That face could have easily belonged to one of the residents of Macross City. The creature emitted a deep, resonant hum, utterly incomprehensible. If their mode of vocalization resembled that of humans, it was no surprise given the length of their vocal cords and muscular structure. Staggering unsteadily, he approached the transformed fighter jet resting on the ground. Rick sat there, dazed. Not only had he run out of ammunition, but he was also unwilling to abandon May and escape alone. A dreadful, low rumble reverberated through the air as a gigantic foot clad in iron crushed a small car, an act of destruction by the alien warrior. The Titan drew closer to the transformed fighter, fully aware of who his adversary was and what Rick had done to him. Death was his customary method of vengeance. Yet Rick remained frozen in place. A high-decibel chainsaw sound echoed from somewhere nearby. The alien's hands were poised to make contact with Rick's cockpit, when suddenly, a look of utter shock and vulnerability washed over its face. It stumbled and collapsed to the ground, curling into a ball, its armor pressing against its body. It lay motionless thereafter. Rick found himself trapped in the grip of horror. What was this? What on earth was it, Roy? Roy's response was dispassionate and impenetrable. "It is our enemy. Now you understand why we needed to create the Iron Giants, Rick. Their existence is solely to counter these extraterrestrial behemoths." Roy's Iron Giant nudged the fallen body with its metallic foot. Rick felt on the verge of losing control. Perhaps this was the moment to relax, but he truly had little opportunity to practice piloting a fighter. Yet this creature resembled a human. Roy scoffed derisively. "Indeed. If you had ever seen a human towering at 50 feet. My perspective is this. Regardless of who you, Rick Hunter, may be, if you wish to continue living, it would be prudent to adopt an alias. She has no idea what you have brought upon us, Roy. Of course, everyone feels the same." Excerpt from a note from Lieutenant Claudia Grant to Major Roy Falk. He realized that beyond this solitary creature, many more aliens lurked in the atmosphere, teeming with battle pods and spaceships, ready to engulf the Earth like a plague. "I believe you now comprehend the reason behind the military's unwavering commitment to secrecy," Roy remarked. Upon receiving the technician's report, He noted that the backup rocket fuel had been fully replenished and was ready for ignition. Claudia inquired about the status of the launch procedures. Lisa, still anxiously gazing at Grover, acknowledged that all citizens had been safely evacuated to the underground shelter, leaving only the combat units. Macross City had been entirely abandoned. Grover squared his shoulders. Very well. Activate the propulsion system. We shall ascend immediately. I hope the auxiliary thrusters remain operational. Without further contemplation, Lisa interjected. Grover steadied her shoulders, his gaze remarkably composed, although the same apprehension lingered deep within his eyes. There is no cause for concern, Lisa. All this equipment has been meticulously designed and manufactured on Earth. However, the truth remained that they had never undergone full-load testing. The thrusters erupted in a brilliant display of blue and white flames, radiant as a supernova in its prime. The flames licked the metallic exterior, stirring a haze of mist and debris, while the searing heat evaporated the water pooling on the city streets into clouds of steam, even melting nearby metallic objects. The SDF-1 began its gradual ascent, marking the first time in a decade that it had been propelled skyward by its own flames. Attention, Skull Squadron Leader. Lisa's voice resonated through the tactical network. The SDF-1 is taking off. We require aerial support. Roy's transformable fighter promptly shifted from its armored mode to Guardian. We're on our way. Over and out. Roy activated the thrusters beneath him, ascending into the sky. Suddenly, he realized that he had lost sight of the fighter jet piloted by Rick. Rick reached out to deactivate the communicator, and Roy's image vanished from the screen. He was not a child raised under the protection of others, yet the sudden blow left him utterly unprepared. The gruesome massacre witnessed half an hour earlier. The profound fear and hatred he felt, and the memory of that beautiful girl, now lost, plunged him into despair and panic. The SDF-1 gradually ascended with the aid of its thrusters. Rick sat in his aircraft, unable to control the jet, resigned to simply watch the SDF-1 depart. He leaned back, his head drooping in exhaustion, his heart heavy with anxiety and loss. As he attempted to rejoin the squadron of transforming fighters providing aerial cover for the evacuation of the space fortress, Roy discovered that Rick had failed to follow. Rick, come on. Rick. But there was no response. He could not summon this young friend. This unfortunate child had endured far too much anguish, Roy thought. Well, I cannot leave him there. Lisa's expression was clearly one of anger. That pilot is an imposter. I have checked all the records and found nothing related to him. Roy executed a sharp turn, which was easily explainable. He was a civilian, thus, his name would naturally not appear on the military roster. Lisa immediately covered her face with her hands. A civilian? But I actually ordered him to take off. She overheard Shamey and others whispering. What? Is he saying that he is just an ordinary person? Who is he? Within the confines of Macross City, an increasing number of bipedal combat pods joined the fray, and the acrid smoke of heated artillery fire thickened in the air. The two sides were evenly matched. As one combat pod was pierced by the cannon's barrage, another arrived just in time to join the melee. As soon as it emerged, it activated its main cannon, coordinating with the remaining combat pod to unleash a concentrated volley of fire. One armored titan was cleaved in two by an explosive blast, engulfed in flames before toppling and vanishing amidst the cacophony of explosions. The second armored titan switched to Guardian mode, swiftly skimming the ground in preparation for retreat. The combat pod leapt in pursuit, intent on annihilation. At that critical moment, however, two combat pods were severed like rotten fruit by a pair of sword-class missiles. A diving VTOL aircraft had come to their rescue. Roy narrowly executed a barrel roll maneuver to re-enter the fray. Another sword-class missile struck the giant leg of a combat pod, severing it cleanly, causing it to topple to the ground like an overheated boiler. Watching the Guardian depart safely, Roy performed a half-roll in midair, lowering his altitude as he searched for his next target. Rick gradually regained consciousness from his stupor, sluggishly calling out. He realized he was leaning against the dashboard, his head resting on his arm. With a groan, he suddenly understood what had roused him. The girl had awakened, emitting soft murmurs of her own. Thank heavens, she is still alive, he murmured to himself. Fragments of the aerial rescue operation gradually crystallized in his mind as he gazed into her eyes, contemplating the significance of this girl in his life. He shook his head, dispelling fanciful thoughts, and scanned the surroundings to assess the situation. The colossal alien remains first caught his attention. I must get her away from here. Encountering this creature would undoubtedly terrify her. Yet, The Guardian did not ascend to the azure sky. Instead, it staggered and collapsed onto the pavement. It remained ensnared in the alien's final grasp, the nose of the craft crashing violently into the ground. The impact was so immense that Rick nearly lost consciousness. His complexion pale and breaths labored, cold sweat cascading down his body, rendering his surroundings a blur. He could not extricate himself from the horrific scene before him. "What's wrong?" May asked, seemingly just awakened. "What happened? Why are you trembling so?" The thought that the creature could frighten her jolted Rick from his stupor. "No, you mustn't look outside." She restrained her curiosity to gaze outward, evidently beginning to trust him. "Why? Is something amiss?" Just as she spoke, the ground trembled once more beneath the sound of approaching footsteps, another killing machine drawing near. It suddenly dawned on Rick that his transforming fighter was rendered immobile. Having exhausted all its ammunition, his gaze filled with dread. However, as the dust settled, what emerged was Roy piloting the transforming fighter in its armored form, wielding a chain cannon upon its back. "I truly do not wish to disturb the two of you, but at this moment, it is imperative that you do not linger here any longer. Come, let us depart. Fortunately, there exists a swifter and more convenient solution." Roy piloted the armored giant, extending a long metallic appendage, at the end of which was a special claw. With it, Roy pried open an access hatch of the downed Guardian, reaching into the dark compartment to manually disconnect the automated control system. "Hold on, you two." Roy swiftly maneuvered the craft away, narrowly evading the energy spheres launched by the battle pods. Captain Skull unsheathed his chain gun, setting the battle pod ablaze as it plummeted to the ground. Yet, an increasing number of battle pods surged forth from hidden positions in the rooftops of nearby buildings. Roy had already switched to Guardian mode, accelerating his escape while the aliens relentlessly pursued, firing fiercely. One battle pod had closed the gap, its massive frame dominating Roy's right side view. However, Roy adeptly transitioned his aircraft back to fighter mode, unleashing full power just as the enemy closed in. Two battle pods had secured a strategic position at the cliff's edge, unleashing a torrent of fire upon him as they ascended in their transformed state. Rick could hear May groaning softly, equally gripped by fear. Roy's timing was impeccably precise. He launched multiple missiles just in time. The battle pods tumbled down the cliff like a pair of Roman candelabra, while Roy ascended rapidly towards the SDF-1, switching to horizontal thrusters. Lisa's voice echoed throughout the battleship, as the enigmatic engines continuously channeled energy to the main propulsion system of the vessel. The azure flames of hell began to flicker and roar as the SDF-1 amassed sufficient velocity to ascend to a higher orbit. The control tower acknowledged the Squid 3, preparing for its return. On the flight deck, ground crew members were diligently preparing for an exceedingly perilous and urgent mission. The ship's battle alarms remained active, indicating a constant threat of enemy assault. Every landing maneuver must succeed on the first attempt. There was no time to waste on second preparations for any unfortunate failures. The fleet surged toward the mothership, while the pilots assigned by Grover for the second wave of landings were drenched in sweat. "At your command, sir," came the immediate response. "We are still short 2 aircraft, sir." All fighter jets had been accounted for, save for Major Falk and the VT-120 fighter. "Very well. I trust there is no cause for concern regarding Major Falk." Grover rose. "Vanessa, please retrieve the orbital data for Ironclad 1 and Ironclad 10. Vanessa promptly accessed the relevant data. "Yes, sir." "They are approaching the Charlie rendezvous point. Everything is proceeding according to plan. We shall rendezvous with them in 29 minutes. "Excellent. Claudia, have you detected any signs of the enemy?" "No, Captain. There are no anomalies." "If I may interject, Captain," Lisa inquired, "don't you find it rather peculiar? After launching a large-scale orbital offensive, why has the enemy refrained from continuing their assault? It seems illogical, does it not?" The crew members on the bridge exchanged anxious glances. Ming-Mei interjected, expressing her concerns for the uncle and aunt in the shelter, surrounded by the invaders. "They will be quite safe there," Roy continued to explain, emphasizing that the bunker was impervious to attack, a principle that had guided its original design. "Hold on tight, Rick," Roy urged, diverting his attention to the colossal ship before them. Captain Skull called out to SDF-1, signaling the end of his transmission. In the microphone, Lisa's voice sounded somewhat irritated. "Have you found him?" Roy retorted sarcastically. "He was just harassing a lady, so I had to rescue her as well." "You scoundrel!" Rick exclaimed in frustration. Lisa's gaze was fixed on 2 screens, where she saw Rick Hunter, alongside Ming-Mei, who was currently resting her head on his shoulder. Hunter appeared to be an inexperienced youth, utterly lacking in discipline. The girl, on the other hand, was quite attractive, if one were to appreciate that type, Lisa mused. So, this is our civilian pilot, Lisa remarked. No wonder he doesn't know how to operate his fighter. Rick certainly detected the barbed undertone in her words. Who is that woman, Roy? Lisa's expression turned as if doused with icy water. That woman? The others on the bridge exchanged cautious glances, a mix of shock and amusement evident on their faces. Roy could not help but burst into laughter. This esteemed lady is our control tower chief and the ship's first officer, Lisa Hines. If you deem her old, it is likely a reflection of your own immaturity, my child. Lisa, with a stern expression, interrupted him. Now, listen here, Major Falk. Handing a transforming fighter to an amateur civilian pilot demands a reasonable explanation from you. You could very well find yourself facing a military tribunal. Are you not aware of that? Fortunately, everyone noticed that Lisa had not observed Grover, who was stifling his laughter in a corner of the bridge. Soon, he regained his serious demeanor. Oh, she's lost it, Roy said with a grin. And you, Rick Hunter, Lisa continued mercilessly, you are in quite the predicament. Do you realize that? For reasons unbeknownst to him, once the immediate danger had passed, Rick's courage melted away like snow. He pointed helplessly at Ming-Mei. This entire situation arose because of her, you know. Ming-Mei displayed no sign of displeasure but calmly advised Rick. I suggest you apologize quickly, Rick. Making wild guesses about a woman's age can lead to dire consequences, as you ought to know. Lisa Hines silently counted to 10, striving to suppress the urge to punch the display screen. Control Tower, Skeleton 1 requests landing clearance, Roy reminded her. Please assign me a runway, dear lady. No one could contain their laughter any longer. Lisa's colleagues on the bridge were all in fits of giggles. She clenched her fists, but ultimately refrained from striking down. Received. Landing on runway 0-9. I hope this is the last time I see you, Rick Hunter, Lisa thought. To say we were astounded by the inhabitants of this planet would be an understatement. They fight with tenacity and courage, yet never squander their lives. They stand in stark contrast to those foolish and savage races, such as the Zentradi. However, what truly astonishes and instills awe in us, I believe, is their overwhelming mastery of the art of warfare. I cannot fathom the extent of the similarities between us. Excerpt from the Military Advisory Analysis Report by Exodore. The beaches of Macross Island have once again become a gathering point for the retreating forces of the Zentradi. Gigantic saucer-shaped landing vessels descended along the coastline, their wide hatches extending to the sea and creating crashing waves. With the ascent of the SDF-1, these battle pods lost all purpose for remaining here. The underground bunkers on the island held no value for them, and the human fortifications had not sustained any significant damage. Ironically, the Zentradi's ironclad doctrine prevented them from recognizing the value of hostages. Capturing hostages was of no use to them. Consequently, such incidents had never occurred among the Zentradi. Whereas for Earthlings, the situation was entirely different. It seemed that only half could survive, Exodore remarked. Where's the space fortress now? Bright inquired of his technical officer. Though the battle machines had suffered only negligible losses, his wrath was immense. As a warrior of the Zenith Star, one must endure such primal and brutal leadership. Bright nodded, acknowledging the point made, and suggested that a delaying attack should be executed to hinder their progress. He turned, his voice resonating with a deep rumble as he issued the command, the metallic cap on his scalp and his artificial eye glinting under the illumination. Ready for a laser bombardment. The order swiftly permeated the entire fleet. Turret angles began to adjust, and the slender, sharp-mounted gun emplacements on the hull resembled sturdy icicles of iron. Conversely, it felt as though they were ascending within a colossal, illuminated metal metropolis. The horizon fading into the distant gloom, indistinguishable whether it was the ceiling or the sky. Rick could hardly fathom what purpose such an astonishingly vast expanse could serve. I have a surprise for you, Rick, Roy announced. You shall see it shortly. He exaggeratedly executed a sharp turn, lifting the jeep off the ground. Ultimately, he narrowly managed to halt the vehicle, the tires screeching, bringing it to a stop, while Rick and Ming-Mei were thrown off balance, tumbling to the side. Well, we have arrived, he proclaimed triumphantly as he leapt out. Come on. Rick shot him a glare, assisting Ming-Mei out of the vehicle. Is this really necessary? You might injure her. Roy disregarded his words entirely, exuding confidence in his skills, certain that such a mishap would never occur. He gently activated the row of spotlights overhead, illuminating the sight that awaited him. Rick's beloved Mockingbird perched gracefully within the confines of the small hangar. My goodness, Rick. Look, Mei-Mei exclaimed, Someone left it on the island. Roy responded nonchalantly, so I devised a way to retrieve it and arrange for some repairs. The rocket booster cover of the small aircraft had been replaced, and from the landing gear's position, Rick could discern that the plane was fully fueled. "My car!" he exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air from the deck, rushing towards his cherished Mockingbird, dancing around it with exuberance. "I thought I would never see it again. You saved it." He grasped Roy's hand, shaking it vigorously as he sought to convey an exaggerated embrace. "Oh, thank you, Roy. Thank you." Roy managed to extricate himself, saying, "Hey, stop, Rick. Don't get too excited. I did this because I believe you would find flying this much more liberating than our transforming battle machines. However, the Mockingbird cannot transform into a mighty fortress." "I truly do not know what to say, Roy," Rick replied. "Where have I seen it before?" May interjected into their conversation. "It was during this morning's air show, wasn't it?" As soon as the engine roared to life, the tires let out a lively scream. One could hardly fathom the enormity of the vessel. "So it's best to remain right here," he exclaimed, disappearing in a flash. In the vast expanse of space, the armored vessels, along with their supply ships, destroyers, and frigates, aligned themselves in formation to receive commands from the SDF-1. Our docking sequence was executed with impeccable precision. Vanessa remarked. "The enemy ships are preparing to enter the dock, sir," reported a Zentradi technical officer. The orders swiftly reached the elongated Zentradi artillery, which began to swivel and load with energy. Once the gunners were ready, they received the command to fire at will. This directive evidently pleased them. The beams unleashed by the Zentradi forces illuminated the cosmos. The fleet, advancing in an orderly array toward the dock, was instantly engulfed in flames as alien beams were unleashed without warning from afar, piercing their hulls and transforming the fleet into a spectacle of explosive blossoms. Destroyers, supply ships, and frigates were struck, with the Ironclad 3 erupting into a furious fireball, its blinding light illuminating the bridge of the SDF-1. Debris and wreckage from the battleship were scattered about like leaves caught in a tempest of explosive shockwaves. Grover felt as though he had been struck, instinctively stepping back. "Vanessa, where are the enemy ships?" The bridge crew maintained their composure amid the chaos, reporting that the current attack position of the enemy vessels was identical to that of the previous assault. They were presently in a high-altitude orbit approximately 10,000 miles away. Report: the Miranda, the Circe, and the Ironclad 3 have been utterly annihilated, along with countless smaller vessels. Furthermore, the orbital defense installations have suffered severe damage. They have torn the fleet to shreds. Glover bellowed, "What is the status of our damage?" "We were not directly hit, Captain," Shamey asserted. Kim corroborated the information, stating, "There are no damages, Commander." "In our position?" Glover suddenly inquired, adjusting his broad-brimmed hat. He resolved, "Claudia, descend towards Macross Island, maintaining an altitude of 2,000 feet, and simultaneously prepare the jump system for activation." Despite the wartime circumstances, Claudia questioned the command. Executing a special mission during such critical times requires more than mere obedience. "Are you certain you wish to issue this command, Captain? The jump system has yet to be tested. I am acutely aware of the risks involved, Claudia. But you must understand the current predicament and the choices we face," he replied. She certainly understood, as did everyone else. The alien fleet had ensnared them in an unbreakable web, tightening above the SDF-1. If they did not act swiftly, they would entirely lose their defensive capabilities. Glover added, "But we are not even certain how the jump system operates." Lisa reminded him. He surveyed his crew. It was not his practice to explain orders to his subordinates. Yet should he fail to survive this ordeal, the documented command would hold significant value for future operations. It was crucial. "We must not surrender." He fervently declared that as long as there remains a possibility, we must explore every avenue. Prepare for an immediate jump. Destination: 1 lunar radius from the far side of the moon. Keep your radar on standby to monitor data at all times. Lisa. He shook his head. Time was of the essence. "But Captain, you must be aware of the explicit regulations within the system." Under the piercing glare of his furious gaze, she finally stammered an apology. "I'm sorry, sir." Grover inhaled deeply. "I understand how it is articulated in the regulations, yet I commend your unvarnished courage. I merely wish to—" "Claudia, you have received your orders." He pivoted and strode away, his hands once again clasped behind his back. "Acknowledged, Captain," she muttered through clenched teeth. "Mission underway. All personnel, attention. Highest priority level. Jump system on standby. Green energy at maximum readiness." Nevertheless, the men and women aboard exerted their utmost efforts. "All crew members, Report to emergency stations. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. The jump will commence in 5 minutes. Countdown begins now. Beneath the shroud of thick smoke, the labyrinthine underground bunker system of Macross City lay concealed. Jensen fidgeted anxiously, not due to the crowd. For the entire bunker was designed to accommodate far more residents than present, along with the necessary supplies and supporting facilities. Its very purpose was to transform Macross Island into humanity's ultimate refuge in times of dire crisis. Yet, Jensen found his thoughts drifting to his cousin. I am increasingly worried about Ming-Mei. What about you? I wonder where she is now. Do not fret over Ming-Mei. She will be fine, his mother reassured him, attempting to soothe his concerns. She is surely in another bunker. It's as simple as that. His father quickly added, of course. A bright child like Ming-Mei would never encounter trouble, would she? However, these adults concealed their past from the boy. Indeed. Jensen nodded in acknowledgement. He slowly sat down, continuing to wait while pulling his blanket tighter around himself. Are you planning to go somewhere? Ming-Mei asked. At that moment, Rick was conducting the final checks and adjustments for the launch of the Mockingbird. He found it difficult to admit to himself how crucial it was to have her by his side. This was entirely different from his previous life with the Flying Acrobatics Troupe. The SDF-1 was resonating with the final communications from Shamey. Attention, all crew members. The 5-minute countdown has commenced. Mei handed him a piece of chocolate. Do you want some candy? After enduring such hardship and danger, he was surprised she still had such a thing in her pocket. Thank you. Rick, what is a jump? It bears no relation to us whatsoever. He extended his hand, drawing her into the vessel. Come aboard, we shall set forth. She cast a skeptical glance at the cramped single-seat space of the small aircraft. Is it truly capable of accommodating two? Rick offered her his transformed combat helmet. Here, put this on. She widened her eyes at the helmet, touched by his considerate gesture. Oh, then she donned it. You look utterly charming in that, Min-Mei. You could set a new fashion trend. She huffed in mild annoyance. Oh, you rascal. He chuckled foolishly, then opened the hangar door. The indicator on the door revealed that SDF-1 was descending rapidly, now at a low altitude, sufficient for the aircraft's turbofan engines to ignite. Through the partially open door, the first sight that met his eyes was the distant Macross Island, which he deemed the most probable docking location for the battleship. Yet, given the choice, he would never wish to linger aboard again. The myriad military vessels had already brought both him and Min-Mei an abundance of troubles. Min-Mei too gazed longingly at Macross Island, so engrossed that she failed to notice Rick had squeezed into the cockpit. He was pressed closely against her, her back resting against his knees. Hold on to me, Min-Mei. It's rather cramped here. Min-Mei shifted forward, attempting to lean against the dashboard. Hey, if you sit there, I want to be able to pilot. She could only lean back, while he resolved to act swiftly before the SDF-1 generated a more formidable airflow. He increased the throttle on the fan and activated the reversing blades. I apologize, Rick, Min-Mei said, but it's just too cramped here. At that moment, the Mockingbird found itself in a tailspin. The adage in a narrow passage, the brave prevail, famously uttered by Grover, is well known due to its frequent citation, despite his military endeavors and skills suggesting he was far from reckless. Indeed, he demonstrated a profound understanding of this maxim through his maneuvers over Macross Island. In Volume 8 of the History of the First Robotech War, the Mockingbird plummeted sharply, spiraling downwards. Rick exhausted every method at his disposal, ultimately averting a disastrous collision with the artillery. Don't worry, Min-Mei. I'm quite the flying ace, Rick proclaimed in what he believed was a composed tone. He struggled to control the aircraft, hoping to steer clear of the SDF-1's formidable hull, while Min-Mei buried her head in her chest, silently pleading for divine intervention to extend her fleeting life just long enough to draw in a breath of air. However, to his own astonishment, Rick successfully pulled the plane out of the tailspin and achieved the desired altitude. Hey, are you all right? She steadied herself and glanced around, realizing everything was under control. Unable to contain her joy, she burst into laughter and embraced him. Rick? Hunter felt an overwhelming sense of elation, wishing that this flight would never conclude. It was evident that Macross Island lay directly beneath the SDF-1. As the vessel descended, the distance between them diminished. The hyperspace jump would commence in 10 seconds. 9. Each second seemed to stretch interminably, and then he heard Claudia's voice. 2, 1, 0. Initiating hyperspace jump, Grover commanded, and the bridge crew immediately dispersed to execute the order. To Grover, everything on the bridge transformed. Perhaps he perceived a spectrum of imaging beyond infrared and below ultraviolet. Whatever the description, the contours of the battleship's superstructure were outlined by an eerie blend of crimson, yellow, and orange light, revealing an unprecedented vista. Yet, even this could not elucidate the bizarre, almost spectral spectacle before them. The scene was not entirely clear. It flickered in the air, its shifting effect akin to double exposure. The sphere of hyperspace jump expanded increasingly, transcending Dr. Lang's theories and calculations, ultimately enveloping Macross Island and its harbor, even ensnaring the Daedalus and Prometheus supercarriers. They too became indistinct, appearing twice their original size, as the sea battered against the sphere, as if colliding with an iron plate. A tremor akin to an earthquake began, more ferocious than the offensive launched by the Zentradi. It struck the sanctuary, and the citizens believed calamity was upon them. Their minds conjured the most dreadful scenario imaginable, the apocalypse. The scorching dust finally manifested, and the luminous sphere grew increasingly radiant, swirling like a languid insect, akin to a sensitive little star. The crew members on the bridge were utterly incapable of concentrating on their instruments or displays. Lisa wept, feeling both anguish and nausea, as if life were being forcibly wrenched from her corporeal form. The SDF-1 was encircled by a sphere that enveloped the entire island, surrounded by the sea, and it also embraced a vast expanse of sky. The ocean lashed against the spherical force field, yet it bore no consequence. The SDF-1 transformed once more from the double-exposed landscape, ultimately stabilizing and gradually fading away. The previously unperturbed spherical force field amidst the tumultuous waves vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Millions of tons of seawater swiftly filled the void left by the disappearance of the force field, with the tidal waves generated by their collision surpassing the most ferocious surges on this celestial body. Air rushed in to occupy the suddenly formed vacuum, and the tremendous thunderclap echoed, indistinguishable from a nuclear explosion, perhaps even more intense. At the edge of the world, the main fleet of the Zenith Star was gathering, poised to launch a final assault. Yet, in that last fleeting moment before they opened fire, an astonishing event transpired. A blinding halo illuminated the horizon. Without the aid of instruments or the need to heed reports from technical officers, Breathtaking SIs discerned precisely what had occurred. Hyperspace transition. It was simply unimaginable. I must immediately ascertain their precise location. Since the tumultuous inception of the solar system 2 billion years ago, the most distant realms of this galaxy have remained shrouded in cold and darkness. The magnificently fiery sun here is but a mere frigid droplet in the vast expanse of night. The distance between Earth and the sun is the foundation for the genesis of life, whereas Pluto, the solitary planet in this vast void, resides 40 times farther from the sun than Earth, resulting in surface temperatures nearing absolute zero. Yet, in this unparalleled moment, Pluto and its sole faithful satellite Charon, the ferryman of the underworld in Greek mythology, have merged into that solitary eccentric orbit. The transition field has manifested once more, unveiling an astonishingly colossal celestial body in the cosmos. The SDF-1 in a small island hangs suspended in the vastness of space, beneath which lies a bowl-shaped expanse of ocean, with the smoky echoes of warfare even drifting above Macross City. The seawater instantaneously congeals into ice, adhering to the island, expanding and fracturing as it does. The majority of the air descends towards the surface, solidifying into a snowfall of frozen particles that blankets the island in mere seconds, cloaking it in a shroud of ice. Despite instruments indicating that such a surface could not possibly generate gravity, yet the reality is that the harbor has solidified into a substantial mass. With 2 super aircraft carriers soon entombed within the icy expanse, ensconced in this frozen world, this transformation has become one of the myriad inexplicable phenomena of the Lopot War. It was only later, after a series of events and revelations, that people began to faintly comprehend what had transpired in the cold afternoon. Far away in the depths of space, 5 million miles distant, the disorientation, the inner turmoil, and the presence of Ming Mei beside him compelled Rick to suppress the terror he yearned to articulate. He also discovered 2 other chilling facts. His turbofan engine was utterly inoperative, and a layer of frost had formed upon his cockpit canopy. There was no need for him to feign surprise. Prior to this, he had watched in horror as Macross Island transformed into a snow-laden polar landscape. Clearly, this vast, shadowy entity, whatever it was, had now liberated him from the constraints of gravity. He could hear the sound of the cockpit canopy of the snipe being tightly sealed by the low pressure, while the absence of atmospheric pressure led him to silently curse his misfortune. Gazing at the frost on the cockpit glass, thick as a blanket, he pondered what he could do besides await his demise. "We are switching to backup systems, Captain." Claudia's voice rang clear as she swiftly adjusted the lights to their normal state. The crew members blinked and then busied themselves with their tasks. Under the blinding lights, a dust storm, laden with various debris, swept across the hull, with fragments occasionally striking the ship's shell. "Radar indicates an exceptionally large object below us, Commander," Vanessa reported to him. "At least for the battle fortress, it indeed resides below. However, from the computer readings, it appears exceptionally unique, even for a warship that has severed its artificial gravity system to facilitate hyperspace jumps. Our destination for the jump is the moon. The gargantuan object you see is it," Grover remarked. "It is, in fact, quite diminutive compared to the moon. The commander," she made a comparison, "and I have projected it onto the main display for you." Everyone cast a glance, and each person gasped in shock and trepidation. "It is hurtling towards us, Commander," Vanessa exclaimed. Grover swiftly glanced at the readings and countered, "No, we are the ones flying towards it." "That is Macross Island, Captain Grover," Vanessa shouted. At that moment, Grover had also discerned it clearly. He had drawn his own conclusions and assessed the magnitude of destruction this collision would entail. However, there were matters that required immediate attention, leaving other concerns for later contemplation. Deceleration rockets. Claudia engaged the rockets at maximum power. Claudia, pursing her lips, was busy at work, only managing to find a moment to utter, "There's no response. No matter how I adjust it, my computer remains unresponsive. Damn energy depletion," she contemplated as she prepared for the impending collision over the PA system. "Emergency alert. Emergency alert. Brace for impact. Brace for impact." The SDF-1 helplessly collided with Macross Island, which was enveloped in a layer of ice, as reported by Sammy. Everyone could see clearly from the screen. Claudia stretched her limbs after stepping away from the observation telescope, wary of injuring her nose. The SDF-1 gently grazed the sloping surface of the island, crushing the structures beneath like potato chips soaked in liquid chlorine. The battleship swept through a city that had been vibrant and joyous just hours before. In the underground bunker, people were grappling with a myriad of issues brought on by weightlessness, including various discomforts and ailments, as well as the panic triggered by their bodies floating toward walls, floors, and ceilings. They were at a loss as to how to remain grounded. Jensen clutched his mother's hand tightly, sobbing uncontrollably as he drifted toward the wall. Lena hurriedly grabbed him, and the two spun helplessly in midair, uncertain of when they might come to a stop. The frost on the glass cockpit of the Chow Niao inexplicably vanished under the influence of a force that was entirely unlike gravity, yet bore many similarities to it, seemingly invigorating the mind. "Oh, how beautiful it is outside." Mingmei was so astonished that she forgot to breathe, her long, dark hair gracefully floating in the weightless environment. As Rick was once again captivated by her innocent and pure spirit, she had finally begun to appreciate the beauty surrounding her. Yet she consistently failed to give due attention to the potential dangers and ugliness lurking nearby. A streak of starlight flashed through the pitch-black space as a massive fragment of rock brushed past them. Rick attempted to regain control of the aircraft, but to no avail. The turbofan engine had completely ceased to respond. "It is truly madness. There seems to be no other explanation. We are adrift in outer space. This signifies that we are in grave trouble." Rick pondered to himself. "Oh my, isn't it rather romantic?" Mei exclaimed. Rick managed a strained smile. "Indeed. It is quite so." A jarring metallic collision jolted the small aircraft significantly, causing it to veer off course. Rick cast a glance at the object. It was some form of large machinery, and the collision with the Mockingbird had altered its original flight path. The small plane continued to spin in the vacuum, eliciting terrified screams from both of them. Subsequently, the aircraft collided with another piece of floating debris in space. The second impact caused Rick's nose to bump against Mei's nape, yet it absorbed a considerable amount of excess energy, finally diminishing the rotational speed, allowing the plane to resume a semblance of stability. Gazing around, they observed an array of urban refuse drifting aimlessly. Due to the collision, Rick suddenly erupted into a sneeze. Mei looked at him in astonishment before bursting into laughter, and soon Rick joined in the hearty amusement. However, she abruptly ceased her laughter, alert to a hissing sound. Rick hastily masked his inner turmoil, assuring her that everything was perfectly normal. There's no need to fear this or that. Yet, the hissing emanated from a hairline crack beneath the windshield frame. In flight, one encounters a myriad of sounds, such as this instance. He compelled himself to laugh lightly. How could I dare to inform her that the aircraft is losing pressure? The escaping airflow was drawing Ming-Mei's hair towards the fissure. Rick folded his handkerchief, contemplating its use to seal the crack. Perhaps it would hold for a while, he thought. However, the situation did not significantly improve. Ming-Mei's eyes widened in fear. Shall we leave this place? She asked. Hey, take it easy. Are you that anxious? Rick pondered the last flicker of hope for survival. He secured the helmet onto her head once more, and she obediently sat before him on his lap. If the rocket boosters fail, we are utterly doomed. Are you comfortable? Rick gently activated the boosters and ignited the rocket. Although the boosters could be controlled independently, maneuvering them was still a challenging task. While the boosters played a crucial role, their efficacy in outer space paled in comparison to an aerial circus, ultimately proving insufficient. The boosters emitted a feeble flame, their propulsion akin to a faint cough. Yet the Tiao finally set forth. The minuscule jets of thrust from the selected nozzles became the sole means for the aircraft to change course. Unfortunately, the meager fuel left in the diminutive rocket engine was dwindling. He scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch sight of the elegant VT fighters nearby. I believe we should search for the SDF-1, he remarked. It seems that some intriguing events have transpired in this vicinity. The sound of air leakage persisted, but at least the frost on the cockpit glass had begun to thaw. He no longer pondered how long he might live, but instead devoted himself to piloting the aircraft in search of the location of the space fortress. It's over there, Ming-Mei exclaimed briefly. The SDF-1 was undeniably colossal. Impossible to overlook, it remained docked on the remnants of Macross Island, surrounded by explosions, the trajectories of missiles, and the flashes of energy waves. The war raged on. It seems like there's a battle over there, Ming-Mei remarked. Never mind, we have nowhere else to go. Don't worry. He deactivated the thrusters, carefully adjusted the nose of the aircraft, and aligned it with the direction of travel, praying fervently that no debris or fragments would obstruct his path. For in such a scenario, evasive maneuvers would be unfeasible. Amidst the fierce conflict on Earth, the defenders neglected a Zentradi lander that had participated in the initial wave of attack. Heavily laden with combat pods, it was compelled to land again on Macross Island due to severe damage, unable to take off once more. Consequently, this lander was also transmitted into the depths of the cosmos through the process of hyperspace transition. Although the lander was rendered inoperative, the combat pods of the Zentradi forces immediately resumed their assault on the warship. Undoubtedly, due to their premature withdrawal, they had not received further orders from their superiors. Moreover, they realized they had long since strayed from the fleet. If they could not seize the space fortress, their survival in the orbit of Pluto would be unsustainable. Despite the challenging flight, he performed remarkably well. Through meticulous adjustments to the thrusters, he gradually steered the small racing craft onto the correct trajectory. The sole method at his disposal to decelerate was to disengage the thrusters, inching ever closer to the target with painstaking precision. The prospects appeared grim. However, an unforeseen incident exacerbated the situation. All landing docks had been sealed shut. I forgot, they always close them off during times of conflict, Rick remarked. Mei-Mei blinked vigorously at Rick, as if his words were in a foreign tongue. A fatally wounded combat pod shuddered past them, trailing a fiery tail like a wayward meteor. This victim, pierced by armor-piercing rounds, orbited the SDF-1 like a discarded shoe flung away by its master. It flew so close that it nearly singed the wingtips of the Chao. Both Rick and Mei-Mei instinctively recoiled, but it nonetheless collided with the SDF-1. Straining his neck to peer outside, Rick sought to discern the calamity unfolding behind them. In that instant, all the munitions aboard the combat pod detonated simultaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic force that struck the vessel's narrow maintenance corridor, which was recessed into the hull. Statistically, the probability of such a strike was roughly 1 in a million. Yet it indeed altered the structure of that section of the hull. A significant breach was created in the weak armor of the space fortress, situated directly in the flight path of the small craft, until the shockwave from the explosion redirected its course. The Chao trembled, abruptly halting midair before commencing a spin. As the nose of the aircraft approached the SDF-1, it finally broke free from its precarious flight state. Rick caught sight of a faint glimmer ahead, and at that moment, his breathing became labored. To make matters worse, the rocket thrusters were nearly depleted of fuel. Perhaps we can infiltrate through the hole created by the enemy. Mei suggested with a brief nod, her difficulty in breathing hindering her ability to articulate further. Rick activated the thrusters, exerting every ounce of strength to propel the aircraft forward. Had it been another pilot at the controls, they would likely have met a grim fate. However, Rick possessed an intimate knowledge of his beloved craft, the Mockingbird, and even in such dire circumstances, he managed to adjust the racing plane's trajectory during a minute of rocket thrust. There was no time for evasive maneuvers or deceleration. His foremost hope was to ensure Mei's survival during this emergency landing. Yet, they were still faced with the prospect of a treacherous descent. The scales of fate suddenly wavered before them. A heavy armored curtain began to descend slowly from the breach, a result of the ship's automatic repair control system activating in response to the damage sustained. Rick pushed all rocket engines to their maximum output, helplessly watching as his sole chance for survival slipped away inch by inch. He engaged the turbofan, the blades spinning in reverse at full speed. If they could make contact with the air inside the hull, it might serve to decelerate the aircraft slightly. He also estimated that the resistance caused by the external airflow at the entrance might adversely affect his time to reach the hull. In truth, there was little to ponder. Otherwise, neither the propeller nor the turbofan could assist the Nightingale in countering the immense air leakage. He was nearly there. However, the descending armored curtain ultimately leveled his vertical stabilizer. In fact, his piloting skills were sufficient to etch a mark in the annals of aviation history. Regardless, the diminutive racing aircraft finally pierced through the expansive compartment. It sustained minimal damage as it soared towards the lofty ceiling. The propulsion fan, encountering the rarefied air, began to wail, while the armored curtain clanged shut at its designated position. Fortunately, the area was adorned with lifting cables, slings, and pulleys. The Nightingale was fortuitously ensnared by them, flipping over and colliding with another object, subsequently breaching more. Rick and Mei experienced a momentary blackout, losing consciousness for a few seconds. Upon regaining awareness, they found themselves suspended upside down, the deck a yard or two away from the glass canopy. The life support system was replenishing the cabin with air. The machine's rumble growing louder as the Nightingale dangled in a stable yet precarious position. Most fortunate of all, no cable was draped across the cockpit windshield. Otherwise, they would have been trapped within the aircraft, immobile. At that moment, Rick lacked the patience to contemplate a suave exit from the plane. He struck the windshield with vigor, causing the glass cover to descend and fall to the ground. With every ounce of his remaining strength, he lifted Mei off the plane, then unfastened his safety belt and gradually slid his body to the ground. As his feet finally touched the earth, all he could utter was a simple, yet profound phew. She was half kneeling beside him, and they locked eyes in astonishment for a moment. Both had believed they were doomed. After exchanging glances, they suddenly burst into hearty laughter simultaneously. Never in their lives had they experienced such unrestrained joy. It was inexplicable, but for Rick, sharing this happiness with Mei had become paramount above all else. "We have just shot down the last enemy aircraft, Commander," Sammy reported the latest developments to his superior. "This is a hot potato for Claudia." "Not yet, Captain. I have tried numerous times, but there has been no response. We are unable to establish contact with them," Sammy interjected. "Are you certain the system is not malfunctioning?" "Absolutely not," Claudia retorted succinctly. "There are no issues whatsoever." Vanessa corroborated her statement, affirming that everything was functioning smoothly. Grover was reluctant to indulge his inner fears. He had a clear understanding of the potential scenarios, and should the reality align with his suspicions, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yet, facts remain immutable, and no one can turn a blind eye to them. "Report our current position." Vanessa swiftly and accurately provided the answer. According to the computer display, "We are currently in orbit around Pluto." Orbiting Pluto? This outcome was far worse than he had anticipated. The merciless Grim Reaper had deceived him countless times, yet his unwavering resolve enabled him to persevere until the very end. The crew on the bridge encircled Vanessa. Even the steadfast Lisa appeared taken aback. "Pluto? Absolutely impossible." "No way," Claudia protested vociferously, though deep down, she understood the irrefutable truth. "The transition process had always been under my vigilant supervision." Among the survivors, Grover was acutely aware of when to assert authority, a rare occurrence. Indeed, and when to adopt a parental demeanor, a style he had adeptly employed to navigate every significant event and crisis he had encountered. This statement left everyone exchanging glances, ultimately managing to rein in their emotions. Grover once again took the lead, with everything firmly within his grasp. In the engine compartment at the stern, Dr. Long was laughing maniacally, his hands striking his knees with fervor, resembling a frenzied madman intertwined with an Olympian deity. Technicians and scientists gathered around him, their faces etched with skepticism. Several times he lifted his gaze skyward, followed by bouts of uproarious laughter. It was not until over half a minute had passed that tears began to flow from his peculiar eyes, trickling down his cheeks. Fate had played a dreadful and eternal jest upon him. Before those around him could fully comprehend, Long forced himself to halt. Such a colossal jest was not something to be shared with everyone, for not all possessed a rich sense of humor. Lang straightened his posture, inhaling deeply as he gathered his strength. "Connect me to Grover's phone," he commanded. Without a doubt, there was nothing to be concerned about. At this very moment, Grover was affirming just that. "What?" Grover roared into the receiver like a grizzly bear. "Are you absolutely certain? Stay there and don't move. I'll be there immediately." With a sudden crash, Grover slammed down the receiver, abandoning other pressing matters as he strode purposefully toward the hatch. How could the captain abandon the bridge at such a critical juncture? Lisa, taken aback by her own unexpected thought, stood frozen like a tree stump. "Captain, what is happening?" Grover paused briefly at the door. "Dr. Lang just informed me that the transition system has vanished into thin air." A chorus of suffocating gasps and groans erupted from the crowd. Shamey and Kim even embraced, struggling to hold back their tears. Everyone understood the implications of Grover's words. As he stepped out of the hatch, Grover halted, igniting his foul-smelling old pipe. There was no reason to doubt the information Lang had provided. Despite his obsession with low-pot technology, he was a remarkably rational individual. Now, he contemplated the current orbital position, distance, life support systems, and engine performance curves in solitude. He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, lost in thought over the ashes in his bowl. "I must extinguish this. It is a waste of time," he declared loudly. "Well then, it is time for us to embark on our long journey." Despite the bizarre circumstances, Lang was not mistaken. The jump engines had vanished. "I cannot fathom what transpired," Grover shouted into the microphone. "But our foremost priority is to expedite the evacuation of the island's inhabitants onto the ships as swiftly as possible." He released the mic and turned to the crew members. "What seems to be the issue?" "Captain, we are unable to establish communication with either the Daedalus or the Prometheus aircraft carriers," Lisa reported. His gaze shifted to the next observation port. Just a few hundred yards away, two colossal supercarriers lay anchored amidst a sea of debris and wreckage. Floating in the air were automobiles and various pieces of furniture, along with the horrific remains of human lives claimed by this tragedy. These vessels were merely carriers intended for aircraft operating within the atmosphere, and all the air had completely escaped during the jump. There was no need for clarification. Everyone understood the implications. All crew members, along with civilians who had not taken refuge in the shelters, had perished during the transition. It was indeed a dreadful catastrophe. "Major Hines, deploy a squadron of rescue vehicles to commence operations on the carrier adjacent to the SDF-1. They must work diligently, even if it requires round-the-clock shifts. We must complete the airtight modifications on these two carriers and render them operational once more," he commanded, while internally contemplating the gruesome nature of the cleanup effort that lay ahead. Lisa's expression conveyed sheer astonishment. "Captain, is it truly more crucial to dock with the SDF-1 than to rendezvous with the Armored 1 and Armored 10? "Indeed," he replied. "I believe the weapons aboard can still be utilized, and there are numerous transforming fighter jets on the carrier." "I hope so, Captain," Lisa remarked. "Action must be swift," Grover added. "Isn't that obvious?" Claudia muttered quietly. Grover stood resolutely at the edge of the observation window. So many lives have been lost. How could I have made such a foolish mistake? Yet, deep within, he recognized that this self-reproach was unjust. He had merely executed the only viable option. Had he chosen otherwise, the SDF-1 might have succumbed to the hands of alien invaders, and everything would have been irrevocably lost. We must also establish a boarding passage to the underground shelter, ensuring the safe transport of all residents to the SDF-1. He turned his head to issue commands, notifying Colonel Fidden and his subordinates to suspend all current tasks and urgently prepare temporary living arrangements for the refugees. He ordered the 5th and 6th Eve squadrons to commence rescue operations immediately, instructing them to bring aboard all usable supplies, particularly food and ice. Rick Hunter could utilize the SOS signal in various ways. However, May was devoid of confidence in this plan, though she remained silent. As he leaned against the hoisting cable, she gently tapped his shoulder. Rick, you cannot make it fly again. Why not try the radio device aboard the aircraft? It should prove to be relatively simple. He wearily shifted away from the rope, the radio having been rendered inoperative upon landing, its shattered fragments strewn across the ground. Oh, Mime murmured softly. Rick pondered deeply, contemplating a few thoughts that lingered in the recesses of his mind. He raised his wrist, adorned with a Heiko aviation watch, adjusting its operational mode. Perhaps it could assist us in our escape from this place. She leaned in closer, scrutinizing its contents. An inertial tracker, it functions as a compass. Minmei's expression betrayed confusion. But aren't compasses supposed to have two pointers that rotate back and forth? She gestured with her fingers, illustrating her point. Oh, Rick chuckled. Mime appeared somewhat aggrieved. Indeed. All the compasses I have encountered spun in that manner. I wonder what these tubes are for? Mime inquired, extending her hand to touch them. Perhaps they are meant to cool some sort of power supply. Rick shrugged. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just a bit hot to the touch. Rick furrowed his brow, realizing. Ah, I see. That was rather foolish of me. My apologies. They resumed their journey. Suddenly, Rick slipped upon a patch of grease, nearly tumbling into the dirt. What on earth are you doing? Minmei asked with a hint of smugness. Rick mumbled something under his breath, rising to continue his path forward. They ultimately arrived at a compartment cluttered with scrap materials and worn machine parts, which appeared to be a dead end. Rick assessed the situation and cautioned. You cannot go searching for your friend, Roy. Claudia shouted at the screen. Yet, the captain of the skeleton crew remained resolute, insisting, I cannot simply abandon him. Roy was of immense significance to her. This thought compelled Claudia to resist the urge to fly through the screen and grasp his throat. Listen, you cannot come and go as you please, abandoning your post at will. Grover cleared his throat meaningfully. Lieutenant Grant, let me speak with him. Roy squinted, replying, Aye, Captain. However, I believe most would argue that the lives of many outweigh personal friendship. Apologies for the interruption, sir. Roy's signal abruptly vanished, prompting Grover to slam the microphone down, muttering, that arrogant little wretch. Hot-headed, Claudia held her breath, suppressing her frustration. Meanwhile, Lisa was struggling to concentrate on the task at hand. In the past, she had hoped never to hear Rick Hunter's name again. Her eyes were somewhat blurred from lack of sleep. Where are we? What is this place? May wondered aloud. I do not know. This vessel is vast, Rick admitted. The inability to ascertain their location was hardly surprising, as the chamber resembled a hangar, filled to the brim with crates and various equipment. Yet, what astonished her most was the immense hatch at the end of the chamber. Mimi gazed vacantly into the depths of space. Debris and various floating objects accumulated increasingly, drifting past the spacecraft. Look there, her voice was laden with sorrow. What do you think happened here? I do not know where these items originated. However, it appears as though everything from the city has been scattered chaotically. Mimi seemed on the verge of tears. Could these things have flown out from my home? I mean, from Macross City? After what felt like an eternity, the crew on the bridge finally found a moment to rest. They sipped their coffee while Grover inspected every corner of the warship on a personal level. Lisa shook her head, stating that if aliens launched another attack, they would stand no chance whatsoever. Lisa, however, expressed skepticism. If we resort to traditional methods of communication, the opportunity cost would be significant. We might inadvertently reveal our position, allowing the aliens to locate us. Colonel Hines sang out a cheerful voice from Sammy's seat. The captain of the 5th deployment team wishes to speak with you. He says it's urgent. Lisa pushed her coffee aside, knowing there would likely be no opportunity to finish it in a short time. Well, this route leads nowhere, Rick frowned, directing the flashlight's beam towards the wall ahead. How does your leg feel? Is it any better? Mingmei gently massaged her sprained ankle, which had been twisted moments ago, and it felt much better now. However, she was feeling a bit parched. Rick pondered for a moment. Although he had some emergency rations aboard the plane, there was no stored water. Suddenly, an idea struck him. After all, water was all around us. Stay here, he exclaimed before hastily departing, leaving Mingmei murmuring to herself. I truly cannot comprehend what he is talking about. He forcefully wedged a steel pipe into the joint of 2 connecting pipes, attempting to pry them apart. Be careful not to hurt yourself, Mingmei cautioned him. It's remarkably sturdy, sturdier than I imagined, he muttered through clenched teeth. Mingmei promptly kicked off her shoes. I'll help you. Together, they exerted all their strength downwards, and the pipes began to creak ominously. With every ounce of energy they could muster, the pipe finally snapped, unleashing a torrent of water. Fortunately, the water was warm, not scalding at all. Rick and Mingmei tumbled backwards onto the deck. As the refreshing water surged high into the air, drenching them like a torrential downpour. We did it. Now it's our boiler, Rick exclaimed joyfully. Mingmei laughed, joining in the celebration. After a while, she stood up, thoroughly soaked, and cupped her hands to drink the water. Wow, this is incredible. Now, I think I'd like to take a bath. Huh. Rick, caught off guard, could only respond with that single remark. Since the water is still flowing, I suppose we shouldn't let it go to waste. She began to unbutton the fastenings at the back of her outer garment, suddenly pausing to glare at Rick, her mouth forming an exaggerated O. Ah, Rick. Oh, I think I'll just go around and keep an eye out for you, how about that? A smile spread across her face as she nodded. No peeking, all right? By the way, could you help me move that over to make a shower curtain? He hurriedly dragged a large steel panel over, blocking the expansive entrance to the corridor, and then departed from the vicinity. Thank you, she called out toward the fountain. He suddenly noticed a small hole in the steel panel and bent down to inspect whether it was damaged, bringing his eyes closer to it. Mingmei let out a scream, prompting Rick to rush to the opposite end of the stall within half a second, his mind conjuring images of an alien giant appearing before him. Mingmei, are you all right? I'm here. It must have been your imagination, perhaps, he uttered, his voice tinged with guilt. Of course, she replied, a hint of sarcasm in her nod. Yeah, he coughed. I'm sorry, and swiftly turned to leave. Mingmei reveled in the delightful sensation of the shower, humming a tune to herself. She was so content that she lost track of time. Suddenly, she heard a voice, faint and nearly indistinguishable. A small bundle of clothing was thrust through a gap in the makeshift shower curtain. I brought you a clean outfit, he called out. I put an extra work uniform on the chimera. Her spirits lifted. It seemed joy was her natural state. This is exactly what I wanted. I feel so much better than before. Thank you for the clothes, Rick. Do not mention it, she said, albeit it was somewhat oversized. She tugged at the wide cuffs, fanning them a few times, and giggled heartily. Mingmei leaped onto a polished metal inlay. The dark mirror reflected her visage. She made a silly face, extending her tongue long and rolling her eyes, all while waving her excessively long sleeves. Long-sleeved ghost, she exclaimed, bursting into joyous laughter. This is what I found in the emergency supplies. Here, this can is for you. He gently tossed the can over. Oh, thank you, she replied, her expression radiating delight, which was her usual demeanor. Mingmei possessed an unparalleled ability to uncover joy in the fabric of life, more so than anyone Rick had ever encountered. She watched him as he unwrapped the fork that accompanied the can, pried off the ring, and lifted the lid. Let us see if it's palatable. He plunged the fork into the thick, brown paste, emitting a satisfied sound. Mingmei, however, did not join him in indulging. Instead, a sudden look of concern crossed her face. Shouldn't we save some of this to last longer? To which he replied, I am not worried about that. He scooped out another portion of the food. We shall be leaving here soon. Yes, but what if we cannot get out in a short time? He endeavored to infuse his voice with confidence. I used to be a junior naturalist. I will guide you out of here. I knew it. She playfully tickled him, causing Rick to leap away and hide behind the plane. Hey, what is so funny? She temporarily set aside their predicament, cupping her face with both hands and laughing heartily. And Rick found himself laughing along involuntarily. Arranged the test for that day. I was unwell. However, in the end, I finally grasped the true nature of the compass. Mingmei's laughter grew increasingly infectious, and Rick could not help but join in. Subsequently, they settled onto the cushions, leaning against the crates, with the mockingbird overhead. I truly worried for my family. She confessed to him, do not fret. He insisted, presenting a facade of certainty. I believe the underground shelter is quite secure. She blinked wearily. Oh, I hope so. You know, there is an entrance to a shelter right next to our house. Is that so? Then they must be fine. She stretched her arm, yawning, her sleeve concealing her hand. I suppose so. Her head rested upon his shoulder. Wake up. You cannot sleep like this. You might wake up with a stiff neck. With a high-pitched squeal, a plump gray mouse leaped onto Mingmei's shoulder, scurrying down her arm and across her bare calves, ultimately vanishing into a shadowy corner. Startled awake by her own scream, she was unexpectedly aware of Rick's hands encircling her shoulders. She scrutinized Rick anew, thinking, it seems I must change my position. You stay here, I will sleep over there. She unsteadily rose and walked towards another pile of cushions a few yards away. Hey, that was just a mouse. Rick hurriedly defended himself. Mingmei dismissed him. She was young and immensely captivating. She had long since learned to guard herself with caution. She knelt gracefully, lifting a pile of cushions and arranging them into her favorite formation. As she busied herself, a plump, furry gray creature leaped from its concealed spot and swiftly darted into the shadows. "There's a mouse," Mingmei exclaimed hysterically, leaping up and calling out to Rick in the distance. He sniffed the air, and indeed, it was true. "I recall mentioning this very matter to you earlier. Yet you refused to believe me." She lifted her gaze to him once more. "I am truly sorry, Rick. I swear, from this moment forth, I shall trust you entirely." He struck an elegant pose, reminiscent of the aristocracy. "In that case, I shall safeguard you from these dreadful creatures henceforth." "Oh, thank you." Mingmei yawned again. "I believe everyone will sleep soundly tonight." He surveyed the cabin before adding, and at that moment, she once more rested her head upon his shoulder. Her eyelids fluttered with weariness. "In truth, they fear us more than we fear them." He refrained from speaking aloud, unwilling to extinguish her hope of escape or salvation. "If they can thrive here, so too can we. That is what truly matters." Although their current predicament was far from favorable, he continued to wrestle with this notion. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts on sleep, he noticed she had already nestled against him and drifted into slumber. Unbelievable. It seemed he would have to maintain this position while she slept. He leaned against a crate, curling his body to find a semblance of comfort. He contemplated a myriad of plans and possibilities that could facilitate their departure from this place, with a singular objective in mind. He could not allow Mingmei to falter. A sudden metallic grinding sound plunged Rick into deep thought. It was an exceedingly sharp noise, causing a tingling sensation in his teeth and imparting a sense of impending danger. It was Mingmei. "You see, yesterday was Thursday, and today is Friday." She held a triangular piece of metal, one edge having been sharpened against the deck. Appearing dangerously acute, she was etching the final mark upon the fuselage of the Chow Niao, near the nose on the starboard side. Two irregular vertical lines were deeply inscribed into the fragile shell of the racing aircraft. She had deliberately chosen a relatively large area to make her mark, and he understood this clearly. "Hey, what are you doing?" Clearly, she had not anticipated that his watch featured an all-weather date display. Rick decided to refrain from mentioning the watch. Having an artificial calendar might indeed bolster her confidence somewhat. "No, thank you. You're doing well. However, I must return to work." Mingmei was practically inventing a new form of artistic expression. What a waste of effort. Yet, it mattered little, as the Chow Niao would never soar again. She truly was a remarkable assistant. Given their predicament, today could hardly get any worse. Just then, lost in thought, his forehead collided with a low-hanging pipe. The pain caused him to recoil, only to inadvertently strike the back of his head against another pipe. He let out a grunt. Seething with anger, yet filled with a sense of helpless frustration, he incessantly berated himself for not having donned the helmet of the transforming fighter as a safety cap. In his frustration, he struck the pipes and walls with reckless abandon, an act devoid of purpose, which could potentially lead to a short circuit in certain power conduits. This sense of oppression was exceedingly difficult to shake off. However, if a solution to the predicament was not found swiftly, who could fathom what calamities might follow? He could not suppress his errant thoughts. There was also a matter he had yet to disclose to Mingmei. It was not solely about his own life or death, but rather the terrifying prospect that, should he fail, she would be left utterly alone. Nevertheless, as time slipped away, the options available to him dwindled. "Hey, Rick, do you like our new home?" Mingmei's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Beyond that, he found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, she had fashioned a tent by draping a parachute made of red and yellow fabric over the top of the aircraft. Yet, what brought him the greatest joy was her discovery of the survival gear aboard the plane, which she had ingeniously transformed into a small cooking stove. Now, something simmered within the pot, exuding an aroma that made his mouth water. And it was not until he felt a pang of soreness in his jaw that he realized his lips had been parted the entire time. "With a fire, we can extend the provisions for a longer duration," she explained. And Rick began to feel a twinge of shame for having once believed that Mingmei could not take care of herself. "Ah, I nearly forgot." He resolved to finally share that particular piece of information with her. "Your family runs a restaurant." She sprinkled some seafood powder into the pot. Yet he could not recall ever having added any seasoning to the lifeblood. Nevertheless, she achieved it, and the aroma wafting through the air was nothing short of heavenly. "No, the Xiao Beilong restaurant is owned by Aunt Lena." Mingmei shrugged. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "In truth, I have always aspired to pursue a career in the entertainment industry." Rick, taken aback, lifted his gaze. "You mean to say you wish to become an actress?" "Thank you." He fell into silence for a while, envisioning what it would be like to see Ming Mei dance, then continued, "Actually, it may not quite suit a girl of your type." He cast a sorrowful glance at the map, which was riddled with dead ends. 5 days had passed. He bitterly commented on the refugees, incredulous that they were attempting to reconstruct a city within the space fortress. Whether on sea vessels or spacecraft, space is an immensely precious commodity, yet now. "Waiter, you may set down the tray." Claudia sat at the table awaiting Lisa, remarking, "It smells delightful, thank you." "Very well, madam." The waiter's movements were somewhat awkward, as he had just been brought in. All professionally trained military personnel had been assigned to more critical tasks, leaving the soldiers to serve themselves. However, it was rare to hear anyone complain. Claudia noted that this particular waiter had come from the secondary artillery gunner's position. "He hoped I would volunteer to take on the responsibility of guarding the refugee shelters, so I replied, 'Commander, while I do not shy away from admitting my bravery, I am also on the brink of madness.'" The fighter pilot continued, "Although you are not a volunteer," his deskmate remarked, "you were eventually deployed, weren't you?" The reluctant pilot shrugged and mimicked the gliding motion of a fighter jet, his thumb and pinky forming the shape of the aircraft's wings, prompting both to erupt into hearty laughter. Some things, Lisa thought, never change. Unlike most civilians, the true elite of combat seldom boast of their bravery and fearlessness within their circles. Instead, they recount how terrified they were, how dire the circumstances were, and how foolish the senior commanders appeared. This is their privilege. Everyone knows that bravado is merely for outsiders. Claudia set down her coffee cup and inquired, "Any updates regarding the refugees?" Claudia's somber gaze spread outwards, her eyes filled with indifference towards the events that had transpired and were ongoing. She cautiously replied, "Is that so? Incredible. For the supercomputer aboard the SDF-1, the urban planning blueprints are akin to a child's play. It is essential to note that all permanent facility schematics on the island have been stored in the spaceship's database since a decade ago. More importantly, Grover understood earlier than others what was indispensable for the spaceship's long journey. One cannot expect civilians to sit idly in crowded temporary accommodations, as their restlessness could lead to severe social collapse, posing a monumental disaster aboard the SDF-1. In the subsequent briefings and announcements regarding refugees, they meticulously guarded this secret. The initial conception originated from a liaison officer of Grover, who remarked, "Why don't we reconstruct Macross City?" Mei-Mei's calendar became increasingly marked. A vertical line now bore a horizontal stroke, accompanied by 2 additional notches. To enhance the likelihood of success, she also joined the expedition. Initially, she faced vehement opposition from Rick, but after enduring a series of despairing moments, he ultimately acquiesced. He wearily collapsed onto the cushions, while she busied herself with the thin soup in the pot, their last sustenance. It was uncertain what the surrounding rats relied upon for survival. Yet he knew that it would not be long before he and Mei-Mei would be compelled to resort to hunting them for food. He even harbored doubts that, in Mei-Mei's hands, even the rats could be transformed into a delectable meal. He sat down, contemplating how to broach the difficult decision with her. "Bad luck, right?" Mei-Mei inquired. "Why not take a break?" "Mei-Mei," he said, burying his head between his knees, "I don't know what to do." This vessel was akin to a colossal maze of prisoners. "Indeed," she replied without moving her head, "a gigantic prison adrift in space." He had not anticipated such an opening. It appeared that his plan might indeed succeed, and he needed to instill a sense of optimism in her regarding their predicament. "Yes, precisely. We are in space." He endeavored to infuse his tone with the semblance of someone who had just grasped the profound implications of this term. Her expression was one of sheer astonishment. "But what of it? We have a means to escape. We can exit the isolation chamber and locate another entrance further away." She was bewildered. It was impossible. "We lack spacesuits." Yet he had already risen, removing the helmet of the transforming fighter from its previous resting place. He adjusted the collar of his flight suit, sliding his fingers over the automatic sealing mechanism to demonstrate the airtightness of the suit and the seamless connection between the collar and helmet. She appeared increasingly perplexed. "Indeed. However, at this moment, I require your assistance." Before he could finish his sentence, he illuminated his flashlight and led her outside. "I will teach you how to operate the isolation chamber, all right?" Reluctantly, she followed him, her arms crossed behind her back, silently accepting his goodwill. They clambered once more over the towering stack of crates. The pair arrived at the imposing partition beside the energy panel. In terms of size, it was comparable to a country road, evidently designed for the Zenithians. The control dial was as large as a wagon wheel. and the buttons were nearly the size of the windows in Mingmei's bedroom. "Are you certain you understand everything?" he inquired again. "Uh-huh," she hastily asked, "without oxygen tanks. How will you sustain your breathing, Rick?" She had more to say, but he had already turned and walked ahead. "Wait," Mingmei called after him. "I have reconsidered. Rick, I wish to convey to you that you may stand near this grand observation window. Should communication be necessary, we can establish contact through it. This window is astonishingly larger than a cinema screen." Her breath grew suddenly rapid, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, her feet turned outward, and her eyes widened in astonishment. He adopted the most casual tone. "Mingmei, what do you see? You need not worry about this matter intermittently, do you?" She was not gazing at him. Her gaze transcended his shoulder and peered through the observation window into the distance. He hurried over. "Look, that object. I have never seen anything like it." Mingmei inhaled sharply. What type could it possibly belong to? Initially, he thought it resembled a prototype of a spacecraft. The object was sleek and shimmering with silver, and he even contemplated ways to establish communication with it. Soon, however, he began to worry that it might be an alien spacecraft, despite its significant differences from the shape of a combat pod. A second later, he regained his composure and discerned what it truly was. Its actual identity was far more fantastical than the aforementioned two. "I believe it to be a tuna," Rick surmised, though I never anticipated it could grow to such a size. It was as long as a sailing vessel and appeared remarkably intact. He could not fathom why the vacuum pressure during the leap did not transform it into something bizarre like a microwave-cooked football, for he had no inkling of the exceedingly simple force field effects derived from prehistoric culture. It drifted towards them like a sailing ship. "Indeed, it is a colossal tuna." Mingmei licked her lips, affirming this conclusion. "How massive it is," Rick conceded. He turned around, and the two of them simultaneously exclaimed in awe. They pressed their noses and palms against the glass. "I wonder if there's a way to bring it here." His voice brimmed with longing. They exchanged glances and shouted in unison, "Tuna." Rick meticulously checked the seal of his helmet and flight suit, tightening his wrists and ankles with every strap and cord he could find, and secured the collar seal with layers of cloth. Suddenly, he realized he could hear nothing and had to reopen the glass visor of his helmet. Mingmei was shouting at him, "Be careful outside. Wave when you're ready." He waved, closed the helmet visor, and unsteadily approached the massive isolation chamber. Mingmei called out for the start, then turned the wheel-like dial. After the air was evacuated, the hatch opened. He cautiously shifted, pushing himself outward, dragging a long rope behind him. His flight suit inflated as if it had undergone a steam bath, and the tuna seemed to advance reluctantly, barely moving forward, which could entirely jeopardize their plan. He hurled the large fuel tank in one direction, and under the influence of Newton's third law of motion, he began to move in the opposite direction. Then, he drifted toward the lifeless, plate-sized eye of the fish, wrapping his arms around the tuna. As he pressed against the left side of the fish's head, the massive creature began to thrash. To ensure his safety, he secured a rope to the fish's pectoral fin. He intended to utilize the reaction force from throwing a second fuel tank to propel the tuna towards the containment chamber. Yet his efforts proved largely fruitless. In a state of weightlessness, the object became surprisingly insubstantial, though its size remained unchanged, rendering it nearly impossible to grasp. The tethering rope had reached its limit, stretched taut, and even slightly elongated. This resilient fabric, designed specifically for space operations, possessed a tensile strength surpassing that of steel. As Rick swayed, he realized that had he not ensnared the fish with the rope, merely embracing it would have sent him hurtling away like a ball. The elasticity of the rope absorbed the tuna's kinetic energy, finally nudging it towards the containment chamber. At that moment, Rick sensed that his oxygen supply was dwindling. He needed to expedite the fish's movement swiftly. He kicked forcefully against its body, hoping to incite some effect. With this fish, he and Mingmei could extend their survival for a while longer, though not indefinitely. Now, securing this fish was a matter of life and death for them both. The chamber loomed ahead. Had he dozed off? There was no time to disengage. The tuna had pinned him against the deck, dragging him onward. He perceived a faint glimmer of light ahead as the pressure within him began to wane. The immeasurable power derived from the yearning for the flower of life is paralleled by a formidable strength inherent in humanity, an insight of profound depth. The Loborut War demonstrated that this insight surpasses the might of cannons and missiles. Both victims were not devoid of such capability. As Mingmei cried out and rushed towards him, he found himself disoriented, staggering, unable to hear anything. At last, they removed the helmet that had encased Rick, and he gasped for air. his chest heaving violently within the confines of his flight suit. He exhaled a sobering breath, realizing he was still alive. Mingmei supported his arm over her shoulder, steadying his body that threatened to collapse at any moment. "I was so worried about you," she exclaimed, her voice faltering. "Ah," Rick sighed, sinking down onto the cold deck. The unfortunate giant fish had finally settled into a vast vessel. Although its eyes fixed intently upon them, it could not halt the drool cascading from Rick's lips. Flames fueled by the aircraft's aviation fuel leapt from the makeshift stove, filling the cabin with an enticing aroma. "Why do you sit there looking so glum?" Mingmei teased. "You caught a big fish from outer space. You were incredible just now." He buried his face in his hands, melancholic. He understood her intent. Yet he resolved to be candid, vowing never to conceal anything from her again. "We cannot repair it. I do not know what to do next," he confessed, clutching his knees and resting his forehead atop them. "Perhaps we can create an opening in the rooftop to escape," she suggested, determined to keep his hope alive by any means necessary. He lifted his head once more. "I have contemplated this. Yesterday, I ascended to the roof with some tools, but it was as impenetrable as tank armor. I could not even leave a dent upon its surface." Mingmei prodded the mound of fish heads with a fork fashioned from a metal sheet. "Would that suffice for a breach? What would we use for an explosion? The remaining fuel aboard the aircraft is barely sufficient to sustain this camp stove for a few more days. Moreover, it cannot even raise the temperature of the surrounding deck by a few degrees." She gazed at the flickering flames beneath the pot, uncertain of what lay ahead when their provisions, fuel, and even access to water and air were exhausted. Mingmei's calendar bore additional scratches. A horizontal line now intersected 4 vertical marks, forming a second grouping, accompanied by 2 more vertical strokes. 12 days had elapsed, and they had spoken of this matter no more. My father was fond of lamenting over various grievances, yet he imparted all he knew to me. The following year, I returned, seizing victory in the competition. Subsequently, I claimed championship titles for 8 consecutive years, though I flew merely an antiquated, dilapidated aircraft. He paused, unsure if his tone resembled boastfulness, but dismissed the thought. Mingmei understood him. He felt as though they had known each other since birth, or rather, that they were acquainted in a past life. She sighed, resting her head upon his arm, gazing at him. "Rick," she whispered, "do you mean I can never fly with you again?" She lay back, gazing at the reflection of the hearth and the cockpit glass. They were ensconced in a world of their own, filling the void in their hearts with dreams day and night. "Sometimes, I even experienced the sensation of falling in love within my dreams," Mingmei thought, yet she never dared to voice this sentiment to him. Mingmei began to sing a song she had composed, one she had never shared with anyone. After a few moments, Rick realized he had never heard it before. "Falling in love, my beloved will take me to places unreachable by others, where silver starlight and golden moons abound, and there are 13 Junes each year. It must belong to me, falling in love. You possess a truly exquisite voice." Before he could conjure more elaborate compliments, he uttered this simple praise. "Thus, it always begins." She met his gaze once more, the light obscuring whether her face was flushed. "Thank you, Rick." She averted her eyes for a moment, then continued to observe him. "If I could do only one thing in my life, I would choose to sing. Without song, I cannot endure." Yet Mingmei sat up, hugging her knees, sorrowfully nodding. "I understand your feelings, Rick. If you cannot realize your dreams, you will feel discontented. So, can you truly be certain that immersing yourself in the performing arts is the life you yearn for?" He suddenly became alert. "Ah, are you suggesting marriage?" She nodded, her long hair glimmering in the flickering light of the fire. "My family is filled with love. I have told you this before, haven't I? Soon, you shall truly understand. That feeling is so wonderful, and I hope to cherish it for a lifetime. I believe you would make a splendid wife." He did not respond explicitly to this. She suddenly grew melancholic again, saying, "Thank you. But now, I have no more chances." "How can you think like that, Mingmei? I know we will surely find a way out. By now, 12 days had passed. I am convinced they have given up searching for us." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "We may never escape." He was at a loss for words, just as he resolved to speak. A faint chittering and rustling broke the silence. "Those wretched rodents again. This time, I shall catch them." He seized an empty tin can and hurled it towards the entrance of the tent. The can clattered to the ground and ricocheted into the darkness, scattering the mice in fright. She stood beside Rick, declaring, "We cannot possibly leave alive. We are destined to be trapped here forever." He clasped his hands together, while she gazed sorrowfully into the dark corner. Mingmei suddenly lamented, "We have been trapped for far too long. Those outside must have forgotten us. Mingmei, I refuse to entertain such notions. It is the truth. We must confront reality. She leaned against him, her gaze lost in the abyss of darkness ahead. We shall spend our lives aboard this vessel. I will never again experience the joys of being a bride, nor will I embark on a new chapter of my life. Tears began to stream down her face, her shoulders quaking as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. She sniffled. How can you assist? Well, we could hold a wedding ceremony. Right here. We could perform it splendidly. She turned to face him, her cheeks glistening with tears. Oh, Rick, is it truly so? He nodded slowly. Mingmei, may I borrow your scarf? She delicately untied the exquisite white silk scarf from around his neck, carefully unfolding it and folding it into the shape of a wedding gown. Mingmei, you are truly beautiful. I suppose that makes me the groom, does it not? He stammered, his eyes awkwardly darting about. Mingmei remained silent, gently grasping his hand, which he reciprocated with a tender hold of her small hand. Is this how it is? You will be fine, I promise. She clutched his hand tightly. I am so frightened. In the vast, empty cabin, her voice sounded so faint and solitary. She withdrew her hand from his, exclaiming, Enough. This is all foolishness. You know very well what lies ahead. We shall perish here. She turned away, sobbing uncontrollably. Rick stared at her, at a loss for words. She was not yet 16, the age when one should bask in affection. Mingmei, I am not speaking frivolously. I genuinely believe salvation is possible. You must not surrender. I shall exert every effort. He assumed a suggestive posture, expressing his apologies. She turned to face him, saying, No, Rick, the one who should apologize is I. With that, she leapt into Rick's embrace. I am such a fool, she murmured. He held her tightly, replying, No, you are not. She lifted her gaze to his face and implored, Kiss me, Rick. If you are certain, he began, as she closed her eyes and he leaned in to kiss her. Their lips barely met when the deck began to tremble violently, as if the world was coming to an end. The entire compartment shook fiercely, rendering them unable to maintain their footing. The Tyanio and their tent swiftly vanished beneath a colossal, several-ton alloy-cast object. They held onto each other, struggling to keep their balance. A slanted tower-like structure emerged. It was the Lowboat drilling machine. Rick's mind raced frantically as he quickly moved to the other side of the drill bit. At that moment, this behemoth had penetrated the upper deck, and compared to Rick's tools, it was utterly indestructible. Light flooded the chamber as a beam, perhaps from a searchlight, pierced the enclosed space. Voices echoed from above. What is that? Enemy missiles? It appears to be a bomb. Several figures gathered at the opening created by the heavy machinery, bringing sunlight to Rick and Mingmei, who were confined in the compartment. The beam of light commenced its scanning according to a prearranged program, and the two stranded individuals below were taken aback, rendered speechless as they watched in disbelief. A beam of light swept over them, followed by a second, and soon they were enveloped by 5 or 6 beams. Hey, there's someone down there. It seems to be 2 children. They clung tightly to one another, uncertain of what they might encounter after enduring these 12 long days and nights. Blinding searchlights were cast from various directions, erasing their shadows completely. Then, a familiar voice exclaimed, Isn't that Mingmei down there? The voice emanated from a robust figure squatting at the edge of the abyss, peering down intently. Mingmei grasped Rick's hand even tighter. It's the mayor. Rick, we are saved. She embraced him, then released her hold, dashing towards the area where the lights converged most densely. Rick let his arms hang limply, unable to comprehend why his emotions did not align with the anticipated exhilaration. In a matter of minutes, a crane began hoisting them upwards in a basket. The SDF, one was bustling with machinery. They realized the intensity of the lights surrounding them was far greater than anything they had witnessed in the past fortnight. Incredible as it seemed, the awe-inspiring landscape of the new world paled in comparison to the shock it instilled in them. Are we dreaming? Mingmei leaned against the steel cable of the basket. How could our city possibly be here? Surrounding them were spacious streets, towering buildings, prominent signs, lampposts, canopies, and throngs of people, all gazing at Macross City, yet oblivious to the distinctive metallic ceiling of the spaceship above, with its impeccable lighting system providing conditions akin to those on Earth. At this moment, the crowd was animatedly pointing and discussing amongst themselves. I can't believe it, he murmured softly. The entire city has been relocated here. The gondola set them down beside a large opening on the deck. Mingmei was about to climb out when she suddenly gasped and pointed ahead. Oh, Rick, look. That block was all too familiar to him. Before mastering the piloting skills of the armored giant, He had wreaked significant havoc here. The only difference now was that these buildings were brand new, adorned with decorative paint. The homes of Xiao Bailong and Aunt Lena were right here. She had already scrambled out of the gondola. There was no place more comforting than home, and a pang of nostalgia struck Rick's heart. He could not recall whether he had ever wandered through a similar place in his red slippers as a child. He felt somewhat disoriented, surrounded by bewildering sights. Of course, one thing puzzled him the most. A little boy dashed through the crowd and leaped into Mingmei's embrace. It was Jansen. The siblings held each other tightly, weeping. Mayor Tommy Lon patted Rick on the back and said, "You see it too, kid. The entire city has been rebuilt. Now, take a good rest. And then tell us what exactly happened. You have been missing for nearly 2 weeks." Mei's uncle, Max, has much to express. His sturdy, calloused hands firmly grasped Rick's, conveying heartfelt gratitude for safeguarding our precious girl. The crowd had enveloped Mei, as those familiar with her in Macross City regarded her as an integral part of their families, rather than merely a refugee or stranger. However, for Rick, the situation bore a different significance. "Oh, it is truly terrifying down there," she exclaimed, widening her eyes as she addressed the audience. "You cannot possibly imagine." "Oh, I can empathize," a woman remarked, and the crowd nodded in agreement, signifying their understanding. Suddenly, a divine voice resonated throughout the newly partitioned Macross City, startling Rick. "Attention! This is a message from the bridge." He had undoubtedly heard that voice before, yet his feeble state rendered him incapable of recalling where. Where have I heard her voice before? Rick still could not remember. Mei was enthralled by the crowd's adoration, as they applauded in unison with her. "Oh, and the mice." Onlookers chuckled with anticipation, despite being utterly unaware of the role those mice played in the tale. Rick yearned for her to meet his gaze and draw him into the throng, but at that moment, she remained engrossed in sharing her own narrative. "Hey, my child. You must be very happy now, right, Tommy?" Luan patted him on the back in a manner characteristic of camaraderie between men. The mayor's physique resembled that of a cannonball, and with a single slap, he nearly caused Rick to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. The atmosphere here was quite pleasant, and he found it exceedingly agreeable. He was reluctant to rise, for even if he indulged in a bit more slumber, no one would be concerned for his absence. The notions of striving for survival and the awareness of existence take on an entirely new interpretation when applied to the city of Macross and its inhabitants. Tommy won. The mayor thought it was just like being at home. She wiped the table, which was hardly dirty at all. The front door swung open, reminiscent of the old house on Macross Island, as her uncle and aunt stepped inside. "We stood in line for ages to receive this," Uncle Max complained, shaking the food ration bag in his hand. It was hardly larger than a hardcover book. Her uncle was broad-shouldered and solid as a boulder, while his wife appeared delicate and slender. They were of equal height. What a peculiar pair, she mused once more. Nevertheless, whenever Mei pondered the essence of true love, she often thought of them. "We have regained everything. We are fortunate indeed," Lena gently reminded him. Aunt Lena forced a smile. "We are saying that this place is just as wonderful as we had hoped. I feel much better now." Mei gestured invitingly for them to see her freshly organized room. Everything was meticulously arranged, yet Uncle Max wore a look of dejection, and judging by his expression, it seemed the Little White Dragon restaurant was forever lost to them. "I am delighted to hear you say that." Aunt Lena inquired about Rick, asking whether he had risen from his slumber. It was only through the persistent insistence of Aunt Lena and Uncle Max that the medical staff consented to Rick residing in one of the vacant rooms at the refurbished Little Dragon Hotel until he fully recuperates. "I believe he is still in bed," Mei remarked, "as I have not heard any commotion nearby." "I found this hardly surprising," Lena chuckled. "Considering he has taken care of you for 2 weeks, it is certainly time for him to rest well." Mei smiled broadly, conceding, "I suppose you are right. Oh, by the way, are you maintaining everything as it is with the intention of reopening?" "What do you mean by reopening?" Uncle Max queried, yet she detected a glimmer of unexpected hope in his tone. "We possess all that we require," she replied, "and we shall be truly happy." She observed the rekindling of a flame in Uncle Max's eyes, yet he hesitated, stating, "Perhaps, but under the current circumstances of timely rationing, reopening the restaurant poses considerable challenges." He shook the box, resembling the size of a book, indicating, "This is all the food ration we have for the 4 of us today. However, during wartime, you did not cease operations at the restaurant," Mei exclaimed. "Well, currently, the military is enforcing food rationing. But we are aboard a spacecraft," Lena interjected. "Yet, at present, Food scarcity is not the primary concern, is it? Mingmei reminded them, aware that this was the crux of the matter. Aunt Lena. Once the authorities learn that the little white dragon has reopened, they will provide you with all the necessary raw materials. Even if they grant us a special allocation for food distribution, I would find nothing peculiar about it. She spoke in one breath, exhausted and breathless. By observing their expressions, she knew they had accepted her proposal. She had triumphed. What do you think? Uncle Max scratched the back of his neck, struggling to convince himself of this notion. After all, it did sound like a reasonable idea. I think so too, Lena concurred. She inhaled deeply, gazing at Mingmei, and declared, regardless of what happens, we should operate as usual, right? Mingmei nodded, her long hair cascading like waves. Indeed, Uncle Max exclaimed, let us proceed with confidence. Full speed ahead. He burst into laughter, and in that moment, the dim stars radiated with a joyous glow, all of it dissolved in the gaze of his wife and the laughter of Mingmei. Uncle Max stood tall with pride, while Aunt Lena rested her arm on his shoulder, saying, I'm truly pleased to see her so enthusiastic. He nodded in agreement. I just hope nothing goes awry with this endeavor. Lena gently kissed him, assuring him it would be fine. Be careful, all right? Max anxiously pointed as he and Mingmei positioned a small display board on the sidewalk in front of the restaurant. Turn it around. Good. Now everyone will see it. Mingmei exclaimed excitedly. The display board, adorned with a red background and white lettering, showcased the restaurant's name in Chinese characters. Dressed in a traditional qipao, Mingmei also served as a form of advertisement. She had styled her hair into 2 large buns, adorned with a pearl-encrusted hairnet. Her enthusiasm for her work was so palpable that she nearly collided with the mayor and his wife, who were strolling by. They stared at her, bewildered. What on earth are you doing? Tommy asked, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. Are you all insane? Don't you realize we are on the edge of the universe? Inside a spaceship? The mayor was acutely aware of one thing. Once the city's reconstruction efforts reached completion, and that day was not far off, there would be new demands from the refugees. Mingmei possessed a keen insight. She had already grasped the essence of the problem. Ah, you hit the nail on the head. The mayor responded, elated. What a remarkable idea to restore the citizens' daily lives. His mind suddenly buzzed with possibilities. Just as he contemplated how to realize this goal, a 4-seater military vehicle abruptly halted at the roadside, the shrill sound of brakes and honking disrupting his thoughts. 3 fighter pilots sat in the vehicle, staring at the restaurant as if they had encountered a 2-headed dinosaur. I think I see quite clearly, but this is truly unbelievable, the Jeep driver exclaimed. Are you open for business? As she ushered them into the restaurant, guiding them to their seats and serving them ice water, they found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Welcome to the first Chinese restaurant in outer space. She commenced her welcoming speech and handed them the menus. Thank you. It is an honor to be a guest here. The driver remarked. Hey, you must be Mingmei, the one everyone has been discussing these past few days, right? I imagine you have some truly incredible experiences. Sometimes. It can be quite frightening, she admitted. She blinked, questioning, what do you mean by that? Well, that's hardly a question, the third individual interjected. You make me feel nauseous, she retorted, turning abruptly and leaving the lobby. Are you suggesting that nothing happened? The eldest pressed on, unwilling to let it go. Nothing at all. She half-turned, declaring, yes, that is precisely the case. Regarding that obscure boy, the driver inquired, is he still around? I mean, I heard he lives nearby. Mingmei cautiously responded, yes, he has rented a room at my uncle and aunt's eatery. So what? The driver shrugged. You mean to say that after everything you two went through together, nothing transpired? You didn't fall for him or anything? You are utterly ridiculous. Rick is merely my friend, she exclaimed. Now, do you 3 wish to order something, or are you planning to leave? The day after all this transpired, we were just friends again. He understood how obstinate Mingmei could be, yet he was confident that she would change her mind regarding this matter. Lang, what is your perspective on this? Is the main cannon still operational? Lang habitually saluted Grover, his peculiar black eyes retaining their enigmatic allure. Please observe this diagram, Commander. Lang projected the side view of the SDF-1 onto the large screen on the wall. This is the primary reflection furnace, the initial position of our energy generator. Over there is the energy conversion module for the main cannon. Between them lies the energy transmission conduit of the jump system. He offered a wry smile. This is precisely the crux of my argument. With the disappearance of the jump system, a disconnection has formed between the main cannon and the energy conduits, correct? Grover inquired. Given that we do not have surplus energy transmission conduits available, what solutions do you propose? Ironically, the energy conduits were among the few products that the Lobot factory aboard the ship could not produce using available raw materials. Yet, the main cannon represented the hope for the survival of the SDF-1. Grover gazed at Lang, hoping he would present a viable solution. Lang continued in the tone he often employed during lectures on Earth. The structure of the SDF-1 is of a Lobot-type design, Commander. This means that the battleship is modular, akin to a modular transforming fighter, capable of altering its geometric form. Observe, Lang presented a series of images to convey his ideas, suggesting that we could revolutionize the construction of the spacecraft in various ways. By restructuring the ship in this manner, a conduit could be established between the main cannon and the power source. This audacious and astonishing proposal of modular reconfiguration would fundamentally alter the shape of the SDF-1. Grover felt a profound sense of unease. Lang continued, "The issue is straightforward. The main cannon cannot fire until the transformation is complete. Are there any alternative methods to enable the cannon to launch, Doctor? Are you referring to options beyond modular transformation? To my knowledge, there are none." Grover, agitated, turned away from the screen, declaring, "We cannot proceed with this. These civilians have only just begun to adapt to their environment, healing from the traumas of their lives. Subjecting them to such a catastrophe would result in even greater sacrifices. No, this is far too excessive for them." Rick Hunter, the individual who plummeted through the breach, would never heed Roy Fokker's counsel. That is simply the truth. Indeed, examining the origins of events can often be quite intriguing. Wouldn't you agree? Rick Hunter's navigational log. Revised edition. Could I please have 2 orders of hibiscus eggs and a milkshake? A crew member shouted in the Little Dragon restaurant. A milkshake? The idea startled Ming Mei, yet she still placed the order. Uncle Max was unfazed by this and, in fact, seemed even happier than before. In the kitchen, he was capable of accomplishing the work of 3 men, conjuring culinary magic with the stove and iron pot. The restaurant was exceedingly crowded, as the number of patrons swelled. Conversations were easily forgotten, even more swiftly than Ming Mei had anticipated. The distribution of food had long been a source of vexation for the logistics officers of SDF-1, and they were relieved that the issue could be resolved so simply. Moreover, under the conditions of normalizing civilian life, motivational factors were indispensable. Ming Mei turned around, her face alight with a radiant smile. "Oh, hi, Rick." As if he hadn't heard her, he lethargically ambled towards the door, his hands stuffed in his pockets. Ming Mei watched him depart, her brows knitting together in concern and confusion. The hangar was dimly lit, eerily silent, akin to a grave. A most fitting metaphor, Rick mused. He yanked down the vibrant red and yellow tarpaulin, revealing the wreckage of the Mockingbird. He gazed at the dulled engine of the racing plane. The little aircraft was utterly mangled, now rendered nothingness. He struggled to accept this grim reality, forcing himself to witness it anew and experience it alone. He shook his head. "What a mess you are." "Hey, Rick." It was Roy's voice, approaching from a sliver of light. "Come, let me see this pile of wreckage." Roy knelt to examine the remains of the Mockingbird. Indeed, a splendid heap of junk. "But it's finished, my friend." Rick was on the verge of exploding with frustration. "Hey, I have an idea." Roy grinned broadly. "Shall we take a stroll?" Rick hesitated. "I have never seen you so despondent over the years," Roy continued. "You still need to hone your skills." He stepped forward and placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. "Give it a try. You will enjoy it." The transforming fighter jet unfurled its wings. This maneuver was not merely for aerodynamic advantage. It served to widen the distance between the thrusters, facilitating better control of the fuselage. The tensioning cable and trolley operators were diligently executing their tasks according to the scheduled timeline. Clad in spacesuits, each uniform was marked with different colors and numbers according to their specific roles. Rick observed the officer in charge of the trolley at the bow signaling his launch operator, who then issued the command for takeoff. The trolley commander waved a flashlight towards the pilot of the fighter jet, gesturing towards the bow, while half kneeling to avoid being struck by the wings. The transforming fighter jet veered upward into the sky, and Rick reminded himself that this flight was taking place in a vacuum. The Lopot control system significantly simplified the operations of the aircraft, allowing pilots to maintain their previously established atmospheric flight techniques. The flight pattern of the transforming fighter jet was indeed a considerable waste of power. However, its energy was derived from the reflective thrusters on board, similar to the technology that provided its unyielding energy reserves. Rick gazed enviously at the spectacle before him, utterly captivated. "Would you like to pilot it back into the azure sky?" Roy asked, giving Rick's shoulder a reassuring pat. Rick turned to him and asked, "What did you say?" "Join the military, Rick. Stop wandering aimlessly and become a fighter pilot." Yet Rick's response was resolute. "I do not wish to be a fighter pilot." "Oh, would you rather be a lovelorn fool, meandering around the SDF-1 all day? Is that it? What's wrong, Roy? I mean, do you believe that a girl can suddenly change into someone entirely different? Can a mere question transform her completely? Will she become someone unrecognizable from the past? I don't think you need to worry about that. Min-Mei feels you have been rather despondent lately. Bringing you here for this conversation was her idea." The Zentradi fleet maintained its formation in lunar orbit as it traversed the solar system, advancing with ferocity akin to a pack of bloodthirsty sharks. Exodore saluted his commander, stating that they had just repaired a damaged reconnaissance craft. "Our warriors witnessed the entire process. If you wish to see, Commander." A beam of light illuminated the air, projecting an image. From the footage, it was evident that the recorder was in rapid motion, weaving through the streets of Macross City, rife with bloodshed and flames, surrounded by explosions and fire. Intermittently, glimpses of aliens flashed on the screen, most of whom were either fleeing in panic or collapsed on the ground. "I imagine you would find this quite intriguing," Exodore remarked. Suddenly, the combat pod approached a resident of Earth, and Brita felt an unprecedented surge of panic. His voice, laden with shock and fury, resonated through the cabin walls with a deep, vibrating hum. "So it is indeed true. They are diminutive beings." The footage transitioned to a still frame. Leaving no room for doubt, a figure plummeted from a tall building, meeting its demise upon impact, its lifeless body starkly contrasting with the enormous foot of the combat pod. "Very precise," Exodore stated cautiously. "So, the inhabitants here are diminutive beings, are they not?" Brita furrowed his brow. The colossal Zenithians, driven by their own subjective emotions, disparagingly referred to normally sized humans as diminutive beings, a term imbued with contempt and hatred, bordering on fear. It instructs us to refrain from any contact with planets inhabited by these unknown diminutive beings. Failing to heed this could lead to catastrophic consequences. Brita's expression was as still as a statue. "So, I must withdraw my forces from this so-called Earth, mustn't I?" "Bah, I have given this serious consideration as well. My stance, sir," Exodore insisted, "is that we should immediately cease our hostile actions against this planet, and the established strategy concerning the space fortress should be revised. I believe that, for the sake of prudence, the primary directive to commandeer the spacecraft warrants thorough deliberation." Brita's small pupils dilated exponentially, his eyes unblinking. Brita understood that Exodore would set aside his typically unique perspective on matters of life and death. Like all Zenithians, Brita held an unwavering belief in the legendary tales and various superstitions passed down regarding the creed of lords and warriors. Thus, the decision to challenge tradition also caused him inner turmoil. By nature, Brita did not wish to oppose Exodore's views on the attrition of Zenithian soldiers, the weakening of the fleet, and the obsolescence of weaponry, criticisms that had persisted for quite some time. He always believed that among the Zenithians, Exodore was the most insightful and erudite member of the think tank. Despite his frail physique, Exodore possessed a heart capable of embracing all. Furthermore, historical precedents indicated that Exodore was invariably correct, leaving no grounds for doubt regarding his judgments. "Very well, let us proceed with the hyperspace jump to track that space fortress," Brita declared. Exodore bowed in compliance, fully aware of the meaning of moderation, having previously studied Brita's strategic handling of the SDF-1. He bowed again, affirming, "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Rick's fingers were about to touch the door to Maki's room. The red door, custom-made for her, featured an eccentric rabbit-shaped ornament, embroidered with Maki's name. After a moment of hesitation, he took a deep breath, preparing to knock, only to discover that she was leaning against the wall behind it. "Oh, it's nothing. Ming-Mei truly." She smiled, the corners of her eyes crinkling slightly, a sight utterly charming. "I know. Come in, Rick." She opened the door, allowing him to enter first, as if it were her own home. The room was modest in size, yet brightly illuminated. Its walls adorned with a gradient of blue transitioning to yellow, creating a comfortable ambience without appearing ostentatious. Furnished with a bed, a floor lamp, a bookshelf, and a hand-woven rug, the space also featured an antique vase, artfully arranged with a few fresh flowers. He noticed several plush toys and a delightful little wallet. Strangely, the seemingly incongruous arrangement of the room exuded a sense of harmony, much like its owner. Ming-Mei perched herself on the bed. "Oh, Could you help me open the window? Certainly, it would be my pleasure. Mingmei crossed one leg over the other. So what exactly transpired? His gaze fell upon an envelope resting on the vanity. Hi, don't tell me that essay letter you received. He picked up the envelope, inspecting it closely. It had clearly been read numerous times. A love letter, perhaps? Despite the warmth in her voice, this thought plunged him into a deep melancholy. Don't be foolish. Open it and see for yourself. He tore open the envelope. It took him a moment to comprehend the contents he beheld. This was an audition notice for a vocal selection. Inside it stated, well, you have passed the preliminary round. Her eyes sparkled with joy. Yes. I can hardly believe it. He continued to read aloud. It also stated that you were granted permission to participate in the Miss Macross beauty pageant. Miss Macross? He was taken aback for a moment. They had spent such a long time together in the confined underground cell of the SDF. Yet she had never disclosed this to him. However, he was acutely aware that there were many things he had not shared with her either. Mingmei laughed heartily. Rick gently set the envelope down. Indeed. I find it no surprise. Mingmei, your singing is truly remarkable. Thank you, Rick. Yet, in an instant, her joy dissipated, and she appeared somewhat troubled. She rose from the bed and walked to the window, gazing at the expanse of Macross City and the ship's walls and dome. It loomed high above, creating an impression that it was the end of the world. However, having left Earth, the people here had completely forgotten about beauty pageants. All of it had become a mere illusion. Wasn't he it? Even if I were a star, who would care about me? For the first time, he sensed her profound yearning for fame and success. During their days of confinement, such aspirations felt so distant and unrealistic. Now, he saw clearly that this was her life's ambition. He glanced again at the envelope. Mingmei, do not be disheartened. Once we return to Earth, you can participate in the pageant. Rick, what is your dream? The SDF, one. Yes, I will not disappoint my father. I refuse to partake in this war, nor any war for that matter. Thus, I believe I must acclimate myself to this life of wandering. I no longer possess any other dreams, Mingmei. They have all perished. Having endured an overwhelming amount of suffering, far too much. She lifted her head. Oh, Rick. He pondered whether refraining from mentioning the mockingbird's call might yield a more favorable outcome. He equally wondered if she still remembered that kiss. They continued to perceive that the transformation of the organism was merely a reconfiguration of the warship, an unforeseen and desperate aberration. I had previously informed them that. In my view, such transformation was the most natural occurrence within the realm of low-pot technology, indeed. Eventually, they too would come to recognize this truth. Excerpt from Dr. Emil Lang's technical notes and memoranda. We have just detected the residual effects of the jump phenomenon, a voice message emanating from the monitor. As the lights in the sensor operations center began to flicker, providing the following specific coordinates. On the bridge, Vanessa suppressed her inner turmoil and reported the latest situation to Captain Grover. Radar indicated an unidentified object at coordinates 6-2-7-7, possibly extraterrestrial. Grover slowly straightened, glancing over her shoulder upward. So, they have indeed arrived. He gazed at the vast image, the radar display clearly marking the enemy's position with broad splotches. Claudia and the other crew members also fixed their eyes on the screen. Very well. Now, Grover declared, prepare to drive them away. Organize a counterattack immediately. Aye, Captain. Lisa responded, her movements precise as she activated the alarm on the console and began addressing the microphone. Enemy attack encountered. Repeat, enemy attack encountered. This is not a drill. Transforming fighters, emergency launch. Transforming fighters, emergency launch. Roy recognized the skilled ejection officer, Moira Flynn, a remarkable individual. She had previously been transferred from the Deadless aircraft carrier to the SDF-1 and had thus narrowly escaped the disastrous miscalculation during the Space Fold incident, where most of her colleagues perished. In the aftermath, Moira and several veterans were reassigned to train the new crew on the flight deck, a perilous task. The Fold inspector cast a final glance along the sides of the runway, confirming there were no reasons to cancel the launch. Subsequently, the catapult operator raised both thumbs in a signal that indicated readiness for takeoff. These visual signals, once employed on aircraft carriers, had remained largely unchanged. Although the helmets of the spacesuits were equipped with radio communication devices, verbal communication in crowded situations often led to chaotic interference. The catapult operator knelt on the ground, facing away from the fighter jet, prepared to swiftly address any issues that might arise with the catapult or the aircraft itself. Lieutenant Flynn completed the final troubleshooting procedures. her flashlight directing along the catapult track into the vast emptiness, her posture reminiscent of a javelin thrower releasing their implement. As her partner, the ejector operator pressed the button, extended his arms, and made a gesture before swiftly crouching down in accordance with the prescribed movements. Transforming fighters took off one after another, circling around the SDF-1, positioned at the edge of the solar system, preparing to confront their adversary once more. This place would eventually morph into a park, yet at present, it was scarcely better than a barren wasteland. Amidst this desolate land, a castle-like structure rose majestically, overlooking Macross City. Individuals were engaged in planting trees and sowing grass, though none could fathom how these plants had managed to survive. Rick suspected that the refugees of Macross City were motivated not merely by the completion of official plans, but more so by an acute longing for their homeland. Above them, the city's dome gradually closed under the glow of lights. Minmay walked forward along the low handrail, enchanted by the stunning scenery. "What a beautiful sight," she exclaimed, while Dunk muttered, lagging behind with his hands stuffed in his pockets. Perhaps she was right. The city lay beneath their feet, and it was likely that no better streetscape could be found for billions of miles. He perched on the broad railing, his gaze fixed on the ground, seemingly more appealing than the sky above. Minmay was wholly absorbed in the beauty surrounding her, oblivious to the dejection that had overtaken his expression. Just as she began to speak, the alarm system suddenly activated. It was Lisa making an announcement to the public. Rick recognized her voice and realized that his aversion to it surpassed that of any other conceivable sound. "Are we going to be okay?" Minmay inquired. At this moment, another voice began to voice complaints regarding the air raid sirens. He kicked up a cloud of dust, assuring himself that Roy would undoubtedly deliver a spectacular performance. As he always did, she pressed her hand against her lower back and questioned why he incessantly spoke of Roy. One day, he would become an equally remarkable pilot. He cast his gaze towards the distant lights shimmering in the sky, the sirens blaring incessantly. He pondered the current situation of his elder brother. Explosions flared up one after another, yet within the vacuum of space, this silent tranquility felt eerily surreal. The tactical communication network was engulfed in chaos. While the sounds of explosions were inaudible, the anguished cries of dying pilots filled the entire communication system. Outside the observation window, every squadron of transformed fighter jets was engaged in fierce combat around the SDF-1. The pilots realized that maintaining formation with their wingmen and engaging the enemy was far from an easy task. This grand aerial engagement was unlike any air battle in human history. At every moment, 6 to 7 space fighters erupted in flames. The merciless trajectories of particle weapons and projectiles cluttered the sky. These extraterrestrials proved to be even more formidable than those encountered on the ground. Roy communicated with his squadron via intercom, as they had already painfully acknowledged this harsh reality, which felt akin to a rodent race. He commanded his wingmen to proceed to new coordinates while he veered towards a small cluster of combat pods. They were situated at a vulnerable point in the SDF-1's defenses, where 2 of the ship's cannon turrets had already been destroyed, posing a severe threat to the vessel's safety. The barrage from the transforming warplanes rained down upon the battle pods, igniting them in flames. Simultaneously, Roy found himself under fierce counterattack from the enemy. At that moment, he heard 3 cries for help. He silently reminded himself to focus on his aircraft and momentarily disregard the radar screen. The decoys we deployed had already entered the enemy's fire coverage zone. Someone reported to Brita. Excido stood beside him, both men fixated on the same tactical display. It was peculiar. Why had they not yet fired their main guns? Brita, with his arms crossed over his broad chest, fell into deep contemplation as he gazed at the screen. After a lifetime in the military and countless battles, he had learned to appreciate a cunning adversary. Now, he could even deduce that the enemy commander was either a genius or a madman. Although the ultimate goal of a soldier is to achieve victory, it is also a fortunate circumstance to engage with a worthy opponent. Of course, a wise commander must remain vigilant at all times. "Perhaps we can apply a little more pressure and see how they react," Excido suggested. Brita's metal-clad head tilted slightly. "A good idea. Order the reconnaissance ships to fire, but ensure they do not inflict significant damage to the space fortress. Understood?" Excido bowed to him and swiftly relayed the command. In front of the main fleet, the reconnaissance ships unleashed all their artillery. At such a great distance, no one could guarantee that the energy projectiles would not strike the friendly battle pods engaged in aerial combat. However, the Lord of the Zenith Star Army remained utterly indifferent. In the creed of their warrior race, life was merely a disposable commodity. An unexpected barrage of fearsome energy projectiles struck both friendly and enemy fighters, perforating the surface of the space fortress with numerous bullet holes. A combat pod appeared to be on the verge of being struck by the crossfire of two transforming fighters, yet suddenly erupted into flames and exploded. Another VT fighter, amid the hail of projectiles, attempted to angle its wings into a more defensively advantageous guardian mode, only to be struck by a shell, shattering into a dazzling sphere of debris. The second explosion blasted a sizable hole in the hull of the SDF-1, sending numerous items flying into the vacuum of space as a significant volume of air escaped. Lisa was abruptly jolted from her station at the control panel, as enemy fire directly impacted the sub-control module of the reflection furnace situated several decks below the bridge. Grover was also thrown into the air from his seat and quickly inquired, "Are you all right?" She regained her composure, nodding, "I am fine, but I am uncertain about the extent of the hull damage. We can only pray for divine mercy." Grover clenched his teeth. The head of the engineering maintenance room called in, and through the background noise, one could hear his subordinates shouting hoarsely and the crackling of flames. "The sub-control module of the reflection furnace is damaged, Captain, but we have the capacity to repair it." "It's all up to you," Grover replied, contemplating how much longer the warship could endure under such relentless barrages. This is a brutal struggle for survival. A relentless battle where the transforming fighter jets pursue the combat pods, while the pods fiercely engage the jets. Amidst this dazzling battlefield, one can witness the searing firepower, lightning-fast speeds, and desperate tactical maneuvers. Strangely, despite being situated in the depths of space, both the transforming fighters and the combat pods are executing maneuvers akin to those employed within the atmospheric realm. It is akin to encountering the impact of an asteroid. "Captain, the damage control system reports that laser turrets 2 and 5 are severely damaged and will remain inoperative for at least 7 hours, Claudia grimly reported. "The fourth thruster is nearly completely destroyed," she added. "The sub-control systems have also sustained significant damage, resulting in considerable casualties," Lisa chimed in. Another heavy blow shook the entire warship, tearing off a missile launcher, sending fragments of weaponry and the remains of crew members flying in every direction. Grover, filled with urgency and fury, exclaimed, "This is our last chance. We must fire the main cannon." In the vast command bridge, Lisa suddenly became aware of her own ragged breathing, while Grover's face was as cold as stone. "Act immediately," he commanded. "Initiate module transformation according to Dr. Lang's design." Kim couldn't help but voice her dissent. "But if we proceed, it means the entire city will." "Yes, she is correct," Sammy interjected, her breath momentarily halted in realization. Grover fixed his gaze upon them, eyes wide with intensity. "If we do not dare to take this risk, the SDF-1 will be utterly doomed. There are no alternatives left. I must proceed." The resounding alarms echoed through the engineering bay, the fire control center, and the living quarters, her voice resonating throughout the entire spacecraft. 3 minutes later, the module began to deform. "The countdown has commenced." The technician in the engine room gazed at his comrades, realizing that transformation was now inevitable. "This is utterly insane. I wonder what they are thinking." Another individual nodded in agreement. The two exchanged glances before dashing towards the emergency control equipment. "Please make your way swiftly to the exits and remain vigilant for any dangers posed by sudden vibrations. As circumstances allow, kindly evacuate to the designated safe zones." After a brief pause, the voice gently added, "Good luck to you all." "Transformation? What does transformation entail?" Mingmei inquired. She and Rick remained in the place where they had lingered at the onset of the battle, believing it to be safer than any other location. "I have no idea. Perhaps it's some measure they are implementing, like after the ship runs aground." She gazed longingly at the city, her tone tinged with melancholy. "No, that's not what I meant. I meant that the aircraft is your dream, isn't it?" He realized that Mingmei had no grasp of the concept of war. She wouldn't even contemplate such matters. This time, Mingmei merely observed his despondency and proposed what she thought to be an appropriate solution. "I suppose so. However, once I join the military, Mingmei, I shall not be able to see you often." Although the prospect of meeting her under the current circumstances remains painful, he is still unwilling to relinquish his hope. Suddenly, she smiled. "Rick, we are in the same boat. Once duty ends and leave begins, or whatever else, we can meet whenever we desire. If I am still alive." "Oh, how can you say such a thing? I treat all soldiers in the restaurant equally." "Equally? He managed a bitter smile. You should know, just now. Shouldn't you? Her expression was as if she had received a stinging slap. What? On the bridge, several decks above, Claudia was monitoring the display screens. 10 seconds later, the transformation commenced. Thus, my initial conclusion led me to believe these beings possess a natural force that we still cannot comprehend or predict. Overall, their irrational nature, imbued with skills and efficiency we aspire to possess, will halt this war and ensure our ultimate victory. The summary draft of the message sent from Britt to Dalza was clear. Very well. Proceed, the captain commanded. Countdown 4 seconds. Prepare. Claudia continued the count. 3, 2. The entire ship began to transform. Grover issued the command. The silence on the bridge was shattered as the crew responded through the microphone and headsets, fielding a myriad of criticisms regarding the hull's transformation while relaying orders down the line. Glover quickly realized that, to an outsider, this was what they referred to as a vocal disturbance. Shammy, initiate full ship transformation. Zones J, K, L, execute commands immediately. Vanessa, activate the central torque module. Regardless of what the future held, Glover felt a profound admiration for them, proud to work alongside such remarkable individuals. The ship transformation is underway, Commander. Claudia relayed the news she had just received. He could sense the vessel around him trembling violently. With his hands clasped behind his back, Glover summoned every ounce of his patience to maintain his composure. At this moment, everything that needed to happen had transpired. He had done all within his power. Whether it was the odds of success, the capricious machinery, unforeseen emergencies, or other extraordinary forces, each of these elements would ultimately render their verdict on his decisions. Very well, he told Claudia. Rick gazed down at the city below, where crowds were pouring out of their homes, scattering aimlessly without a clear destination. Some were sprinting towards designated shelter areas, only to be dispersed by the aimless throngs. Enduring yet another catastrophe in such a fleeting moment was indeed overwhelming. However, Rick remained indifferent, showing no urgency to seek refuge. You know, May, sometimes I even wish they would never find us. I can hardly believe you would utter such words. How could you become so cruel? Oh, how I loathe you. The intensity of the tremors escalated, causing the ground to shift violently beneath him, nearly toppling him to the floor. Massive structures, the size of city blocks, gradually descended from the expansive canopy above, while monstrous engines beneath the surface roared to life, their thunderous growl deafening. It was only then that Rick and Ming-Mei began to vaguely grasp the gravity of their situation. Just as they seized the opportunity to shout, the ground beneath their feet parted, separating them, with him on one side and her on the other. No one could have foreseen that the magnificent tower erected for the park's design would endure such a brief existence. As indicated by the modular reconfiguration program, the iron tower was cleaved in two by the ground slowly shifting apart. Rick knelt where Ming-Mei dangled, observing her legs thrashing in desperation. One of her hands slipped free, and the fingers of her other hand gradually loosened their grip, leaning perilously over the edge of the abyss. He managed to grasp her wrist just as she began to plummet. Gritting his teeth, he strained to pull her upward, but it proved exceedingly difficult. Time was of the essence, and his grip was precarious. Ming-Mei's wrist slid downward by an inch in his grasp as she locked her terrified gaze onto his, imploring, Rick, save me. The colossal cam mechanism emitted a rumble, reconfiguring the SDF-1 into a structural form suitable for deploying its main cannon. Yet, simultaneously, numerous other transformations were underway. Throughout the spacecraft, particularly in the urban area reconstructed by the refugees, devastation, suffering, and death were rampant. Roy had just dispatched a tenacious enemy fighter when he swung his aircraft around to search for the coordinates of his wingman, Lieutenant Clay. Subsequently, he beheld the transforming SDF-1. What exactly was it? The Daedalus and Prometheus aircraft carriers were interconnected with the massive elbow-shaped docking apparatus, and at this moment, they too were in a translational motion. Amidst the fiery explosions, the supercarrier's position was gradually shifting closer to the left and right flanks of the SDF-1 stern, unfolding outward along the hull. Somehow, Roy found himself resonating with this peculiar form. The Lowpote technology, as a primary function, seemed innately endowed with the ability to alter its shape and embody a harmonious structure. Thus, this was what one might term transformation. He inhaled deeply. Now, it was time to observe its prowess. In the right wing area, transformation was 75% complete. Kim reported to Grover. In the left wing area, Transformation was 83% complete. Raise the main cannon, Shamie promptly added. The module transformation has concluded, Commander. Lisa conveyed this message, indicating that the SDF-1 had now shifted into offensive mode. Captain, another wave of enemy aircraft is approaching from the 1-0-9-3 sector. Ignore it, Grover commanded. Fire the main cannon at the designated target. Yes, Commander. Claudia lifted the keycap, revealing the crimson trigger beneath, and pressed it down with determination. Everyone understood that this gentle press would determine their fate. Surrounding the forward cantilever, red energy surged like a flood, reminiscent of the events that had transpired on Macross Island. A beam of energy, spanning 1/4 of a mile in diameter, surged into the cosmos, obliterating all alien combat vessels in its path, reducing them to mere ashes in an instant. Even the enemy ships within a mile of the beam's periphery were not spared. They ignited, their hulls wrinkling from the searing heat, shields overloaded within mere seconds, and armor glowing a cherry red. Subsequently, the warships began to glow white-hot, and the crew members perished before they could escape. The enemy ships erupted under the bombardment of the main cannon, shattering into fragments that scattered like meteors before vanishing entirely. The beam struck the decoy reconnaissance vessel and its escorts, causing their hulls to swell like chestnuts in a furnace, only to evaporate cleanly like mercury moments later. The explosion illuminated the command center of Breda, prompting a reflection on the cataclysmic events unfolding. Exedo contemplated the ancient wisdom left by predecessors, straining to comprehend the operational efficiency and strategy of the diminutive beings. A task that had once been second nature to him now plagued him with confusion and concern. Regardless of the approach taken, the diminutive beings always imparted sufficient lessons to the Zenithians, compelling them to retreat from the presence of these unassuming foes. The enemy ships have been destroyed, Vanessa exclaimed, as cheers erupted from the bridge. In this moment, former NASA personnel would have referred to it as a Eura celebration. Grover mused, retrieving his military cap from the deck. He cleared his throat, and the cheers immediately subsided. I require a damage report from all sectors of the ship. At once. In the ravaged city of Macross, the populace began to mobilize once more. Ambulances, stretchers, and medical teams surged forth, saturating this land that had once again endured the scars of catastrophe. Numerous tasks awaited resolution, tending to the injured, clearing the debris, and, of course, rebuilding their homes. Oh, Rick, she murmured, you once said that if the entire city were reduced to rubble, it would not matter to you. Do you remember? How do you feel now? He gazed upon the crowd, rife with anguish, and replied, in truth, I never wished for any of this to happen. I have never thought in such a manner. She attempted to discern the various neighborhoods amidst the crumbled remnants, pondering whether the little white dragon still resided there. What did you say? You are right. Idly wandering all day is a venture fraught with detriment, particularly under these circumstances. I should not indulge in such behavior. I wonder if my father would comprehend. I believe he would. I shall enlist. After realizing their inability to assist further, they cast one last glance at the shattered district before departing from this desolate expanse. May held Rick's hand tightly. Roy assembled the entirety of the skeleton squadron's fighters into a predetermined formation, while the remaining surviving transformers began to gather as well. Their instruments indicated that the aliens were retreating. Following a shot from the main cannon, Roy had refrained from firing upon them again. With a resolute yes, Commander, they commenced their hurried withdrawal. The transformers congregated around him, their engines igniting in a blaze that illuminated the eternal darkness at the edge of the solar system. They returned triumphantly, their destination a spacecraft that had now transformed into an armored knight dominating this realm. Roy could not help but ponder how many more marvels might unfold upon it. Fortune is not a constant companion. Such is the nature of reality. The elite squadron of transforming fighter jets had suffered severe attrition, with too many lives lost. Addressing these vacancies had become a paramount priority for the military, and immediate action was required. The finest among the elite must be urgently recruited into their ranks. Roy understood precisely whom he needed to persuade to join the ranks of the Lopote warriors. He would go so far as to bang his head against the wall to achieve this. Roy reflected. The unknown, every aspect of the situation remained shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, the most promising facet of the unknown was that they still harbored hope. Chapter 2, The Battle Cry. Chapter 1. How would the Lopote sovereigns perceive this entirely new form of the warship? Britt asked himself. Even prior to its transformation, Zor's warships were worlds apart from every vessel possessed by the Zenith Star fleet. The ships, crafted from prehistoric cultures, could never provide the transformative capabilities that Brit so ardently desired. Moreover, such designs had never been applied to military purposes until he beheld the scene before him. Long-range reconnaissance aircraft had detected the warship's presence and provided him with the basis for analysis and decision-making. Yet these reconnaissance vehicles and scanners were not infallible. They had failed to capture the enemy's vessels. The bridge is equipped with bubble-shaped observation windows, a spacious command center for the fleet, an expansive display screen, an image projection area, and a comprehensive charting system. Through these, Brita can obtain information gathered by any of his cruisers and destroyers. Here, he is able to communicate with numerous officers and countless one-eyed reconnaissance vessels. However, none of these resources can provide the intelligence he requires regarding the behavioral characteristics of the Micronians. Consequently, Brita must rely entirely on Exodo. Yet, at this moment, the diminutive officer appears utterly perplexed. "Commander," the malformed aide finally spoke, "I have analyzed the enemy's recent strategy from every conceivable angle. Yet I still cannot comprehend why they would execute this unnecessary transformation. It is well known that altering the natural form of a spacecraft often incurs adverse effects, typically resulting in severe disasters, such as malfunctions in the spacecraft's gravity control systems. What about their weapons? They should function normally, unless they have diverted excessive energy to a defensive shield system. The SDF-1 approaches a yellow planetary system. It is vast, rich in gases, adorned with magnificent rings and countless moons. The secondary display on the flagship indicates that this is the sixth planet of the solar system. Recently, Exodo has made significant progress in deciphering the language of the Micronians, and he soon recalls the name of this planet, Saturn. This is a logical conclusion, Exodo. Indeed, it is precisely their persistent lack of rational behavior that concerns me. What are your intentions, my lord? Their schemes extend far beyond mere escape. The firepower of their main cannon has imbued them with confidence, and they are now fully capable of confronting us directly." Brita, fixated on the screen, instinctively stroked his chin, contemplating how to make them pay for their cleverness. "As long as we do not underestimate their intellect, I am curious to witness the true might of their main cannon." The immense Saturn gradually filled the observation window of the SDF-1 bridge, with Henry Grover himself at the helm, reminiscent of his days navigating the Pacific currents. However, the circumstances were not entirely analogous. He had once been a naval officer, traversing the seas during his long career, and now he intended to harness the gravitational field of Saturn. Grover would never relinquish the battleship without a fight, if they sought to reclaim it. It may have once belonged to them, but that is now mere history. Grover often felt as though Lang were an alien. During their conversations, this impression was particularly pronounced, as he struggled to resist the allure of those marble-like eyes. Lang's once exuberant demeanor seemed utterly drained, replaced by a relentless, subdued essence aboard the ship. One cannot jest with a man like Lang, yet one can engage him directly on the substance of the matter at hand. Thus, when Lang informed him that there might be a way to devise a defensive shield for the SDF-1, Grover simply inquired when this system could be operational. They were currently seated in a spacious room, which had originally housed the hyperspace jump generator. Lang intended to show Grover the mesmerizing energy that floated in midair, a phenomenon that emerged with the disappearance of the hyperspace jump system. Roy recounted his own past troubles, guiding him on how to perceive the combat pod as a machine, and elucidated the immense threat these adversaries posed to all life aboard the SDF-1. Of course, Roy had endured the tribulations of a global civil war, having personally witnessed the death and destruction wrought by conflict. Ultimately, he emerged victorious, becoming a celebrated hero, which is precisely why many sought an air of mystery about him. As the marketplace drew near, Rick began to shift his thoughts to Min-Mei, envisioning how the day would unfold before him. She would be captivated by the charm exuded by his uniform, reluctant to release his hand, after which he could invite her for a stroll in the park. She would undoubtedly acquiesce with delight. "Rick," Min-Mei was sprinting towards him, cradling a large shopping bag in her arms while vigorously waving her free hand. She wore a sleeveless shirt over a white coverall and a short skirt beneath. Her long hair cascaded down, shimmering under the city's artificial lights. Her bright blue eyes were fixed upon him, and she leaned in to give him a quick kiss before stepping back a couple of paces. As they traversed a block, Ming-Mei suddenly halted, tugging Rick into a boutique. The salmon-hued, corseted top displayed in the window inexplicably became the focal point of her world. "Come on, Rick. Just for a moment, all right?" "Mingmei," he protested, "I do not wish to squander time on shopping. I assure you, I will be but a minute." "You always say that." And Mingmei had already grasped the doorknob. "Today, I am determined to give you a new experience." "Rick?" She vanished into the women's apparel store, leaving him awkwardly standing alone in the aisle, suddenly regretting his earlier desire for a leisurely stroll in the park. Eventually, he stepped inside, where he found Mingmei's arm draped with a garment as she navigated through rows of hangers adorned with belts, blouses, lace stockings, shirts, tank tops, and women's lingerie. Glancing at his watch, Rick mentally calculated how long he could remain unoccupied before she tried on every piece of clothing. She entered the fitting room and drew the curtain. "No peeking, Rick," she called out. Fortunately, the store was devoid of other patrons, but a silent saleswoman stood behind Rick, having just heard Mingmei's playful warning. She found it amusing, despite hearing similar remarks daily. Her delighted laughter startled Rick. He thought the ordeal was over, only to find that the shopping bags in his hands were spilling their contents onto the floor. He hurriedly crouched down to retrieve the items that had spilled from the bag, only to find that the bag tilted even more precariously, sending half of its contents clattering to the ground. This situation now demanded careful consideration. Rick set the shopping bag aside and stealthily crept toward his quarry. At that moment, the tube of toothpaste lay obediently in the corner, akin to a vending machine in Macross City, yielding to its own whims. He crouched down, inching closer, and within a sufficiently short distance, Rick lunged forward to grasp it. The toothpaste tube slipped through his fingers like butter, soaring straight into the air. However, Rick was prepared. He raised his gaze to track its trajectory. The one factor he had failed to account for was the height of the table. His head collided forcefully with the underside of the table, while the toothpaste slipped away once more, causing Rick to tumble to the floor, desperately rubbing his head. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a disconcerting view of several bras and 3 pairs of slender legs adorned in stockings. The owners of those legs stood with their backs to the table, their high heels firmly planted on the ground, hands pressing against the hems of their skirts, their expressions betraying a shock akin to that of encountering a mouse scurrying beneath. Rick pushed himself up from the ground, facing them across the table. They remained oblivious to the array of women's undergarments strewn across the table, their faces contorted in indignation. As they exited the store, Rick stammered out apologies, while the saleswoman laughed hysterically, her mirth echoing louder. Suddenly, Mingmei appeared behind him, gently tapping his shoulder and seeking his opinion on her new outfit. In his left ear, he heard the sounds of derision, while the right was filled with Mingmei's earnest requests. Only the shop remained silent, voicelessly observing. He stood there, frozen like a statue. For a full minute, Mingmei lingered in the store for nearly an hour, emerging with 2 additional shopping bags in hand. Summoning his courage, Rick approached her to discuss their plans for the park, only to discover that she had already made other arrangements for the day. Her guardian operated the most popular Chinese restaurant in Macross City, and they had invited Rick to their home for a visit. The timing was rather fortuitous. In his uniform, Rick appeared both handsome and gallant. It was a peculiar couple. Max, short and sturdy, contrasted sharply with Lena, Mingmei's aunt, who was tall and elegantly poised. They had a son named Lin Kai, whom Lena dearly missed, though Max seemed reluctant to speak of him, the reasons for which Rick could not quite discern. Beyond this, they had not concealed anything else from him. To alleviate their concerns for his safety, he informed them that the combat mission had not yet been assigned. At that moment, he noticed Major Roy Falk entering the restaurant. This 6'6" giant appeared particularly imposing within the low ceilings of the establishment. Yet his flowing golden hair and the innocence that surfaced when he smiled dispelled any unease. He congratulated everyone present and kissed Mingmei's hand before dragging a chair over to sit beside Rick, snatching the last fried river shrimp before Rick could reach for it. "What happened?" Rick inquired. "We've just received a standby alert." Rick suddenly felt invigorated. "However, what relevance does this hold for me?" Roy licked his fingers and exclaimed, "Guess who has been assigned to my squad?" Rick found himself momentarily speechless. Aunt Lena and Uncle Max stood nearby, their faces adorned with smiles that could not conceal their inner turmoil. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Mingmei appeared to be exceedingly excited. "Oh, Rick, this is simply wonderful." Her tone was akin to that of someone who had just received a reward. Roy rose to his feet, beaming with joy. "Stand up, kid." Rick mustered every ounce of courage to force a smile that was, in truth, non-existent. The war had a firm grip on him once more. "Zachary, Fox." The Beginner's Guide to VT Fighter, Human-Machine Integration. At this moment, Roy was busy rallying the newly joined trainees of their squad, and Rick was among the 5 selected candidates. It is indeed an honor to be part of the Skull Squadron, a testament to their flying prowess as recognized by their superiors. Moreover, he was soon to transition from the military dormitory to his own apartment, accompanied by more leisure time and certain privileges. Yet, Rick's spirit remained quite low. His hands were buried deep in his pockets, shoulders slumped. Suddenly, Roy perked up and shouted in order, "Attention!" The other 3 girls pointed at him, bursting into laughter. The tallest among them was a dark-haired maiden named Kim, whom Rick observed whispering to another girl, bespectacled Vanessa. Rick hurriedly adjusted the buttons on his flight suit when he suddenly heard a girl with golden short hair exclaim, "He's the underwear man. Don't ask." Rick discreetly murmured these words from the corner of his mouth. The eldest lady continued to stride forward, appraising Rick with a keen gaze before turning to face Roy. "Major Falk, you cannot be telling me that this is the celebrated up-and-coming pilot you have extolled? Indeed, this is Private Rick Hunter, and this is Flight Commander Lisa Hines. Colonel, from now on, you shall receive ample guidance from her." Rick saluted once more, yet the lady continued to regard him with a piercingly sharp gaze imbued with significance. "Rick Hunter." Colonel Hines repeated the name, her curiosity piqued. "Why does it sound so familiar? Have we crossed paths before? I mean, prior to this morning?" "No, ma'am. I believe not, ma'am." Lisa gently traced her fingertip along her lower lip, a realization dawning upon her. This Hunter was the civilian pilot shot down and forced to land in Macross City on the day of the Space Fortress's launch. He was also the one who had unlawfully piloted a transforming fighter. He had rescued a Chinese girl, and he had referred to her as that big-mouthed pilot. Had he not? Rick stared at her, incredulous yet aware of the undeniable truth. A few months prior, he had encountered her on the communications screen of a transforming fighter jet. "So, you mean to say, Sergeant Hunter, that I am, you must be, my superiors, sir?" Lisa managed a knowing smile and nodded. She gestured to a few other girls, who then sauntered away along the edge of the path. As Lisa passed by Rick, she added, "By the way, I don't know what your reasons are, but for a VT fighter pilot to linger in a women's lingerie store for some base amusement is quite reprehensible." Rick let out a mournful sound, while Roy could only scratch his head in confusion. The blonde girl scoffed, calling him a pervert. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, and Rick was certainly not the only pilot feeling the sting of frustration amid these orders. Whether one liked it or not, these were their commands. "I hope you all understand one thing, and one thing only," the general stated. "God bless Lowpote technology. I want you to know that this time, we are entirely reliant on all of you present here." Had the general simply dismissed everyone, perhaps Rick would have felt a bit better, fearful, yet not despondent. However, he added ominously, "If you wish to meet anyone, it is best not to delay past tonight." Panic surged through Rick. What did this mean? Were they being dispatched on a suicidal mission? What should he do tonight? Bid farewell? Ask her to wish him luck and to forever keep him in her heart? After queuing for quite some time, it was finally his turn. He connected the call and reached Ming-Mei's aunt, Lena. At that moment, Ming-Mei was at the ballet school. But one could be assured that Lena would convey his message. "Meet me at the bench in Central Park at 9 o'clock, as we often did in the past." "Rick, I am so sorry for being late." He chuckled at her. "But you still arrived just in time." She pushed her backpack back a bit, revealing beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. What could possibly be so urgent to warrant such a commotion? "Our superiors are dispatching us on a mission tomorrow." He needn't put any effort into his tone. The statement itself was sufficiently telling. Yet, her reaction took him entirely by surprise. She actually applauded him. "Oh, Rick, that's wonderful. Truly, I am so happy for you." For a moment, Rick felt her enthusiasm nearly alter his perspective on the situation. "Hey, Rick," he mused inwardly. "Perhaps this is what I should contemplate. Perhaps my luck will indeed turn, or something else entirely." The fountain in the park seemed to be invigorated by his sense of honor, bursting forth with beautiful sprays of water. Yet, its display appeared to pale in comparison to Ming-Mei's exuberance, quickly waning. "Your first mission. I can hardly believe it. I am so proud of you." He pondered that this must be the effect of pre-battle inspiration, and she evidently possessed a remarkable talent for it. Ming-Mei suddenly rose onto her toes, twirling before him. "Do you like it? Don't you love it?" She pressed him with a cascade of questions. He was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized she was referring to the dress, the salmon-hued frock she had just chosen today. "You look truly beautiful, Ming-Mei." She edged closer, eager for him to repeat his compliment. "Really, Rick? Am I truly beautiful? A thought flickered through his mind, and he signaled to the photo robot in the park. The robot navigated the pathways, circling as it attempted to respond to Rick's call and locate him. Eventually, he tossed a small stone to guide it. The robot finally approached them, requesting payment for the photograph. Let us take a picture. You will soon see just how beautiful you are. Initially, Mingmei hesitated, while the robot incessantly adjusted its focus and frame to capture the best shot. The photo was eventually printed, revealing Mingmei's joyful expression as she leaned against his arm. Her smile radiating warmth, with the park's fountain as their backdrop. She departed, leaving him alone in the park, where he began to feel overwhelmed by thoughts of tomorrow. Yet, despite his considerable efforts, he sensed that the distance between them remained unchanged. Her love lacked a definitive center, scattered like gifts strewn across the ground, each of equal size. Bringing joy to all, a hero was far from sufficient for her, for she belonged to everyone. For her, passion far outweighs the mere identity of being a woman, and dreams hold precedence over reality. Rick finally managed to doze off intermittently until Roy roused him from slumber. At that moment, Roy was conducting room checks and had specifically entered to remind him of the necessity to rise early the following day. The inaugural combat mission is invariably the most daunting. My dear boy, I sympathize with you. Now, do try to rest well, even if sleep eludes you. Counting sheep might suffice. Everyone has received such encouragement. During the briefing for assignments, they were informed that their personal performances would be reported on. Yet here was Roy informing him that tomorrow would be the bleakest day. Mingmei had already assumed the role of cheerleader, while his commander regarded him merely as a lecherous fool. This day had proven to be quite arduous. Ultimately, Rick acquiesced to Roy's suggestion and began to count sheep. Despite reaching a considerable number, slumber continued to evade him. On the contrary, he felt increasingly uneasy. As the taunts of Colonel Hines and those three rabbit-like figures on the bridge resurfaced in his mind, alongside the memory of the colossal alien soldier encountered on Macross Island, Roy and Rick's unit traversed the downtown of Macross City, passing by the park where Rick had spent time with Mingmei just a few hours prior. The city remained in slumber, enveloped in tranquility, blissfully unaware of its surroundings. Suddenly, Fox seized his arm and pulled him into the hangar. In those final moments, he continued to inundate Rick's ears with instructions and various pieces of advice. Just before the 23rd aircraft of the Skull Squadron, he swiftly embraced him and then vanished once more into the throng of people. The mechanical apparatus gently lowered Rick into the cockpit module, where he surveyed the aircraft. In fighter mode, this machine bore a striking resemblance to a jet fighter from the late 20th century. However, the distinction between this transforming fighter and its predecessors was as pronounced as that between a sedan and a horse-drawn carriage. The aliens who designed this space fortress had discovered a method of integrating life into technology through the study of existing examples aboard the SDF-1. Dr. Lang and his team of Robotech specialists managed to directly apply this approach to the design of the transforming fighter, which scientists referred to as the VT fighter. Utilizing chip-controlled modular systems, two fighters ascended to the flight deck, and Rick could see the sun hanging in the left foreground, diminutive as a saucer. Ahead of the hurricane-shaped bow lay Saturn, immense beyond imagination. Colonel Hines' voice resonated once more through the PA system and tactical air control network. The operational range for this mission would be confined within the Cassini quadrant. All squadrons were to assemble in the icy region of Saturn's rings, awaiting further instructions. He thought to himself that yesterday had been utterly dreadful. This aligns perfectly with your expectations, Commander, Exidor remarked as he entered the flagship's command center. Without uttering a word, Breathtaking rose from his seat and, with a sweeping gesture of his large hand, projected a beam of light that coalesced into a three-dimensional image. It depicted Zor's warship, which retained its bizarre form, the enormous contours of its hull intermittently glinting with a metallic sheen under the starlight. Amidst the icy rings of the sixth planet in the solar system, a milky white connecting band was clearly visible. Breathtaking commanded his subordinate to magnify the image. The micro-machines had activated their electronic countermeasures and were poised to enter the ring zone. Exido continued, warning that they posed a threat to the integrity of the vessel. Such an occurrence must be strictly prevented. I have informed Commander Zerial, who is on standby, ready for deployment. Excellent. Another signal brought Zerial's image to the forefront of the screen. Lord Breathtaking, we shall remain ever responsive to your directives. The commander of the micro-machines will emerge from the planet's rings once you are within the main cannon's range. I anticipate that you will weaken its firepower before they prepare to launch. Yes, my lord. Zerial affirmed. You must understand that while this ship can be damaged and even rendered incapacitated, it must never be destroyed by your hand. The data concerning this vessel's vulnerabilities has now been transmitted to the targeting computer aboard your ship. I wish you a successful return, Commander, and may victory accompany you. My lord. Zerial's visage gradually faded from the beam projection area, replaced by the holographic image of the SDF, one within the Halo system. Breathtaking and his aide shifted their focus to the second monitor, where the radar scanner revealed a cluster of fighter jets shimmering like colored particles. It is utterly illogical for them to launch an attack with such a meager force, Exodore remarked. They clearly lack any comprehension of space combat. Indeed, this was entirely irrational. Breathtaking leaned closer to the radar display, his expression suggesting he sought to unearth some covert information from those luminous dots. Rick executed a somersault to evade a large piece of floating ice. Before he could complete the maneuver, Colonel Lisa connected to his network. Her furious visage appeared on the communication screen, the display's glow illuminating the cockpit of the transforming fighter. Skull Squadron, Unit 23. What on earth are you doing? Where were you during the mission briefing? Were you asleep? I detest having to repeat myself incessantly. Such acrobatics will expose your position to the enemy. Now is not the time for aerial performances. Do you understand? It was just a somersault, Rick instinctively retorted, and I'm not the only one doing it. Silence, Sergeant. Pay heed to the instructions of the Skull Squadron leader. Do you comprehend? Yet, Hines was not finished, and within 2 seconds, her voice reemerged. Is this how you address your superior, Hunter? Observe others. Charming lad. Everyone except you adheres strictly to the flight protocols. Acknowledged, Colonel, I understand. Furthermore, adjust your speed to the standard. Why are you lagging behind now? Hey, you haven't flown in this kind of environment either. He promptly shifted his tone, restarting, Skeleton Squadron, Aircraft 23 is accelerating, Colonel. Hines finally severed the connection, and Rick exhaled a sigh of relief. This was proving to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. It was his first mission, and he was being mocked by those inexperienced youngsters on the bridge. What terrible luck! What was she thinking, flying in such a hellish place? Was it not easier to remain aboard the Mockingbird? Rick pondered. At that moment, Roy Fox's visage appeared on the communication display. Prepare yourselves, lads. The enemy is approaching. Flight had ceased to be a mere game. The African-American flight officer, Claudia Grant, was currently stationed on the bridge, attentively observing the conversation between Lisa Hines and the young VT fighter pilot, when suddenly, the radar warning signal alerted her to the enemy's counterattack. Claudia's control panel was linked via radio to the 3 subordinate officers. Although the colonel never commented on it, her relationship with Lisa was decidedly closer. No matter the circumstances, the two always shared an open dialogue, having forged a deep friendship. Claudia is 4 years older than Lisa. She often assumes the role of the elder sister and places considerable emphasis on emotional communication. However, her most admired traits are her inherent beauty and sharp wit. In contrast, Lisa appears somewhat less adept at managing her emotions. At this moment, she projects an image with calm and practiced poise, adopting a businesslike demeanor. Yet deep within her lies an unresolved emotional wound. Claudia understands this feeling and hopes that one day she can help dispel the shadows haunting her friend. The newly arrived VT fighter pilot, Hunter, inadvertently touched upon something deeply buried within Lisa during their first encounter when he referred to her as Andy. Claudia was eager to inquire further, yet the circumstances of time and place were evidently unsuitable. The enemy's destroyer was nearing the target area. Vanessa added. Grover rubbed his hands together and stood up from his chair. Very well. If we can capture an image of the enemy destroyer, I want it displayed immediately on the main screen. Let us closely examine what the enemy's warship looks like. Sammy complied without hesitation, and everyone on the bridge focused intently on the approaching enemy vessel. It seems that the newcomers do not come in peace, do they? Grover remarked. Sir, Vanessa interjected. The enemy ship has entered our firing range. Good. Steer the warship towards the designated area and ensure that the barrier defense system is operational. Prepare to fire the main cannon. I will give the command to open fire. Claudia immediately sprang into action. She sensed the immense thrust of the reflective propulsion system abruptly pushing the battleship in another direction, as if attempting to break free from the gravitational constraints of Saturn. The puncture point shielding system had been thoroughly tested, and the main cannon was charging. Main cannon targeting locked, Commander. Grover's fist struck his palm with force. Fire. Claudia pulled a series of electrical switches, then removed her helmet and pressed the fire button firmly. The illumination on the bridge suddenly extinguished. The main cannon failed to fire. Claudia repeated the actions, yet the battleship remained unresponsive. Faster! Grover bellowed. Get me Kieran. He's here, Kim replied. Captain, it appears that the puncture point shielding system has interfered with the power transformer of the main cannon. We are conducting oscillation tests, but I believe the main cannon is currently inoperable unless we relinquish the energy shield. Damn it! Grover cursed in fluent Russian. Shamie turned from her console to face the captain. Sir, the particle beam tracker has locked onto our ship. The enemy is about to fire. 8 weeks of specialized training had not equipped him with the skill needed for this serene, yet chaotic battle in space. The fighters disintegrated silently, in the distance. Pinprick-sized points of light indicated the enemy's laser beams targeting his aircraft, while a tempest of anti-particle explosions erupted into spherical flashes of lightning, momentarily illuminating the battlefield with a horrifying beauty. Rick? Hunter abruptly increased the thrust power of the VT fighter as 2 enemy fighters closed in from above. In a strict sense, there was no true above, for in this realm, the distinctions of up and down ceased to exist, and the acceleration of objects could not be measured, unless a constant force pinned him firmly to the chair or the retro-rockets propelled him in the opposite direction. Without reference points, such as other transforming fighters or the SDF, one was utterly incapable of gauging their velocity in the vastness of space. For these eternal star fields, the terrifying and distant flares were merely the backdrop of war. Rick realized he was striving to achieve something. He felt the alpha vibrations receding from him, replaced by the dynamic state of the entire fighter. You are the plane, and the plane is you. When the two cannot unite, fear will fill the void, much like air rushing into a vacuum, inciting a new wave of tremors and forming a vicious cycle between them. Yet, he gradually recognized that the vibrations and shakes were merely the beginning, a necessary path toward a higher realm. The squadron tasked with the feigned attack fought valiantly to carve a bloody path, finally escaping the shadows of Saturn's rings and its planet, but at the cost of the complete annihilation of the Vermilion and Green squadrons. However, what was most dire was that the main cannon of the SDF, one had yet to fire. It was difficult to ascertain what had befallen the space fortress. Rick observed it enduring a relentless barrage from the enemy's battleships. This was the most bizarre spacecraft he had ever encountered, its overall shape resembling a mutated cucumber wrapped in a woman's scarf. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, this enemy vessel employed traditional weaponry, which could easily be repelled by the mobile shields of the space fortress. Nevertheless, for the enemy's destroyers, enhancing offensive capabilities was merely a matter of time. Rick contemplated the command recently issued by the colonel for quite a while when Roy appeared on their display screen. The VT fighter squadron was poised to launch an assault on the enemy destroyer. In retaliation, Rick continuously unleashed blue beams of light against them. Such a formidable artillery piece could easily overheat in the hands of the ironclad, resulting in perilous consequences. There was another hatch within the loading bay, undoubtedly leading to the innards of the destroyer. Rick cautiously approached the second hatch, examining the control mechanism of the isolation chamber. In this confined space, he experienced an odd sense of security. Suddenly, the door of the isolation chamber slid open. On the other side stood an enemy soldier, evidently having rushed over upon hearing Rick's descent onto the deck. He was nearly as tall as the ironclad, possessing a similarly robust physique. Despite being fully armored, he wore no headgear and was unarmed. The alien giant and the diminutive earthling seated in the cockpit exchanged astonished glances. In that fleeting moment of encountering a potential adversary, both felt a shared sense of trepidation. The unarmed soldier darted his eyes around, desperately seeking an escape, while Rick was engaged in a similar pursuit. The extraterrestrial warrior abruptly retreated, his limbs having long forsaken their original intent. The only course of action was to shatter the stalemate. Rick raised the humming Gatling gun, his metal-clad fingers poised on the trigger. Among those on the bridge, Captain Grover felt the most trepidation. The main cannon remained inoperative. Despite the point defense system performing its function, the warship was enduring assaults from all directions. The Skull Squadron was launching a counterattack against the enemy destroyers. Yet given the current circumstances, they seemed incapable of inflicting significant damage or incapacitating the adversary. Has there ever been a commander in human history who wagered the lives of over 50,000 souls on the outcome of a battle? For every month prior, Grover had never entertained the notion of surrender. However, inexplicably, he found that thought prying open his mind, gradually depleting his strength and resolve. Perhaps sensing Grover's inner turmoil, Lisa suddenly conceived an inspiring idea. She must have already known whether concentrating and directing the energy of the point defense system at the bow of the deadless supercarrier was feasible, thereby forming a solid fist for the SDF-1. Grover promptly contacted Dr. Lang and received an immediate affirmation. Indeed, it was entirely feasible. Impact speed, he commanded. We shall drive the deadless straight into the enemy's throat. Suddenly, an enemy soldier abruptly turned his head to the right, as if he had heard a sound undetected by the sensors of the armored giants. Rick observed as his face gradually drained of color, his eyes widened in terror. In but a fleeting moment, the inferno engulfed the corridor. The soldier before Rick was vaporized, and the armored titan was hurled to the unloading dock by the violent shockwave of the explosion. The containment chamber was sealed, yet the walls of the compartment began to melt. Rick reverted to Guardian mode to initiate takeoff, then switched to fighter mode, ultimately igniting the afterburner, propelling himself away from the doomed destroyer. In the 34th volume of the First Lorepot War, Breathtaking found the war game against the Azkoro people increasingly intriguing. Are they calling it hunting mice? He inquired. Indeed, my lord. The essence of this saying implies that powerful creatures often toy with the weaker ones before delivering the final blow. Excellent. You must teach me their tongue, Exido. Of course, Commander. Their language is quite primitive and remarkably easy to grasp. Furthermore, our 3 surveillance teams have made significant progress in this regard. Perhaps soon I shall need to converse with these diminutive beings. Breathtaking was captivated by this illogical challenge, compelling him to step beyond his confines in search of more innovative solutions. His train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a transmission from Exido. Commander, signs of hyperspace transitions have been detected nearby. Mars, as Exido remarked, is the 4th planet of the solar system. Breathtaking turned to face his advisor. Is the reconnaissance vessel prepared? Completely in accordance with your orders, Commander. The Cyclops will arrive shortly. The scanners we dispatched have detected no signs of life, nor even the slightest energy readings or radiation levels, Commander. It appears that the humans have abandoned this complex. Breathtaking adjusted his visor, pondering. Attempt to activate a computer and continuously transmit the stored data through the distress frequency. Exido raised an eyebrow. Very well, my lord. But why take such measures? Because this forsaken outpost will serve as an ideal trap. I have commanded the 7th Mechanized Division of the Battlestar Legion to assemble here immediately. The reputation of the 7th Division is quite tarnished. They are notorious for their savagery and other unsavory deeds. Breathtaking smiled at his bewildered companion. Indeed, I have done so. Is there a problem? What were the orders from above? It was also stated that he utterly annihilated the enemy. That is indeed true, Commander. It is for this reason that his subordinates have bestowed upon him the moniker the Puppeteer. Suddenly, armed vessels emerging from hyperspace appeared within the gaps of our battle group. The clash is imminent. Britain turned his head towards the projected beam of light, yet again witnessing the capricious antics of the diminutive combatants. Clutching a hand of cards that promised victory, Britain was thoroughly prepared, awaiting the transition of a squadron of miniature fighter jets from their hyperspace state into physical form. However, what materialized among them were the second-rate warships equipped by the Battlestar Legion. Even before their arrival, the distortion of space had commenced, with the time sequences flickering and trembling. Several warships belonging to the Kalon collided headlong with the main fleet, transmitting a shockwave throughout the entire area, causing even the flagship to sway perilously, with such force that it sent Exido tumbling to the ground. The damage report swiftly reached the bridge, and the projection beam displayed images of the warship's ruin. Exido rose to his feet, his voice laced with fury. I anticipated he would resort to such tactics. This Kalon, Commander, he possesses no sense of discipline. Was it merely a moment of oversight on his part, or a manifestation of Kalon's reckless nature? Britain pondered to himself. The commander of the 7th Mechanized Space Division reports to you, he intoned solemnly, his salute laced with a hint of mockery. It is a pleasure to see you again. Commander Britain, he cackled, concluding his statement with a laugh. This utterly shameless Exido had only just begun. A battle-scarred figure with a square jaw appeared beside him, exchanging banter with Kalon, while the projection beam vividly displayed his image in the viewing area. Let me guess, Kalon, we have collided with a total of 4 vessels. Kalon wished for him to be silent, but it was already too late. You claimed there would be no more than 3 vessels. This time, victory is mine. Be quiet. You fool, Kalon finally retorted, as our dialogue was transmitted through electronic signals. Breathtaking fixed his one eye intently upon him. Kalon, do not assume that your command skills grant you the liberty to toy with me. I had intended to offer you a chance to atone for your past misdeeds, but I have no time for your games. Do you understand? Kalon quickly adopted a serious expression, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. Yes, Commander. What would you have me do? Britai's words were crystal clear. I, too, wish for you to receive the honor and glory befitting the capture of this spacecraft. I am certain you will not allow the Supreme Commander Dalza to be disappointed. That is enough, Kalon, Exido interjected. The communication with Kalon came to an abrupt end. Exido continued to urge the cessation of this personnel appointment, yet Britai had already commenced the execution of his plan. The prospect of a monumental victory invigorated him. Moreover, true struggle requires unexpected elements to enhance its intrigue. In this contest for Zor's warships and vital supplies, Kalon played the role of an unpredictable card in the Zenith army. 2 fighter pods latched onto his tail, unleashing a barrage of firepower upon his craft. Without the aid of instruments, Rick could sense the pursuing laser beams, so close to his aircraft that they could almost sear his skull. He activated the afterburner and surged through the breach, seizing the 12 o'clock position, poised for the combat pods to separate. Aware of their intention to crush him, he harbored his own plans to eliminate one enemy aircraft. The pilot of the adversary aircraft recognized the threat posed by Rick's maneuver and adjusted the cannon towards the more vulnerable cockpit of the transforming fighter. But it was too late. The hinges on the combat pod's armor began to melt and loosen, akin to a freshly hatched egg opening its shell. Rick cast a hurried glance at the giant flailing his arms as he tumbled out of the hatch and quickly resumed his role, igniting the thrusters. 2 down. He was flying in the opposite direction of the space fortress, distancing himself further, yet the scene before him resembled a nightmare. The cosmos, filled with combat pods, seemed alive, with beams of light slicing through the darkness. The serene explosions painted the hues of death and destruction across another realm. However, what lingered most vividly in his mind was the sight of the Titan of Zenith perishing in flames. How could one easily forget such a spectacle? Suddenly, 2 combat pods latched onto his tail, attempting to lock him in with laser weapons. Rick executed a double roll followed by a dive to shake them off. From outside the cockpit, he witnessed the Blue Squadron leader unleash a volley that shattered them into fragments. Thank you, Blue Squadron leader. Rick called out through the tactical network. Just lend me a hand when the time is right, mate. A swift reply came through the network. No problem. Rick shifted his gaze from the wreckage. I cannot be the next one, he mused. How can one ever truly forget him? The relentless assault of the battle pods continues unabated. The hand of death knows no distinction between good and evil, acting with capriciousness. Then, just as abruptly as they appeared, the enemy vanished without a trace. The battle concluded, and the command to retreat was issued from the bridge. Roy caught up with him in the hangar, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You performed admirably just now, Rick. Keep up the good work. Rick muttered a response, removing his helmet as he pressed forward, quickening his pace. Turning to face his friend, he remarked, if you truly believe that, then you are an even greater fool than I, Roy. Roy grasped Rick's shoulder, pulling him closer. Listen to me. You have lost. We have all been defeated. After the mission report, let us take a stroll into town. I am certain Mei would be eager to see you. It will surely be a delightful surprise. Rick replied, his anger gradually dissipating. There are constant changes occurring here. Not long ago, people were discussing the use of EVE technology to enhance the level of visual simulation, creating landscapes of sunrises and sunsets. And now even blue skies and white clouds have emerged. The streets of the city are meticulously arranged, resembling a chessboard, strictly planned according to the schematic requirements for modular transformations, encompassing multi-story residential buildings, shops, hotels, shopping centers, and even several banks and post offices. The reasons why the city has endured amidst the ravages of war are manifest. Were there to be a depletion of energy resources or an extreme scenario involving direct assaults from enemy aircraft and battle drones, Micro City would undoubtedly not resemble its current state. Through the public broadcasting system, citizens can receive real-time updates on the various situations of warships within the solar system. Although precise accounts of victories are seldom reported, in fact, it is currently disseminating public information, while Rick, dressed casually, winds his way through the crowd towards a Chinese restaurant, hoping to encounter Mingmei there. Pedestrians generally exhibit little interest in such information, yet it has piqued Rick's alertness. News from the bridge relayed. We have just endured an assault from 120 enemy battle drones, yet our 1st, 4th, and 7th fighter squadrons have decisively annihilated the encroaching foes, achieving a resounding victory. Our losses are minimal, and the spacecraft's navigational systems remain entirely unscathed. Report concluded. This is simply unbelievable. Rick mused. He scanned his surroundings, eager to engage someone in conversation, yearning to seize a passerby by the collar and reveal the truth, to awaken them from their ignorance. At that moment, another arm encircled his own. He turned to find himself gazing into the azure eyes of Ming-Mei. "Hello, stranger," she greeted warmly. "I was just worrying about you." She embraced him in a manner reminiscent of siblings. He offered some clarification regarding the report. "It's a deception, Ming-Mei. They are misleading everyone. We have not even managed to defeat half of our enemies. Rather, our losses have mounted." She pressed her index finger against his lips and glanced around. "It is not prudent to discuss such matters in this place, Rick." He withdrew his hand from Ming-Mei's grasp, listening intently. "Moreover, everyone is contributing their efforts towards military readiness. Regardless of your reasons, I do not wish for anyone, including myself, to feel weighed down by this. Furthermore, my birthday is approaching." He could only stare at her, pondering her thoughts, while she had already moved ahead, smiling as she wrapped her arms around his. "Come on, Rick. Let us have something to eat, shall we?" He acquiesced. How could he make her comprehend the reality unfolding outside? In the city, she, like everyone else, continued with their daily lives. They lived as though nothing had transpired, as if this were their home, as if they resided on a splendid island amidst azure seas, as if a brutal war had never occurred beyond their walls. On the bridge of the SDF-1, discussions rarely strayed from the topic of war. The recent assaults had utterly derailed their planned course, and despite being so near to Earth's orbit, several months remained ahead of them. Grover rose from his chair and approached her, glancing at the received transmission signal. "If mice could swim," he read, "they could drift with the currents and frolic with the fish. Yet the cat remaining on the shore could only acquiesce. What nonsensical utterance is this? From whence does it originate?" "Vanessa?" Liz deftly input a series of commands before turning her gaze towards the second monitor stationed at her seat. In an instant, she reached a conclusion. The location of the signal's source deviated from our course by an angle of 6 degrees. Thus, it must be situated at the Sarah base on Mars. Claudia remarked. "Lisa? Hines has inadvertently vacated her post." "What? Impossible. Are you certain the readings are impeccably accurate?" "The Sarah base has long been abandoned," Kim interjected. "All personnel perished in that conflict. It is absolutely inconceivable." Lisa and Claudia exchanged a significant glance. "No, Lisa," Claudia cautioned. "Harbor no illusions about this. Why could there not be survivors?" Lisa exclaimed fervently. She inquired of Grover. "Is it truly implausible, Commander?" "We have reconfirmed the source of the transmission, Commander. It indeed emanates from the Sarah base," Claudia asserted. "Perhaps we ought to deliberate carefully, Captain. After all, diverting to the Sarah base only slightly deviates from our planned trajectory." She and Lisa exchanged another meaningful glance. Grover surveyed his crew. "What is the extent of our damage?" "Quite manageable," Grover replied. "Alter course, destination, Mars." The newly established World Unified Alliance faced continual setbacks, the destruction of the Sarah base on Mars serving as a poignant illustration. Distrust, inaccurate intelligence, and the manipulation of separatist factions directly led to the destruction of the Sarah base. Additionally, the Northeast Asian community's credulity towards falsehoods led them to mistakenly believe that this base was a military installation. More significantly, the assault on the base marked humanity's inaugural venture of transferring warfare from Earth to the interstellar realm. Marazzi Kane, in Prelude to the Apocalypse, The History of Global Civil War, recounts that this transpired 3 years after extraterrestrial visitors had crash-landed on Macross Island. A coalition of internationalists, including his father, General Hines, Senator Russell, Grover, and others, dedicated themselves to the grand endeavor of world unification, initiating the restoration of the SDF, one in preparation for the formidable threat posed by intelligent and robust alien giants leading fleets against Earth. However, the preservation of peace and unity proved to be an arduous challenge. Partisan strife intensified, borders could shift overnight, and terror and explosions surged, with incidents of slaughter escalating. She confided her love to Carl but lost him amidst the distant stars. Nevertheless, she fulfilled her vow. With her father's assistance, she sought refuge on Macross Island, where, under Dr. Lang's guidance, she aided in the restoration of the SDF-1 spacecraft. For her, landing on this planetary surface was far more than a mere descent. It was an emotional pilgrimage. Carl Raber remained alive, lingering in her thoughts. To her, this signified that he could still be among the living. as there were survivors on Mars. He once told her that when peace was restored to the Earth, we would inevitably be together. Love will never easily perish in the flames of anger. Its power renders even war dim in its presence. Grover called out her name with fervor. She turned her head, gazing at him with a look of bewilderment, her inner world caught between the past and the future. She composed herself, awaiting his command. Lisa immediately busied herself with her tasks. Heaven grant that he survives, she silently prayed. The Cat-Eye reconnaissance aircraft scanned the abandoned base, relaying its findings to the bridge of the SDF, one via the radio system. No signs of enemy presence or life forms, nor any similar activities were detected. However, curiously, a stream of data continued to flow into the warship's computer. Perhaps a networked computer at Sarah Base had malfunctioned, Grover concluded, finding this inference reasonable. Naturally, he remained vigilant against the possibility of an enemy trap. To address this, Grover convened a special meeting with Colonels Mastoff and Carlos, along with senior officials from Macross City, to discuss the various matters regarding the landing of the massive space fortress on the surface of Mars. During the meeting, two main arguments were presented in favor of the landing, while the opposition suggested that the fortress maintain a low orbital maneuver, dispatching cargo ships and robots to deliver essential supplies. One of the primary reasons for the proponents was that after landing, ground maintenance personnel could repair the damage inflicted upon the vessel from 4 months of continuous operations. Such maintenance tasks are predominantly unfeasible in the vastness of outer space or in low Earth orbit. Furthermore, even in the absence of intermittent disturbances from adversaries, conducting extravehicular operations in the cosmos entails significant risks. The second advantage of landing lies in the fact that, despite the unclear situation, it is evidently far more convenient for Grover and Long to procure supplies through this method, a matter of greater importance to them than to the senior officials of Macross City. However, the reality stands in stark contrast. The SDF, one has never undergone a genuine landing. Months prior, its anti-gravity apparatus had torn through the hull, causing the vessel to plummet back into the docking base on Macross Island. Given that the gravitational pull on Mars is substantially less than that on Earth, engineers could rehearse the entire landing procedure here, thereby reaping benefits when the spacecraft eventually reaches Earth. It took a full 2 days for the SDF-1 to initiate its descent. The navigation system firmly anchored the battleship at a designated point in its fixed orbit, and the space fortress then commenced its slow, arduous descent, ultimately coming to rest upon the Martian surface. Grover, seated near the helm, was unaware of what might be astonishing Dr. Long, an expert in robotech technology, at that moment. To him, it appeared that the SDF-1 had successfully landed safely, a feat that seemed almost unfathomable to the crew after enduring countless hardships during their months in space. This place is not their homeland, yet no one seems to mind, for humanity once claimed dominion over this planet, giving them ample reason to temporarily call it home. Upon receiving the precise news of the spacecraft's landing, half of the residents of Macross City flocked to the observation deck. At least a portion of them had the opportunity to walk upon the land and experience their new existence. However, this is far from a paradise of freedom for the civilians. Once their location and movements were deemed safe from enemy threats, Grover promptly commanded the spacecraft to approach the base more closely, ordering repairs on the auxiliary cranes and gravity control systems, while also undertaking tasks that were even beyond the capabilities of Earth. The intricately structured Sarah base loomed ahead, occupying a vast expanse beneath the spacecraft. But what mysteries lay within? Lisa awaited the opportune moment. If she did not act swiftly, this chance would slip away forever. The data streams emanating from the base continued unabated, and Grover had yet to dispatch a reconnaissance team to investigate the source of the transmissions. At last, she summoned sufficient courage to voice her request to the captain. He regarded her with a gaze imbued with concern. However, Lisa interrupted him. "I volunteer to investigate the source of the signal, sir. There may still be survivors." It was only when she perceived the paternalistic concern emanating from his eyes that her demeanor softened. "Please, sir, this is of great importance to me." She was uncertain whether Grover was aware of her past, yet as a crew member, he should have been able to comprehend her character and recognize when she required his additional support. Claudia proactively offered her assistance, expressing, "I can help oversee her position." She conveyed this to the captain. Grover pondered for a moment. Even though there were individuals residing within the vast expanse of this 500 square kilometer base, they had long since relocated. Nevertheless, he discerned that her insistence stemmed from personal sentiments, thus he acquiesced to her departure. However, I require you to take 2 security personnel," he called out as she hastily exited the bridge. Lisa disregarded the captain's request, as it was not a formally issued command. She secured her helmet and protective suit, equipped herself with the radio communication system and personal weaponry, and activated a small personnel transport vehicle. Finally, she arrived at the computer control room. She stood motionless at the entrance, peering into the forsaken chamber. Chairs lay overturned, papers were strewn across the floor, and a wall-sized monitor screen lay shattered, littering the ground with shards of glass. Yet, at the far end of the room, the console's lights continued to flicker, both red and green, indicating that an online computer was frantically purging its memory and displaying the data on the monitor. No one could decipher the text. It resembled the nonsensical scribbles of a child, utterly devoid of meaning. Lisa approached the computer and powered it down. Turning back, she cast another glance into the room, her mind a void filled with confusion. It seems that no starving survivor has ever huddled in a sealed room, using a computer to call for help in accordance with the tradition of shipwrecked crew members. Machines can sometimes initiate themselves. Memories have a tendency to unfold in this manner. "Gore, are the gravity mines ready?" he bellowed into the communication microphone before him. The speakers embedded in the combat pod emitted a crackling static noise, and the monitor initially displayed a meaningless flurry of static and distortion before Gore's face finally appeared on the screen. His robotic team was operating 3 kilometers underground. Perhaps Gore triumphed in that fateful gamble, yet he received no due reward from his commander. Kalon chuckled with delight. "The energy has accumulated to 70%, sir. It won't be long now. Just blow it up. This waiting is truly vexing. Have the robots work harder, Gore, or I shall bury you in this desolate wasteland. Do you hear me?" Just as Kalon tossed the pedals into his mouth, the communication system in his commander-type combat pod stirred to life, revealing the face of a soldier concealed beneath the surface. "We are growing impatient, Commander," the soldier stated. "I'm about to move out. If we delay any longer, our mission will be thwarted." To Kalon's surprise, the combat pod operated by this soldier activated its thrusters, leaping out from the surface's crevice. Had he ever encountered or led such insubordinate fools before? Kalon had always held a certain admiration for arrogance, yet this individual was crossing a line. Just as the combat pod was about to leap from the fissure, its massive cannon, raised slowly by his right arm, discharged. The combat pod struck its target with precision, circling several times before crashing directly onto the fissured ground. 2 additional combat pods leaped forward to inspect their fallen comrade, eager to ascertain his condition. "He is still alive, my lord." "Alas, how unfortunate," Chiron remarked with a sardonic smile. "If I can wait patiently here, why can't you? Anyone who dares defy my orders will face a fate far more dreadful. I assure you, I always deliver on my promises." Chiron envisioned his subordinates rigidly saluting him from within their combat pods when suddenly, he heard Gorl's voice through his headset. "Reconnaissance craft. Gorl, I inquire about the readiness of the gravity mines. We are merely 10% shy of completion." Chiron struck his palms against the control panel of the combat pod, feeling that 90% energy was ample. "I command you to initiate the attack immediately." Claudia appeared troubled. It has been nearly an hour, yet Lisa has not established contact with the ground. The data signals from the base have also ceased. However, the seismic detectors have registered new developments. Captain Grover and Vanessa are attempting to decipher what transpired from the computer readings. "I suspect there may have been a disturbance or explosion in the nearby mountains," Vanessa reported. "Perhaps just a landslide." "No, the sound waves are excessively intense. It must be an explosion or something of that nature." Claudia promptly activated the feline reconnaissance drone. Within mere minutes, new data illuminated the expansive screen. Within the ant-like valley, sensors had identified hundreds of constantly shifting meches, encircling the Sarah base in an unyielding grip. Before Grover, Claudia concealed her worried expression as she executed the orders she had received. Yet, something felt amiss. The battleship remained grounded, utterly immobile. The gravity control system was intact, and all sensor readings appeared normal, yet the SDF-1 lay inert upon the ground, akin to a trapped beast, groaning and trembling incessantly. "Captain." Vanessa raised her voice above the cacophony produced by the machinery. "The seismic sensors indicate an extraordinarily powerful gravitational pull beneath the base." Grover leapt from his chair, scrutinizing the information displayed on the crisis alert screen. "The battle pods," Claudia exclaimed in alarm. Grover and the bridge crew turned their faces towards the observation window. A myriad of enemy aircraft filled the Martian sky. "For the past 2 months, I had ascended to the observation dome daily, lingering by the telescope, gazing across the Martian night sky at our beautiful blue and white planet for hours on end. What a bright and astonishing world it is, tranquil yet teeming with life. Such is the distant view of Earth. However, this impression can lead to profound misconceptions. I often reflect on our last night together. Parting from you is far more difficult than leaving our Earth behind. The world has succumbed to madness. Those short-sighted individuals have snatched away my dreams. However, I have no intention of starting anew. I merely wish to share everything here with you. You know how overjoyed I was to learn that you would also be coming here. The stars are so close that they seem within reach. Yet our distant sun offers no warmth, and even the unceasing whispers of the wind fail to disturb. The Sarah base represents a novel experience of tranquility. A glimpse into the future. Excerpted from a letter by Carl Reiber. The Dreadnought class match swiftly became the second target of Kalon. Only after their annihilation would he turn his full attention to the Iron Giants and the Guardians. Upon receiving the launch order, the Iron Giants and fighters of the Skull Squadron promptly arrayed themselves within the defensive perimeter of the SDF-1. Roy and Rick transformed their aircraft into Guardian mode and ascended immediately to launch a carpet-bombing assault on the enemy ahead. Rick and the remaining foes chased each other through the desolate mountains, exchanging gunfire. They diverged at the foot of the mountains, only to reconvene at the summit. This was an aerial game of hawk and chick, with battle pods and fighters navigating two inevitably intersecting flight paths. As many pilots from the Zentradi and Earth exhausted their ammunition, Rick executed a barrel roll, plunging his fighter down into the mountains, while the enemy relentlessly pursued. Launching rockets at his aircraft, Rick abruptly halted his plane and performed a high-altitude evasive maneuver, successfully eluding disaster. At this moment, the 23rd Skeleton Fighter ascended rapidly, then plunged into a narrow valley, luring its adversary into a gorge adorned with spiky, weathered rocks. Rick unleashed 2 rockets to blast open the entrance and darted inside. Yet, the combat pod remained relentlessly in pursuit, but how could it navigate through the valley, dominated by towering stone pillars? Consequently, it transformed into a high-velocity marble, careening chaotically amidst the columnar formations. Just as Rick pulled up to ascend and escape the gorge, the explosion of the combat pod sent flames and debris perilously close to his aircraft. It was nothing out of the ordinary, he reassured himself, before rejoining the fray over the Martian plains. Beneath the vast sky, with the Earth below and surrounded by the light and shadow of explosions marking the end of lives. With no clouds to offer cover in the thin atmosphere, it felt as though one could see through everything, extending into eternity. At that moment, Roy's face appeared on the left screen of his cockpit. What are you pondering, little brother? It feels a bit reminiscent of times past, doesn't it? Times past, indeed. Wasn't it just 4 months ago? Roy burst into laughter. All right, let us bring down all the enemies, little tiger. Grover paced the deck, gently tugging at his thick beard, contemplating that there must be a solution. He approached Vanessa. Please bring up the schematic of the earthquake sensor scans on the large screen. The computer-generated image promptly materialized, and Grover scrutinized the structure depicted in the diagram. The gravitational source that firmly anchors the spacecraft is situated 3 kilometers beneath the surface. Grover has commanded Kim to draft a schematic of the underground power center that propels the entire Sarah base, his arms crossed in contemplation as he nodded in agreement. Precisely as I envisioned, beneath the Sarah base lies a reflection furnace. This reflective energy technology is among the earliest practical applications of Lobit's innovations in civilian use. Should it operate beyond its capacity, it could unleash an explosion potent enough to obliterate the gravity mines laid by the enemy. Grover instructed Vanessa to conduct simulation calculations using the existing data. Then he informed Claudia, establish contact with Lisa immediately. The warning lights on the control panel began to flash incessantly, and she could even hear sirens and loudspeakers blaring in the distance. Subsequently, she had to dash to several nearby locations to verify the situation, for the safety mechanisms embedded within the system were notoriously unpredictable. The hatches in the lobby began to close one by one. She glanced up at the electronic clock hanging from the ceiling, which indicated that less than 15 minutes remained for her to escape the base. The entrance to the single dormitory was located on either side of the corridor, and as she opened the doors in search of an exit, a terrifying thought suddenly crossed her mind. Perhaps one of these dormitories belonged to Carl? In the dim light, Lisa extended her hand, relying on her sense of touch to discern the nameplate engraved with the occupant's name on the door. In a brief span of time, she discovered the side etched with the likeness of Carl. She pressed the button and opened the hatch leading to Carl's solitary quarters, yet she lingered at the threshold, her hands resting on either side of the doorframe, hesitant to step inside. "Oh, Carl, whether you are here or not," she addressed the specter that might be lurking nearby. Lisa stepped inside, entirely oblivious to the impending self-destruction of the base as the countdown commenced. "The self-destruct sequence has been initiated," Captain, Claudia announced. "The 10-minute countdown has begun. 9 minutes remaining, Captain." "Contact Lisa and inquire about her whereabouts," Grover said, rising from his seat. "If she hasn't disabled the communication system, we can ascertain her current position." Quickly, Kim's actions bore fruit, as the display marked her location. She was in Barracks Zone C, yet she remained motionless. Is she injured, or could she be trapped? Grover speculated. "Claudia, connect me to the captain of Skull Squadron immediately." Rick launched 2 missiles and dove toward a cluster of combat pods. The searing shrapnel rattled against his fighter, the shockwave causing it to sway perilously. Roy followed Rick's lead, pulling up his aircraft and pointing at the combat pod, his image promptly appearing on the left screen of Skull Fighter number 23. "It seems you have your sights set on him, Rick. This is merely a matter of loyalty to our respective commanders. Shall we join forces to eliminate him, brother?" "Not a chance. Now, I find myself tasked with a new mission. It appears that Colonel Hines has inadvertently trapped herself somewhere within the base, and it falls upon us to rescue her. Yet, do we not have more pressing matters at hand? Let us not bicker. I believe this presents a splendid opportunity for you, Rick, to extend a helping hand to a young lady in distress, saving a young woman's life. Very well, Roy, just this once, and it shall not become a precedent." Suddenly, Roy's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Connect your system to the main display of SDF-1 and locate her according to the signal they transmitted. I shall provide cover for you." "Understood," Rick replied. "The rescue operation is about to commence." The armored giant stood tall, its cannon sweeping in a calculated arc as it unleashed a barrage upon 2 enemy fighters. One of the fighters managed to evade the onslaught, yet Rick successfully eliminated the other, sending it spiraling away. Naturally, Duncan trusted the remaining adversary to Roy, shifting his focus to pinpointing Lisa's signal. With the precise information provided by SDF-1, he discerned the colonel's exact location. She was within the barracks, just beyond the wall before him. These 4 minutes within the base would undoubtedly become an unforgettable experience for him. Given the urgency, he did not deliberate on which entrance to utilize. Rick switched the fighter to Guardian mode, clutching the metallic fist with determination, ready to spring into action. Meanwhile, at that moment, Lisa found herself in the company of phantoms. She approached the depths of Carl's room, the sweltering atmosphere completely insulated by her spacesuit. She extended her arms, her gloved fingers caressing and touching everything within the small abode, hoping to uncover something unidentifiable or unknown. What was she truly seeking? She pondered this question herself. Carl's clothing remained in his wardrobe, his bed, the lamp, and the telephone seemed to harbor some mysterious clues she yearned to discover. Now, she sat at his desk, leafing through his notebook, glancing over the titles of the books strewn across the table. Martian Archaeology, The History of Human Evolution, Gandhi's Sayings. Lisa realized she would never be able to help him overcome that sense of loss. He would forever be unable to take a step away from this place. Her life had effectively ended 6 years ago here with Carl. At the other end of the room, before the translucent glass window, she recognized the silhouette of a transforming fighter jet. The glass door revealed a glimpse of the Guardian. "Colonel Hines," that voice crackled, "please step back. I am about to breach the wall." She swiftly activated the radio communicator. "Step back. My orders are to take you away from here." Before she could reach the door, the Guardian's massive hand shattered the glass and reached inside. The pilot was none other than Rick Hunter. At that moment, he sat in the cockpit, glaring at her. "Get on the plane. We're running out of time. I will not leave this room. You have 1 minute. The countdown starts now, Colonel. I don't care. Let us proceed, did you hear? Your very life is at stake." She observed him shaking his head. "I am unaware of the events that have transpired here. Yet you must accompany me." In the blink of an eye, Lisa found herself firmly grasped by the Guardian. Struggling proved futile as the transformation fighter had already emerged from the military encampment and was poised for takeoff. Despite the insurmountable odds, she discovered herself still striving to reach Carl's quarters, gathering all her strength to lean forward, calling out his name in desperation. At that moment, the aircraft ascended into the air, accelerating away from the war-torn base. This was a battle imbued with glory, at least up to this point. Gore was reporting an anomaly in the gravitational mine-laying area, where a pressure accumulation phenomenon, indiscernible by sensors, had manifested, due to the retreat of the miniature beings. This situation had not raised his vigilance sufficiently. Kylon was preparing to claim the head of the enemy fleet commander before twilight descended. Kylon's command-type combat pod was positioned a considerable distance from the explosion site, resilient enough to withstand the blast, searing heat, and subsequent shockwave. Madness, Kylon mused. It is indeed madness. He activated the cockpit shield of the combat pod, sitting in silence for a moment, clearly shaken by the impact. A dense mushroom cloud slowly unfurled across the terrain, while Zor's warship now appeared as an otherworldly glimmer above the Martian horizon. These miniature beings astonished him. The unpredictability of the adversary was both fearsome and deserving of respect. Yet, the prospect of defeat in battle was unbearable. His fist struck the control panel of the combat pod with ferocious intensity, a cathartic release for the pinned-up rage within him. Exhausted, he collapsed into his seat, groping for a few withered leaves of the life blossom, swallowing them in anticipation of the forthcoming hallucinogenic effects that would wash away his discontent. At last, Kylon let out a hostile laugh, fixating his gaze upon the receding space fortress as he proclaimed loudly, "We shall meet again, diminutive ones. Next time, I shall show you no mercy." In a revised entry of General Rick Hunter's log, he had previously confided his concerns to Breathtaking, meticulously modulating his tone to ensure that Breathtaking could not discern the undercurrents of fear and timidity. He even extracted a specific warning from the records regarding the prohibition of contact with the diminutive beings to bolster his argument to the commander. Ancient legends spoke of a secret weapon wielded by the diminutive ones, capable of confronting any humanoid entity. Yet, such tales fell upon deaf ears, after all. Breathtaking was a military expert, and like his kin, he existed and breathed for the sole purpose of combat. The Zentradi were born for battle, and there were additional, unspoken factors at play. There was a certain resonance in Breathtaking's occasional, half-comprehended understanding of Exodor's musings on fate and annihilation. "It astonishes me that they managed to fight their way here," Breathtaking remarked. "Indeed, Commander, the closer they draw to their homeworld, the fiercer they fight. I am apprehensive that, before we compel their surrender, this warship may self-destruct due to excessive wear and tear." Breathtaking appeared quite uneasy. "Such an occurrence is absolutely intolerable, Exodo. My mission is unequivocal. I must seize this space fortress intact and without damage. Our primary objective is the vessel itself, rather than the individuals aboard. Commander, I am merely concerned about Kylon, a being solely inclined towards destruction. Given his strategic acumen, he may struggle to comprehend the essence of the term capture." Breathtaking cast a glance at his aide. "Kylon is a soldier of the Zenith Star, well-versed in executing orders. Or else he shall face the consequences." Exodo slightly inclined his body. "Of course, my lord." He gazed at the warship, seemingly envisioning himself aboard that vessel. What plans does the diminutive one harbor now? He remained uncertain. What thoughts might each individual in this unique group entertain during such extraordinary times? She harbored a fondness for exquisite garments, with a penchant for hues such as pink and purple. Each of her fingernails was painted a different color, polished to a brilliant sheen. She delighted in wearing dangling earrings, which were rather irksome, and her high heels made her appear taller than before. A fact that clearly pleased her, along with her shimmering silver belt and buttons. How she adored such utterly useless trinkets. Rick exclaimed loudly. He had just risen and was pacing back and forth in his new dormitory. But what exactly is it? He pondered to himself. He pondered how uniquely beautiful, alluring, and enchanting the earth was, yet simultaneously frivolous and self-righteous, so capricious and domineering. Such thoughts left him in a state of bewilderment. He collapsed onto his bed, cradling his head with both hands, staring at the ceiling. As he closed his eyes in an attempt to reconsider the situation from the beginning to the end, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The visage of Lisa Hines materialized in his mind. This was no novelty, yet each time it took him by surprise. In truth, this had been the case ever since the rescue operation at Sarah Base. Had he truly been foolish enough to allow another woman to occupy a place in his heart so easily? She was significantly older than him, a senior officer, and regarded him with disdain in every aspect. Despite the great effort he expended to save her, she showed no gratitude. A cold, unremarkable woman. Perhaps she resembled a mere component on the SDF, one rather than a member of the crew. Yet, why did he suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to protect and cherish her? Moreover, to offer her his protection and affection. However, Lisa occupied a different space in his heart, one that was entirely distinct from that of Mingmei. A realm inaccessible by mere thoughts. Rick had lost interest after a few remarks, intending to continue contemplating the dilemmas he had encountered earlier, when he suddenly heard his name announced over the loudspeaker. They had summoned them today for a competition or an exercise. It must be so. A female captain ushered him into the operations conference room, where all those listed had already gathered. Rick stood at the end of the line. The most inconspicuous among the crowd, Black, Ryden, Olsen. These individuals were the ace pilots of their respective squadrons. None of them exhibited signs of anxiety. Rather, each wore an air of nonchalance, their faces brimming with confidence and pride. A naval colonel called for attention, and Rick promptly straightened his shoulders, adopting an expression of indifference to his surroundings. Colonel Mastoff entered alongside several distinguished figures, taking his seat at one end of the long conference table. After scanning a pile of documents before him, he cleared his throat and began addressing those standing on either side. The brief ceremony concluded swiftly, and Rick exited the room. He spotted Roy Falk waiting for him, beaming with joy like a proud older brother. "Well done, Rick," he said. They exchanged high fives and embraced, with Rick exclaiming, "I can hardly believe this is real. Could it be that an amateur flying virtuoso, having triumphed for 8 consecutive years, felt astonished at receiving such an honor?" Roy laughed heartily. "Come, let's sit in my office for a while." On their way, they discussed recent events. In his office, Roy gestured toward a chair for Rick to sit while he took a seat behind the desk opposite him. He opened a drawer, retrieved an object, and tossed it to Rick. It was a small, smooth leather box. Rick held it in the palm of his hand, pondering its significance. Roy's smile held an enigmatic quality. "Open it and see for yourself. You have been promoted, Rick." "Rick?" "Lieutenant Hunter." Rick requested Roy to repeat the title, wishing to acclimate to this new designation. "Rick?" "Lieutenant Hunter." He nodded in acknowledgement, a satisfied breath escaping his lips. It felt wonderful. His attention then shifted to the information contained within the dossier Roy had handed him. "I have assigned 2 subordinates for you to command." The monitor on Roy's desk flickered with the details. Bane Dixon, Sergeant, 378 hours of flight simulator training. 66 hours of actual flight time. Rank A. Maximilian Sterling, Sergeant, 320 hours of flight simulator training, 66 hours of actual flight time. Rank A. They are both novices, Roy. Rick observed, as Roy jutted his chin forward. "And now you consider yourself an expert?" "Regardless, I have completed more missions than they have." "To me, you are not much different from them, Junior. Your sortie count surpasses theirs, but pales in comparison to the majority of us. Listen, it is not yet time for you to bask in pride." Dixon was a robust figure, towering over his companions by a foot, exuding an intimidating presence. His hair was a wild mane of brown, resembling flames frozen in time. The information suggests that he possesses a certain arrogance. Yet this impression is swiftly mitigated by his slightly hoarse, self-deprecating laughter. In stark contrast, Sterling exhibits a demeanor that is gentle and moderate, his voice soft and soothing. However, beneath this humble exterior lies a completely different reality. He sports long hair, with strands cascading down from his forehead, obscuring his aviator glasses. It is exceedingly rare to encounter a nearsighted pilot, leading Rick to deduce that Sterling must possess a unique talent, one capable of offsetting the disadvantages posed by his visual impairment. The 3VT fighter pilots are now just a few blocks away from the Little White Dragon. As several flatbed trucks rumble past, transporting the wreckage of damaged transforming fighters from the city, these remnants are destined for recycling. Due to a scarcity of raw materials, the SDF, one must repurpose all items. Rick glanced at his new comrades, observing their reactions to the debris of the fighters that had just passed. His previously buoyant mood was instantly extinguished. He reminded himself that pilots, too, are subject to cycles. "This is the essence of war," he reflected, pointing at the heap of scrap metal. "I certainly do not wish to end up like them," Max remarked. Bane then erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "With me around, you need not worry about a thing." A reprimand, still unformed, was poised to escape Lieutenant Rick's lips, but he decided to let it be. He would soon discover that such words are far easier said than done. The machinery of war can effortlessly ensnare them, only to tear them apart in an instant. The only course of action available to you is to fight with unwavering determination, hoping that fortune favors you. Luck is a foreign concept to the Zenithians, as their language lacks any term for it, and their embraces carry no psychological significance. Kalon has just endured a setback. In the face of chance and probability, prediction becomes utterly futile. His defeat stemmed from his blind obedience to breathtaking, which led him to disregard his instincts. Such an occurrence shall never transpire again. The enemy is cunning, and their strategies are difficult to anticipate. Regardless of where an assault is launched against them, they will inevitably retreat. Yet, in the safety provided by the formidable firepower of the Zal battleship, they insist on relying on small fighters. The most troubling aspect is their apparent reverence for life. Perhaps more than anyone else, sooner or later, Kalon will unleash a torrent of fear and death upon the Micromans. However, my lord, his subordinate inquired, what might Commander Brittai's reaction be to our unauthorized offensive? He has unequivocally commanded us to disregard him. Do you dare to question my authority? As you command, my lord. He bowed respectfully. We shall confront that vessel in our own manner. Now listen closely. Brittai has imposed numerous constraints upon us in this wargame, and his directives have led to our disgraceful defeat. Nonetheless, we must seize this opportunity with both hands, even if it means exhausting every component aboard the Zenith Fleet ships. We shall capture that vessel. Claudia assisted her in managing several tasks at hand and conceived an idea to alleviate her dear friend's distressed emotions. It was the officer promotion list issued by the Office of Mastoff, prominently featuring the name of Rick Hunter. Claudia gently folded the document with her left hand, though perhaps the psychologist's inference merely resulted in anger. She quietly approached Lisa and, as she handed over the list, she stifled a smile. Lisa took it and swiftly scanned the line of names. As her gaze fell upon that particular name, Claudia noticed a shift in her expression. Lisa crumpled the paper in her grasp and slammed her palm against the radar display. I can scarcely believe it. I can't believe it. This is impossible. What is the matter, Lisa? Claudia feigned innocence, albeit not very convincingly. Don't toy with me, Claudia. You've seen this list before. How could Hunter possibly be promoted to squad leader? Claudia lightly tapped her chin, contemplating. Well, let me see. Perhaps it is due to his successful completion of a rescue mission. Lisa was fixated on the radar display, occasionally fiddling with the control switches. Claudia hurried over to her. What's wrong? She was adjusting a dial, attempting to extract some information. I think perhaps I hit it too hard. The screen is covered in static. Try switching to the backup overload system. Claudia made a suggestion, and she followed it, yet the static interference persisted. I must connect it to the computer for data analysis, Lisa remarked. The two ladies awaited the system to reveal the final diagnosis. The results soon emerged, leaving them breathless with astonishment. It was a full-band interference signal. Activate the yellow alert, Lisa declared, her voice brimming with renewed fervor, as she instructed all VT fighter pilots to return and stand by. The gathering for Ming Mei was already lackluster, and now, the situation had deteriorated further. Suddenly, the shrill sound of the yellow alert echoed throughout the streets of Macross City. For Rick, it was akin to a reprieve. At last, the alarm blared. In that moment, all the pilots downed their drinks and rushed outside, leaving Ming Mei alone. Her song remained unfinished. The stage she once commanded had been seized by war, and even Rick no longer indulged her whims. Would he ever again be moved by her innocence and simplicity? He longed to rush to her side, promising that the war would soon come to an end and that her dreams would be realized. Yet, now all he could offer her was the gift he had prepared. As he gently wiped the tears from her face, she wrapped her arms around his neck, embracing him with heartfelt gratitude. What am I to do without you, Rick? He extricated himself from her embrace. Max and Bane were already calling for him from the hexagonal porch, gesturing for him to hurry along. After all, war waits for no one. They are on the brink of a fierce battle. Quickly, Lieutenant, we cannot afford to keep the enemy waiting, can we? Rick glared at Bane, suddenly seized by an overwhelming urge to strangle him. Indeed, he thought, we must not allow them to linger. Rollins, alongside Rick, Bane, and Max, formed the newly established Black Squad, tasked with the defense of the fourth quadrant. This region lay near the space fortress, yet distanced from the heart of the conflict. This situation left Dixon quite dissatisfied, as he eagerly yearned to plunge into the thickest of the fray. The intertwining flames of war were diminishing in both scale and frequency. Rick even began to suspect that the VT fighter squadrons, under Grover's command, might be walking into the enemy's trap. Perhaps the reality was even graver than that. Now, he had received orders to shift to a defensive posture for the safety of the aircraft carrier. Nevertheless, Dixon was still brimming with eagerness to strike. Why can't we charge forward with gusto? He pondered. On the bridge of the SDF-1, Grover intently observed the crisis warning screen, where the transforming fighters and combat pods flitted about, silently monitoring the progression of the battle. The enemy had devised new tactics. This time, they did not assault the space fortress directly as before. They flew at a distance, seemingly wary of the ship's main cannon being repaired and ready to deliver their demise. It must be so, Grover considered. Yet the longer he watched, the more his doubts intensified. The enemy had not withdrawn from the battlefield. Glover shook his head with keen interest. Did they truly perceive me as a fool? It was abundantly clear that they were luring the VT fighter groups away from the space fortress to execute a second strike. Rick received a communication signal from the bridge, and shortly thereafter, his radar display illuminated with the signals of the enemy's assault squadron. They are coming, he informed Max and Bane. These rascals have disrupted our soiree. Let us see how we can deal with them. On the radar screen of the command center, 3 pilots maneuvered their transforming fighters toward the approaching battle pods. Though still too distant to be seen by the naked eye, Rick quickly discerned the pinprick flashes of explosions and the characteristic signals of laser weaponry. Now, they beheld the enemy's battle pods, a mere dozen or so aircraft, including 1 command variant. They were frantically unleashing a variety of weaponry, advancing into the 4th quadrant. While the members of the Black Squad were already on high alert. I'll encircle them from the outside, Lieutenant. Watch me. Bane's voice echoed. Dixon released several heat-seeking missiles in an attempt to break free from the enemy formation, but they saw through his ruse, with 2 battle pods flanking him, creating a deadly cone that clung tightly. Shake off the enemy at your 7 o'clock. Bane, Rick shouted into the communicator, don't be coy. They are blocking your path with crossfire. It was only then that Dixon realized the gravity of his predicament. Frantically calling for assistance as the 2 battle pods loomed ominously overhead. They were targeting his thruster module, unleashing a torrent of energy particle beams. In this dire situation, the transforming fighter could only endure for a mere few seconds before its structural modules would deform, fracture, and ultimately shatter into pieces. If escape proved impossible, Bane would face a fiery demise. The 2nd combat pod continued to fire upon Dixon, yet that pilot had realized he was outnumbered and opted to flee. I managed to prevent you from being roasted, Bane. From now on, when I speak, you must remain obediently in the back, Rick shouted, maneuvering the ostrich-like creature into the crosshairs of his targeting scope. And hurry. His thumb pressed down on the trigger of the joystick, launching 2 missiles from their racks, which soared towards the combat pod and obliterated it. Just as Bane expressed his gratitude, Rick scanned for Max's whereabouts, quickly recognizing that Max was at the heart of the battle. Look at his movements. Dixon's voice echoed through the tactical Air Force network. It was as if Max had developed a second pair of eyes on the back of his head. His 6th sense endowed him with an extraordinary perception. The enemy aircraft could barely approach him. He ultimately annihilated the last of his assailants, prompting Rick to commend him. Rick's jaw dropped. This maneuver is called the Focke-Wulf feint. Max explained. You can use it to disorient your enemies, and by the time they begin to search for your location, you have already circumnavigated them and discovered their vulnerabilities. Lisa Hines' image abruptly appeared on the small screen, leaving Rick no time to react. He observed Max's bewildering maneuvers, silently noting his reflections while concocting a hasty excuse for the 2 fledgling pilots. Perhaps this is the privilege of being a senior officer, he mused. It is indeed a chaotic affair. As an officer, one can reproach subordinates for their mistakes, yet the accolades of success and triumph are entirely one's own. Kailong sat within his command-type battle pod, scrutinizing the unfolding combat. The stalling tactics had not yielded the anticipated results, yet they had exposed several vulnerabilities in the space fortress's defenses. Most of the miniature fighters had been lured away from Zor's battleship by decoys, and the remaining few would soon be eradicated. The primary objective of the team responsible for the 2nd wave of attacks was to disable the main cannon aboard SDF-1 by removing the stinger from the Wasp's tail. The enemy fighters, tasked with conducting stalling assaults, had also been nearly eliminated, and the moment to unleash a direct assault on the spacecraft had arrived. Kailong's elite special forces were poised to seize the space fortress and decisively conclude this engagement. It all seemed remarkably effortless. Through his headset, Rick heard Lisa Hines' voice. The enemy has breached our defenses in the 3rd quadrant. You are our last hope, Captain Black. On the deck of the SDF-1. Only a handful of close-in weapon systems and artillery could provide them with fire support, most of which had sustained varying degrees of damage. The wreckage of mechas such as the Destroyer and Gladiator drifted past the hull, their demise accompanied by sparks flickering off the metallic debris. After transforming, the three members of the black team stood firmly on the hull of the SDF-1, armed with Gatling guns, bracing themselves for an onslaught from the enemy battle pods. Bane stood resolutely on the deck, watching as the ostrich-like enemy aircraft drew nearer, cursing aloud in frustration. Initially, he was positioned beside a damaged close-in weapon system. His gun raised high, yet he found himself involuntarily stepping forward, indiscriminately firing at the approaching adversaries. Unexpectedly, a barrage struck him from behind, sending the armored giant crashing to the ground. Rick hesitated momentarily, quickly attempting to establish contact through the network. "Bane, are you still alive?" Dixon responded weakly. He was injured, but had somehow survived the horrifying blow. Rick rushed over to assist him, just as several battle pods emerged on the distant horizon of the warship. The high-density depleted uranium rounds fired from the Gatling guns immediately tore through two enemy aircraft. The remaining two enemy craft blindly unleashed a volley of rockets, creating plumes of smoke, yet achieving little effect. However, the commander-type battle pod surged forward, seemingly poised for a one-on-one duel. This marked the second occasion on the very same day that Rick bore witness to such astonishing maneuvers. On board the flagship of the Zentradi forces, Breathtaking abruptly received intelligence indicating that an assault against the SDF-1 was underway, a direct act of defiance against him. He dashed from his quarters to the bubble-shaped command center with the swiftness of the wind. Exodore observed the images projected in the viewing area, a look of disdain increasingly evident upon his countenance. He had been anticipating this moment for some time. "It appears my concerns were well-founded, Commander. Kylon has once again taken it upon himself to create chaos." Breathtaking stood with his hands on his hips, the explosive flashes transmitted from the viewing area reflecting upon his metallic visor. "Is this Kylon's interpretation of warfare?" Breathtaking scoffed, incensed that this reckless individual dared to defy his orders once more. Exodore hastily approached the neutralization system controller. "Commander, the neutralization system is ready for deployment." "Then proceed," Breathtaking shouted at the screen. Meanwhile, on the exterior of the vessel, Kylon had already targeted Rick's armored mecha. Simultaneously, the commander-type battle pod reluctantly leapt from the exterior of Zor's battleship. He even observed the armored mecha striking a pose, lifting its head in a display of astonishment and confusion. Such mechanical expressions could occasionally reveal the psychological responses of the pilot in control. Rick would later reflect on his feelings at that moment, an immobilizing sensation akin to a daze, leaving him momentarily unable to move. After the mission concluded, everyone in the briefing room reported the same occurrence. The enemy's assault ceased abruptly, and they all leaped to escape, seemingly having received some form of evacuation signal. Dr. Lang was immersed in formulating various hypotheses regarding the anomalous readings he had just received, while Captain Grover pondered the reasons behind the enemy's sudden withdrawal. Bane, with his head wrapped in bandages from the enemy fire that struck his fighter, bore the marks of a heavy blow to his forehead. However, one could view this from a positive perspective as a testament to his valor in battle. In stark contrast, Max had shot down at least 9 enemy aircraft and was basking in profound self-satisfaction. He even joked, half seriously, that the higher-ups might elevate him from private to general overnight due to his exploits. An hour later, he finally arrived at his doorstep. As he fumbled to turn on the light switch and stepped inside, his gaze fixated on the invitation letter lying on the bed, its red heart still sealed, untouched by his hands. He groaned in despair, the birthday gift for Mei Mei. To him, this was a veritable nightmare, akin to taking to the skies only to realize he had forgotten to load his weapons and ammunition. He boarded the solitary monorail to Macross City, scouring the streets in search of a shop that had yet to close. With each step, he cursed the accursed Eve Group. Ever since they devised those artificial sunrises and sunsets, the city had adopted a relentless 24-hour operating schedule. It is now the dead of night, and encountering a humble stall selling hamburgers would be considered a stroke of luck. Suddenly, he catches sight of a robotic vending machine in the corner, and he immediately calls out to it. To his astonishment, the wretched contraption merely glances his way before making a hasty retreat. He could swear that this scene was entirely real. How could it treat him in such a manner? He questions himself as he runs. A solitary figure is in pursuit of an anthropomorphic vending machine, traversing several blocks through the desolate streets of Macross City in the dead of night. Rick shouts and pleads, ultimately unable to refrain from cursing it vehemently. Yet, the machine manages to elude him successfully. Finally catching his breath, he heads towards Ming Mei's residence, which is located above the Little White Dragon restaurant. He must concoct some excuse for her. Anything but the truth, that he simply could not spare the time to procure a birthday gift for her due to his battles with adversaries. Of course, it is also possible that she has already drifted off to sleep. Perhaps he should first sneak beneath her balcony to see if there is still a light on inside before making any further plans. Just as if forewarned, she approaches the window and spots Rick under the streetlight. She opens the door leading to the balcony, calling out his name. "Rick, I knew you wouldn't forget. You've got 5 minutes. What have you brought for me?" He began to speak incoherently. You see, Mingmei, your gift, I originally intended to. What I mean is, in the past She laughed. "Come on, Rick, don't be nervous. It doesn't matter what you give me. It is the thought that counts. Now, throw it to me, quickly." With a sharp clap, he closed the lid and tossed the box towards her. The streetlights were too dim for him to discern her face, thus he could not gauge her reaction. A brief silence nearly robbed him of his courage. Yet, as soon as he spoke, Rick discerned from her voice that she was not merely feigning excitement. "Rick, I don't know whether I should accept this. It truly is. I hope you can accept it, Mingmei. It can articulate sentiments I find difficult to express. Please accept it." She pressed the small box against her cheek, exclaiming, "It is so beautiful. I adore it." Rick smiled. "Happy birthday." She blew him a kiss and waved goodbye. It was not until the lights above extinguished that Rick turned to leave. As he walked along the tranquil streets of Macross City, he felt both serene and elated. In the distance, the sound of barking dogs and the faint laughter of townsfolk echoed, and he mused that this was what true life was all about. Surprising joys seemed to unfold in his life one after another, sometimes rendering him incredulous at such an abundance of fortune. However, if he were to tell them of his past entanglement in the process of hyperspace transition and being trapped deep within a spaceship, how will the citizens of Macross City perceive me? Currently, Aunt Lena and Uncle Max's restaurant is thriving, with even the mayor often dining there. I have just completed 3 songs. My boyfriend is a pilot, stage fright, and falling in love. Both my dance instructor and vocal coach have remarked on my significant progress, and I am even contemplating participating in the Macross Miss pageant. For me, this is truly a wild dream. At present, the only concern in my life is Rick, yet I am uncertain how to navigate our relationship. I owe him so much, truly. However, he continually wishes for me to assume a role I am unwilling to embrace, that of a devoted girlfriend. Perhaps some might find contentment living under his protection, but I, too, have aspirations to fulfill. Excerpt from Lin Mingmei's diary. As the SDF-1 gradually took shape, Macross City began to emerge. The initiative to decipher and apply the principles of robotech technology ultimately became a collective endeavor, with Macross Island transforming into a sanctuary for various experts, pacifists, and idealists who had suffered during years of conflict. Additionally, there were military groups like Russell's, alongside engineers, builders, farmers, and individuals from diverse sectors of the entertainment industry. No one can deny that Tommy Elin was instrumental in the establishment of Macross City. Therefore, when Macross Island was developed into a city and officials were to be elected, Tommy Elin garnered the majority of the votes. For years later, the city's population exceeded 100,000, and Tommy Elin continued to hold the top position with a remarkable number of votes. When the SDF-1 came under attack from an unknown enemy and the first module transformation commenced, disaster finally struck. However, the old Macross City quickly became a relic of the past, as people marveled at the newly constructed urban area. This city, built upon the third-tier deck and extending upwards to the airport dome, offered everything one could desire, and even surpassed other metropolises on Earth. The urban landscape featured grand thoroughfares, along with gentle hills, bustling commercial streets, electric cars and trucks, as well as monorails and elevator systems. There were also several movie theaters, game arcades, amphitheaters, and even a radio station broadcasting entertainment. Engineers had developed the EVE system, an abbreviation for Enhanced Visual Simulation, which could replicate scenes of blue skies, sunrises, and sunsets. In just a few days, Macross Television would commence its first broadcast. Yet, there was one crucial element conspicuously absent: news. Only reports of battles, births, and deaths were available. Nothing else of note occurred. There were no remarkable crimes, no traffic accidents, and certainly no corruption. This was a realm detached from the realities of life, filled with fear and confusion, yet devoid of joy or excitement. It was the idea of Jean Morris that inspired Tommy Elin to consider organizing the Miss Macross pageant. and the aforementioned factors were the fundamental reasons behind his desire to launch this event. Now, Macross City has returned to its former state. For Morris, there is even a greater array of entertainment than before, featuring an additional performance band, 2 rock groups, 2 comedians, and 3 singers. This vibrant celebration is a concept born from the enthusiasm of Morris's close circle, driven by the belief that Macross City craves a touch of passion. A splendid television launch ceremony far surpasses the monotony of a dull drama filled with beautiful women. For this endeavor, the entire Macross City has mobilized. However, Morris's people are not merely intent on organizing a traditional beauty pageant. They are acutely aware of the implications of having their star compete in swimwear alongside those 17 or 18-year-old girls. Nevertheless, such beauty contests often place greater emphasis on the contestants' ability to engage the audience and resonate with the preferences and tastes of the local residents. Based on their estimations, Jane Morris is likely to emerge victorious in this competition, a conclusion that is widely accepted and welcomed. From a promotional standpoint, Jane Morris must undoubtedly become the centerpiece of the publicity. Yet, Tommy Luan is reluctant to see this occur. Jane Morris has already garnered enough accolades and wealth. Moreover, her image is tarnished, as she merely symbolizes a bygone era, and she is not a native of Macross City. No, Macross City requires an idol of their own. Someone whose name they can call upon, rather than just a notable figure who embodies a spirit of adventure and the hope of victory. Morris's small group continues to promote their plans, unaware that the mayor has already selected the ultimate victor. She shall be the epitome of perfection, he reassures himself. It is not merely due to her suitable background and lineage, her striking beauty, or her admirable talents, but more significantly, at such a tender age, she has already achieved celebrity status. On the lower deck of the spacecraft, she and her young lieutenant endured a fortnight of survival trials. Under her encouragement, her family reopened the first restaurant aboard the battleship, the Little White Dragon, and all the pilots hold her in high esteem. Indeed, she is the most exquisite choice. And the mayor has determined the final candidate, Lynn Mime, Miss Macross. What are you, my secret weapon, or something else? I mean, what do we even mean to each other, Mingmei? Oh, never mind. I can't even articulate what I'm trying to say. She reached across the table, taking his hand, and said, Listen, Rick, will you cheer for me at the venue? You, Roy, and those pilots? I need every bit of support I can muster. Gazing into her blue eyes, he felt his anger dissipating. He offered a faint smile, and she reciprocated with a grin. Of course, I'll be there, he assured her. That night, it's our turn to be on patrol, but Roy will figure something out. Regardless, you must secure victory in the competition. Do you truly believe I have a chance of winning? You will undoubtedly triumph. He told her, You are our secret weapon. Do you not realize that? After Rick departed from the restaurant, Mingmei ordered herself another cup of tea, lost in thought as she gazed at the azure sky above Macross City during the trials. Of course, victory was within reach. She sank into contemplation. Perhaps it was indeed true. As long as she could garner the confidence of those around her, success would not be elusive. The mayor shared this sentiment. Judging by his attitude towards the entire affair, it seemed she had already triumphed in this contest. He had been of considerable assistance to her, even inquiring whether she possessed sufficient funds to procure new attire and campaign materials. However, what were her chances of competing against girls like Hilary Lockville and Sean Blackstone? Not to mention Jane Morris. Jane Morris was her idol. Mime placed her hands on either side of her thighs and looked down at her plaid woolen school skirt, athletic jacket, and bow tie. As she scrutinized her appearance, she felt entirely like a child with peculiar dreams, one who constantly craved care and encouragement. She scolded herself for harboring such thoughts. In her mind, 2 opposing forces waged war. One side embodied weakness, fear, and self-doubt, while the other radiated the vivacious charm and confidence she typically upheld. The former could not sustain her dream of victory, whereas the latter regarded that dream as an indisputable reality. Was that not enough? She questioned herself. Was it not already fulfilling to participate in the beauty pageant alongside the dazzling figures she admired? Yet, the ultimate answer remained, no. The host called out long. Terrence is an exceptionally skilled professional who has orchestrated countless morale-boosting performances during the tumultuous period of global civil strife, achieving remarkable results. The mayor delivered an opening address to the audience. Following this, a few minor technical glitches occurred. However, they did not impede the performance from proceeding as scheduled. The orchestra played a piece specially composed for this celebratory occasion, while laser beams pierced through colorful smoke. ultimately converging above the stage to form a series of intricate letters spelling Miss Macross. Throughout the week, Mingmei had longed to meet her. Yet Jane's agent consistently prevented anyone from approaching her. Indeed, she was the true star of the event, Mingmei mused. There she was, just a few steps away, engaged in conversation with her agent. Jane was undeniably beautiful, her black and white headband securing her golden curls. Her long legs accentuated by an opulent blue coat adorned with a red-striped silk scarf. Her smile was enchanting, and to describe it as priceless would be an understatement. Yet, as Mingmei timidly approached her, extending her pen and notebook for an autograph, she suddenly and reluctantly confronted a disheartening reality. Jane was considerably older than most of the competing girls and noticeably shorter than her cinematic portrayal. She appeared visibly unhappy for reasons unknown. Jane's agent remarked, "I believe they placed you at the forefront because you are the only major star performing today. However, I have already discussed with them my request to position you as the grand finale of the evening." "Oh, I am profoundly grateful to you, Mary." Jane's tone was laced with sarcasm, dripping with acidity. "Listen, Jane, you must." The actress abruptly interrupted her. "This is not Hollywood. I have never possessed the slightest interest in extraterrestrial matters or the cosmos, let alone being ensnared in this vast sardine can. But why must we persist in this endeavor? There was truly no necessity to partake in this competition, Jane." She lifted her gaze and stared into the distance for a moment, suddenly noticing Mingmei standing there. "What now?" Jane murmured. "I beg your pardon, Miss Darlis. I am one of your most devoted admirers. Might I trouble you for an autograph? I wonder if you would be so inclined." She extended her notebook forward. "I apologize, but this is all I have on me. Would that suffice?" Morlise cast a cold glance at her, her expression teetering on the brink of tears. She preemptively declined the request before Mingmei could apologize. "If you wish to receive an autograph from a genuine star, it would be prudent to prepare a proper autograph book." Jane. Morlise rose and departed with her manager. The traffic in Macross City was exceedingly congested, compelling Rick to hastily ride his white vehicle out from the dormitory. He finally arrived at the amphitheater just in time, securing a seat in the stands outside. He took out his binoculars and focused them on the stage entrance, coincidentally witnessing the moment Mingmei emerged from the grand stage exit. "Could you share your thoughts on the ongoing war, the prospects of Macross City, and your hopes and ideals for the future?" "I must admit that I have not contemplated this until now. I believe that having a diverse circle of friends is the best choice for me." Colonel Mastov then inquired, "Do you find it challenging to befriend those of the opposite gender?" Mingmei chuckled, "Not at all. In fact, I have a very dear friend who is like an older brother to me." Rick abruptly slapped his palm against his forehead. "An older brother? Just an older brother?" At that moment, Mingmei received a resounding applause. He gazed up at the starry sky, the newspaper in his hand silently drifting to the ground. What was the purpose of his long journey here? Rome was not built in a day, yet Macross City seems to have manifested so. Mayor Tommy Lawn remarked that had it not been for the Miss Macross beauty pageant, I might not have embarked on the path I currently tread, embracing the enlightenment of truth. This book narrates my journey through life, hoping to inspire readers. By opening my heart and confronting the truth, I came to realize that beauty and glory are but fleeting illusions. We are merely insignificant seeds in the vast universe, shaped by the divine and imbued with aspirations for evolution and growth, children basking in the sacred light of the divine. Jane. Morris, Seeds of the Sun, Guardians of the Galaxy. Now, the situation has gradually stabilized. Sharon has been temporarily subdued by Dalza, who has issued a command, permitting them to grant the SDF one a brief respite. Once again, the Earthlings demonstrate their unpredictable nature, leaving outsiders perplexed. Macross, Mississippi. Election. What does this signify, Exodore? Although I comprehend the meaning of each word in isolation, Commander, I am at a loss when attempting to piece them together. Regardless of its implications, we must decipher these enigmatic signals. I entrusted you with the responsibility of instructing several agents in the Minmay language. How has that progressed? It has been exceedingly successful, as we anticipated, Commander. They are preparing a Cyclopes-class reconnaissance vessel. Have your personnel stand by immediately. Yes, Commander. Exodore withdrew, and his aides executed the task, while Breathtaking remained engrossed in studying the images on the screen. The peculiar colors reflected by the half-concealed attire of the woman left him utterly bewildered. It seemed to possess a unique power, akin to an ancient arrow piercing through his very being. They have been assigned a rather perilous mission, They must pilot the Cyclopes-class spacecraft close to Zor's battleship to monitor and document the Minmay's bizarre broadcast signals, all while deftly evading detection and scanning by the Minmay. However, Rick was a seasoned reconnaissance pilot, and he swiftly acclimated to the flight characteristics of the Cyclops spacecraft. Yet, he was utterly unprepared, entirely unaware of what he was about to witness, even if he had contemplated it. He would have needed time to adjust. It was a diminutive male figure, equipped with some sort of apparatus in front of his eyes, brandishing another peculiar object that he waved before him, seemingly directing something. A woman clad in scant attire. The sheer astonishment that a man and a woman could occupy the same space was beyond belief. He marveled. Brown and Conda were utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them. Rick adjusted the imaging recording console to enhance the clarity of the visuals on the monitor. She was undoubtedly adorned in some form of avant-garde armor. That is not armor at all, Conda interjected. It is a uniform meant for formal occasions. Brown shook his head. You are all mistaken. She is not even a woman. This must be some secret weapon remarkably resembling one. Meanwhile, Rick Hunter lamented his misfortune, having missed this bizarre display. Cursing his ill luck, he settled into the cockpit module of the heavily armored mech, fastening his seatbelt while muttering incessantly. Why did they choose tonight of all nights to act so erratically? And why am I, Rick, at the top of the duty roster? Just one enemy aircraft. If that is indeed the case, he felt compelled to conduct a thorough reconnaissance. After all, he was piloting a heavily armored mech, undoubtedly capable of handling the situation. Yet again, he found himself engaged in the monotonous patrol of outer space. Mars had become a distant memory, yet amidst the chaos of the war-torn Sarah base, he stumbled upon secrets that belonged to others. It was then that he truly began to grasp the essence of home. Suddenly, a voice crackled through his earpiece. It was Lisa. The image of Hines materialized on the communication screen to his left. From the look on her face, pale and tense, it was evident that she was seething over some matter. Lieutenant Hunter, who authorized you to deploy in a heavily armored mech? You were supposed to utilize a Phantom Interceptor. Do I need to elaborate further? Confronted by the colonel's barrage of questions, Rick instinctively turned his face away. I apologize, sir. However, since I am already out here, and I must face this alone, we shall discuss this later, Lieutenant. Prepare to receive new matching data. Rick switched the automatic direction finder from lock to standby. Yet the flow of information remained elusive. The image abruptly vanished, and the monitor lost all signal, revealing only a cacophony of static and noise. Even the audio signals were remarkably unstable. It seemed Rick caught snippets of conversation regarding a diner called Jenny's. He gently adjusted the channel searcher. It appears we are encountering some sort of interference caused by an ultrasonic transducer, Lisa's voice informed him. I am attempting laser sensitivity. You remain on standby. Lisa's image faded once more, replaced by the graceful silhouette of Sally Foster, who strode down the aisle of the Celestial Dome Theater, standing out strikingly against a yellow backdrop. It was now Hillary Rockwell's turn, adorned in a blue swimsuit. The results of the preliminary round were soon to be revealed. Yet Rick felt little concern. At that moment, Mei appeared on stage. Undoubtedly, this was the most peculiar psychological experience Rick had ever encountered at that instant. Mingmei's image traversed across 3 screens before him, each simultaneously displaying her measurements. Goodness! Behind Rick, a cluster of missiles embarked on a comically chaotic escape. Yet he understood that an unfortunate conclusion was inevitable unless he could evade those swiftly moving entities. Self-detonation was his sole hope. In desperation, he commanded the fighter jet to pivot, positioning it face-to-face with the heat-seeking missile. As Rick lifted the Gatling gun, he squeezed the trigger the moment the crosshairs locked onto the leading missile. At this juncture, Sean Blackstone approached her side to offer solace. She reassured Mingmei that the incident would not adversely affect the judge's impartial verdict. Throughout the beauty pageant, the two had forged a close friendship. This makes it feel more relatable. Mingmei, rather than resembling someone you know. Jian stood at the end of the aisle, somewhat smug, captivating the audience below with her allure. Unable to bear it any longer, Mingmei turned away. The competition has concluded. This dream must come to an end. You haven't managed to eliminate me yet, you scoundrels. Rick shouted into the starry sky. The explosion of the heat-seeking missiles shook the colossal fuselage and scorched certain circuits of the armored giant, yet he remained unscathed. Fortunately, though this remains perplexing, the enemy did not relentlessly pursue after the initial wave of attacks. Now it was Rick's turn to retaliate. He aimed at the enemy ship and launched a barrage of missiles capable of decimating an entire fleet. Observing the unfolding situation, Rick realized that this was a battle devoid of hope for victory. Typically, an evacuation would be an absolute taboo for a Zenith commander. But given the gravity of this mission, Rick deemed it prudent to take such measures. As the armored giant continued to advance towards them, Rick activated the battleship's self-destruct sequence and ordered his crew to enter the escape pods. In the fleeting moment before the ship's final image etched itself into Rick's mind, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Among the 28 competitors, the judges selected 5 to advance to the finals, and Ming-Mei was among them. Now, they sat at the center of the stage, with Sean and Hillary to Ming-Mei's right, and Sally and Jan Morris to her left. Behind them, vibrant pillars of light connected to the computer system, visually representing the voting process. Long Terrence was providing live commentary. The decisive moment had arrived. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Long intentionally elongated his voice, teasing the audience's anticipation. He clutched a wireless microphone, pacing back and forth across the stage. Now, you shall determine who will ultimately be crowned Miss Macross. Prepare yourselves for the voting. Mei yawned to turn and observe the voting process. Yet she felt as if she were glued to her seat, unable to move. The band continued to play a soothing melody, which suddenly swelled to a crescendo, igniting the audience into a frenzy of cheers, while the lights illuminated the sky. The immobilized armored giant floated in the vastness of space, and Rick found himself in a dazed, semi-conscious state. Within this confined space, the damaged dashboard flickered with light, and as he struggled to sit upright, a wave of pain radiated throughout his body. Before him appeared a joyous little figure, enveloping him in a glimmer of hope. Adorned with a crown atop her head and wielding a resplendent golden scepter, she stood there with a beautiful smile, exuding pride. At this moment, Lin Ming-Mei had become the queen of Macross City. As she was surrounded by the adoring audience, Rick's gaze remained fixed on the screen. He reached toward the display, longing for one final touch before an irrevocable separation, one that transcended the efforts they could exert. Rick lazily leaned his head forward. If the story's conclusion led to a realm he could never enter, then what significance remained in awakening from this dream? Excerpt from General Heinz's interview records at La Poston. Breathtaking towered imperiously over the interrogation room, observing the agents before him. The report on enemy conditions was exceedingly lengthy and chaotic, showing no signs of a swift conclusion. Determined to bring it to an end, Breathtaking resolved to make one final attempt. Let us revisit this once more. What exactly did you witness? The 3 individuals clamored to express their divergent opinions simultaneously. Clad in military uniforms, they resembled armored figures, evoking an extraordinarily peculiar sensation within us. Enough of this noise, Breathtaking thundered, realizing that none of them truly comprehended what they had observed. Aikido quickly devised a plan, intending to dispatch another reconnaissance team closer to the enemy for more effective intelligence gathering. In this regard, he hinted at the hope of capturing 1 or 2 miniature beings alive. What is your objective in doing so? Breathtaking inquired. To study them, sir. Should they have mastered prehistoric culture, it holds immense significance for our future decisions. Aikido whispered a few words to him. Breathtaking pondered for a moment, speculating on how Commander Dalza would react. Just then, another debate erupted among the pilots, each firmly convinced of what they had witnessed: armor, military uniforms, or perhaps some secret weapon disguised as female miniature attire. With Breathtating's permission, the argument intensified, yet ultimately had to be interrupted in a rather abrupt manner. He swung his massive fist and struck the curved railing at the front of the stage with force. 3 Zenith pilots bowed respectfully, leaving Breathtaking and his aide alone in the room. Observing Aikido's posture, it was evident he had plunged into deep contemplation. Given the recent occurrences, it seemed that similar events were unfolding with alarming frequency. Commander, continued engagement with the diminutive beings may jeopardize the efficacy and integrity of your command. Our morale has been undermined, and the warriors are quite bewildered by this situation. I wholeheartedly concur with your perspective, Aikido. They have long been accustomed to a relentless string of victories. I fear that in this game of cat and mouse, we may ultimately find ourselves as the casualties, sir. Perhaps it is time we initiate a dialogue with them. I agree, Commander. Very well, let us deliberate on the course of action. Breathtaking slightly inclined his head, asserting that it must be compelling. I believe that by presenting a few alternatives, they will surely acquiesce to one and opt for surrender. The speakers overhead crackled with static, drawing everyone's gaze towards them, while the display before them was entirely forgotten by the crew. In that fleeting moment, the bridge crew stood in stunned silence. Finally, it was Vanessa, her expression unyielding. Who broke the silence? What a warm welcome we are receiving. I can hardly believe it, Claudia remarked, that they expect us to sit here and wait idly, while they— Oh, pardon me, sir, I may have spoken too freely. Grover said nothing. He was contemplating the following conundrum. Could the Earth United Defense Council be so reckless as to consign the SDF-1 to the extraterrestrials as a mere sacrifice? A mere 11 years after its celestial descent? Grover pressed his hands against his forehead, as if to expunge the rebellious notions that plagued his mind. Indeed, it was not only plausible, but highly probable that they would arrive at such a decision. Grover was compelled to expend considerable time reassessing the current situation, aligning his thoughts with those of both the Earth government's highest echelons and their adversaries. Several possibilities lay before him, but regardless of whether the SDF-1 was captured, annihilated, or surrendered, Earth's ultimate fate remained uncertain. Pursuing this line of reasoning, the Supreme Council would undoubtedly embark on the development of some unimaginable superweapon defense system. In that event, their paramount need would be ample time to bring it into operation, and the SDF-1 could afford them precisely that. However, should the enemy's sole focus remain on the SDF-1 itself, the aliens would inevitably resort to their immense firepower, jeopardizing Earth's safety to coerce them. In that case, what was the comparative weight of a mere 50,000 lives against the devastation of an entire planet? The captain raised his head, noticing that Lisa, Claudia, and the other crew members were gazing at him, awaiting his decision. Adopting an air of unwavering confidence, he rose and declared, "We shall alter our course immediately." For a long time, the Zentradi had grown accustomed to the peculiar behaviors of the Micronians. However, the alteration of the SDF-1's course still left them profoundly astonished. They found themselves bewildered by the situation, and after analyzing the potential strategic maneuvers of the enemy, they simply adjusted their operational plans accordingly. Coincidentally, at that moment, their course correction was proceeding quite seamlessly. Breathtaking and Exador communicated with Grell, the liaison officer of the 7th Mechanized Division of Botoru. They refused to grant the Zentradi any further autonomy in their actions, and Grell relayed this message to his superior. Kylon received him in his quarters aboard the battle cruiser, indulging in dried leaves as he spoke. As Grell conveyed his words, Kylon swallowed another leaf, a habit he had developed during his leisure time. The enemy has changed course? Indeed, they have crossed the orbit of the 4th planet. According to my navigational computer, they are nearing the asteroid belt of this star system. Ah, yes. It appears they are hesitant to venture deeper into outer space. Please continue. Breathtaking had precisely that in mind. As long as their main cannon remained inoperative and they could entangle the enemy's fighters, Zor's vessel would be left utterly defenseless. Kylon slammed the table and exclaimed, "Then we can charge in." "No, Commander. What does he wish for us to do?" "What? He has not authorized us to initiate an attack?" "The commander of the Breedeye believes that, under these circumstances, the enemy will soon capitulate." "I concur, Commander. These Gixians have exhibited extraordinary resilience. They are bound to fight to the bitter end." Kylon pondered for a moment. "Assuming they would blindly fight until their last breath, Grell, you mentioned that if we were to lose radar." "But, Commander, our orders. Damn our orders." "I harbor no fear of this, Breathtaking." Kylon rose, a sinister expression crossing his face as he approached his subordinate. "Now we must find someone to strike at the command center of the enemy ship. Naturally, someone must be willing to bear the brunt of this tactical error and admit to having misfired the laser cannon." "I understand, my lord." "Excellent. If no volunteers come forth, you shall find a way to procure one. Be exceedingly cautious. We must not let this matter be revealed, my dear Grell. Ever since the Miss Macross pageant, May has become increasingly difficult to approach, requiring formal appointments just to meet with her. There have been rare occasions when Rick successfully intercepted her during gaps in her schedule, yet their time together was always brief and awkward. Furthermore, she has not once sought him out, not even after he was injured in the skirmish with the Zenith reconnaissance ship. Nevertheless, she remains single-minded and has not dated anyone else. Many pilots of transforming fighter jets held her in high regard, adorning their aircraft's radar domes with her likeness. Yet, only Rick Hunter had the privilege of encountering her in person. He glanced at his watch and then scanned the park, spotting the 3 young girls approaching him from the bridge. Kim, Vanessa, and he could not recall the name of the younger girl. Nor did he wish to engage in conversation with them, but it was too late to evade their attention. They were fixated on him. "Ah, hello, Lieutenant Hunter. Who are you waiting for? A date, perhaps? It seems you've been waiting quite a while. She must be a beauty, right? More beautiful than us." One of the girls inquired as they giggled mockingly at him. Rick assessed their appearances. Indeed, all three were charming, particularly the petite one with darker skin. Yet in his eyes, none could compare to Ming Mei. He deftly sidestepped their questions, and within moments, his savior appeared, a telephone robot, a product of its time. Unable to foresee the advent of mobile phones, scouring the park in search of him, this diligent little automaton was entangled with a visitor seated on a nearby bench. Rick quickly signaled for it to come over, progressively raising his voice to call out to the robot. At last, the mobile telephone finally spotted him, even making an innocent gesture as it departed from the bench it had just vacated. Rick inserted a coin, and Mimi's face illuminated the screen, prompting the three girls to rush behind him for a clearer view. Oblivious to their astonishment upon recognizing Miss Macross on the display, Rick merely offered a distracted greeting as they took their leave. Mimi was apologizing, saying, "My music class has run over by an hour. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it." "That's truly unfortunate, Mimi. Finally, an afternoon free of missions, and yet you're stuck in music class." "Listen, Rick. They have decided to record an album for me. Is this a new chapter in my career as queen?" The phone's robotic voice faded away, and Rick wandered aimlessly through the park, uncertain whether he felt anger or self-pity. He stood beside the central fountain when, suddenly, the city alarms blared. This was a standard alert, indicating that the enemy was not launching a direct assault. Such warnings merely signified the enemy's presence nearby, posing a potential threat. The crowd hurried towards the shelters, yet Rick remained indifferent, rooted in place. However, the space fortress trembled violently. "All posts, report immediately," Grover shouted as he bent to retrieve his military cap. "Based on current data, provide me with the navigation correction parameters at once." The impact shaking the bridge felt as intense as an earthquake, even throwing Grover from his seat. Fragments from the exploding asteroid pelted the spacecraft like a deadly rain. The roar of alarms echoed through the ship, as information regarding hull damage flooded into the bridge from all directions. "Our port side was enduring severe impacts, Commander." Lisa reported that the Macross down was vibrating intensely. "Very well." Grover rose from the floor, concentrating the energy shield at that location, reallocating weapon system energy to the pinpoint barrier system. "Additionally, connect me to the air combat commander." The connection was just established with the Skull Squadron leader. Claudia stated that according to his report, the combat in the third quadrant was exceedingly fierce, and he requested reinforcements. "Commander." Vanessa, Shamey, and Kim stumbled onto the bridge, immediately receiving Grover's orders to adjust the course. The three girls fastened their seatbelts and began monitoring the readings of the spacecraft's various systems. Vanessa's crisis alert screen displayed the presence of enemy warships. The enemy destroyers. They were moving into attack position. "Commander, if we reduce the energy of the shields, Macross down will be utterly destroyed," Shamey exclaimed. "Execute the orders." Claudia reminded the young technician that if we remain passive, there will be even less hope for the Macross down sector. "Confirm enemy fire. Laser cannon signals detected. Everyone brace yourselves," Grover commanded. Grover ordered all engines to cease operation. "Can we establish contact with the Skull Squadron leader?" "Negative, Commander," Claudia replied. "Is there any possibility of restoring long-range radar functionality? Is that an option?" "The report from the technical maintenance personnel has been released," Lisa remarked. After listening for a moment, she learned that they would require at least 10 hours to effect repairs. Grover uttered not a word, his silence extinguishing the morale of the other members on the bridge. "In the name of the Zenith Star Army, I command your surrender. Our recent assault on your vessel was merely a minor warning. You cannot escape. If you wish to preserve the lives of the crew aboard your warship, immediate capitulation is imperative." "My heavens," Claudia exclaimed, "it's aliens." "I repeat," the voice continued. "In the name of the Zenith Star Army, I command your surrender. Our recent assault on your vessel." Now, at the very least, he knew how to address them. "Betty? Greer?" Following the explosion of the asteroid, debris continued to drift through the vicinity of the spacecraft. The Cat-Eye early warning aircraft descended from the flight deck of the Prometheus aircraft carrier, escorted by Rick Hunter's Crimson Squad. Lieutenant Hunter, however, appeared on the display screen ahead. "What a coincidence, isn't it, Colonel?" he remarked. "I never anticipated I would be your escort." Lisa understood precisely what he meant. Less than 24 hours prior, they had engaged in a minor quarrel. "This matter is under my jurisdiction," Hunter asserted. "As the squad leader, I must ensure the safety of my subordinates." He then began to lecture her, explaining the intricacies of space combat and how seemingly trivial injuries could lead to fatal consequences. He sat mockingly in the safety of the bridge, oblivious to the valiant pilots who navigated their VT fighters through peril day after day. Such drivel. Had it ended there, she would have long since forgotten it completely. Yet just moments ago, amidst the drifting debris that passed the bridge, she glimpsed a hulking ironclad, obliterated by the fire of the Zenithians. She was nearly certain it was the very craft piloted by Hunter, adorned with red stripes. She even imagined, perhaps merely a figment of her mind, seeing Rick's lifeless body float out from the shattered cockpit module. Even now, the thought was excruciating, making her reluctant to revisit it. Hunter had once saved her life on Mars. But so what? He was merely following orders. Any other VT fighter pilot would have done the same. Undoubtedly, that did not necessitate any special feelings towards this man. Of course, if she were to sense something distinct about him, that would be a different matter altogether. However, for enemy aircraft spotted at 4 o'clock, the co-pilot reported. They aim to ambush us, Bane? Dixon stated. Let us take them down. No, Bane, Hunter interjected. Let's not be hasty. Our mission is to protect the cat's eye. Here we go again, Lisa thought. Once again, he made her feel incapable of taking care of herself. His unsolicited offer of protection ignited her fury. She shouted through the Tactical Air Force network. I can take care of myself, Lieutenant Hunter. Stay out of my way. Engage. That's an order, do you hear me? After a brief silence, Hunter finally spoke. All right, gentlemen, you have all heard the words of this spirited woman. Let us move out. The 3 Crimson Squadron transformable fighters scattered into formation, pursuing the combat pod. The Cat-Eye early warning aircraft continuously relayed coordinate information to them. Yet the enemy craft remained too distant to discern with the naked eye. Rick adjusted the magnification on the port and starboard displays to the highest setting, and suddenly, the enemy silhouette emerged, cannons towering high, thrusters belching flames into the eternal blackness of space. I see them, exclaimed Max Sterling. They're getting closer. It seems the early warning aircraft has encountered trouble. To accomplish their reconnaissance mission, Lisa and her co-pilot maneuvered the early warning aircraft into an area strewn with large boulders. Just moments ago, it had been a small asteroid named Pamir. As they frantically dodged the massive rocks, they reported the enemy's position to the warship. The radar displayed a multitude of enemy signals. We detected 4, 5, 6, 8. Good heavens. There are as many as 12, the co-pilot remarked. Lisa watched as the scanning line traversed the color-enhanced radar display. Before them loomed an object of extraordinary magnitude, stretching over 15 kilometers in length. Perhaps it was a substantial fragment of the Pamir planet, yet its form bore no resemblance to anything of the sort. This entity resembled an elongated oval, akin to an Arabic numeral 0, stretched along 2 axes. It could undoubtedly be an enemy warship. Even the slightest injury could pose a lethal threat. Exedo observed his commanding officer pacing on the bridge. The series of setbacks and failures encountered in the skirmishes with the miniature beings had begun to inflict unbearable anguish upon him. Look at that vessel, Breathtaking remarked. We are fortunate. It has been completely annihilated in this wave of assault. It is all due to that Kylon. This time, he has strayed far too far in the wrong direction. It is indeed excessive, without a doubt. Did you see how these miniature beings reacted to our ultimatum? They utterly disregarded it. A voice communication emanated from the bridge, followed by a request from the duty officer. Commander Breathtaking, Commander Kylon requests to speak with you. He is awaiting your response. Breathtaking deactivated the projector and activated the communication switch. Connect him to me immediately. On the screen, Kylon wore a look of bewilderment. Exedo had heard rumors of Kylon indulging in the psychedelic effects of the Flower of Vita, if these rumors held any truth. Then Kylon's potential peril was far more grave than Breathtaking had imagined. The matter has been thoroughly investigated, and I believe you will find this satisfactory, the unseen instigator declared. A junior officer, trembling with fright, was thrust into the view of the screen, his hands shackled. At that moment, Kylon commanded him to confess. The unfortunate soul struggled greatly to cross his hands over his chest and salute. With a face full of shame, the officer lifted his head. Breathtaking stared at the screen, his expression rife with skepticism and denial, and his pent-up fury erupted. Kylon, do you truly believe me to be such a fool? Kylon feigned a smile. Not entirely, Breathtaking. Lord Exedo was enraged. Let this matter rest for now. Do not think it will be so easy for you to evade responsibility. He bellowed, severing the communication link. He resumed pacing when a second message was relayed to the bridge. An enemy reconnaissance aircraft had encountered an asteroid collision, rendering it incapacitated. And it was now in their custody, with the wreckage en route to the flagship. Regardless, there was still some semblance of gain from this operation, Brita reassured himself. He heard Exido issue a command forbidding harm to the captured survivors. Excellent. Exido, it appears you shall soon obtain the specimens you have long desired. Exido and Brita hastily departed the bridge, striding toward the main elevator leading to the dock. Just as they reached the midway point, the battleship's security system blared an alarm, forcing them to halt and ascertain the cause. 3 miniature fighter jets were in hot pursuit of our transport vessel, which was laden with enemy reconnaissance aircraft. They had now penetrated the hatch leading to the lower deck. Commander Brita, please establish contact with the bridge at once, came the urgent directive. Brita let out a low growl, incredulous that they had dared invade his ship. I shall deal with them personally. The commander of the Zenith Star took off running, with Exido closely trailing behind, loudly urging him to exercise caution, yet his words were utterly swallowed by the wind. Rick struck the enemy vessel that was towing the reconnaissance aircraft harboring Lisa, instructing his team members to switch to armored mode. 2 Zenith Star pilots hastily emerged from the billowing wreckage of their ship, but Max and Bane effortlessly dispatched them. Lieutenant Hunter, gather your team and evacuate immediately. It will soon be too late. Her voice sounded feeble. We have ample time to extract you. Max's voice resonated through the communication network. Lieutenant, the Zenith Star personnel are assembling at the other end of the corridor. You'd best retreat swiftly. Max, provide me with covering fire. We'll be out of here in a few minutes. That will deplete my ammunition, he retorted. Me too, Bane chimed in. Silence. Open fire. Rick redirected his focus to the Cat-Eye aircraft, as his comrades had woven a protective barrage of fire around him. Can you activate the manual ejection system, Colonel? Time is of the essence, Colonel. Beware, for I am about to shatter the cockpit glass. Lisa witnessed the colossal metallic hand of the armored giant descending from above and shrieked, Remove your hand. Hunter, I am not jesting. Do not touch me with that thing. The armored giant's fingers effortlessly grasped the cockpit windshield, shattering it into fragments. Lisa unleashed a torrent of curses upon Rick from head to toe as she extricated herself from the wreckage of the aircraft. I shall remember you, Hunter. I swear it. Even by the standards of the Zenithians, the warrior who leaped from the crane at the hatch to ambush Rick Hunter was a behemoth. No one could inform Max that he was currently confronting an elite of the Zenithian army. Sterling allowed a multitude of emotions to course through him before he began to relax, synchronizing his thoughts with the movements of the armored giant. He deftly maneuvered the fighter jet, sweeping behind the giant and positioning the already depleted Gatling gun against the enemy's chest, gripping the ends tightly as he secured the giant's arms at his sides. From within the cockpit module of the armored giant, the Zenithian thrashed wildly, attempting to break free from his grasp. Max could distinctly sense the enemy's will, characterized by an intense expansiveness, even encroaching upon his own consciousness and engaging in a mental duel. This marks an entirely novel experience of warfare. A battlefield of psychological dimensions has begun to take shape. The tensile strength that the armored giant's arms can withstand is finite, and each violent struggle of the behemoth poses a risk of dislocation or fracture. The Titan, a creature of the Zenith race, roars like a caged beast. It swings its head about, surveying its surroundings, each deliberate movement causing the mask upon its scalp to reflect dazzling light into the cockpit of the aircraft. Max realizes that if he does not alter his strategy forthwith, he will lose the initiative. Bane launches several missiles, which explode upon the warship, tearing a gaping hole in its hull. Yet, before the smoke can dissipate, something extraordinary occurs. The ship's exterior begins to self-repair. Max can hardly believe the spectacle before him as revealed by the sensors. The entire process appears almost organic, as if it is a living vessel. However, he cannot afford the luxury of contemplation. He activates the thrusters beneath his craft, propelling himself skyward, simultaneously lifting the Titan into the air, soaring towards the ceiling. The warship's roof is nearing completion of its repairs, and he hastily relinquishes his grip on the cannon. In the final seconds before the hull fully mends itself, the kinetic energy of the armored giant propels the creature out of the spacecraft. Rick, who had been prone on the ground, finally rises, seizing Lisa, who is floating in the reduced pressure of the atmosphere. Regardless of her protests, she finds herself clasped in the metallic grasp of the armored giant. Max also lowers his armored giant, landing it behind him. Well done, Max. I dare say we shall not encounter that fellow again, unless he can survive in outer space without a spacesuit. What shall we do now? Bane inquired. The 3 individuals scanned the hatchway with their ironclad video camera, hoping to discover an exit. The genetic traits of the Zenithian allowed him to endure brief exposure to the vacuum of space without immediate demise. Yet for him, other than his unwavering confidence in his ability to survive, there was nothing else. The conviction of vengeance propelled him forward. Step by step, this diminutive adversary must pay a steep price for his actions. "You need to hurry," she urged, as they could appear at any moment. She then turned her face towards Rick. "And you, Lieutenant, may set me down now. I understand you relish holding me. But you must learn to maintain a certain distance from your superior as a mark of respect." The Zenithian, in a posture of triumph, stood over his adversaries. Then his attention fixated entirely on Max and Rick. He emitted a low growl, raising the pipe to thrust forward. "He will soon triumph over us," Max remarked. Rick took a daring step forward, shielding the fallen Max. Steadying himself, he positioned the cannon above his head, bracing for the enemy's full assault. The Zenithian, however, lunged at him with a fierce hiss. Rick's feet were firmly planted on the ground, and the cannon's height slightly lowered as he concentrated every ounce of his aircraft's energy into this monumental strike. Under the influence of two overwhelming forces, metal collided violently with metal. Brita swung his weapon like a tennis racket, sending the Gatling gun from the hands of the armored giant flying. The gun landed heavily, nearly crushing Lisa Hines. At that moment, 6 fully armored Zenith soldiers arrived at the scene. One soldier, holding a small bag, placed the dazed miniature pilot inside. Brita's right hand grasped the transforming aircraft tightly, twirling it a full 360 degrees before hurling it against a cluster of long spikes on the cabin wall, securing it as cargo. The spikes pierced the armored giant's arm, chest, and shoulder, leaving the transforming aircraft affixed to the hull like a small ornament nailed to a wall. Rick glanced down, realizing the giant was incredibly fortunate. He had seized the cockpit cover and was methodically dismantling it. Life support systems failed one after another. The giant was now tearing apart his chest plate, dismantling the armored giant piece by piece. He ripped off the armor from the aircraft and tossed it aside, finding it surprisingly light in his grasp. In a swift motion, the Zenith soldier leapt powerfully, catching Rick midair. His fist tightened around him, and he lost consciousness. Momentarily freed from fear, Max witnessed the giant's breathtaking grasp while he continued to maneuver at high speed within the cabin, evading the incoming laser fire. He was convinced that the lieutenant had perished. The perpetrator of the lieutenant's death must somehow pay for this blood debt, and Max resolved to see that justice was served. He lowered the nose of the VT fighter, preparing to unleash all his weaponry in a final act of defiance before retreating to vent his pent-up fury. Suddenly, the remnants of Rick's armored behemoth erupted in an explosion, sending shockwaves that toppled the Zentradi soldiers to the ground. The hull of the vessel was breached, creating a substantial opening, and Max's transformed fighter was drawn from the containment chamber into the void of space. The ship's shell swiftly healed itself, while the Zentradi warriors gathered around their injured commander. Britai lay supine on the ground, his tailored jacket and uniform in tatters. Yet, his resilience surpassed anyone's expectations. He spoke, his voice steady and composed as always. His right fist remained clenched tightly. With deliberate care, he opened his palm to reveal the small figure resting within. Rick was securely fastened to the ejection seat by his harness, utterly motionless, silent, as if lifeless. Excerpted from the intelligence analysis report submitted by Exido to the Zentradi commander. These diminutive beings possess an overly intricate mindset. Kalen Exido scrutinized the captives confined at the control panel, wondering whether they might inadvertently introduce pathogens or diseases aboard their vessel. The energy barrier effectively separated them from the Zentradi, restricting the subject's range of movement, yet the size of the specimen table was more than sufficient for their needs. Exido felt they had little chance remaining. However, Britai had no desire to even glance at the final results of the experiment. He was unwilling to approach the control panel at all. Thus, Exido was compelled to request that Britai view his report from the command center. He presented the existing facts and their conjectures to Britai, displaying data readings, X-ray photographs, scans, and results from various instruments, along with pertinent historical literature. Each piece of information flickered across the command center's display screen. Britai found himself particularly intrigued by the woman among them. He shifted his attention from a nearby anatomical diagram to the monitor facing the specimen table. The female miniature seemed either unconscious or in a deep slumber, while the other two appeared to be in slightly better condition. Was it appropriate to place the man and woman together? Exido controlled the monitor, drawing it closer to the table. This had become a customary practice for them. Commander, it is actually more advantageous for us to observe their reactions this way. The two Zenithians focused intently on the scene. The dark-haired miniature was the first to rise. He was the resilient little pilot whose aircraft had been dismantled by Breathtaking himself. Soon after, the female reconnaissance pilot awakened as well, and together they attempted to rouse the third member of their group, the largest among them. But their efforts evidently fell short. This individual exhibited a slower metabolism and lacked the cleverness of the other two. Exido offered an explanation for this. Then, an odd occurrence transpired. The man and woman began to quarrel. Breathtaking found this amusing. Their argument bore no less intensity than that of piloting a fighter jet. The result of having men and women together is evident. For a long time, the inhabitants of the Zenith Star have abandoned this ancient custom. I comprehend. It leads to unrestrained fury devoid of rational constraints. Indeed, Commander, Breathtaking continued to observe the dispute when suddenly, he was gripped by an overwhelming wave of nausea, feeling utterly fatigued and excessively anxious. He commanded Exido to deactivate the monitors and listening systems, collapsing into his chair. My head is spinning terribly. I can no longer endure watching this. I share your sentiments, Exido replied, yet we must not allow our personal discomfort to impede the ultimate fulfillment of our mission. Breathtaking inclined his head slightly. Then how do you suggest I manage these little beings? We should send these diminutive individuals to Lord Dalza. There, they will face the most rigorous interrogation. This necessitates a hyperspace jump, which will consume a considerable amount of our energy. It is undoubtedly worthwhile, Commander. The confessions of the miniature beings will bring them misfortune, ultimately leading to their complete defeat at our hands. Lisa could hardly believe her ears. Rick? Hunter thought he was speaking to whom? However, Hunter seemed indifferent to the question of who bore greater responsibility for their capture by the enemy. Are you implying that if it were a man piloting this cat's eye, you would not have been captured? It is not because of your past that I have made such a statement. What I meant to convey is that certain tasks are best entrusted to pilots with greater experience. You spend your days on the bridge, having never witnessed the prowess of a VT fighter pilot, correct? Lisa glared at him. I am your superior, Lieutenant Hunter. Yet, this is not merely a matter of rank, but also of military experience, Colonel Hines. Rick dismissed her with a wave. Do not attempt to intimidate me with your superiority from the Lopot Military Academy. I am referring to combat experience. Are you trying to remind me of our conversation from yesterday? You complained that I always sat safely and steadily on the bridge. Now that I have left the bridge to join you in the line of duty, you still regard me as utterly inept. There has never been a moment of rightness in your presence, sir. Rick's tone began to soften. You see, it is simply because I cannot articulate it clearly. When you are near, I always perceive you as fragile. You have a tendency to complicate your circumstances, much like that incident at Sarah Base. Hunter, she screamed. You fool. Who on earth assigned you to be my bodyguard? Someone must safeguard you. You cannot be left to your own devices. She lowered her gaze, scanning the area for something to throw at him, but apart from Dixon, there was nothing on the ground, and he was far too heavy. But who, pray tell, has reduced the once formidable armored titan to mere fragments, Lieutenant? Rick was both furious and embarrassed. His face flushed crimson. Did you think that battling these Zenithians was as amusing as a leisurely stroll? Perhaps you missed the riveting moment when that brute dismantled my aircraft piece by piece. HM. I did not witness it. At that time, I had already been bagged. Do you not recall? Indeed. Well then, she mimicked, then turned away. Bane. Dixon stirred awake, stretching and yawning as if he had just enjoyed a splendid slumber. He glanced around, inquiring whether he had missed any significant events. Rick shot a frosty glare at Lisa before approaching his sergeant. Nothing of great consequence, Bane. The colonel and I were deliberating on how to escape from this predicament. Lisa gazed toward the hatch, a faint smile of bitterness gracing her lips. Splendid, Bane remarked. When shall we commence our actions? Rick's words fell on deaf ears as Lisa's thoughts were wholly consumed by the phenomena beyond the warship. The stars appeared to freeze, then elongated into slender strips, as if trailing behind them a delicate filament of light. Good heavens! She realized what she was witnessing. The Zenithians were executing a temporal leap. On the SDF-1, the populace awaited with bated breath, the tension palpable following the recent restoration of the long-range radar system just an hour prior. However, another predicament swiftly unfolded. Contact with the bridge, the alert aircraft, and the escort fighters of the Zhu Sha team had all been severed. Furthermore, signals indicating temporal and spatial distortions had been detected in the vicinity of the incident. Most of the colossal warships had vanished from the radar's scanning range. Yet countless smaller vessels and fighters continued to encircle the space fortress. Grover was certain that half of the enemy fleet had retreated through hyperspace, leaving the nearby area. After years of leading troops in a battle, Grover found himself grappling with an adversary so elusive they had crippled his ships, wielding destruction as a means of intimidation, coercing him to surrender, only to vanish from sight at the critical moment. A sense of disarray enveloped Grover. He commanded Sammy to persist in attempts to establish communication with Colonel Hines. How could we lose them at such a crucial juncture? Grover pondered in anguish. For heaven's sake, Lisa, please do not let anything happen to you. Commander, we cannot abandon our efforts to rescue them, Sammy insisted. Perhaps the radio system has malfunctioned, Claudia added. Indeed, Captain. But what of Colonel Hines and Lieutenant Hunter along with his crew? Today, his venture into the city was driven solely by a sense of duty, devoid of any connection to mere entertainment or the whims of a lover. Rick had been listed as missing in action for nearly 2 weeks. He had to convey the news to Rick's friends. 2 weeks ago, during a mission, Roy found himself repeating the same thoughts once more. Is it too early to feel sorrow, or perhaps too late? Would he somehow sense the bond of friendship they shared? Their camaraderie had blossomed many years prior. During Pop? Hunter's aerial acrobatics troupe, on that tumultuous day when Rick arrived at Macross Island for their first joint mission, memories flooded his mind. It seemed that in moments of sadness, companionship was most needed, and at last, Roy spotted Ming-Mei amidst the crowd. Initially, he had been deeply captivated by the blue-eyed Chinese girl, believing there to be a special connection between them. Yet, she had never acknowledged this, neither through words nor actions, which was not in her nature. Now, as she stood on the threshold of a professional acting career, she was even more mindful of her demeanor. Indeed, the Queen of Macross City was set to perform at a concert in the Celestial Dome Theater on Monday night. Roy leaned against the exterior wall of the Little White Dragon restaurant awaiting her arrival. As Ming-Mei approached, he slowly straightened, smoothing the hem of his fitted jacket, and waved at her. She promptly bid farewell to her companion, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she quickened her pace towards Roy. She was eager to inquire whether Rick was with him. Why, Roy? What has happened? All right, let us talk as we walk, just for a minute. I don't want to walk with you, Roy. What is going on? Is Rick there? Has something happened to him? Roy turned to face her, placing his hands upon her shoulders, resembling an iron tower overshadowing her figure. He captured her gaze, locking eyes with her, and began to elucidate the entire situation. Yet, before he could finish, she vehemently shook her head, refusing to accept the reality he was presenting. He is dead. Listen, Ming-Mei. Do not entertain such thoughts about his life or death. We cannot ascertain anything at this moment. Roy was doing precisely what he had once vowed never to do. She refused any form of consolation, shaking off his grasp. I don't want to hear any more. You liar, I despise you. With a glare, she turned and fled. Her companion offered him a sympathetic smile. Roy stood not far from them, feeling utterly helpless. He clenched his jaw, inhaling sharply, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. Ming-Mei dashed into the park, reaching their usual meeting spot. But now, why had such calamity befallen her? Why, at a time when everything in her life was so beautiful and harmonious, must tragedy intrude? Why do dreams and reality always clash so violently? It is as if pure fortune, devoid of misfortune, is a mere illusion. How does fate intricately weave the emotional fabric of humanity? Excerpted from the preface written for Seeds of the Sun, Guardians of the Galaxy by Pastor Houston, dedicated to J. Morris. Prehistoric culture is the royal gem within the scientific system. Emil, Dr. Long and his crew aboard the flagship Zenith Star remained oblivious to the fact that concealed within their vessel was a diminutive yet formidable ace pilot named Max Sterling, a master of transformation and combat. Even now, this revelation eluded them. Max arrived at a junction where 2 corridors intersected, the ceiling above him contorted and bizarre, adorned with rows of illuminated panels. He crouched in the shadows, peering cautiously, and soon discovered an alien entering the vicinity. It was a private, he surmised, clad in a standard brown high-collared uniform, topped with a round cap bearing the emblem of the Zenithians. Max maneuvered his armored mech a step back, initiating a scan of the area. A few paces down the corridor, behind the soldier, he noticed a curved hatch. It appeared to lead to a small storage compartment. With utmost stealth and urgency, he slipped into the chamber, securing the hatch behind him, concealing both himself and his aircraft. Once shielded from the corridor, Max could not ascertain the path the Zenithian had taken to depart. Thus, when the alien unexpectedly opened the storage hatch, coming face to face with the towering mech, the astonishment etched on his features mirrored that of Max. Unsure of how to handle this giant, the soldier was suddenly alerted by the cockpit's instrument panel, which emitted an urgent signal. Max swiftly re-examined the readings of his aircraft, yet was perplexed by the lack of clarity. All systems functioned optimally, and there seemed to be no immediate threats from the surroundings or any other factors endangering the aircraft. What, then, had transpired? At that moment, Max cast a glance at the navigation display, which was spinning wildly, an unmistakable indication that the battleship was undergoing a hyperspace jump. He watched helplessly as the readings on the dashboard regarding hours and solar days continued to accumulate, ultimately collapsing in resignation within the confines of the narrow cabin, awaiting the conclusion of the jump. Now, Lisa found herself with ample time to observe her surroundings. However, in reality, only a single Earth day had elapsed, and the flagship was now decelerating from hyperspace. The preceding 24 hours felt like a mere dream. Was it an exquisite resolution derived from her extensive slumber in the realms of her dreams, or was it an entirely new experience yet to be named by humanity? Lisa, Rick, and Bane stood at the precipice of their diminutive world, gazing as the starry sky resumed its original form. The architecture of the alien system finally unfolded before them. Within this galaxy, several notably luminous stars sparkled, including a few white dwarfs and giants, along with 3 planets or satellites that might have originated from other galaxies, all set against a gossamer backdrop of nebulae. There were also other entities within the asteroid belt, numerous uncamouflaged irregular objects reflecting in a distant corner of the cosmos. What could these possibly be? Bane inquired. Perhaps fragments of space, Rick conjectured. We may be perilously close to their base. Lisa shot him a sidelong glance, her eyes widening in astonishment. They are neither asteroids nor debris floating in space. They are battleships, a multitude of warships scattered chaotically within the visible range of human eyes, their thrusters belching tongues of fire. Reconnaissance aircraft, interceptors, cruisers, battlecruisers, and flagships. Thousands of warships are engaged in combat, perhaps even tens of thousands. The enemy fleet. The enemy vessels are so numerous that they are beyond counting. Lisa hastily retrieved her miniature camera to document the scene before her. Due to its compact size, the enemy had failed to detect this small device when she was captured. To meticulously tally the number of these warships would likely take a year. Even a mere estimation would require a full day. The flagship is navigating towards a dazzling source of light. It is a fortress entirely enveloped by an enigmatic force field, possessing an asymmetrical shape and an immense size that defies measurement, rendering their sensors incapable of responding to it. However, they soon gleaned information about this entity through alternate channels. The energy shield was abruptly deactivated, and their limited operational range was redefined. What puzzled them was that the provisions supplied by their captors were all appropriately sized for human consumption: food, beverages, and even the dimensions of cups and utensils were indistinguishable from those on Earth. Yet, from that moment onward, they would no longer enjoy such comfortable accommodations. 2 giants rose from either side of the grid, and it became apparent that they were likely standing atop a specimen table, observing their frantic demeanor. It seemed they were on the brink of launching an assault. The giants roared, emitting a thunderous bass, while their war machines and various apparatuses rumbled ominously. The corridor was illuminated by blinding lights, and the oxygen generators were evidently operating beyond capacity, releasing a pungent odor that mingled with stale air, sweat, and even the foul stench of decaying food. Under the watchful eye of the guards, they were herded across a ribbed table to another platform. This table, as expansive as a football field, gleamed under the bright lights above, which illuminated the space with clarity, while several chairs were arranged around its perimeter. Lisa noticed an abundance of amplifiers nearby, evidently designed to facilitate the adversaries in eavesdropping on their conversations. Goodness! One by one, their interrogators entered the assembly room, taking their seats. The next to enter was a burly man with whom Rick had once clashed in that very chamber. He could never forget the visage of that mask, nor the cruel sneer he had witnessed in the cockpit. Following him were 3 men of varying heights, all clad in identical red uniforms. None of them were as diminutive as the previously encountered disabled stellar, nor were any as towering as their commander. They settled at the far end of the conference table. Lisa pondered who, or what kind of being, would occupy the seat between the commander and his aides. Just as she and her companion were quietly exchanging thoughts, the answer materialized, and she instantly regretted her earlier curiosity. These individuals vary in height, leaving one to wonder if there are additional varieties. Bane found it rather amusing. The imposing chief interrogator towered at over 80 feet, draped in a solemn gray robe, with a high, stiff collar. Apart from his immense, bald head, he was enveloped from head to toe. His brow was notably pronounced, and his sullen visage was marred by a multitude of blemishes. His wide mouth only added to his formidable presence. When he spoke, no one dared question his intentions. "I am Dalza," he declared, "the supreme commander of the Zenith Army. You must submit to my interrogation. Should you choose not to cooperate, it will lead to your demise. Do you comprehend?" Rick, Bane, and Lisa exchanged glances. Suddenly realizing the simplicity of their earlier failure to elect a spokesperson, they had never anticipated undergoing a genuine court interrogation before their adversaries. However, the prospect of engaging in face-to-face communication with the Zenith beings instilled a sense of newfound hope within them. Lisa discreetly activated the audio recording on the miniature camera while Rick stepped forward to address them on behalf of the group. "We are listening. What is it that you seek from us?" Dalza turned his gaze toward the diminutive figure. "Congratulations, Exido. You have proven to be an excellent teacher in imparting this primitive tongue." Exido nodded slightly. "Why do you persist in opposing us, diminutive beings?" Dalza gestured towards the man on his right, stating that Bretai had undoubtedly demonstrated their formidable military strength. Rick, pointing at the individual named Bretai, retorted that they were the initial aggressors, and for the past year, they had merely striven to safeguard their own security. Bretai interjected, urging them not to digress and demanding the return of what rightfully belonged to them, Zor's vessel. Rick questioned whether they were referring to the SDF-1, asserting its ownership and recounting its crash on their planet and subsequent reconstruction. Dalza, interrupting Rick, expressed his apprehension to Exidor, inquiring about their comprehension of protoculture. Bane, with incredulity, questioned if he was the intended recipient of the inquiry, dismissing his knowledge. Dalza persisted, demanding to know the extent of their understanding of protoculture and accusing them of exploiting it to develop an entirely new arsenal. Exidor echoed the sentiment. Finally, someone declared that he would no longer permit his subordinates to be interrogated. With a wave of his hand, the conference room became transparent, revealing that they were in outer space. At least it appeared so. The sky was adorned with stars and planets, alongside thousands of warships observed by them as they transitioned through space into the territory of the Zenithians. In truth, they had not yet departed from the conference table. The voice of Dalza echoed in their ears as he recounted a perceptible event occurring within this illusory expanse. Photon energy began to accumulate at the bow of several warships, which had locked onto a planet resembling Earth. "We possess unparalleled firepower. Our fleet is more than capable of obliterating your minuscule planet in the blink of an eye," Dalza proclaimed. "If you desire confirmation, open your eyes and behold." Lethal beams were unleashed from thousands of battleships and cruisers, converging upon the vibrant surface of that planet. The catastrophic strike swiftly radiated across the planetary surface, and as the explosion's flames gradually extinguished, all that remained before them was a lifeless, cratered sphere. Lisa bowed her head. The Zenithians had recklessly annihilated a planet merely to demonstrate their might. Did they intend to treat Earth in the same manner? Yet, why had they not yet acted? What did the so-called new weapon system, developed from prehistoric cultural advancements, as mentioned by Exido, truly signify? She resolved to test whether she could intimidate the enemy. "But you are not formidable enough to destroy the SDF-1, Dalza." "Hold," the interrogator bellowed. She paid no heed to Rick's insinuations and continued. "The SDF-1 possesses a power beyond your wildest imaginations." Dalza slammed his fist onto the table, causing several Earthlings to topple to the ground. He then reached out, scooping Lisa into the palm of his hand, pulling her close to his face, warning Rick and Bane against any hasty actions. "Stop tormenting her," Rick exclaimed. "We are born. We are inherently Micronians." "Born?" Aikido inquired. "What does that mean?" "Well, we are all birthed by mothers. Is there any other way?" "And what do you mean by mother?" asked a Zentradi behind Rick, while Bane turned his face toward three soldiers clad in red uniforms standing behind him. "You know, a mother is the female among the parents," Bane replied, glancing at Rick and rubbing his temples. Aikido began to question further. "Are you suggesting that you were indeed birthed from the bodies of the women of your kind?" Bretai showed a skeptical expression. "Hey," Bane continued, "that's just how it is. You know, when men and women are together, things happen." He laughed heartily. "That's love." Bretai looked at Dalza and then fixed his gaze on Bane. "Love? He said, "Yes, I've heard that term in the signals you sent. But what exactly is it? Can any of you provide an example?" "Oh, my dear fellow." Bain stifled a laugh, breathless and amused. "You might as well give it a try yourself, Commander." Rick cast a glance at him, disregarding his own predicament and the solemnity of the gathering, unable to contain a chuckle. "Love typically begins with a kiss, or so I believe." However, Dalza was not satisfied with this notion. If a miniature being could be brought into existence through a kiss, he demanded a demonstration from the individuals present. Thus, he commanded Rick and Bain to showcase the act. As Rick stammered, attempting to elucidate the reasons why two men should not kiss, he was suddenly interrupted by Lisa's declaration of her willingness to participate in the demonstration. Dalza's massive hand finally released her, and Lisa stumbled towards Rick, appearing frail as she leaned against him, seemingly seeking strength from his presence. In this intimate proximity, she seized the opportunity to discreetly share her plan with him. She wanted Rick to kiss her, thereby allowing her to capture the alien's reaction with a miniature camera. She quickly glanced at the sergeant and said, "Listen, Rick, I would prefer to kiss you, if that's acceptable. Then you must issue that command in the form of an order, sir. Begin at once," Dalza urged. Lisa met Rick's gaze, her eyes reflecting hurt, and he felt his anger dissipate without his realizing it. "Lieutenant Hunter, I formally command you, kiss me." After silently imploring Ming Mei for forgiveness, Rick approached and embraced Lisa. Their lips met in a kiss. For several seconds, they were oblivious to their surroundings. However, they were surrounded by 6 giants who were making disgusting noises. In such an environment, the romantic mood could not last long. Their embracing arms loosened, and they each took a few steps back to maintain a certain distance. "What is happening to us?" Dalza inquired. "Is this a product of prehistoric culture?" "This is the effect of their secret weapon," Exodore stated. Dalza rose to his feet, glared at the Earthlings, and commanded, "Take them away immediately. Get these Micronians out of my sight." As they were once again being herded toward the spiral table, Rick asked Lisa, "Was our performance really that bad?" She glanced at him and replied, "I suppose so." Commentary from a VT fighter pilot. What does this have to do with love? Listening to the reconnaissance team's report, Dalza couldn't help but feel doubtful. Was Exidore's suspicion that the Micronians possessed prehistoric culture correct? Perhaps he should have eliminated Zor at the first opportunity, or simply destroyed the SDF-1. He could not stand idly by and watch himself and his entire race embark on a path of unbridled freedom. Upon beholding the scantily clad woman, Konda experienced a similar reaction. "Indeed, sir," concurred Rico, the flight crew supervisor, in summation. "Affirmed," Konda echoed. "Though I cannot ascertain the precise epoch. This must be a vestige of a prehistoric civilization," posited Dalza, arms crossed, addressing the assembly. "What I am about to impart must not, under any circumstance, be divulged beyond these confines. Is that understood?" Dalza pressed his palms upon the table, leaning forward intently. "We cannot definitively gauge the extent of the Micron's comprehension and application of prehistoric culture," added Breathtaking. "But it is evident that they have mastered the maintenance and utilization of Robotech-manufactured equipment. It is conceivable that they have advanced to the point of developing entirely novel weapon systems based upon this knowledge." "Sir," interjected Rico, "we have demonstrated formidable power. Why not leverage their planet as a bargaining chip to compel the return of the vessel? For them, this remains a novel concept." Dalza mused, intrigued. He stroked his chin, soliciting Exidore's opinion. "You have conducted extensive research on this race, and your grasp of their language and culture is undeniable. I seek your insight. Would such coercion prove effective?" Exidore chose his words with circumspection. "Sir, dwelling excessively on past accomplishments is not the Zenithian way. Since you have permitted me to express my thoughts here, I must convey that these diminutive beings have exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for survival. I recall when we first launched our offensive against their home planet. The commander of that warship, disregarding the lives of tens of thousands of his compatriots, executed a hyperspace jump within the atmosphere to evade our encirclement. It was the same commander who, rather than capitulate to the mechanized forces of Kalon, chose to risk the lives aboard his vessel and ultimately detonated the reflection furnace on the 4th planet of their star system. Even with their radar systems incapacitated, they remained impervious to our ultimatum demanding their immediate surrender. Thus, I must assert, my lord, that this plan is certainly impractical. We cannot afford to take such risks, otherwise, these secrets will be irrevocably lost." Dalza suggested that we must infiltrate Zor's ship to ascertain the extent of the diminutive being's knowledge of prehistoric culture. Breathtaking. well acquainted with both the interior and exterior of Zor's vessel, promptly devised a strategy in accordance with Dalza's recommendation. Meanwhile, Rick, Kanda, and Brown began to calculate their own course of action. They had resolutely decided to volunteer for the cellular transformation process to convert the standard physique of Zenithians to that of the diminutive beings. Dalza and Bretai would undoubtedly accept their application and might even express satisfaction. Fortunately, no one would inquire about the sudden motivations behind Rick and his companion's self-sacrifice. For if anyone were to inquire, all discussions pertaining to the Lobot technology and prehistoric cultures would inevitably be divulged. In truth, their intentions are merely to gaze once more upon those scantily clad female figurines and to relive that astonishing experience. In a cell aboard the Breda flagship, Lisa, Rick, and Bane sat beneath the dappled shadows cast by the corridor lights. The cell door was double-layered, adorned with hexagonal windows through which light poured in, starkly revealing the disparity in height between Earthlings and Zenithians. The chamber bore a striking resemblance to an emptied aircraft hangar, yet within, the towering figures of giants were conspicuously absent. That scene was undoubtedly one of the most bizarre I have ever witnessed, Bane remarked. The moment you two kissed, those colossal beings stood frozen, utterly perplexed. It is astonishing, Rick added. Meanwhile, Lisa fell into contemplation. What purpose does this prehistoric culture serve, I wonder? What are your thoughts, Colonel? Lisa inquired of Bane. Did you not notice that there have been no female Zenithians outside? No children, no civilians, not even technicians or maintenance personnel, only soldiers among them. Let us not forget that we have not ventured to many places, Rick reminded her. I am aware of that, Lieutenant. However, it is also possible that their race possesses no females at all. No, that is absolutely impossible. They are aware of your femininity, at the very least. They possess some understanding of the concepts of mother and birth. Lieutenant, we must depart from this place. Bane glanced around cautiously. I comprehend. An idea has emerged. One that might allow us to employ our innovative weaponry. What new weaponry? What are you insinuating? Rick gently touched his lips. Kissing, you see. Do you grasp it? We shall wait here patiently. As soon as we observe the guard delivering our meals, we can utilize our, weapon to incapacitate him, thus enabling our escape. Bane immediately rose to his feet, exclaiming, Splendid. Anywhere is preferable to being here. Lisa regarded the two of them skeptically. Are you jesting? Do you imply that every time the Zenithians make an appearance, we must resort to such antics? Enough, Lieutenant. I have heard quite enough from you today. Yet this statement surpasses all others combined. Rick stared in astonishment, mouth agape. Hold on, Colonel. Whose idea was it first in the conference room? Moreover, if you believe my words stem from selfish motives, you are free to choose otherwise. Enough, sir. My kiss was merely to record their reactions. She patted the camera. The task is complete, and we needn't exert ourselves further. Bane took a couple of steps towards her, saying, Listen, I am more than willing to be your partner. Entirely voluntary, Colonel Hines. At ease, Sergeant, Lisa commanded him. She turned around, presenting her back to the two of them. Anger surged within her. Yet her mind wandered. Was there a discussion on strategic kissing in the officer's manual? Reinforcements were already en route. The intricate mechanisms of the fighter aircraft enabled it to execute the most fashionable maneuvers. Max Sterling had just donned the garments stripped from the ranks of the Zenith Star soldiers onto the armored Titan. He seamlessly integrated complex movements with the aircraft's electroencephalographic control system, leaving ample reason to believe he could perform even more dazzling feats. Regardless, he had accomplished his task within the confined space of the storage room, a significant chapter in his legendary life as a VT fighter hero. Not 10 steps down the corridor, Max encountered a burly soldier armed with a bombardment rifle. Fortunately, the soldier merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After deceiving the first guard, Max strode forward with renewed confidence. Soon, he spotted 2 enemy sentinels guarding a threaded table traversing the spaceship. Max hastily activated the magnifier on his camera to focus on that table. Upon it, he discovered Lisa, Bane, and Rick. From their appearance, they bore no signs of torment, nor did they exhibit any traces of struggle with the giant sentinel. It's me, Max. They paused midair, their eyes wide in astonishment. Max, Rick inquired tentatively. Indeed. I stand before you, unharmed. My God, Max, we all thought you were dead, Lisa exclaimed. Ah, yes, it's a rather protracted tale. Breen has already commenced inquiries regarding the provenance of his uniform, but that is a matter for later consideration. It would behoove us to depart from this locale with expediency. He descended, extending the gauntlet-clad left palm of the Veritech, whereupon Rick and Lisa promptly ascended. "Hold a moment, Breen. I must place you on the opposite side." Breen scaled the offered right palm. Subsequently, Max elevated the Veritech's hands to the breast pocket region of the uniform, into which Lisa and Rick clambered. Navigating past the insignia adorning the jacket pocket, Breen emulating their actions on the opposing side. "I merely wish to avoid separating the amorous pair, Breen." "Pray, hold a moment. Corporal," Lisa demurred, "our actions are predicated upon evasion." "Evasion necessitating embraces and osculation, is it? I comprehend. Attend to me, Max. Spare your breath, Lieutenant. I assure you, I shall not disseminate this incident within Macross City. Regardless, you have managed to deceive me. I was under the impression that your predilections favored younger women. Max, secure yourselves. We are about to embark." Rick suppressed his ire, descending into the uniform pocket, finding himself proximate to Lisa. The Veritech breached the double doors of the cell, proceeding with measured strides along the protracted corridor. Before long, they discerned Max's cautionary tone. A Zentradi soldier, fully armored and bearing a concussion rifle, advanced in their direction. The soldier and the camouflaged armored giant brushed past each other, managing to evade detection once more. In their pockets, Rick and Lisa exhaled in relief. However, the situation was far from resolved. The soldier abruptly halted and commanded Max to stand still. Given the current circumstances, Max was utterly incapable of safeguarding himself and his passengers. If he were to fire the few remaining rockets, Rick and Lisa would be incinerated. Reluctantly, he was left with but one viable option: to flee. He collided directly with two approaching infantrymen, seizing one and spinning him around before hurling him at the other. He pressed onward, yet the first soldier had already given chase, opening fire, while the other two joined in the pursuit. Navigating through the bulkhead was remarkably effortless, and it suddenly dawned on Max that the VT fighter had crashed through a massive circular display screen in the control room, shattering it into fragments. The Guardian surged past rows of floating navigational projections within the ship's central control room, leaving chaos in its wake. At the far end of the chamber, a square hatch stood ajar, evidently leading to a maintenance corridor, which culminated in a closed elevator. The elevator doors swung open, and the Zentradi were still firing. One stunned Zentradi gazing in disbelief as they zipped past like a gust of wind, narrowly missing the VT fighter's radar dome with their gunfire. Once again, they found themselves in such a confined space. Max lifted the cockpit and leaped down along the arm of the aircraft, still gripping a laser rifle in his hand. Rick emerged from his pocket, traversing the outstretched arm of the Guardian towards the elevator's control panel. He leapt upon it, grasping it tightly, and with a determined push, the door finally sealed shut. The enemy's artillery fire was temporarily obstructed beyond the gate, and the elevator began its descent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They descended 5 levels in succession, as the Guardian emitted a foreboding sound preceding an explosion, and smoke began to permeate the air. Max and the others silently prayed for the elevator doors to open swiftly. The elevator halted at the 6th floor, the doors sliding open, allowing the 4 fugitives to embark once more upon their journey home. However, an unexpected infantry soldier from the zenith emerged, lunging forward like a famished tiger in an attempt to seize them. Yet, he ended up grasping nothing but air and fell flat on his face. As the soldier rose, his intended prey had escaped, but he noticed something within the elevator, a figure swathed in a uniform, seemingly smoldering. He perhaps took a moment to ascertain what this half-crouching creature, resembling a bird, truly was, when the shockwave from the explosion of the VT aircraft sent him tumbling. The soldier's final desperate lunge failed to capture any of them, yet it succeeded in scattering them apart. This is the reason so many Zenith soldiers bear such striking resemblances. They are all clones. Lisa daringly extended her head further out to gain a clearer view. Now she beheld another row of capsule-like containers, positioned directly before the large vessel. They too held a swirling liquid, within which stood several semi-formed human figures. It took her a considerable amount of time to unravel the enigma, and as she turned to elucidate the unfolding events to Rick, she was struck by a sense of disbelief at the words she was about to utter. The Zentradi were diminishing the stature of their warriors to that of Earthlings. Rick gazed at her, undoubtedly surmising that she had succumbed to madness, yet she did not fault him for his incredulity. Nevertheless, the reality was manifest before their very eyes, defying any other plausible interpretation. A contingent of soldiers entered, ostensibly to apprehend them. The two hastily relocated until they reached a dimly lit armory nearby, where they resumed their interrupted discourse. Do you recall Dalza incessantly questioning us about the process by which we became micronized? Indeed, what is the significance of that? They are undoubtedly speculating whether we possess cloning facilities and miniaturization capabilities analogous to their own. This is precisely why they are unable to comprehend the intimate interactions between the sexes. For, in a society comprised of clones, love and sexuality are, quite evidently, superfluous. Inconceivable. Inconceivable? You jest. I would not be the least bit astonished if genetic commonalities were to be discovered between the Zentradi and Earthlings. In the distant past, they were very likely humans of comparable stature to ourselves. So what are they, giants among humans, or humans among giants? She regarded him impassively. I suspect it is presently difficult to ascertain. Perhaps a conclusion may be drawn after analyzing the video footage. However, for now, I can only assert that they possess the potential to develop in two distinct directions. They have mastered the art of restructuring the human modular form, allowing them to enlarge themselves to withstand harsh or even hostile environments, or to diminish in size, which could. Lisa shrugged. Indeed, Rick inquired. What purpose does it serve to shrink down? Why would they reduce the size of certain soldiers? And how is this feat accomplished? As soon as her words fell, Rick heard a roar, and a gigantic hand suddenly reached out, seizing Lisa within its grasp, prompting her to scream. Overwhelmed, Rick shouted and rushed after her. The giant stood tall, bringing Lisa closer to its face, bellowing at her, while Rick had already burst into the corridor. The celestial being noticed Rick, and merely extended its foot. In truth, it did not exert any force in a kick, yet the sheer momentum was sufficient to launch Rick into the air, landing him atop a pile of assembled laser guns. Despite the overwhelming impact, miraculously, none of his bones fractured. Later, he attributed this to a surge of adrenaline. In that moment, all he could fathom was being buried beneath a heap of weaponry. Though dazed, he remained spirited, a surge of fury coursing through him. Suddenly, he halted, his movements becoming slow and cautious, fearful of causing her any harm. Hey, Lisa, are you badly hurt? I failed to steady the camera, and it shattered into a myriad of fragments. Forget about the camera. Are you saying you weren't injured? Yes, I believe not. But our mission. I can hardly believe it, Rick muttered while helping her escape from the languid grasp of the Zenith soldiers. At times, women can be utterly incomprehensible, even to officers. His words were not intended to uplift her spirits, yet, by some twist of fate, they achieved precisely that effect. She shook off his hand and wiped her tear-filled eyes. Don't you dare make a fool of me, Hunter. Rick sensed the approaching footsteps drawing nearer, and he grasped her hand firmly, their flight commencing anew. They felt like mere rats scurrying across the street, he told himself as he ran. The towering Zenith soldiers loomed above them, compelling them to dart about indiscriminately. Eventually, they found themselves in a dim, dilapidated corridor, its walls cracked under pressure, with the ground littered with wide fissures and gaping holes. The explosions of energy blasts emitted brief flashes, casting ephemeral shadows around their fleeing figures. Suddenly, the entire world vanished above them, the light and sound gradually fading away, and they both fell into a void. When Milia made her entrance, the credits had yet to finish rolling. Did this signal the onset of an even more brutal drama? Admiral Hunter's logbook, revised edition now. Their only task is to clean up this chaos. Brita gazes at two subordinate soldiers transporting the shattered fragments of the observation display from the bridge. The bubble-shaped viewport has also sustained damage, much like Brita's own military career, which seems unlikely to improve. As the diminutive fighter aircraft breached the wall to escape, Dalza, Brita, and Exodo stood on the bridge. Mere seconds prior, they had been informed that the prisoners had escaped, and Brita had vowed with utmost certainty that he would recapture them immediately. Yet, what followed was the transformed Iron Titan, roaring in and violently shattering the navigation display. Brita cast a glance at Dalza, whose gaze was now fixed upon him with intensity. So, Brita, is this how you pursue the diminutive ones? I regret to inform you that I have yet to apprehend them. Their size renders the search exceedingly challenging. The Supreme Commander of the Zenithians tilted his head slightly. Indeed. However, an even greater challenge awaits us, one that represents our ultimate objective. Do you comprehend? Understood, sir. You shall be held accountable for this incident. Your shortcomings will be duly recorded. Dalza turned his back to Brita. I once placed great trust in you, believing you capable of fulfilling your duties effectively, Commander. He then pivoted again, pointing at the damaged bubble-shaped viewport. However, regardless of the circumstances, given the current situation, it appears you are no longer fit for this task. But, Commander, if that is the case, who will be responsible for the infiltration mission? Dalza pondered for a moment. Brida's profound understanding of Zor's spacecraft is invaluable to us, and I will accord it the attention it deserves. Nonetheless, I shall appoint Atronia to command our 3 agents with full authority. Atronia? Both Brida and Exido exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, Atronia remained unperturbed as Dalza gestured for Exido to silence himself. Commander Atronia has always been unwaveringly loyal. She has never let me down. Furthermore, I have allocated our finest pilots under her command. At that moment, 2 soldiers followed orders to bring the spiral table back into the bridge from the entrance. The 3 miniaturized agents, Rick, Kanda, and Brown, stood at one corner of the table, clad in exceedingly simple attire made from sleeveless burlap, hastily tied at the waist with a silk thread. Dalza gazed down at them with seriousness. Do you comprehend the significance of this mission? Understood, Commander. The 3 feeble voices replied in unison. Milia will be responsible for transporting you to the space fortress. The 3 agents exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement. Should we triumphantly return, each of you will command a cruiser. They raised their arms in salute, declaring, for the supreme glory of Zenith. This is a dreamlike world filled with water, where Ming-Mei is drifting away from him, while Rick fervently calls her name, again and again. Gradually, Lisa's visage emerges before him, becoming increasingly distinct, yet the dream begins to fade. She lends him a hand, helping Rick to sit upright, inquiring whether he feels any better. She remarks, "We must be in the liquid circulation chamber now. The condition of this equipment is rather dire." Suddenly, she finds amusement in her own words, a rather inappropriate jest. Don't you think? It is precisely this pool that has saved our lives. We must have plummeted at least 100 feet. With some effort, Rick manages to rise to his feet. Perhaps the water cushioned our descent. Yet, aside from that, the reason I am not drowning must be something else. Lisa averts her gaze, saying, "I cannot stand by and watch you drown, Hunter." Then, she meets his eyes once more, adding, "Now we are even." As Rick's eyes adjust to the darkness surrounding them, he notices the debris and remnants scattered about. Not far off, there are several hatches and elevator platforms, with faint lights visible in the distance. Do they merely utilize these facilities without any regard for their maintenance? Such tremendous destructive power, I wonder how many planets they have obliterated and how many lives have been extinguished. The thought makes me feel nauseous. This is a civilization that serves only the cause of war. I suppose it is quite similar to my own home. What does it signify? Indeed, that is precisely the impetus for your ascension to an officer, to a leader. You shall serve as the linchpin for the ensemble. Lisa's brow furrowed in perplexity. From whence did you glean these locutions? Mere elementary logic, Rick retorted. Certain VT fighter pilots have even dubbed you Supergirl. How delightful, she quipped, her gaze fixed upon Rick, a hint of displeasure evident in her expression. You are cognizant of the fact that I have never sought to coerce anyone into any action. I simply... A sly grin supplanted her solemn countenance. Never mind. I dare say Miss Macross never compelled you to do anything, did she? Rick's demeanor shifted to one of sudden alertness. Minmei? How did you ascertain? You have been vociferously chanting her name. Minmei. Minmei. Lisa mimicked his intonation with playful mischief. Very well, what if I have? Relate to me your narrative. It is of little consequence. We are merely friends, nothing more. I presume you comprehend the implications thereof. She has now ascended to the echelons of celebrity, a public figure, as it were. Consequently, we no longer have the luxury of private moments. She possesses considerable talent, I am certain. Rick cast a sidelong glance at her, intimating that she had transgressed the boundaries of propriety. Listen closely, Lieutenant. I am not jesting. At the very least, you harbor an individual for whom you yearn, whereas I am left to anticipate the forthcoming mission. Have there been no significant individuals in your life? You may regard me as Miss SDF-1. It is merely a matter of time. You are a remarkably beautiful woman, and most men would. What? I mean, you are an exceptionally captivating officer, and... After a brief silence, Lisa cleared her throat and rose to her feet. Well, we must confront those who have been lingering nearby, mustn't we? She took Rick's hand, and together they departed from the location, Lieutenant. They made their way towards the distant glow. The engine room, the storeroom, the desolate warehouse, yet another docking bay, and additional storage spaces. All of these were in a state of decay, filth, and neglect. However, one thing had notably changed. The heavy humidity and murky elements in the air were gradually diminishing, replaced by a gentle breeze that tousled Lisa's long hair. They approached the area where the wind was blowing, at the far end of a storeroom piled with combat pods and a variety of ornate weaponry. They discovered an exit, a rectangular hatch extending outward from the hall. They sprinted toward that direction. The wind was no longer gentle. It had become somewhat brisk and howled fiercely. Yet, upon reaching the edge of the hatch, the gust abruptly ceased. If it could be termed a spacecraft. They never anticipated such a sight beyond the hatch. This revelation left them astounded. Hundreds of Zenith spaceships hovered above the azure docking bay of the command center, akin to vessels buoyed by the sea, unencumbered by the constraints of gravity. Lisa was struck by a sudden wave of dizziness, involuntarily stepping back. Could it truly be? The Dorsha operational base stretched 1,000 miles, vast enough to accommodate all these ships. Perhaps it was wiser to keep this secret closely guarded. Her thoughts battled fiercely, racing uncontrollably. Rick grasped her arm, stabilizing her. "Someone is approaching," he warned. They swiftly concealed themselves behind several cargo containers at the entrance, while Rick attentively listened to the approaching sound, quickly discerning that it was unmistakably not a voice belonging to the Zeniths. It could only belong to Bane. "Max," Lisa exclaimed. The four reunited, joyfully embracing one another as they briefly exchanged accounts of their experiences and trials endured. Max complimented Lisa on how lovely her hair fell, while she congratulated him for having kept the pilot's mind control helmet on for so long. Bane, as ever, retained his delightful humor. "So, what shall our next course of action be, comrades?" The harsh realities gradually dulled the joy of their reunion. What indeed should be their next step? This was a pressing question. From the hatch, they observed a cruiser alongside the flagship, receiving supplies and provisions via a conveyor belt from the flagship. "It is effortlessly simple to board that vessel," Max remarked, "yet who knows where its destination lies?" Max, however, disagreed with this conclusion. "Unless the Zenithians come to seize us, I have had my fill of this journey. If we were to fall into their hands once more, we would stand no chance whatsoever." He was right. Rick concurred, stating, "You have the final say, yet I believe it prudent to board that cruiser." Lisa crossed her arms, but ultimately released them with a smile. "Very well, let us proceed." They set forth immediately. The exploration of the path leading to the adjacent airlock proved far more arduous than they had anticipated. However, once they reached the conveyor belt, concealing themselves behind the cargo beneath the watchful eyes of the enemy sentinels was remarkably easy. As this small group was transported from the flagship of Breda to the violet armored cruiser, Rick once again felt akin to a mere mouse. Adronia was the commander of this cruiser, her crew composed entirely of female officers. She was highly skilled, respected, and wielded considerable power. While others faced setbacks, she consistently achieved victory, thereby earning herself a formidable reputation. Her personal charm and allure ensured a brilliant future. Nevertheless, many who were familiar with her knew that beneath her gentle gaze and petite stature lurked arrogance, vanity, and hubris. Her fervor for victory, even at the expense of half her fleet, endeared her to the highest commanders of the Zenithians. However, like her subordinates, she merely concealed her fears deep within her soul. In truth, among all the Zenithians, only one individual could compel her to adopt a defensive stance. It is said that his respect for her is tainted by certain primitive desires. This individual is Kylon, the shadowy figure hailed by many. Azenia stepped onto the bridge, standing beside the esteemed pilot Milia Perino of the Kunderlund Mecha Squadron, whom Dorza had previously designated for her infiltration mission. Perhaps Milia was not as ambitious as her superior, yet in her disdain for all else, she exhibited no difference. Azenia existed within an atmosphere of self-congratulation. While Milia fought to attain a life of perfection, she aimed to emerge victorious in the long-standing war games played by the Zenithians. Despite facing numerous challenges, with countless tasks yet to be accomplished and vast territories still to conquer, she was fervently enchanted by the pursuit of unique and uncharted realms that resonated with her nature, thus distinguishing her among the Zenithians. Yet she never faltered. Every mission was executed with flawless precision. In this regard, she bore a striking resemblance to her commander. However, Azenia was skilled in manipulation, while Milia remained true to herself. Despite numerous opportunities to seize command, she willingly relinquished each one. Promotion would distance her from combat duties, whereas her very essence yearned for face-to-face confrontations with adversaries and craved the embrace of diverse challenges. She lacked the patience to adapt to the lifestyle of a commander, unwilling to endure the constant potential for reprimand or praise based on the soldier's performance. No, it was far easier to accept orders from those clumsy officers, especially since she was permitted to relish the joys of freedom in a secondary role. She was eager to engage in a contest with these diminutive figures. They had the pilots under Brita spinning in circles, and even the formidable Kalon could not gain the upper hand against his new adversaries. Atronia flung back the gray commander-esque cloak that draped over her deep red uniform and turned to face her ace pilot. Atronia's short blue hair gave her an appearance of sharp competence, while Milia, with her thick green hair cascading from her forehead, possessed emerald eyes that sparkled with a seductive fire, a style entirely distinct from Atronia's. I presume you have received this assignment? Indeed, Commander Atronia. May I offer my perspective? Please, share your thoughts. Sending a spy into SDF, one seems a task beneath my capabilities, does it not? No, I believe it is entirely appropriate to assign you. Regardless, I am a fighter pilot, not a transport pilot. This mission is of utmost importance. It has been personally designated by Commander Dalza. Of course, Commander. However, do you not believe that these diminutive beings have unequivocally demonstrated themselves to be far more perilous than you initially presumed? If that is indeed the case, Commander, I find myself in eager anticipation. Might I remind you that this mission bears significant implications for my reputation? Malia bowed and saluted, assuring, I shall never disappoint you. My lord. Azronia narrowed her eyes. The 3 shrunken agents have been secured within a capsule-like spacecraft and are now aboard our sister ship. As soon as we enter the range of the space fortress, you shall escort them immediately. Pray tell, how do you intend to infiltrate these spies? My lord, it would be most advantageous if Commander Brita could join the operation, she suggested. And of course, there is Commander Kalon. Commander Kalon will always accompany you. Is there anything Malia does not comprehend? Nothing at all, sir. For the 4 diminutive fugitives concealed somewhere in the supply pod of Azronia's cruiser, the prospect of a hyperspace jump appeared to be splendid news. Since the initiation of the hyperspace transition, the Zenith Sentinel had departed from the airlock, leaving them amidst a storehouse brimming with an array of weapons and combat pods. Nevertheless, they maintained a cautiously optimistic outlook, particularly Bane. I understand it enables us to traverse time and space, yet let us enumerate the various locations along the journey. Perhaps after this jump, we shall all meet our demise. Lisa's focus was entirely on the chronometer, though Bane's remark diverted her attention. Lieutenant Hunter, you never disclosed to me that your squadron harbored such a jester. Lisa gestured towards Bane. We've barely escaped the crucible, and he's preoccupied with jesting. All right, Bane, cease, Rick interjected. We could endeavor to commandeer a battle pod here. Lisa responded with nonchalance, as if absconding in a mecha were their manifest destiny. Infiltrate a battle pod, then simply fly away, is it? And who, pray tell, will instruct us in its operation? Do you presume they've left an instruction manual within the pod? Perhaps nestled in the glove compartment, Lisa raised a finger to her lips. Dare I inquire, Lieutenant, were you perpetually truant during pre-combat training? Listen, Rick, you yourself asserted that their systems are intricate, yet not insurmountable. With 3 such exceptional aviators as yourselves, surely it presents no significant quandary. Spare me, Colonel. Lisa glanced at her timepiece. The transition from Earth's orbit to Dalza's command center consumed precisely 24 hours of terrestrial time. Assuming our destination remains the SDF-1, we have a further 24 hours to scrutinize and familiarize ourselves. What if our trajectory diverges from Earth's orbit? Once we emerge from the transition, what if we find ourselves at the forefront or base of the Zenith aliens, in a place utterly unknown? In such an eventuality, our proficiency in piloting the combat pods becomes irrelevant. Within the specialized weapons bay at the rear of the ship, Malia secures herself in a reconnaissance-type Kundal-Reno mech, a craft developed through the advancements of Invid technology, equipped with hybrid propulsion modules and multi-launch missile systems, designed expressly for infiltration missions or solo operations. Now, the warship has entirely exited the hyperspace transition, and it is time to extract the container housing 3 miniaturized agents from the sister ship of the cruiser. At that moment, Azronia's visage appeared on her cockpit display. We will endeavor to divert the enemy's attention from you, wishing you invincibility in battle. As always, I shall not succumb to defeat. Malia activated the reconnaissance mech and leaped into the cosmos, soaring among the stars like a dragonfly. Max extended his arm, striving to reach the combat pod's artillery control apparatus, reminiscent of mechanical tentacles. Bane scratched his head vigorously, staring at the missile launch system, utterly perplexed. Lisa was equally at a loss regarding how she had managed to activate the colossal radio device. Meanwhile, Rick endeavored to decipher how to make it ascend. Lisa raised her hands high, desperately toggling a switch, glancing at her watch as she slumped in the spherical seat center. She calculated the degree of visual distortion based on the instruments and felt quite pleased with the eventual outcome. Lisa gazed sternly at her companions and announced, "We have successfully disengaged from hyperspace. We have now arrived in Earth's orbit, a truly incredible miracle." The four of them exchanged glances, exhaling in unison, fully aware of the actions they were about to undertake. Rick's control panel was primed and ready. "Let me see if I can get this thing operational," he said. "They're charging at us." Rick shouted, "Eliminate them. Those who stand in my way shall perish." Max roared, as two cannons unleashed fierce beams, toppling the guards to the ground. Lisa and Bane erupted in cheers. Rick commanded Max to continue firing. "Keep firing. We need to carve a hole in this caterpillar to escape." Meanwhile, he gently pushed the joystick forward, maneuvering the combat pod away from his motionless companions. Max relentlessly unleashed a torrent of heated particle beams upon the hull, and suddenly, laser fire breached it, causing air and debris to be violently sucked toward the gaping crack. "We must act swiftly," Max warned them. "This thing will seal itself." Bane retorted, "Do you doubt my capabilities?" No sooner had he spoken than he launched two rockets forward. With the sounds of explosions erupting, Rick let out a jubilant cheer, pushing the thrusters to their limits, as the combat pod roared through the hatch and surged through the breach. Milia had already retrieved the ejection capsule containing the miniaturized agents. A swarm of combat pods encircled Zor's spacecraft, akin to enraged wasps entangled with enemy fighters. Inserting this diminutive vessel into the enemy ship was a task of utmost simplicity. However, she could not resist the temptation to wade into the tumult. This commandeered combat pod burst forth from the rift, emerging triumphantly, as if a victor, narrowly avoiding the crossfire of the Zentradi. Yet, the occupants of this pod were brimming with vitality, unfazed by the perilous predicament they faced. Before them lay their mothership, ensconced within the furious metallic cloud, while above hovered their home planet and its shimmering satellite. "Are there any signals the radio system can receive?" Lisa inquired. "I am still attempting to establish contact," she replied. Beth leaned in to assist. Together, they forcefully adjusted the dial, managing to turn it to a certain degree. Rick discerned the sound of a familiar melody, a well-known voice singing a cherished song. It was Mime. Her voice resonated with the tune, "My boyfriend's a pilot." "As long as it's not my boyfriend was a pilot, I am fine," Bane remarked. Maria effortlessly evaded the dense barrage of autocannons and the fire unleashed by transforming fighters from SDF-1, maneuvering to a specific location of the space fortress. According to Britai, it was here that an opening could be easily created. She summoned the might of ancient cultures, extending her grappling arm from the fighter to tear open a recently constructed hatch of a diminutive humanoid craft. She cast the cylindrical object from the fighter into the isolation chamber, and the damaged aperture swiftly sealed itself. Success in the injection, Milia proclaimed loudly, "We are returning home." The reports of ongoing battles poured in relentlessly, as the enemy traced their trajectories in the sky, the combat raging fiercely. We switched to military frequencies. Rick, brimming with excitement, remarked, "I hope so, Lisa. I really don't wish to be shot down by our own VT fighters." Three armored giants approached the combat zone in an attack formation, their hands firmly grasping Gatling guns. Rick and Lisa exchanged glances with Bane and Max, their faces revealing unreserved concern. "Can they hear us, Rick? Can they receive us?" Rick closed his eyes, awaiting the imminent arrival of the approaching armored giants to usher them into the afterlife. Home felt so close, almost within reach. Chapter 3, Home Chapter 1. The enemy's fleet vastly outnumbered us in terms of battle vessels and overall firepower, persistently harassing us for an extended period. However, the Zentradi were repeatedly compelled to halt their comprehensive assaults against us. They sought to prevent our return to Earth, yet they were unable to do so, even though we remained uncertain of what fate the SDF-1 would bring us. Nevertheless, I refrained from sharing these thoughts with any crew members or refugees aboard. Revealing the grim reality to heartbroken friends or lovers would only lead to further despair. Captain Henry Glovel's logged the enemy's blue energy beams swept past Roy. The cockpit of Fokker was scorched, reflecting a small fireball from the horizontal tail of his transformed fighter. The term flight instinct, popular among pilots, originated in the 20th century to describe the exceptional intuition possessed by skilled aviators adept at high-speed maneuvers. Every pilot begins as a novice, gradually amassing experience and evolving in their craft. This instinct serves as the distinguishing mark between the inexperienced and the seasoned. Naturally, this instinct is remarkably pronounced in Major Roy Fokker, the commanding officer of the Skull Squadron and the leader of the transformed fighter squadron. Even when engaging in combat in the vacuum of outer space, his deft handling and clarity of thought enabled him to transmit commands through the sensors in his flight helmet, orchestrating a stunning half-roll maneuver that abruptly turned his aircraft in another direction. The thrusters expelled a brilliant flame, and the inertia from the maneuver pressed him firmly into the aircraft's seat. At that moment, the enemy's focus was solely on targeting him, rather than on the elegance of his flying posture. The alien pursuer within the combat pod closely trailed Roy, having pursued him for quite some time, relentlessly intent on bringing down Roy and his Robotech fighter under his cannon's fire. He was a commendable pilot, yet his flying skills were evidently inferior to those of Roy. The alien giant suddenly panicked, breaking into a cold sweat. The enemy aircraft that had been in his sights had vanished. The leader of the Skull Squadron had maneuvered behind the combat pod, positioning himself for the kill. In every corner of the battlefield, one can witness the combat capsules of the Zentradi and the reconnaissance vessels of the Cyclops embroiled in this brutal conflict. Within this domain, one can frequently observe numerous luminous spherical explosions, a phenomenon characteristic of zero-gravity conditions. The human defenders, piloting their morphing fighters, stand resolute against the onslaught of blue energy projectiles from the Zentradi and the high-density armor-piercing rounds fired from their own aircraft, engaging in a fierce contest. Regardless of the adversary, there exists no resemblance between the Zentradi vessels encountered by the human pilots and the clumsy combat capsules, which appear as if they were mere metal ostriches adorned with artillery. This newcomer bears a closer resemblance to humanity, appearing larger, more cumbersome, and undeniably less aesthetically pleasing than the armored morphing fighters in their heavy-duty configurations, albeit equipped with thicker protective armor. Its speed is remarkably swift, impervious to obstacles, even traversing the dense defensive barrage of the SDF-1. Roy sought to ascertain the safety of the space fortress beneath the veil of concentrated firepower. Yet the reality was starkly different. The fortress boldly advanced forward, seemingly oblivious to its peril. Moreover, intelligence received from the Tactical Air Force Network indicated that the Zentradi combat capsules and Cyclops vessels were in retreat. This development left Roy perplexed. He switched the Tactical Air Force Network to the command communication grid of the SDF-1, where whispers regarding the Zentradi's new aircraft had begun to circulate. Even the beleaguered SDF-1, enduring under the relentless bombardment, exhibited a keen response to this revelation. Yet, contrarily, the adversaries disengaged from the battlefront with astonishing alacrity, seemingly endeavoring to attain a more advantageous outcome than sheer annihilation through some strategic maneuver. The spacecraft sustained negligible damage, leading both combat personnel and onboard staff to concur that this was merely a probing assault, intended to evaluate the efficacy of new aircraft models or novel tactics. With the space fortress unscathed, Roy opted to disregard further trivialities. He assembled his squadron of transforming fighters, preparing for their return flight. Fighter pod sighted. Skull 5's voice resonated through the Tactical Air Force Network. Enemy aircraft coordinates, 1-9-4-7. Roy had already interfaced his airborne computer with one of the display screens. Indeed, it was a battle pod adrift. It was evidently damaged, with her steadily escaping, yet it remained non-combative. Possible ruse, Skull 7 interjected. What are your thoughts, Commander? Shall we obliterate it in a fiery explosion? Nay, there might be survivors within. Securing a captive would be of immense value to our intelligence personnel. The risk is justifiable. For, in the unforgiving theater of outer space warfare, survival after an incident is exceedingly rare. Whether alien or terrestrial, pilots either return triumphant or perish in combat. A fundamental axiom. Historically, Earthlings have never successfully rescued a Zentradi casualty. Furthermore, from a personal perspective, Roy was immensely eager to witness the scene of the Zentradi being interrogated firsthand. We intercepted signals emitted by the enemy aircraft, yet were unable to decipher them. A communications officer relayed the latest information from the command network. Such a rare opportunity was simply too enticing to decline. Ultimately, Grover reached the conclusion in the command network that if there were any survivors aboard the enemy craft, He should be immediately sent to the SDF-1. This could potentially be a trap or something of a similar nature. A security officer voiced his objections after observing the display on Roy's screen. At that moment, Roy's voice interjected into the command network. "You heard the captain's orders, so hasten to prepare the boarding tube, my friend." Grover's decision filled Roy with a sense of pride. Although the prospects were slim, there remained a possibility of uncovering the final clues leading to his best friend's whereabouts, thereby guiding the SDF-1 out of that perilous zone. In that desperate mission, Rick Hunter, Lisa Hayes, and others had been missing for an extended period. Roy maneuvered his fighter jet to the side and switched to the armored mode. "All right, Skull Squadron, follow my lead. It's time to engage in some heavy lifting." 2 additional fighters from the Skull Squadron transformed and reconfigured into armored mechs. Once the transformation was complete, these formidable killing machines were entirely transformed into colossal mechanical warriors clad in heavy armor. They joined Roy's ranks, pushing the incapacitated fighter pod toward the space fortress. The male and female officers of the EVA Special Operations Unit were diligently and cautiously undertaking their tasks, standing on the precipice of peril. What immense courage that required. Naturally, everyone was familiar with the legendary tales of the EVA team members and held their spirit of dedication and unwavering resilience in the highest regard, as Roy pondered. At this moment, his armored giant stood like a tower at the entrance of the boarding pipe. The damage was not severe. The voice of the EVA team leader resonated through the communication network as she monitored the entire scene. "But I cannot ascertain how much air has leaked. What do you think, Fock? Should we open it?" She was poised, holding a thermal torch, fixated on Roy within the cockpit. As the highest-ranking officer present, it was Roy's responsibility to report promptly to Grover. Recklessly opening the combat pod posed significant risks. They could inadvertently trigger unimaginable traps, resulting in the potential loss of all personnel on site, and even inflict damage on the SDF-1. Yet, we cannot remain in this passive state any longer, Roy thought. It was unacceptable to be oblivious to these adversaries, uncertain even about the cause for their struggle. "Captain Grover, sir, I believe we should give it a try." Roy bent slightly, extending his massive hand to block the path of the EVA team leader. "I'm sorry, Pietra, but this task falls to me." His armored giant rose once more, striding purposefully towards the battle pod. He hoisted the Gatling gun upon his shoulder, each heavy footfall causing the floor to tremble beneath him. "Cover me," he commanded his comrades. They immediately formed a fan-like formation, lowering their gun barrels to encompass the open space within their firepower range. From the forearm of Roy's armored giant extended several golden tendrils, each a complex mechanical hand, controller, and electric torch. "Be cautious, Roy," came the voice of Klema through the earpiece, his tone remarkably composed. He was reluctant to utilize the electric torch, as it risked igniting a fire or even causing an explosion. Instead, he resolved to use the enormous, formidable hands of the armored giant to decisively pry open the hatch of the battle pod. He hooked the fingers of the armored giant into the crevice of the hatch, seeking a point of leverage. The battle pod shook and jolted before ultimately yielding. The moment the hatch swung open, Roy maneuvered the armored giant to leap back, effortlessly aiming the gun. The armored giant's fingers rested firmly on the trigger, yet no adversary emerged immediately. At last it is over. Thank the heavens. When you regale your fellow pilots with tales of this extraordinary mission, do not forget to boast of how ruthlessly you pried open that hatch. Roy mused. If this is not a trap set by the enemy, then those we are combating must be the most ludicrous and foolish race in the cosmos. "I think you both performed admirably," another male voice interjected, marked by a humble, steady, and tranquil demeanor. "Look, Max." The first man spoke again, urging us to leave. Now, the whispers became increasingly chaotic, and a female voice shouted, "Beth, if you don't move your big foot from my face, I swear I'll break it." This was followed by a cacophony of bickering. Silence. The first man's voice pierced through their clamor. "Bang, Max, come over here and give me a hand." Shortly after, 2 figures clad in flight suits emerged from the hatch, hand in hand, the first being a disheveled mass of black hair. It was Rick Hunter, triumphantly clambering atop the imposing figure of Bane Dixon. 3 armored sentinels stood rigidly, observing him with their cannons casually resting at their sides, their heads tilted to one side, exhibiting a palpable sense of exasperation. Roy would not reveal to Rick the joy and relief he felt at that moment, for it would not aid in fostering their camaraderie. "We thought we had captured a prisoner," he remarked. "Guys, this time, Captain Grover will undoubtedly lament your absence as Zenith Star Warriors. This was not a surprising revelation. When the three Zenith agents voluntarily accepted the reconnaissance mission, Brita had barely hesitated to place her trust in them. Grant was one of those who felt the relentless danger acutely. During the disappearance of Lisa Hines, she assumed the responsibilities of the acting first officer aboard the vessel. Although Claudia and Lisa shared a close friendship, Claudia had always harbored reservations regarding Lisa's singular focus on her work and her overly serious demeanor. However, now that Claudia had been elevated to her current position, shouldering more significant responsibilities, especially during these extraordinary times, her perspective had shifted, particularly when Grover departed the bridge. The days had blurred into an indistinct passage of time. The exhilarating news of Lisa and the others being rescued had lost its luster amidst the grim reality of the SDF, one being encircled by enemy fleets. In accordance with the scheduled protocol, a task report meeting and a commander's conference would soon convene. Tired, Claudia lifted her gaze from the instruments to the distance, when suddenly she heard the eager voice of a technician on duty. "Hey, look at how beautiful it is. Have you ever considered that we might once again tread upon the soil of Earth?" The technician had pulled up an image of the distant blue and white planet on the display before her, their home planet, Earth. Approaching 30, Claudia was tall and possessed a honey-brown complexion, adorned with an exotic and striking visage. When she was joyful, her large black eyes sparkled with a bright glow, yet, when angered, they glimmered with a chilling light. At that moment, her eyes gleamed coldly, resembling a lighthouse signaling an alarm. Regarding this matter, why not inquire with the commander of the Zentradi fleet? Come over here and take a good look. Perhaps they have already departed. The technician is a girl under 20, with a cascade of auburn curls. Due to her diminutive stature, the uniform appears ill-fitting on her. She swallowed hard, her complexion paling. Claudia Grant's notorious temper is widely acknowledged, and when the situation demands, her prowess is formidable beyond the ordinary. The technician gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. Claudia took a moment to steady her breath and addressed the other substitute technicians. "So many lives are entrusted to us. How do you think they would feel if they were aware of our current predicament? Naturally, I believe you two would not wish for the citizens to falter because of this." In a secluded compartment of the SDF-1, an alien life form was stealthily making its way outward. They are no longer Zentradi, at least not at this moment. Despite their similar size and appearance to humans, they cannot be classified as Earthlings. Merely hours ago, they were members of a colossal warrior race. Not long past, a lightning-fast and merciless enemy aircraft inflicted severe losses upon the VT fighter group, and it was this very machine that transported these three peculiar beings aboard the spacecraft. The only term that accurately describes them is spies. "Well, let us commence our reconnaissance mission," Lick declared. He is the shortest among the trio, with wiry black hair. The stout Braun, a corpulent fellow with a severe mien, remarked acerbically, "We cannot possibly proceed attired in these garments. Our identities will be immediately compromised." Kanda, of comparable stature to Braun but with a slender frame and sharply defined features, shook his head, casting aside a swathe of violet hair that obscured his vision, a hue, according to the Zenithian think tank's report, decidedly unfashionable among the local populace. "Then let us procure some garments surreptitiously," suggested Sorda. Prior to their departure, the Zenithian think tank's officers had furnished them with meticulous instructions and a general operational framework, yet the precise execution was contingent upon their improvisation. Evidently, Kanda's proposition held considerable merit. The spies vacated their concealed position, venturing into the corridor and melting into the umbrage, all the while circumspectly observing their surroundings. However, their stealthy movements risked attracting more attention than a nonchalant stroll accompanied by casual conversation. As the exotically dressed individual peered from his concealment, they were met with an unfamiliar yet captivating sound, a vocalization hitherto unknown to them, an earthly utterance. The sound appeared to bear no martial significance, leading Kanda to speculate whether it might be the vocalization of an alien life form. The sound emanated from a nearby direction, prompting them to seek cover, lest they be detected. The peculiar, intriguing sound ceased, and the spies overheard a colloquy between several female Earthlings. "Whither dost thou desire to venture this eve, Sammy?" The sound of high heels clicking sharply on the deck echoed as three female Earthlings approached, causing several spies to hastily curl into the shadows. "It seems my coat is quite eager to part ways with me," Vanessa remarked. The chilling trio on the bridge, Sammy, Kim, and Vanessa, burst into laughter once more. After finally finding someone to take their place, They could relish the taste of freedom and leisure, their joy palpable. A door leading to the special crew quarters slid open, and they stepped inside, the door closing behind them and leaving their laughter outside. What could they possibly be discussing? Kondo wondered, rubbing the soles of his feet. Standing barefoot on the cold deck was quite unpleasant. The term miniature beings had long been used by the Zenithians as a derogatory reference to life forms similar to Earthlings. Yet now they hesitated to determine the appropriateness of such terminology. Brown nodded in agreement. Indeed, but let us wait a moment longer to see what else we might uncover. They are dressed in different outfits. Lick quietly pointed out. Special missions often require a more specialized division of labor. Perhaps this was to harness varying strengths? I see. Brown exclaimed with a tone of astonishment. Do these individuals change uniforms for different tasks? Konda raised a tactical question. But why do these uniforms bear no resemblance to one another? The spies seemed to gradually realize that what they had just witnessed might not have been uniforms at all. However, without uniforms, identifying each other would be impossible. Why would the miniaturized people willingly endure the resulting inconveniences? It appeared that unraveling this intricate matter would be far from simple. Furthermore, the three miniaturized individuals' appearances and voices, though pleasant, were hardly those of serious military personnel. This, too, was a point of suspicion. The three spies exchanged perplexed glances. Incredible, Brown summarized. But what does it all signify? Leek furrowed his brow. Konda, scratching his chin, offered his perspective. They changed clothes in that cabin, which implies we can also find attire suitable for ourselves there. An excellent notion, Brown exclaimed. Then let us proceed. Leek joyously cried out. They briskly scurried down the passageway, their bare feet pattering against the deck. After ensuring the chamber was unoccupied, they all squeezed through the doorway. Naturally, none would confess to the others that their thoughts were preoccupied with the captivating female, miniaturized individuals, and they cautiously avoided being perceived by their companions. Inside the cabin were two entire walls of small lockers, with a narrow aisle in between. The spies began rummaging through the lockers, seeking garments that would fit their forms. They tentatively approached the clothing, their movements rather restrained. The fabric structures of the humans seemed to pose no threat, hanging docilely in the closets. Yet, when combined with the potent force of their former culture, they could become capable of anything. The three of them donned their garments with utmost caution, as if standing amidst a slumbering assembly of German hunting dogs. Ultimately, they secured their swaying sleeves. With no calamity befalling them, their taut nerves began to relax, and the three Zeta beings instantly radiated newfound confidence. However, they encountered another dilemma. The attire within the wardrobe at the corridor's forefront appeared more identifiable and suitable for daily endeavors, albeit with a somewhat eccentric cut. Conversely, the garments at the corridor's end were predominantly adorned with trimmings. Even the uniform-style trousers and shirts bore such embellishments, while some lower garments exhibited exquisite designs, yet lacked tailored pant legs. Hey, Brown, we must depart, urged Lick. This uniform is rather exceptional. Brown clumsily hurried to catch up. But it is the only fitting attire I've found. I also discovered a two-dimensional image in the previous wardrobe. What do you think of its effect? Brown tugged at the creases of his shirt, laboriously slipping his feet into a pair of half-heeled women's shoes he had located. The white silk ensemble he wore fit him remarkably well, and the fluffy collar and elegant pearl accessories were positioned precisely as depicted in the fashion photographs he had seen. It looks splendid, Brown. Now, we must take our leave, Lick remarked dismissively. Brown's expression seemed to reflect a tinge of hurt. Lick appeared somewhat impatient. Due to their reduced stature, the Zeta beings found their weapons excessively large, rendering them unwieldy and impossible to carry. Thus he and the other two boarded the spacecraft empty-handed. In the closet of the diminutive individuals, apart from the temporarily borrowed garments, they could find no weapons. How could these fellows feel secure without a single close combat weapon at hand? This is utterly foolish. Boo appeared somewhat agitated, while Rick seemed despondent. Provoking these hulking individuals was decidedly unwise. Eventually, Brown tugged at his shirt and spoke. I am prepared. We have encountered an adversary, yet he is not one of us. They possess numerous characteristics akin to ours, and we have been grievously harmed by our own. After all, an enemy is an enemy. Please continue with your report, Colonel Hines. The captain commanded. They sat in tall back chairs, aligned along the gleaming conference table, having recently been welcomed as heroes. Yet now, Captain Grover's presence served as their sole consolation. Lisa felt as though she were seated before an interrogation panel. The gazes of Lisa, Rick, Bane, and Max traversed the expansive and elongated table towards the assessment panel, composed of 4 officers. Among the 4 adorned with military insignia, only Colonel Mastoff was truly responsible for commanding the troops. As the squadron commander of the Air Force and a soldier known for his serious demeanor and distinguished achievements, he held considerable esteem. The members of the assessment panel scrutinized the fugitives with expressions akin to examining microorganisms under a microscope. Grover presided over the meeting from the head of the conference table. He encouraged Lisa to express all her concerns, asking if she was certain that her predictions were free from bias. Was there truly a vast fleet docked at the central base of the Zenithians, far exceeding any numbers we had previously encountered? At that moment, the communicator beside him chimed. Yet he chose to ignore it. Rick cast a worried glance at her. Their gazes met, and although he did not nod in agreement, it was evident that her testimony was unfavorably received. Nonetheless, she knew he would be her steadfast ally. Yes, Commander, there are at least that many, and it is likely to exceed 1 million vessels. This is merely a conservative estimate. Grover reached for the microphone, fixing his gaze on Rick. Is that so? Rick nodded. Indeed, Commander, there are that many. No race could amass such a formidable force. If these extraterrestrials could achieve this, they could not possibly maintain such a primitive societal structure and psychological state. Captain, the officer from the think tank exclaimed with frustration, raising his voice. Enough, Grover thundered, plunging the room into sudden silence. After displaying his divine authority, Grover swiftly regained his rational tone. Gentlemen, let us first listen to the report before engaging in further discussion. This was not merely a suggestion. Everyone present understood this. The members of the advisory panel finally softened their stance. The 4 escapees made no mention of the matter. Even now, Lisa remains uncertain about her feelings following the kiss. She suspects Rick harbors similar confusion, despite his infatuation with a girl named Ming-Mei. Max and Bane remain tight-lipped. They are not only Rick's subordinates but also his loyal friends. The arrogant officer of the think tank, who narrowly avoided a thrashing from Bane Dixon, tilted his chair back in a manner that was utterly absurd. Major Anderson cast a stiff glance in his direction, his waxed mustache seeming to bristle with indignation. It must be said that the colonel's vanity is exceedingly pronounced. Such extreme frivolity is exceedingly unbecoming for someone who has endured the crucible of war. Throughout the morning, he uttered nothing more than this single remark. Mastoff chuckled meaningfully and addressed the other members of the assessment team, exclaiming, "This is far too complicated for me." He then erupted into laughter. Lisa's expression shifted, while Rick felt rage coursing through him. Mastoff's gaze was fixed on Lisa like a piercing needle, and being criticized in front of junior officers left him somewhat discomfited. "Colonel Hines, have you finished?" Lisa boldly met his gaze, replying, "Yes, sir, I have." Bane whispered in Rick's ear, "I think they simply do not believe us." Bane is certainly not one of the intellectual luminaries of the army. He believes that such incidents will never occur to him until the inquiry concludes. Mastoff pressed his hands firmly against the table, facing Grover. "Do you truly believe their deceitful words? This is a ploy of the enemy. It is nothing but an illusion." Mastoff interrupted him, speaking with swift determination. "I will broadcast this immediately using the code." "Colonel Mastoff," Grover interjected, "there is no need for you to do that." He lit his pipe, and the others gazed at him in astonishment. Grover continued, "We must break through the blockade established by the enemy between the SDF-1 and our homeland." The members of the assessment team fell silent, and Mastoff exclaimed, "We cannot breach that defensive line." Rick glanced around and noticed that those seated beside him perceived this as a splendid idea. Grover stood up, declaring, "At our current pace, we are merely 2 days' journey from Earth. They must be aware of this as well." He was making his way toward the hatch. With a troubled expression, Mastoff addressed Grover's back. "What shall we do then?" Grover turned to face the heroes who had escaped from the enemy's ship, saying, "As for the 4 of you." They immediately stood up, their bodies rigid with anticipation. The 4 men enthusiastically saluted him. "Relax," Grover said, taking a hearty puff from his pipe. They executed a sharp right turn and marched out of the conference room in an orderly fashion. However, at the last moment, Grover removed his pipe and shouted, "Wait, Lisa." The others proceeded onward, but Lisa paused at the hatchway, pivoting to face Grover. "Yes, Captain?" she inquired. Privately, he confided, "I am personally inclined to deem your report veracious. However, of course," she responded. "Thank you, Captain. I acknowledge and deeply appreciate your confidence in us." "I am gratified that you comprehend," he replied. As the hatchway yawned open once more, she turned and departed. I would far sooner confront aliens in combat than endure the visages of those high-ranking officials again, Max Sterling declared to Rick in the corridor. They advanced abreast, with Bane trailing behind. Scarcely had they taken a few steps when they heard Lisa's hastened footsteps as she caught up from the rear. Grover is not so unfavorable, Bane commented. And Major Anderson is tolerable enough. They are merely fulfilling their obligations. Rick's words were measured. Were I in their position, I dare say I would act similarly. Indeed, you would. Lisa interjected. She was taken aback by the transformation of the headstrong, undisciplined youth into a seasoned officer, adept at considering matters from diverse perspectives and understanding others. If they were in our place, they would likely feel as we do. A valid point, Bane remarked. Why not contemplate the more favorable aspects? Rick turned to regard him with a sardonic expression. I believe you could benefit from a relaxing session in a dentist's chair, Bane. Are you certain we are not on the wrong path? Kanda inquired anxiously, his gaze fixed on the elevator floor. The indicator light flickered incessantly as they descended to the ground level. Yet I still believe we ought to find a way to infiltrate the bridge, Brown grumbled. The elevator came to a halt, and the door slid open, revealing a blinding light that assaulted their eyes. The three spies stood frozen, astonished by the sight before them, each emitting a gasp of disbelief. Before them sprawled the bustling metropolis of Macross City. Vehicles flowed endlessly down the streets, while the sidewalks brimmed with hurried pedestrians. Streetlights and signage hung overhead, their luminescence enhanced by the EVE imaging simulation system, which cast starlight upon the urban landscape, adding an enchanting glow. Showcases in the shops displayed a dazzling array of clothing, utensils, books, furniture, and a myriad of captivating goods. Lick swallowed hard before managing to voice his thoughts. There is an abundance of intelligence worth probing here. Where shall we begin? Kanda inhaled deeply. I suggest we first mingle among the miniature populace, observing their customs and way of life. Gathering their courage, they stepped outside. Everywhere they looked, earthlings bustled about, some solitary, some in pairs, and others in groups. Each street teemed with movement. While a few earthlings donned military attire, the majority wore an eclectic mix of clothing. After ensuring that neither he nor his companions had drawn any attention, Brown smoothed the wrinkles of his skirt and tugged at his knee-high stockings. None of them maintained a synchronized pace with one another. They set off, attentively observing their surroundings. What do you think he is doing? Brown whispered to his companion. Lick pondered for a moment before breaking into a sudden laugh, as if he had unraveled a mystery. He must be taking inventory. Brown and Kanda murmured in agreement, exclaiming, "Ah, precisely." They nodded thoughtfully. May herself issued a statement, expressing her hope that all her devoted fans would offer understanding and support during this temporary hardship, adding that she loved each and every one of them. Extracted from the advertisements of newspapers, magazines, and radio stations in Macross City, they found themselves surrounded by an overwhelming array of light boxes and vibrant neon signs, right in the bustling heart of Macross City. They could decipher the words on the signs, as long as they were not overly ornate, yet the underlying significance eluded them. There was a distinct lack of coherence. They believed these miniature figures were undoubtedly insane. However, none of them dared to admit to the other two that they felt an inexplicable and profound attraction to it all, which was truly astonishing. Lick waved his hand towards the sky, questioning what military prowess these assorted signs could possibly possess. He continued forward, with the other two closely trailing behind. The peculiarity of these entities must surely stem from their origins, which rendered their behavior entirely different from ours. However, I currently find myself unable to grasp its essence. I have noticed it too, exclaimed Lick with excitement. It is a third force beyond balance, one that must be supernatural and capable of influencing them all. They heard a burst of laughter approaching from their direction, interspersed with loud shouts and the eerie squeaks of wheels gliding over the pavement. Brown pointed in that direction. Enemy warriors. A young man and a young woman approached them with ease, their movements rather juvenile, gliding along on a wheeled contraption that could accommodate only one person. Their hair danced in the wind as they shouted exuberantly, occasionally bursting into laughter. They tilted their bodies to maintain their balance. From their spirited demeanor, several spies could discern that these two youthful daredevils were relishing the joy of training and harboring a thirst for battle. "Make way," the boy shouted. "Yikes," the girl echoed. Brown hurriedly stepped aside, attempting to conceal his trepidation at their spine-chilling battle cries. Yet, the two skateboard enthusiasts remained blissfully unaware that they had inadvertently become entangled in a minor conflict between two races, careening forward without any intention of yielding. Mistaking their antics for an assault directed at him, Brown hastily rolled backward. However, due to the unsuitable height of his heels, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Lying on his back, hastening to his side, Khan and Lick knelt beside Brown. "Brown, are you unharmed?" "I am unscathed, Khan," Brown replied, "though I fear we have aroused their suspicion." The spies cast anxious glances around, indeed noticing that passers-by were staring at them with inquisitive eyes, murmuring amongst themselves, yet refraining from halting or displaying any hostile behavior. Perhaps it was merely a probing attack, Lick conjectured, though the lack of conviction in his voice betrayed his true misgivings. Should the miniaturized humans be engaged in such a cruel cat-and-mouse game? They were undoubtedly masters of wartime psychology. An increasing number of people began to take note of them, deriding them openly before continuing on their way. Judging from the pedestrians' words and actions, their attention seemed primarily focused on Brown and his attire. "There must be something amiss with the uniform you selected," Lick whispered. "Our attire appears indistinguishable from theirs, does it not? Did you discern anything amiss?" Khan inquired, as he and Lick each grasped one of Brown's arms, hoisting the burly warrior to his feet. Brown adjusted his white stockings, smoothing the pearl strands on his garment. "I perceive nothing out of order myself, though I do fancy a change into attire that would offer more protection from the chill air." He tugged at the hem of his skirt. At this, the pedestrians halted, gaping at them, clutching each other's arms as peals of laughter erupted. The diminutive women appeared to turn slightly away, casting their gazes from the men, only to glance back with flushed cheeks, then shaking their heads and laughing softly. Lick caught fragments of conversation amidst the crowd, snippets concerning women's attire, and he immediately grasped the situation with a sense of trepidation, scrutinizing the clothing and their wearers around him. It dawned on him. You are clad in a woman's uniform. Thus, it seemed they would not be apprehended by the diminutive secret police. Brown, feeling a wave of shame, closed his eyes, nearly leaning his entire weight against Candace's arm. Kanda nudged him gently, urging, "All right, let us depart swiftly." No one appeared to harbor intentions of stopping them. On the contrary, most of the crowd laughed even more heartily. They formed a line, dashing forward with Kanda leading the way, turning a corner, crossing a street, navigating another intersection, and slipping into a park to ensure they were not being followed. "The social gathering is now commencing," a devout voice proclaimed. Yet another group of inebriated performance artists, an elderly man exclaimed, waving his cane at them in indignation. However, apart from a few bewildered glances, he paid them no further attention. Suddenly, Candace spotted a conspicuous sign, one they had evidently seen before. It depicted the visage of a diminutive person, labeled with the word male beside it. A waiter stood outside, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd as they passed in and out, and he noticed Kanda and Lick hastening into the men's restroom. There is nothing peculiar about it. He had previously encountered swifter runners. At that moment, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps. He lifted his gaze once more and noticed Brown sprinting in their direction, closely trailing behind them. The waiter seized his arm, wearing a serious expression, and said, "Wait a moment, madam. Do not proceed further. The ladies' restroom is to the left." All right. Brown turned around and dashed into the ladies' restroom. He, feeling agitated, wandered to the base of the building, his thoughts drifting far away, oblivious to the shrieks and furious outcries emanating from the restroom. A man. "Get out, pervert." Brown soon emerged from the restroom, crawling out. His shirt was torn from his shoulders, his hair disheveled, and his face bore scratches. His thighs were bruised and battered. After catching his breath and regaining some composure, he leaned dejectedly against the wall, intending to leave swiftly before enduring another round of blows. These diminutive beings surely possess a culture inclined towards aggression. In another corner of the park, at the semi-open Celestial Dome Theater where Ming Mei was awarded the title of Miss Macross, a special commemorative ceremony was about to commence. Max Sterling appeared rather indifferent. Although certain matters had caused them some distress, Bain seemed quite displeased. "Hey, Max, I thought we could enjoy a proper rest or relaxation." Max adjusted his oversized aviator glasses and bestowed upon Bain a calm, yet mischievous smile. "Oh, what does it matter? Did you not wish to be a hero? Did you not express your anticipation for this day?" Bain, feeling a surge of irritation, began to reassess Max. This diminutive figure, still under 20 and devoid of any combat experience, had once been subjected to stringent vision tests during his application for pilot training. Those requiring corrective lenses were deemed inferior even to those prone to motion sickness. Max had always been rather unassuming, his words few, reminiscent of the principles of Zen. For a long time, he had remained overlooked. Yet once he took to the skies in a transforming fighter jet, he emerged as the most renowned and celebrated pilot. Not even Rick Hunter could rival him, let alone Roy Fokker. Nevertheless, Max retained an innocent demeanor, quietly embracing the surprises fate had in store for him. Shy and loyal, yet easily flushed, it was no wonder he sought to dye his hair blue in pursuit of fashion. All right. Pause for a moment, Bane quipped. In truth, Bane was not genuinely displeased. Who could feel vexed amidst the throngs of adoration and cheers? These poor souls, regardless of their identities, were illuminated by a series of lights that rendered their surroundings brighter than day. The theater's sound system blared the Warriors' triumph march, the sound waves causing the curtains to flutter. Applause, cheers, and whistles erupted, crashing like waves upon the shore. Rick and Lisa deepened their understanding through intermittent contact, irresistibly drawn to an undeniable charm within each other. Their interactions gradually becoming more harmonious. As the stirring music played, they appeared increasingly relaxed. Four escapees, clad in immaculate formal attire, stood in a straight line before the stage. The corners of the starlit domed theater overflowed with an eager audience, their faces illuminated with excitement and admiration. The ceremony's host, a sharply dressed and slick-tongued individual, gripped the microphone, directing his toothy grin toward the audience. Rick sighed, endeavoring to endure the tedious proceedings. The background music featured incessant trumpet and snare drum sounds, the crowd's cheers rising in a crescendo. A technician approached to adjust the malfunctioning microphone, ensuring the host's words reached everyone clearly. Here, our four young warriors miraculously escaped the enemy's grasp. Colonel Lisa Hines, the first female space hero aboard our warship. Rick noticed Lisa's breath quicken, her gaze fixed firmly on the ground. Driven by a steel-like resolve, she compelled herself to maintain composure before the throng, for facing such a multitude required immense courage. And there was Lieutenant Rick Hunter, whose exceptional flying skills had become the stuff of legend. Rick had faced such occasions numerous times. He had long since mastered the art of bowing and waving before an audience to convey his joy upon receiving accolades. However, those moments belonged to a bygone era. When he was part of his father's aerial acrobatics troupe, he was well acquainted with the psychology of the crowd, effortlessly displaying his prowess amidst the throng. He understood how to achieve the utmost effect, locking eyes with the audience, bestowing a kiss on a child's cheek, shaking hands with an elderly gentleman, or even embracing a striking lady with warmth. Yet he did none of these. He found himself ensnared within the enemy's vessel, surrounded by the frenzied inhabitants of the heavens, who had brought him deep into their stronghold. This was far from a moment worthy of applause. The art of performing before a crowd had become a relic of his past, entirely belonging to a different life. Rick Hunter slightly inclined his head and offered a salute. He received a round of applause, but it held little significance for him. Turning his gaze, he sought Lisa's whereabouts, only to find her gazing back at him. Their fearless companion stood alongside them, and the host's voice grew increasingly exuberant, as if he were personally partaking in this grand escape. Max Sterling and Bane Dixon, for valiant warriors, let us extend our deepest gratitude to you. The host raised the microphone once more. The commotion in the audience began to subside. Furthermore, as a tribute to these youthful heroes, we have arranged a special concert. Let us welcome Miss Macross and Lin Ming-Mei to the stage. Miss Macross, Ming-Mei. Rick had almost entirely forgotten about Ming-Mei's recent victory in the Miss Macross pageant. In truth, that had merely been a matter of days since his last mission, yet it felt as if a century had passed. Her silhouette emerged from the wings of the stage, and immediately the spotlight was cast upon her. Accompanying her was a bodyguard, clad in a tailcoat and adorned with a white bow tie, cradling a magnificent bouquet of red roses, which accentuated her regal presence. Indeed, she radiated an air of nobility. The audience erupted with fervor, chanting her name amidst a cacophony of whistles and applause. Rick observed a group of individuals lingering at the side of the stage, evidently Ming-Mei's backup dancers. They donned exquisite jackets and sunglasses, exuding an effortless elegance that would impress even the most discerning fashion critics. As for Ming-Mei, she was adorned in a splendidly pleated gown, the delicate ruffles cascading upwards to reveal her long, graceful legs. Her hair flowed behind her like black jade, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Clearly, she had acclimated to the stage lights and the adoration of the audience. It was hard to fathom that the young girl who had once shared unforgettable adventures and quiet moments with Rick was now this stage sensation. The darling of the entertainment media, she tossed a few playful kisses to the crowd, further igniting their excitement. Meanwhile, the security personnel's primary duty was to prevent the audience from rushing the stage to disturb the military heroes. They exerted every ounce of their strength to restrain the frenzied devotees, preempting any descent into unmanageable chaos. A cohort of young women embarked on futile endeavors to draw near to Min-Mei, many succumbing to tears. "I am at a loss to comprehend these individuals," observed Ben. With a dismissive snort, "I find myself quite out of place in such an environment." He gestured towards his uniform lapel, lamenting, "At the commencement of this ceremony, it was as immaculate as if freshly laundered. My pristine uniform is on the verge of being utterly crushed." Lisa's gaze was fixed upon Rick, whose attention, in turn, was riveted upon Min-Mei. Lisa did not perceive herself as embodying the archetype of a heroine, nor did she lay claim to extraordinary fortitude or valor. On the contrary, she found herself somewhat vexed by the altered ambience of the venue. To what extent did the common populace truly comprehend the accomplishments and merits of the military? At the mere appearance of the beauty pageant victor, they seemed to have expunged from their memory those who had risked their lives to safeguard SDF. 1. Min-Mei raised her hands, signaling for tranquility, and the clamorous atmosphere of the hall gradually subsided. She accepted the initial bouquet of crimson roses from the tuxedo-clad gentleman behind her and presented it to Lisa, conveying, "Congratulations on your safe return." Min-Mei possessed an irresistible charm and an effusive demeanor that were difficult to counter. She possessed the ability to articulate something extraordinary through her words, rendering one defenseless. Consequently, regardless of whom she encountered, they invariably treated her with utmost courtesy. Subsequently, she selected a second bouquet of flowers and advanced towards Rick. Lisa clenched her fists tightly. In mere moments, Min-Mei had engendered a profound sense of familiarity, as if she regarded her as paramount. Lisa had to concede that resisting Min-Mei's allure would be exceedingly difficult for anyone, particularly for men. As seasoned veterans of the Zentradi military, you must conceal your innate superiority, which is both imperative and self-evident. Concurrently, you must obscure from the enemy your immunity to the degenerate behaviors of Earthlings. Extract from Britai's operational directive to Agents Rico, Braun, and Konda. Min-Mei approached Rick, presenting him with another bouquet of roses. "Welcome back, handsome devil," she exclaimed. As she placed the flowers in his hands, she winked and offered a subtle smile. Rick was momentarily stunned, seemingly captivated, and responded without hesitation, "Yes, thank you." Min-Mei gently caressed Rick's right cheek with her delicate hand and bestowed a light kiss on his left cheek. Rick experienced a sudden surge of alternating chills and warmth, as if oscillating between ice and fire. He recalled a moment months prior when they were trapped in a remote compartment of the SDF-1, where they shared a more profound and lingering kiss. The audience's expressions abruptly turned somber. Min-Mei was an idol to all, yet a peculiar sense of envy arose in their hearts. Min-Mei was showing such favor to an obscure lieutenant. Perhaps he was a hero, but so what? She is the beloved dream of every individual, an idol cherished by all, and a fairy in the hearts of the people. At this moment, whispers began to circulate among the audience, and animosity towards this lieutenant began to fester within the crowd. She turned to face the spectators, her expression of delight unwavering. "Enough! Enough!" she gently admonished, waving her fingers. Intriguingly, the sounds of resentment vanished in an instant, and the audience erupted into applause once more. In a gesture of fairness, Min-Mei, while presenting flowers to Max and Bane, bestowed upon them a kiss, exclaiming, "Congratulations! Congratulations to you both." The audience was satisfied, for their affection for her ran deep. Seated near the stage were 3 spies. Initially, they had merely sought refuge from the pursuit of the diminutive beings, blending into the throngs of the circular theater. However, they soon realized that the crowd was swelling, and thus, they entertained the notion of seizing the opportunity to gather information. To their astonishment, the execution of this intent proved remarkably effortless. Brown had long discarded his wrinkled skirt, knee-high stockings, silk blouse, and even the exquisitely tasteful string of pearls. At present, he donned a blue-collared sweater and dark trousers, having expended considerable effort to acquire this new attire. In a secluded and tranquil street, they stumbled upon a metallic cabinet, inscribed with the words "charitable donations." After some time, this dapper warrior of the Zenith race finally unearthed a fitting male outfit for the miniature beings within. Consequently, The three spies surmised that the charitable provision of tin dwellings to those facing hardship constituted one of the rudimentary amenities within the diminutive society's barbaric culture. Evidently, such an approach was somewhat excessive, yet the trio concurred that it served its purpose commendably. Presently, they observed their surroundings with apprehension. All the micronized beings were fixated upon the entity known as Minmay. Initially, the spies entertained the notion that they had inadvertently stumbled upon a religious convocation, intending to ascertain the Earthling's fundamental disposition toward the Zentradi. However, the conclusion reached was that the Zentradi were held in rather low esteem. Furthermore, they appeared to be engaged in a custom involving the conveyance of floral tributes, accompanied by a cacophony of discordant sounds and emotions, with the audience directing their sentiments toward Minmay. In particular, Kantar sensed that he was on the cusp of grasping the essence of a significant military secret. The enemy's morale was undeniably elevated, perhaps through the application of some novel consciousness manipulation technique. At that juncture, they recognized Minmay. Evidently, she was the very female figure they had observed during their inaugural signal reception mission. This time, she was not adorned in the peculiar armor, which the micronized beings referred to as swimwear, but rather in an attire that, while not overtly revealing, accentuated her slender physique. The three spies had yet to witness the manifestation of prehistoric culture in Earthling sartorial choices, despite their somewhat jarring style. The crowd continues to chant Mingmay's name incessantly. Hey, what on earth is happening? Is it a riot? Brown's voice boomed, resonating through the chaos. They were tightly pressed together by the throng. Yet Konda's hand remained firmly on Brown's shoulder. Stay calm. I hardly believe this is a riot. It resembles something more ominous. Rick, nearly at the end of this row of spectators, was drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably. This must be an ancient, terrifying anti-enemy and anti-special program. It was an utter manifestation of chaos. Perhaps someone could discern its intricacies. He plugged his ears with his hands and tightly shut his eyes. Oh, my head aches terribly. He felt despondent, somewhat drained, yet amidst the crowded assembly, his two companions managed to keep him grounded. At that moment, Mingmay approached the edge of the stage, the spotlight converging upon her, and the residents of Macross City erupted into applause and cheers once more. It turned out that several chairs had mysteriously appeared on stage, where Rick, Lisa, Max, and Bane took their seats, appearing notably uneasy. Under the spotlight, Mingmay posed like an angel and pointed toward them. To celebrate their return, tonight, I shall dedicate my first song to these four heroes and all the valiant warriors who safeguard our lives. She blew a kiss to the audience, and the band commenced playing a lively tune. Streamers and petals fell like rain, and the stage lights flickered in response. At the moment she spread her arms wide. She transcended into a being of light and shadow, spirit and enchantment. Colorful ribbons and petals drifted towards the crowd. After exchanging a few words, the people grew familiar with one another, embracing each other joyfully as they immersed themselves in the festive atmosphere. The stage lights shimmered, and emotions clashed within. As my heart and soul belong to you, here, I sing for you. The bells toll, heralding the realization of my dreams. In that fleeting moment, the dancer's forms became somewhat indistinct, appearing elusive, while her image transformed from a media-dominating beauty into something entirely different. Ultimately, she was merely an ordinary citizen, akin to everyone aboard the spacecraft, a refugee from Macross Island. The success and identity she attained belonged to all, for they were gifts from the collective. She was one of them, wholly dedicating herself to the public, allowing everyone to revel in the joyous atmosphere. Her radiant voice soared, infusing the song with a crescendo of confidence. Her slender, well-proportioned figure, illuminated by the lights, etched joy into their hearts. The crowd erupted, and those scarred by the ravages of war expressed their emotions in ways that others could scarcely comprehend. She rekindled their sense of hope and spirited feelings. It was said that she embodied the essence of the soldiers and civilians aboard the SDF-1, a statement that was not at all exaggerated. Strangely, they felt an innate familiarity with emotions reminiscent of their past experiences. The Zenith beings searched through their memories for the event where thousands swayed together, gradually coming to comprehend the nature of what lay before them. Clearly, she posed an incredible danger to the Zenith beings. Yet, why did I find myself so drawn to her? Rick sank into contemplation. I sensed an ineffable primal essence. Brown, harboring doubts, inquired. Yet, the sensation it evoked within me was rather delightful. Rick candidly shared his thoughts with his companion. This is hypnosis, Brown exclaimed. Although he was well aware from his rigorous training in both hypnosis and anti-hypnosis that this was not hypnosis. Indeed, but I still find it somewhat appealing, Kanda admitted. The crowd swayed to the music, laughter echoing around them, and they too joined in the merriment and movement. Stage fright began. Now, I shall become a new star. I felt a tremor within me, yet it was so ethereal. I could hardly believe I had traversed such a long journey. Weary, Rick placed the bouquet upon his lap. Gaining clearer insight, the current Ming-Mei had ascended to a realm entirely different from before. Regardless of the trials they had endured together or the feelings they shared, it mattered not. He had already lost her. Lisa leaned towards him, concern etched on her face. Are you all right, Rick? He shook his head and inhaled deeply. I'm fine. The stage lights were blinding, nothing more. Lisa discerned that he was concealing something. If he were indifferent to the events unfolding around him or inherently slow to react, he could not have attained the rank of lieutenant colonel and secured the position of chief officer aboard the SDF-1. Nevertheless, gazing at Rick and the unattainable Misa, she struggled to articulate her inner turmoil, a complex amalgamation of relief and an ominous premonition. Misa raised her hands high, elevating the audience's emotions to yet another crescendo. The dazzling lights enveloped her from all directions, as if she encompassed the hopes and passions of everyone present. I can hardly believe I have traversed such a long journey. Now, I shall become a new star. The hatch leading to the bridge of the fortress opened, and all heads turned in astonishment. Gasps and cheers instantly filling the air. Lisa felt quite content. For her, the opportunity to work here was of paramount importance. Grover was not present on the bridge at that moment. A substitute technician descended from Lisa's former workstation, gazing at her with delight, yet appearing somewhat intimidated in the presence of this formidable woman. It is a pleasure to see you again, the appointed technician exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. She delicately traced her fingers across the buttons on the console, her thoughts already drifting far away. Countless times, she had thought she would never stand here again. Congratulations on your promotion. You are unequivocally a hero. We are all immensely proud of you, Lisa. The technician overseeing Lisa's position clasped her hands together, her smile radiating joy. Yet, a few matters continued to haunt her. The kiss at the enemy base, along with the peculiar dynamics between Rick and Mame, perhaps orchestrated by fate, left her feeling somewhat unsettled. However, she was destined to become a member of the Hines family, part of a lineage of soldiers, her fate irrevocably intertwined with the SDF-1. Clearly, all uncertainties aboard the bridge of the space fortress were almost transparent. Doubts about the future and concerns over destiny lay scattered like withered petals across the floor. A faint blush crept across Lisa's pale cheeks. Oh, you rascal. Go on, tell Aunt Claudia. Her dark eyes mischievously narrowed into slits. Did this sudden commendation bestow upon you the virtue of humility? Lisa averted her gaze, looking down at the deck, although she often locked eyes with her during off-duty hours. At this moment, she made every effort to avoid contact. Yet, under Claudia's playful teasing, she found herself smiling, a genuine smile that lingered longer than usual, albeit with a hint of silliness. You got it right, but I must keep my secret. Lisa crossed her arms over her chest, adopting a serious expression as she mimicked Grover's stern demeanor. She glanced around, confident that her act would not go awry. All right, everyone, let us maintain some decorum. An unfamiliar technician rushed off to fetch coffee, and soon, each person was handed a cup. Claudia appeared to recall something. She set down her cup and exclaimed, "Wait, Lisa, I remember you were on special leave." Just then, the hatch slid open once more, and the formidable trio made their entrance. Sammy, Kim, and Vanessa rushed in, their eyes wide with astonishment as they disregarded the officer's code of conduct entirely. Lisa had always cherished the serene yet powerful atmosphere aboard the bridge of the SDF-1, and she embraced them with abandon. This young woman was in need of someone to confide in, Claudia thought, though she had no inkling of the conversation's impending direction. Despite demonstrating extraordinary valor and exceptional flying skills in aerial combat, some still perceived Max's amiable disposition as a sign of weakness. This matter had sparked several disputes, prompting Max to insist that Rick keep a watchful eye on Ben, forbidding him from intervening on his behalf. In truth, Max required no assistance. His reflexes, visual acuity, and coordination far surpassed anyone's expectations. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Max would invariably extend a hand to help his opponent to their feet, wearing a childlike smile, and even offered simple first aid following a particularly intense confrontation. Before long, those seeking to trouble Max Sterling gradually lost interest in their pursuits. Max brushed his azure hair back and adjusted his aviator sunglasses. Hearing the roar of another Jeep's engine behind him, he turned his head, leaning forward slightly. He patted Rick's shoulder and gestured with his thumb towards the rear. Just behind him, Roy Folk's vehicle had caught up, carrying 3 pilots from the Skull Squadron. "Hey, Rick." "Hi, Roy." "Oh." Roy maneuvered the Jeep closer, forcing Bane to veer away to avoid a collision. "Where are you 3 headed?" Roy inquired. The pilots seated in Roy's vehicle appeared unconcerned about a potential crash, yet they were acutely aware that reasoning with their impulsive leader at such a moment was futile. "What did you say?" Rick whispered. Roy bellowed in response. "I just asked where you 3 think you're going." The wall ahead loomed closer, and beads of sweat began to form on Bane Dixon's forehead. Orders had already been issued for them to remain in the rear. "You fools. That announcement holds no weight for you." Roy waved his fist in the air, while the pilot beside him hastily seized the steering wheel. A fellow in the back slouched to one side, while another began to turn his prayer beads, seeking safety. Roy paid them no mind, his foot firmly pressing on the accelerator. However, this was not a distinctly clear command, Rick pointed out. Bane leaned back with a sense of relief, exhaling softly. Roy's Jeep surged ahead, yet Rick continued to shout loudly, "Are you really abandoning us to face the enemy on your own?" Roy stood up and turned back, causing the pilot in the front seat to rush forward once more to seize the steering wheel. Roy raised his fist toward the heroes who had narrowly escaped the clutches of their foes, questioning, "Do you still wish to defy orders?" Bane finally brought the vehicle to a halt not far from the cabin wall, while Roy's Jeep had already roared through the hatch, racing toward the hangar where the fighter jets awaited. Truly, he was a remarkable man, Bane thought as he caught his breath. The Zentradi had a saying, which could be translated into Earthling language as follows: "Even the most ferocious pack of wolves may meet their demise in the jaws of a tiger." One of the things the Zentradi did not comprehend was the true motivation behind Brown, Rick, and Kondo's voluntary decision to venture to SDF-1. They were entirely unaware that humanity had only a limited understanding of this colossal spacecraft, nor did they realize that SDF-1 was, in fact, quite vulnerable. A technician aboard the command ship presented a report to Commander Izonia, stating that the space fortress had just begun to accelerate. Izonia had succeeded the legendary Breathtaking as fleet commander. He had made too many mistakes, and she was determined not to follow in his footsteps, avoiding the same humiliating fate. The intelligence analyst bowed obediently before her and exited the command center. Azronia tugged at her commander's cloak, wrapping herself more snugly within its fabric. While adjusting the high collar of her military uniform, she harbored the belief that her subordinates would never betray her. The home planet of the miniature beings drew nearer. What events would unfold next? The invading forces of Zenith Star obliterated all hostile entities on the surface of Earth until they encountered the infernal lowboat fighter jets, the shape-shifting combat machines. After months of conflict, who could predict the innovative weaponry that the tenacious and clever Earth defenders might develop? Granting the space fortress access to its designated destination would undoubtedly entail considerable risk, potentially leading to dire consequences. Yet, Azronia had not received any further orders from her superiors, and she found herself unable to conceive an alternative plan that would absolve them of all responsibility and risk. Therefore, maintaining the status quo in the face of uncertainty would not result in significant losses regarding the secrets of prehistoric culture. Azronia endeavored to steady her thoughts. There was still ample time for preparation, and the victor of this battle would earn the most coveted reward in the cosmos. The SDF-1 was cruising, indicating that its main cannon could not be fired at the moment. This was an unavoidable reality. Such a powerful weapon could only be discharged in attack mode, a transformation process that would render Macross City unsuitable for long-term human habitation. In the current configuration, the spacecraft's form resembled a typical starship, even bearing a semblance to naval vessels of the ocean. The Thor-class supercarriers, Daedalus and Prometheus, were affixed to the hull, their immense main cannon booms converging to form the prow. The bridge and its ancillary structures rose from the main deck, yet the hull maintained a relatively smooth profile. With its colossal thrusters spewing azure flames, the super battleship was now nearing the orbit of the pockmarked satellite, Luna. Claudia scrutinized the terrestrial satellite from her display screen. "We have attained maximum velocity, Captain," she announced. "Prepare for Earth orbit insertion, commencing landing maneuvers." Now, Grover appeared to be in a state of slumber. The brim of his polished peaked cap pulled low, obscuring his nose, his hands clasped across his chest. Yet, he inquired with remarkable clarity, "Vanessa, what is the enemy fleet's reaction?" Grover scratched his cheek, suddenly aware of the need for a shave, though now was not the time to dwell on his weariness. Evidently, they're unwilling to risk engaging the SDF-1. It would appear their actions are entirely consistent with your hypothesis, Lisa. Lisa diverted her attention from the array of instruments before her. One can only hope so, sir. But should her assessment prove erroneous, the space fortress would not endure for even an hour. We are approaching lunar orbit, Captain. Vanessa's voice conveyed a hint of trepidation. Continue to closely monitor the movements of the enemy fleet. Earth is now within reach. Should the authorities consent to repatriate all the refugees aboard the warship, who have endured considerable suffering during this tumultuous journey, Grover would unhesitatingly sacrifice his life for this cause. Yet, matters are far from straightforward. In a command center of the Zentradi, a finger, like a dagger, jabs at the screen displaying the SDF-1, heavily encircled by the fleet. Kael'ren seethes with rage, his voice barely rising above his furious panting. The ship of the Micronians is positioned here, while my commanded warships occupy this position, directly behind it. Thus, if we accelerate to maximum speed, they may very well break through our encirclement and make their escape. He glares furiously at his deputy commander, Grell, and his most trusted subordinate, Gore. Shall we sit idly by and watch these wretches flee, or shall we extend our hands to block their path? However, Commander Azronia has prohibited us from launching an attack. Grell pointed out their predicament. What can we do then? Kael'ren slams his palm against the control panel of the display. I intend to utterly crush them. Kael'ren is a handsome yet ruthlessly fierce commander, affiliated with the Botora Legion, wielding command over the 7th Fleet of the Zentradi and its accompanying mecha strike cluster. He is renowned for his valor in battle, capable of stalling even the onslaught of formidable warriors, earning him a lofty reputation. He possesses another moniker, known as the Puppet Master, a title derived from his almost savage ruthlessness. He shows little regard for the casualties among his subordinates. Bloodshed and triumph are his most fervent desires. Grell is well acquainted with him. Thus he refrains from confronting his superior directly, instead opting to soothe his fury. Whispers persist that Kaelon harbors a clandestine vice, an addiction to the flower of life, a practice that is strictly prohibited among the Zenithians. If this is indeed the case, then this flower may well deserve the title of the Flower of Death. In this sense, he embodies a figure of boundless power. Accelerate the flagship and initiate the attack. He bellowed, his hand raised in a salute, symbolizing his absolute authority over the fleet. For the glory of the Zenithians and Kaelon. Vanessa anxiously fixated on the display screen before her, exclaiming, a squadron of enemy battle cruisers has broken away from their formation and is heading towards us, Captain. Approximately 10 vessels. Grover, filled with trepidation, gazed towards the observation window and commanded the fighters to take off. Yes, Commander. Lisa inhaled deeply, activating the PA system's microphone. Crimson Squad and Devil Squad, take off immediately, take off at once. In the hangar deck area of the Daedalus super aircraft carrier, the atmosphere was charged with urgency. Everyone understood that this was no mere drill. A colossal elevator hoisted 2 transforming fighter jets onto the starboard exit of the flight deck. As the aircraft were being towed into position by a dolly, Roy Falk donned his flight helmet to conduct a systems check. Roy, the squadron leader of Skull Squadron, was not originally scheduled for this sortie. However, the severe shortage of experienced pilots necessitated his involvement. With Rick and his 2 squad members under mandatory rest according to higher orders, Roy had to fill the vacancy of the Crimson Squadron, particularly during such a critical period. The folded horizontal stabilizers and wings of the transforming fighter jets glided into position for takeoff. The dolly operator quickly secured himself with a hook, preparing for the aircraft's launch operation, while the transforming fighters entered the protocol for allocation of takeoff lanes. The VT fighters, prior to takeoff, were exceedingly vulnerable, prompting the pilots to remain vigilant against any potential threats. One by one, the dolly sent the jet skyward, their engines, crafted with Robotech technology, belching forth blue flames. The Crimson and Devil squadrons formed up, bracing themselves for the impending fierce battle. Glover had initially hoped to avoid this conflict. Yet he issued the command, Order SDF-1 to commence transformation and activate the pinpoint barrier defense system. The evacuation of Macross City is nearly complete, Captain, reported Sammy. The calm voices of others continued to relay information and issue commands. All sectors initiating transformation. All area heads, please establish immediate communication with the bridge. The damage control team is on standby. Emergency medical and rescue personnel are already in position, Captain. Once again, a terrifying, elusive, and perilous Lobotech transformation has unfurled across the space fortress. For newcomers to Macross City, adapting to its bustling activities is quite challenging, especially under such a sudden emergency. The three Zenith spies are utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. The announcement over the PA system is incomprehensible, leaving them perplexed about the situation. Initially, they attempted to maintain an indifferent facade to avoid drawing attention, but by the time they realized they needed to inquire, all the citizens had already moved in another direction, leaving them with no one to approach. Now, the trio finds themselves at an empty intersection, where the traffic lights and pedestrian signals continue to blink and change in their usual rhythm. The EVE system has shut down, and the artificial sky has vanished without a trace, leaving only a cold, barren metallic canopy above them. Everyone has disappeared. Rick turned in a complete circle and, with deliberate clarity, remarked, "Standing in the center of this deserted city is undeniably eerie." Just as Brown was about to respond, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, and they were thrown to the ground like water in a frying pan. Deep within the earth, a grinding noise resonated ominously. They all lay flat against the ground, desperately clinging to the pavement to avoid being overturned by this overwhelming force. The entire expanse of land trembled violently beneath them. These wretched diminutive beings had utterly failed to consider a crucial factor. Kael'ren always acted according to his own volition. My disdain for these miniature creatures was profound. We all harbored deep-seated animosity towards them, yet only Kael'ren possessed the capacity to retaliate decisively. Kael'ren's aide, Konda, moved with a swiftness that far surpassed Brown's. Grasping Lick's sleeve and halting his descent into the chasm below, Brown joined in, assisting his companion in pulling Lick back from the precipice. A colossal framework ascended from the city streets, reaching towards the ceiling and demolishing every structure that obstructed its path. The auxiliary motor's transmission mechanism groaned and creaked like a grinding mill, shaking every bolt and rivet aboard the vessel. A spy darted toward the center of the block, where an open street lay ahead. They evaded falling billboards and crumbling eaves, while telephone poles toppled, their entangled power lines writhing like serpents in a chaotic dance. Konda shouted, "I believe it prudent to find a place to conceal ourselves post-haste." Amidst the chaos, a person floated alongside the cars on the street, the tiles cascading from rooftops. Uprooted trees and endlessly spinning trash cans. The entire battleship's modules contorted, with enormous hatches opening and closing in disarray. The entire fleet transformed, allowing the two Tor-class aircraft carriers, Daedalus and Prometheus, to shift from the flanks of the SDF-1 and to fix themselves near the main body of the battleship, extending outward like elbows. The space fortress had now metamorphosed into a colossal super warrior clad in heavy armor, standing poised in the air with legs apart in a mounted stance, ready to engage its adversaries, while the enemy ships charged ferociously towards the space fortress. "The enemy vessels have entered the main cannon's firing range," Commander Kim announced. "Transformation complete." "Captain." Lieutenant Shamey promptly conveyed this news to Grover. "Fire." Grover growled under his breath. The safety shield had been disengaged from the main cannon's trigger, and Lisa pressed the red button with determination. The energy-laden flames surged, intensifying and condensing until they broke free from their constraints, shooting forth between the arms and forming a brilliant white beam, a devastating river of orange and white, matching the width of the battleship. This infernal light pierced through the cosmos. Among the Kaelon's fleet, the leading 10 heavy warships ignited like matches in a blaze. In less than a second, the shields of the warships were incinerated, and their armor evaporated under the extreme heat, disappearing entirely within the beam. The handsome visage of Kaelon contorted with rage, resembling a madman. "We must seize the initiative in the attack. Organize the next wave of ships for an assault." The Zentradi Code has always been particularly lenient towards officers of courage and competence, even in cases of direct insubordination, especially for officers who have suffered setbacks in battle. However, defeat itself is inexcusable, and the penalty is often death. An increasing number of heavy warships advanced in a linear formation, unleashing plasma weaponry and lethal cannons. SDF-1 absorbed a direct hit, shuddering violently. Gasps echoed through the bridge, but Grover and his crew remained focused on their tasks. The pinpoint barrier system, slightly larger than a baseball field, manifested as 3 luminous green discs maneuvering around the hull of the space fortress like spotlights on a stage. The catastrophic space fold had obliterated the space warp system, leaving the vessel utterly vulnerable. In response, Dr. Lang, the robotech genius aboard the warship, developed the pinpoint barrier system. But it was merely a stopgap measure. At that moment, several specially recruited female technicians frantically manipulated the pinpoint positions based on the ship's crisis warning diagrams and the computer's prioritized sequence of threats. They swiftly rotated the spherical trajectory controllers, shifting the pinpoint barrier shields from one end of the warship's hull to the other to intercept the enemy's concentrated fire. The dazzling highlights streaked across the superalloy exterior of the space fortress as enemy fire struck the defensive shield, causing a series of concentric circles to emerge at the center of the circular region, stirring up a brief ripple. In less than a second, the destructive force of the artillery dissipated into nothingness. Subsequently, the pinpoint barrier shield began to shift once more, intercepting another barrage from the enemy fleet. Until this moment, no one had ever undertaken such a task, yet these three young female operators displayed remarkable prowess, their timely maneuvers deserving of the title of experts. Nevertheless, they occasionally succumbed to inevitable mistakes. The SDF-1 trembled under yet another assault, its starboard engine struck by enemy fire. Without casting a glance at her control panel, Claudia accurately relayed the situation to Captain Grover. Though Grover remained silent, anxiety churned within him. It had been over a decade since the SDF-1's emergence and subsequent crash onto the Earth's surface, yet no one, not even a genius like Langley, had fully comprehended the enigma of the battleship's perpetually sealed mainframe. What catastrophic events could transpire if the engine were to be pierced by enemy fire? However, Grover could not afford to squander time in fear. Soon, dire news arrived. The industrial zone had been struck by the enemy, and Sector 27 had completely lost operational capability. Claudia gazed at Grover as the energy of the pinpoint barrier system began to wane. Grover dared not reveal any hint of panic. What should we do now? He pondered deeply. After enduring arduous battles and enduring for so long, we are now but a step away from Earth. Fire the main cannon again, he shouted emphatically. After years of collaboration, Lisa could discern Grover's inner turmoil from his expressions. She gazed at him, thinking, there is no hope left. I know everything. Lisa, did you not hear the command? Claudia shouted at her, her tone laced with desperation. Understood. Lisa's voice was resolute. She pressed the trigger once more. An unimaginable torrent of destruction erupted from the warship, engulfing the second wave of Zenith Aliens' attack fleet. In the command center, on the tactical display screen, Atronia witnessed the demise of over a dozen formidable Zenith warships in real time. What a foolish Kylon. What on earth does he intend to accomplish? He launched this attack without anyone's authorization. Atronia appeared increasingly aggressive. I must compel Kylon to call off this assault. It was, after all, inevitable. Atronia stated coldly, this ship must not be destroyed. It harbors the secrets of prehistoric culture, the key to the Zenith's ultimate victory. Vanessa announced the latest news. The aliens have dispatched reinforcements. Captain, approximately 200 heavy warships. She raised her head to look at the display screen before her. According to the computer analysis, the enemy fleet's numbers were overwhelming, leaving us with no means to cope. The energy of the barrier system is rapidly diminishing, Sammy stated. Our energy reserves are continuously dwindling, Kim added. An enraged Chiron glared at the image display. Adronia's fleet suddenly surged forward, closely flanking his remaining warships. What is that woman attempting to achieve? The micronized vessel was nearly within his grasp. He could almost sense it. If only he hadn't been obstructed once more. A projected beam cast Adronia's image in the airspace above him. Chiron, you imbecile. When did Dalza authorize you to obliterate Earthling warships? Chiron once again felt a surge of fury coursing through his entire being, an unparalleled vexation that blurred his vision. He clenched his teeth, growling like a beast. Grell glanced at the tactical readings displayed on the computer, stating, Commander, she has trained all her artillery on our fleet. Chiron slammed his fist onto the map controller. That meddling, interfering idiot. He was known as Chiron the Backstabber, but he would never be known as Chiron the Suicidal or Chiron the Imbecile. Now, Adronia had positioned the entire fleet before him, save for their own, forcing him into submission. Chiron had no alternative. Adronia's fleet obstructed his path, and his ships were compelled to decelerate, while the distance between them and the SDF-1 continued to widen. They escaped. Kalong's voice was as hoarse as that of a raven. And as Ruonia had utterly obliterated the victory that was within my grasp. However, I vowed that I would not relent. Previously, Greer had heard his commander emit such a raspy sound, and he chuckled solemnly. If Azruonia possessed any cunning, She would henceforth be perpetually vigilant against treachery. The immense Robotech mech ascended upon the SDF-1, finally breaching the Earth's atmosphere, gently descending toward the swirling white clouds and azure oceans. I could hardly comprehend, Claudia remarked, that they were using force as a means to secure our escape. 10 seconds remained in the countdown to atmospheric entry. She reported to Grover. "Lend me a hand to stabilize the ship, Lisa." Grover calmly issued commands. "We are now entering the atmosphere," Claudia announced. The colossal metallic warrior descended slowly, the ship's underside. The Daedalus and Prometheus ejected blue and white flames from their thrusters. "All crew members, prepare for landing safety measures," Grover commanded. "The starboard engine has sustained severe damage upon entering the atmosphere, Commander," Claudia reported, "and the gravity control system has also malfunctioned." It seemed that splashing down into the sea was the only option left. Grover muttered to himself. At this point, the air leakage was of little consequence. They could now breathe the fresh air of the Earth's atmosphere, no longer reliant on any external gases. Claudia gazed at the final descent of several dozen yards, silently counting in her mind. The intense heat from the thrusters caused the sea's surface to boil, with billowing clouds of steam rising towards the heavens, until the spacecraft finally made contact with the water. The calculations were precise. The SDF-1 was indeed a formidable battleship, and the buoyancy of the seawater was evidently substantial, indicating its suitability for long oceanic voyages. Water cascaded from the hull like a gentle stream, and under the sun's radiant glow, the entire vessel shimmered brilliantly. Captain Grover and his crew stared at the serene expanse of the ocean before them, while the exuberant trio of singers chattered excitedly. How beautiful it was! Tears streamed from Claudia's eyes, while Lisa stood transfixed, her thoughts a mystery. Grover lit his pipe, unabashedly flouting the no-smoking rule aboard the warship. How about some fresh air? Their visceral experience convinced them of the reality of their situation, and cheers erupted, interspersed with affectionate embraces, kisses, and laughter, among the crowd basking in the sunlight. Some were weeping, others praying, some engaging in solemn handshakes, while a few hopped in joy. Others merely stood still or knelt reverently, gazing at the sea. A large hatch beneath the bridge slowly descended, and the first to rush onto the open deck was Bane Dixon. He laughed heartily, performing several somersaults, intoxicated by the Earth's air as he leaped joyfully. Behind him, an increasing number of fighter pilots, crew members, and civilians surged onto the deck. Rick and Max gazed silently at Bane, who was animatedly gesticulating. If he were to perform acrobatics, Bane would undoubtedly excel. "Wouldn't you agree?" Max remarked with keen interest. Rick chuckled. "Perhaps, but just look at this azure sky. This is no mere illusion conjured by the Eve group. In the presence of such breathtaking beauty, what more could one demand of Bane?" Bane happened to be pointing at the cerulean heavens. "Look, they have dispatched a squadron of fighters to welcome our return." Yet, the three pilots suddenly realized how swiftly their elation had dissipated as they simultaneously recalled the looming threat of the Zentradi, whose fleet comprised millions of vessels. The highest authorities on Earth would soon be apprised of all the intelligence he possessed. Grover even harbored doubts about whether the leaders of the United Earth government would believe the series of events that transpired since the SDF-1 had vanished from the surface. This concern often troubled Grover. On that extraordinary day on Mars, the SDF-1 was firmly anchored to the crimson terrain by gravity mines laid by extraterrestrials. And it was Lisa who destroyed the mines, saving the vessel once more. The most recent crisis faced by the Space Fortress occurred after their radar system was obliterated by enemy fire. Yet they managed to extricate themselves under the guidance of Lisa Hayes piloting the warning aircraft. Had it not been for the exceptional officer Lisa aiding him, Grover's command career would likely have faced far greater tribulations. However, he preferred not to dwell excessively on his own fate. Undoubtedly, aboard the SDF-1, there existed numerous skilled and valiant male and female military personnel, with countless instances of their extraordinary courage and wisdom in the line of fire. Yet among them, Lisa's dedication, bravery, and loyalty to the SDF-1 were particularly remarkable. Consequently, Grover appointed her to a pivotal role aboard the warship, involving her in nearly every battle. Nevertheless, Grover discovered that Lisa had few genuine friends and that her life, aside from her work and responsibilities, was strikingly empty and monotonous. Of course, he had no authority to intrude upon her personal life, yet he could not suppress his concern for her well-being. Moreover, it appeared that the Zentradi were entirely ignorant of the maintenance of their equipment and machinery. Thus, despite their claims of being the most valiant warriors in the known universe. They might merely represent a subservient race, reliant on a more powerful entity for the provision of their combat necessities. Grover shook his head, wishing that the Earth authorities could furnish some additional information or analytical materials. This could potentially unveil the myriad mysteries surrounding this war. He worked tirelessly for several hours, intermittently inserting materials or clarifying certain facts to ensure the objectivity of the data, all while striving to eliminate superfluous content. The citizens continue to engage in various celebratory activities, expressing their dissatisfaction with the ambiguous stance of the Earth authorities. He placed the tape recorder beside his lit pipe, preparing for his discourse, which solidified my conviction that the Zenithians possess a military might far beyond our imagination. The current situation is exceedingly dire. I believe that the crux of this war they have thrust upon us lies within that enigmatic prehistoric culture. They have alluded to this term on multiple occasions. I wonder who it could be? Come in. The door was gently pushed open, and Lisa entered, bearing a pot of freshly brewed coffee. I believe you could use a cup of coffee now, sir. Thank you. It smells delightful. As she stepped inside, the aroma of coffee swiftly enveloped the captain's quarters, overpowering the scent of tobacco from the pipe. She poured him a cup, prompting Grover to lift his gaze and glance at the brass ship's bell hanging on the wall. I was so preoccupied that I lost track of time. Grover drew back the curtain, gazing out at the endless, undulating Pacific Ocean. Dawn had arrived. He had long forgotten the myriad seemingly impossible colors that accompanied such sunrises: purple, red, and pink. He also forgot how the sea transformed under the sunlight into thousands of shimmering scales, as if the sky itself were ignited. Your coffee, sir. Lisa presented the cup in the manner he was accustomed to. They beheld the serene yet majestic spectacle of the sunrise. I never imagined I would have the chance to witness such breathtaking beauty once more. Lisa remarked, this is an exceptionally serene juncture. The entire planet exudes unity and concord, precisely the aspiration we've been pursuing, isn't it? After protracted delays, a mission that once appeared futile has finally reached fruition. I find myself deeply content. She endeavored to etch this scene into her memory, a treasure to be sparingly revisited in the future. You speak truly, Grover drawled. I share a similar sentiment. You know, I must concede something. Lisa took a delicate sip of her coffee, gazing at the ocean without uttering a word. Grover continued, when I was entrusted with the command of this vessel, I harbored a premonition, a sense that something dreadful was imminent. I couldn't articulate the precise horror, but I was certain that an event would transpire, irrevocably altering our destiny. She scrutinized his countenance. It seems you were correct. He was fixated on the ocean and the nascent sunrise. Yet she suspected Grover was seeing and hearing nothing at all. This vessel conceals profound secrets. Lisa, what is its true nature? We must unearth the answer. We cannot afford to let the secret slip through our fingers. Our entire future hinges upon it. The flight deck personnel, who had been clad in vacuum suits for months, had abruptly changed into ordinary attire and helmets, which seemed strange to outsiders. Furthermore, most aircraft now require catapults for takeoff and a flight deck. Theoretically, awaiting the arrival of Grover and Lisa's VIP aircraft on the deck does not necessitate a catapult launch, as it is a vertical takeoff and landing (VTOL) aircraft, capable of ascending directly from a stationary position akin to a helicopter. Certainly, it is also equipped with the reinforced nose and landing gear characteristic of naval aircraft. Furthermore, standard operating procedures recommend that all fixed-wing aircraft take off via catapult launch. Grover approached the aircraft, accompanied by Lisa. His briefcase was heavy, filled with documents, tapes, photographs, reports, and a comprehensive evaluation of the entire set of materials. He trudged heavily across the flight deck, which had lost its friction. During the re-entry of the SDF, one into the atmosphere, the anti-slip coating had peeled away under the intense heat. Dozens of crew members had completed the inspection for foreign object damage on the deck, forming neat lines along both sides of the ship. Foreign object damage poses a significant threat to the normal operations of an aircraft carrier, as any remaining tiny debris on the runway could potentially be ingested into the jet engines, resulting in catastrophic incidents. Grover's expression was somber and silent, as he once again experienced that peculiar premonition he had shared with Lisa. The response from the Earth United government was exceedingly brief, yet unclear. It appeared that he was facing an arduous task that seemed nearly impossible to succeed in. Persuading the high-ranking officials of Earth would require considerable effort on his part. Lisa, like her captain, maintained her silence, following Grover up the boarding ladder into the transport aircraft, her expression betraying nothing of her inner thoughts. A crew member closed the aircraft's hatch, and the transport plane's engines roared to life with a deep growl. The VIP transport was stationed before the catapult, maintaining a respectful distance from the separator, with red codes indicating a special mission. The wings of the transport plane gently swayed as the crew responsible for the catapult prepared for takeoff. She stood at the observation window at the front of the spacious and brightly lit bridge, where Sammy, Vanessa, and Claudia also lingered, watching the transport ascend into the skies. The petite Sammy shook her head, her brown straight hair swaying alongside. How wonderful it would be if I could join them. Her chin rested on the edge of the observation window, her tone revealing a sense of abandonment. Claudia reluctantly reminded herself that she ought to chastise such irresponsible remarks with a degree of severity, considering the necessity of maintaining military discipline. The crew of the SDF, one had exhibited a rather lax demeanor in the last few days, or even hours. Not at all, Sammy retorted boldly. At least they could leave this ship. Vanessa pointed out the crux of the issue, instinctively adjusting her oversized glasses. Kim and Sammy nodded in agreement, emitting affirming murmurs. Claudia suddenly adopted a firmer stance. Enough, you all should settle down. First and foremost, the captain and Lisa are on a secret mission, which means it is beyond our purview to discuss this matter. Furthermore, it is imperative that no individual, aside from the bridge personnel, divulges this matter. Is that understood? The trio of startled singers nodded in unison, swallowing hard. The hatch slid open, and a voice captured their attention. Good morning, ladies. This greeting was abruptly interrupted by a resounding thud. The bridge crew looked up in astonishment, and Shamey even gasped. Claudia endeavored to maintain a composed expression, though it proved quite challenging. Well. There stood Colonel Mastoff at the doorway, rubbing his forehead, his hat askew from the impact. His other hand braced against the doorframe. Everyone working there recognized Mastoff, yet they held little interest in him, under Captain Grover's command. He had no desire to cultivate familiarity with the crew on the bridge. Claudia fluttered her eyelashes and insincerely remarked, Colonel, are you all right? This hatch is indeed rather low. I would recommend a slight crouch when entering, sir. Captain Grover does so. The expressions of the bridge crew unmistakably conveyed their dissatisfaction with Mastoff's assumption of the captain's authority. Certainly, he was entitled to the treatment enjoyed by Grover, yet they felt no obligation to feign deference. Mastoff rubbed a large bump above his eye, emitting a low sound to stifle his pained groan from his subordinates. I appreciate your suggestion, Lieutenant Grant, but it appears you conveyed it a tad too late. Captain Grover has temporarily departed from this place. I have come here specifically to assume command of the ship. Claudia endeavored to suppress the rising disdain within her, ensuring it did not betray her countenance. Given the current circumstances, she had begun to grasp the essence of this command style, and she was eager for Mastoff to comprehend that the crew harbored a lack of trust in him, which would serve him no detriment. He fixed her with an intense gaze, declaring, however, I believe the term pleasant is rather ill-suited in this context, Mississippi. Nevertheless, I hope the entire crew can adopt a sense of urgency. He strode past her, purposefully advancing toward the observation window. A wave of anxiety washed over Claudia as she struggled to rein in her emotions. Instill a sense of urgency. She had long anticipated his use of such cliché rhetoric, as if Captain Grover had been utterly negligent regarding this vessel. It was evident that he reveled in this moment of delight. Perhaps, ever since the SDF, one had inadvertently departed from Earth, he had cherished this cigar. And now he could finally indulge in smoking it with an air of gravitas on the bridge. Yet, this indescribable joy was abruptly shattered by a piercing voice. The bridge is a no-smoking zone. Commander. What? Mastoff turned his head to find Shamey had risen from her seat. In the face of his fury, she exhibited no signs of remorse. The second page of the ship's SOP manual clearly delineates the standard operating procedures. You are undoubtedly aware of this, Commander. Claudia would likely never comprehend whether Shamey was genuinely adhering to the rules or deliberately attempting to vex the colonel. It was evident that Mastoff was also ensnared in this predicament. He turned his back to the observation window, clutching a cigar as if it had been thrust into his hand by some unseen force. He was reluctant to discard the cigar, yet embarrassed to light it. His expression hardened once more, his face flushed with indignation. Indeed. I merely hold it. I had no intention of igniting it. His teeth ground together audibly, feigning ignorance to the giggles of the young ladies behind him. Forgive me, Colonel, Claudia inquired politely. Is there anything else, sir? He struggled to suppress the anger bubbling within him as he turned toward her, the cold cigar still clenched between his teeth, arms crossed behind his back. "What did you say?" she asked courteously. "I am the last officer on duty today, sir. May I take my leave?" She saluted. The trio of raucous singers laughed so hard they nearly gasped for breath. Claudia chuckled. "Then do keep an eye on things, ladies." Confident that Mastov had yet to discern who was truly provoking him, and before he sought trouble with the trio, Claudia departed from the bridge. "Hey, while signing with Meme, I have several other actors lined up. I mean, I'm not idle, understand? I have Eisen, who has even graced the billboards, bringing you great joy. Regardless, Mingmei has managed to seize the moment, and now I find myself unable to attend to other matters. Mingmei. During that period, everyone was utterly disinterested in anything else. Vance. Hasleywood's interview with Mingmei's personal agent has become the talk of the town. Ever since the extraordinary day when the Zentradi first made their presence known in our solar system, Macross City has not ceased its fireworks displays. The populace has grown weary of the incessant explosions, which starkly contrast with the innocent charm of traditional fireworks and the vibrant hues of celebratory rockets. On the hastily assembled podium, Mayor Tommy Luan raised his hands high, proclaiming, "We have finally surmounted this hurdle. Let us revel in this joyous festivity for an entire week." Leaning beside the podium, the slender one Havis, a close friend of the stout mayor, bore a troubled expression as he anxiously inquired, "When shall we pack our belongings? Are we not preparing to leave this place?" "Today is not a day for packing," the mayor replied. "We have ample time, after all that we have endured. Do you not believe the survivors of Macross City deserve to celebrate in earnest?" The mayor gazed up at the towering and magnificent SDF-1, its silent cannon casting a shadow upon the deck. "Moreover, once we depart this vessel, it is likely that none shall behold it again." One had not contemplated these thoughts. Yet the mayor's words certainly held a profound truth. The SDF-1 will henceforth bear the solemn responsibility of safeguarding Earth, and the reconstructed Macross City shall ultimately be dismantled. "Indeed," he remarked, "from this perspective, I find merit in your statement." The mayor's emotions were quite fervent, and he eagerly anticipated a brighter future. "My assertions, undoubtedly, hold truth. Now, let us commence the revelry." Amidst the cacophonous throngs, 3 Zentradi spies endeavored to comprehend the activities of the bustling crowd. Such exuberance had never graced their race. Indulgent feasting, frivolous mingling of men and women, and aimless merriment, all of which would constitute evidence in a military tribunal of a society composed solely of soldiers. Kanda was undergoing a distinctly unique experience. This marked his 3rd libation, a captivating purple liquid adorned with floating ice fragments. Meanwhile, Brown stared vacantly at the ebb and flow of the crowd until he abruptly jostled Kanda's elbow, causing a few droplets of his drink to spill. Kanda, visibly irked, shoved the towering spy. "You fool. Could you not exercise a modicum of caution?" Brown appeared rather aggrieved. Kanda clarified, "I am conducting a sampling experiment on what they refer to as a cocktail, and you come along to wreak havoc." With skepticism, Brown scrutinized the drink, yet remarked, "To me, it seems you are engaged in a futile efficacy test, Kanda." Kanda thrust the cup into Brown's hands, insisting, "Take it. Try it for yourself. I am aware of alternative sources, yet the application process is rather informal and utterly perplexing." He let out a belch. Brown, filled with suspicion, cautiously sniffed the contents of the glass, casting one last glance at Kanda to ensure he exhibited no signs of poisoning before raising the cup to his lips and drinking deeply. The liquid was icy to the touch, yet it imparted a comforting warmth. He feigned a grimace, but an exhilarating sensation coursed through his body. I remained uncertain of its exact composition. Kanda, with a foolish grin, seemed to revel in the moment, yet it undeniably lifted my spirits. Goodness! Brown suddenly had a revelation. "Are you suggesting that this contains secrets from some prehistoric culture? What a fool!" Kanda, incensed, playfully thumped Brown on the head. At that moment, Lick, brimming with ire, squeezed himself into their midst. "Why aren't you two making a ruckus like everyone else? Do you wish to draw their attention? From now on, I demand you both to appear exceedingly cheerful." Lick held a cocktail in his hand, nearly depleted but not yet finished. He appeared somewhat inebriated and dazed, raising a fist and shouting, "Hooray! Huzzah! We have vanquished our foes." Kanda chimed in, "Huzzah! We are magnificent! Huzzah! Long live Earth! Down with the zenith!" Brown joined in the exuberant shout, his steps already wavering. After indulging in a beverage known as a cocktail, regardless of its true nature, he found himself feeling quite, well, rather elated. Long live the miniature people, down with. Suddenly, He became aware of two others glaring at him, and Brown, in distress, hastily covered his mouth with his hand. Oh my heavens! I never truly considered what I had just uttered. Conda, Leek, I implore you, do not betray me. At that moment, a young lady clad in a medieval princess gown approached them, bearing 2 glasses of cocktail. Noticing that one of the 3 stood empty-handed, she graciously offered her surplus glass to Conda, clinking their glasses together one by one, her beautiful mask and silver attire ringing with a cascade of silvery laughter. Their glasses met with a cheerful clink, and the 3 were enveloped in a sea of merriment. Most of the crew had been granted leave, and nearly all the townsfolk were participating in the festivities. The corridors of the SDF-1 were notably desolate, casting a strange atmosphere over the warship. Claudia Grant was making her way towards the living quarters of the VT fighter pilots, intent on sweeping away the unpleasantness brought on by that foolish Colonel Mastoff and fully enjoying her well-deserved time off. For the first time in days, the pilots of the transforming fighters were free from the incessant takeoffs and landings required for patrol and combat missions. The routine management of the SDF-1 had been significantly streamlined, with basic crew members taking charge of the shifts, thus allowing her downtime to coincide with Roy S. for the very first time. She rang the doorbell at his dormitory, but no one answered. Gently, she knocked on the door, yet still received no response. Claudia was not willing to relinquish the opportunity to meet him. Perhaps he had left her a note. With a firm push, the door slid open, and Claudia stepped inside. The legendary figure, an ace pilot, lay sprawled on the bed, softly snoring. He was sound asleep, his long golden hair cascading over the pillow, his feet dangling over the edge of the bed. Standing at a towering 6 feet 6 inches, even a military standard bunk could barely accommodate his stature. It had been said that Roy did not merely pilot an aircraft. He wore it like a second skin. Yet now, this once dominant hero appeared to be nothing more than a slumbering child. After such a long time without the chance to be alone together, she finally awaited this day, only to find him lost in slumber. Claudia mused. However, she did not harbor any anger. He was always preoccupied with missions. Since the hyperspace leap, he had spent nearly every waking hour in the cockpit of a fighter jet. Poor dear, he must be utterly exhausted. Oh, never mind. She gently tugged the blanket to cover his shoulders and turned to leave. She flashed him a smile, thinking she had imagined the leader of the skeleton squadron dreaming of lovely companions. This time, you're mistaken. Come here. He grasped her wrist, his large hand enveloping her smaller one, pulling her closer. On the flight deck of the Prometheus aircraft carrier, filled with a festive atmosphere, Rick Hunter stood beside a small plane. He donned his old attire once more, the flight suit adorned with stripes of orange, white, and black, reminiscent of a daring aerial acrobatics troupe, complemented by a silk scarf. This petite aircraft was the prize he had won when Lin Ming-Mei was crowned Miss Macross. A racing plane equipped with a fan engine. Today marked its maiden voyage through the Earth's atmosphere. I speak the truth, the ground crew remarked, as you were to spend this time in the company of a stunning superstar. Ming-Mei's luxurious car, befitting her esteemed status, glided smoothly across the flight deck, with the crew and passengers of the SDF-1 extending their warm regards. She reclined in a brand-new, opulent sedan produced in Macross City, while onlookers bid her farewell. They held aloft placards adorned with heart shapes and waved autograph books, expressing their admiration and support for her in a somewhat helpless manner. Petals, streamers, and banners cascaded like a gentle rain upon her vehicle as the crowd surged forward, eager to press against the glass, waving, smiling, and calling her name. They yearned to be near their beloved idol, if only for a fleeting moment. You know, the sailor added, she is the only one permitted to stray so far from the ship, albeit for just a brief interval. Wishing you a pleasant journey, he concluded. Mimi sat quietly in the center of the luxurious car's back seat, her hands folded upon her lap, observing the throng of admirers paying their respects. She too had donned her former school uniform, a crisp white blouse and tie, a brown plaid sports jacket, and a modest skirt. A sampling survey of the audience reveals that the public desires her attire to prominently reflect the vitality of youth. Her manager, Vance Hazelwood, sits beside the driver, keenly observing the throngs of admirers surrounding them. Look at all these people gathered here for you, Ming-Mei, he remarks. Ming-Mei lets out a slight sigh. Indeed, perhaps the larger the crowd, the more I must sacrifice for my fame. Hazelwood exchanges a peculiar glance with the impeccably dressed driver. Could you drive a bit faster? We might be late, Ming-Mei adds. The driver accelerates slightly and honks the horn. Ming-Mei's admirers swiftly part to make way for her. The driver opens the rear door for Ming Mei, while Hazelwood approaches an officer from the SDF, one Air Combat Group, to discuss matters. Hello, Ming Mei, Rick smiles. It seems quite a task to navigate through this crowd. She giggles, her eyes sparkling with a light that he finds unforgettable. They're all my devoted fans. Wherever I go, they follow. But I love them. Clearly, she is oblivious to the fact that many in the crowd, in fact, the vast majority, are here to attend a party. Perhaps she is entirely unaware that a festive celebration is underway. Rick shakes his head and bursts into laughter. Ming Mei is undeniably charming and delightful, yet she remains ensconced in her own little world. The fans cheer, calling her name and waving their placards as they push forward. Vance. What a sight it is to behold as Slywood's eyes, veiled behind amber-tinted glasses, gaze approvingly upon the scene. Thank you all, she exclaimed, casting playful kisses to the crowd. They truly adore you, especially those young men, Rick remarked. I am well aware, she replied, having long accepted this as a matter of course. Rick, when can we take off? I can hardly wait to see my parents. I believe any moment will suffice. The engines are fully warmed up. He guided her toward the boarding ramp, instructing her to take a seat in the back. Be careful now. That's right. Sit down and fasten your seatbelt. At that moment, she reflected on how Rick had not treated her particularly well in the past. Perhaps she had forgotten that he had saved her on multiple occasions. Forgotten that they had once participated in a mock wedding ceremony, during which she had donned a silk scarf as a makeshift bridal veil. Now, that very scarf adorned Rick's neck as he stood upon the boarding ramp, looking down at Ming Mei in the cockpit with an entirely new gaze. Perhaps I have matured, Ming Mei. Her brows furrowed as she prepared to inquire about the meaning of his words when Vance Harsleywood's head popped up from below the boarding ramp, addressing Rick. Young man. What is your name? Rick mockingly saluted him. Lieutenant Rick Hunter, sir. Suddenly, Ming Mei stepped to Rick's side, startling both of them. Fear not, Vance. Being with him is perfectly safe. Rick was an exceptional pilot. Halseywood had slightly retreated, and Rick, uncertain of the true nature of Halseywood, observed his attitude towards Ming Mei. It was evident that he regarded her as his own possession. The astonishing acclaim that Ming Mei had garnered undoubtedly benefited him significantly. Yet, could there be something more than a mere professional relationship between the agent and the client? Even if there were, Rick was quite certain it would lack any semblance of romance. Although Ming Mei yearned for a dazzling career in the performing arts, she would never fall for a cunning trickster like Halseywood. However, under the circumstances of the SDF-1's comprehensive isolation, how had Ming Mei acquired special permission to visit her parents? At this moment, Rick was no longer concerned about what those individuals might think. He turned to face Halseywood, interrupting him. Could you please step aside? We are about to take off. Donning his goggles and headset, he lowered the cockpit glass behind him. Rick pivoted the nose of the turbofan aircraft and began to taxi forward. This racing plane lacked the catapult launch system of an aircraft carrier. Yet its lightweight and compact design allowed it to ascend with minimal runway. With the gentle breeze of the deadless carrier at its back, the small aircraft leaped off the deck. Ming Mei exhaled in excitement, watching the SDF-1 shrink beneath her, reveling in the joy of free flight. Oh, it has been an age since I've felt such elation. Indeed, Rick responded in a low voice, setting the aircraft on a direct course for Japan. At that moment, his mind was awash with reveries. He envisioned himself crash-landing with Ming Mei on a secluded island brimming with pastoral charm, much like the last time. This fantasy grew ever more vivid and palpable. I had nearly forgotten what it was like to be with her. Pardon? Ming Mei leaned forward, gazing at Rick, who was seated in front. He had not intended to vocalize his thoughts, and was now flustered. Nothing at all. Yet, his face betrayed him with a flush. Ming Mei regarded him with a curious gaze before settling back into her seat. He, too, endeavored to concentrate on piloting the aircraft, but the fleeting fantasy lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Of course, we are not so naive as to be impervious to derision. Claudia, the dreaded trio, and I have all heard whispers of Grover's harem. However, since Claudia reprimanded a certain trolley operator, the crew has been circumspect about gossiping within her earshot. It is no secret that the commander is a solitary figure. Yet he is surrounded by a cohort of individuals who, while not issuing commands themselves, are by no means superfluous. Such a position is, assuredly, a precarious one. To this day, it remains a highly confidential complex, guarded by several fighter jets accompanying the VIP aircraft carrying Grover and Lisa. They are poised to engage any unauthorized aircraft that dares to intrude upon this restricted area without a plausible explanation, without the slightest hesitation. The transport aircraft deftly adjusted the angle of its vectored thrust engines, effortlessly executing a vertical landing maneuver. The authorization protocols for the aircraft were swiftly verified, and its landing platform immediately transformed into an elevator, descending into the profound, chill-laden expanse of the polar terrain. Lisa and Grover unfastened their seatbelts and began to organize their personal belongings, hoping they were prepared to receive the report. "Captain," Lisa asserted, "we must persuade them. Surely, they will listen to our explanations. It would be splendid if they could alter their stance." Grover grumbled in response. The Turkmen-designed turbofan aircraft gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, performing a somersault as it ascended. "Oh wow!" Rick exclaimed exuberantly. While piloting a transforming fighter jet in outer space possesses its allure, nothing compares to the exhilarating sensation of manually controlling a small racing plane within the Earth's atmosphere, executing any aerial maneuver one desires. "Are you happy, Mei?" he inquired, laughing once more, and her joy became infectious, prompting her to join in his laughter. He adored the sound of her laughter. Perhaps, he mused, he could use the pretext of inspecting the engines to divert the aircraft to a small island. This way, he could seize the opportunity to converse with her, ensuring that all her attention was focused squarely on him. The notion had barely flickered across his mind when the familiar voices resonated through his headset. "This is the Valkyrie Min-Mei Special Escort. Hi, Lieutenant, it's Bane and Max." Indeed. Rick observed them at his 5 o'clock position. The two fighters had extended their variable sweep wings to their most horizontal configuration, reducing their minimum flight speed to match that of the civilian aircraft. They had been surreptitiously tailing him. Rick felt a twinge of unease. "We're aware of the VIP on board," Bane continued. "Some people just have all the luck," Max chimed in, laden with insinuation. "We'll head back now. Enjoy your rendezvous," Bane quipped. Severing the connection with a hearty laugh, the two Valkyries dipped their wings in a gesture of farewell before peeling off and altering course. Their wings swept back to their acute angles, enabling them to accelerate and shatter the sound barrier with a resounding boom. Surpassing Mach 2, they continued to gain speed, swiftly vanishing from Rick's sight. He felt his pulse quicken. Here she goes again, harping on about this. "I imagine your schedule is quite full," Rick interjected abruptly, a hint of annoyance coloring his tone. Rick responded, deliberately infusing his voice with weariness, yet she remained oblivious. He chuckled inwardly. Perhaps she is oblivious to the notion that, in his estimation, being a film actor is a rather inane occupation and manifestly less elevated than piloting a fighter jet. "We shall discuss this anon, Min-Mei." He paused, then inquired, "Pray tell, how do you sustain such ebullient vitality, Min-Mei?" "I, on the other hand, find myself utterly enervated by incessant aerial patrols, barely managing to adhere to the duty roster." A sudden trepidation seized him, suspecting a recurrence of the cockpit's pressure breach. He frantically examined the instruments, only to realize the true state of affairs. Good heavens, how can this be? She had once again succumbed to slumber. Her chin rested upon her chest, her respiration remarkably placid. Once more, a surge of fervent protectiveness washed over Rick, akin to the intense emotions that had assailed him when they were previously embroiled in perilous circumstances. Captain Grover was ensconced above, his arms crossed in repose, the brim of his cap obscuring his eyes, seemingly fast asleep. In moments of contemplation, he was wont to light his pipe. Yet he knew that Lisa harbored a considerable aversion to it. Lisa shifted restlessly on the train passenger bench. "Is it a protracted journey to the council chamber?" "Ah, yes. This reminds me of something," he continued. "Have you ever before heard tell of a hypervelocity cannon?" A nebulous cloud descended upon Lisa's countenance from her intonation. One could discern a sense of foreboding. "Nay, I have not." "What, pray tell, is it?" "That's a colossal Robotech armament system, erected here nearly a decade prior." Grover gestured towards the illuminated base layout schematic at the entrance of the locomotive. "The lift's intricacies are rather elaborate, with most inscriptions coded, ostensibly for confidentiality. Yet its overall configuration resembles a capital Y. The blinking lights intimate that the locomotive is traversing one of the YS bifurcations destined for the vertical axis. The hypercannon harnesses Earth's gravitational field as its principal energy source," he elucidated. "Indeed, the very shaft where transiting constitutes the weapon's barrel." Lisa cast an apprehensive glance around. "Are you suggesting that were the base to command the hypercannon to fire presently, we'd be blasted skyward?" Grover chuckled softly. "Affirmative. Though I surmise they deem it prudent to clear the board before initiating launch." Grover himself had been among the most ardent dissenters of this initiative. He had weathered numerous campaigns, yet none, from his vantage point and experience, had culminated in triumph through sheer defensive warfare. Aboard SDF-1, they could ascend into the cosmos to combat extraterrestrial incursions, a feat unattainable by the subterranean hypercannon. In that discourse, he and Lisa's father had clashed vehemently, two comrades and friends held in mutual esteem becoming adversaries. Initially, a mere fissure, it had broadened and deepened with the passage of time. Grover was acutely aware of the intricate dynamics of the high-level political hierarchy, possessing the same shrewdness as all its participants. Yet, there was an indefinable quality inherent in him, something deeply ingrained that engendered perplexity. It was this very essence that distinguished those forged in the crucible of conflict. I suppose they were right, he mused. At heart, I am, and shall forever remain, a rustic. He cast aside these distractions, his mind drawn to a tale he deeply admired, perhaps Isaac Singer's Spinoza of Market Street. Regardless, the crux of the matter lay in the alignment of one's virtues with their actions and ideals, rather than the ultimate attainment. One of Henry Grover's aspirations was to cultivate an unbreakable bond of friendship. Thus, with amiable demeanor, he inquired of Lisa, "Has your father never brought you here before?" "Commoners are not permitted to visit," he finally stated, "not even the daughter of a general." She wore a look of bewilderment. "But why is my father granted unhindered access?" Grover affirmed, "If he were not allowed, who would be? Your father is the very architect of this undertaking. When others deemed it futile, he propelled this intricate innovation to the forefront." She gazed about once more, her eyes fixed on the immense schematic adorning the wall. "Was all of this under my father's purview? I am utterly unaware of this." Lisa allowed her hand to rest beneath her throat, laughing heartily. "Did my father manage to escape by sheer luck?" Long ago, Lisa Hines understood that life in the barracks would never evoke a sense of happiness, particularly for women. Yet, it bestowed a unique warmth that united individuals in shared service, an experience of the soul that outsiders could never comprehend. "How wonderful it is to finally hear your laughter again, Colonel." Grover chuckled softly, recalling that since your escape from the enemy base, this is your first smile. "Is it not? However, I worry whether we will still be able to laugh after the discussions with the government officials conclude," Grover continued. "Most importantly, we must make them recognize that the aliens are solely interested in the space fortress and its concealed secrets, rather than our Earth." Grover once more pulled the brim of his hat down over his brow, expressing his hope that you have meticulously prepared for this debate, Colonel Hines. She lifted her chin, her eyes shimmering with determination. "I am ready, Captain." Lisa forced a smile, yet Grover's words once again evoked her sense of loneliness. Throughout her life, she had always struggled to forge meaningful connections with men of her own age, even within the military. Yet, this was hardly surprising, as she was perpetually surrounded by men like Grover or his father. Such men, how scantily are they strewn across the globe? 1 in 100,000? Or perhaps a million? A conundrum most challenging to resolve. "Indeed, quite commendable," Grover remarked. His assent was palpable. Yet, to her, it was an ordeal of tedium. Her father, a man of unparalleled influence on Earth, yet what did it avail? Perhaps her naivete in matters political colored her perception. He tapped the ash from his pipe, replenishing it with fresh tobacco, a habit ingrained in moments of contemplation. As he kindled an old-fashioned kitchen match, a siren blared, and a synthesized female voice issued a stark warning. "Attention! Smoking is strictly prohibited within the carriage. Extinguish all combustible materials immediately." Grover, with a start, removed the pipe from his lips, a tinge of guilt upon his countenance. "Pray tell, is there no sanctuary for a smoke?" I initially surmised it was the bridge crew, only to be chided by a mere machine. Lisa cleared her throat, a subtle hint in her demeanor. "Captain, do you harbor concerns regarding the SDF-1? Shall we encounter adversity?" "Sir?" Grover, loath to disclose the truth, deftly diverted the discourse. "What prompts such a query?" Lisa offered a knowing smile. "I have observed your predilection for producing your pipe and packing it with an excessive amount of tobacco, poised for a draw, whenever vexed by a matter of concern." Grover slowly put down his pipe, unconcerned about whether there were listening devices in the carriage, and told her, "Indeed, I must confess, I am deeply apprehensive about this meeting. I am not yet certain whether those—" He gestured towards his head, indicating his disdain for those who hid underground, yet directed the brave, even leading them to their doom, "whether those individuals will receive our report with an open mind. Moreover, Lisa, they also determine our future. Do you comprehend?" Grover extended his farmer-like tanned hand and placed it on his knee, looking down at it. Lisa nodded slowly. as the daughter of General Hines. She had encountered many who sought to use her as a conduit to the decision-making echelons, which was one of the reasons Lisa Hines felt so out of sync with her contemporaries. Over the years, she had witnessed the power of authority firsthand and felt an utter revulsion for politics and those mired within it. If we fail to persuade the committee, what consequences will ensue? She inquired of Grover. Previously, he had frequently mentioned victory and the necessity of prevailing, but this time, even after Lisa heard his blunt answer, Grover made no further elaboration. Lisa understood his character well and knew precisely what his words implied, according to Captain Grover's estimation. Humanity's prospects for triumph against the Zenitians were exceedingly bleak.